Gao Yi smiled brightly. What tools and materials do you need? Just say the word. The heavenly venerable is listening from above. Luo Tomeo jumped, startled. He stole a glance at the sky, but saw nothing but the vast expanse of blue. A chill ran down his spine, and he said timidly, My best skill is making bamboo paper. First, I need a large vat to ferment the bamboo pulp. As soon as he mentioned the vat, Li Daoxian acted. He reached for a red plastic bottle cap from a nearby mineral water bottle, filled it with water, and placed it right into the fermentation pit. Luo Tomeo was still staring at the sky when a strange, massive red object suddenly descended. With a heavy thud, it landed perfectly in the pit. It was a giant pool, already filled to the brim with crystal-clear water. The other villagers seemed unfazed, as if they had seen such miracles 1,000 times. They simply bowed toward the sky in gratitude and went back to their chores. Luo Tomeo, however, collapsed onto his backside, his legs turning to jelly. He couldn't scramble up even if he wanted to. Gao Ye let out a hearty laugh. Don't be afraid. Now that you have your pool, what else do you need? Luo Tomeo's voice trembled. I need bamboo. Lots of it. And lime. Lime and bamboo. Easy enough, Li Daoxian said to Gao Ye. Assign one of the convicts to this. From now on, his labor will be providing bamboo for the paper-making workshop. Gao Ye chirped her agreement. And next, the lime. Li Daoxian considered it. He could easily go downstairs, find a construction site, and grab a handful of lime. To the little people, that would be a mountain of lime provided in the blink of an eye. But then he stopped himself. Lime wasn't like food. During a great famine, food was a problem the little people couldn't solve on their own, so helping them there made sense. But lime? They were perfectly capable of making that themselves. Giving them the task would create jobs and keep them productive. Gao Ye asked the villagers if anyone knows how to make lime. Li Daoxian instructed. It turned out the village wasn't lacking in talent. The 3 masons who had stepped forward during the incident with Guanshi were experts. They had earned many extra rewards for their skills while building the Taoist temple, and they had been itching for more work ever since. Living on the basic rations provided by the Heavenly Venerable was fine, but they missed the thrill of earning something extra. When they heard lime was needed, the 3 of them practically jumped for joy. They shouted toward the sky, Heavenly Venerable, we know how. Please, give this task to us. Seeing their enthusiasm, Li Daoxian knew he had made the right call. Everyone needs to feel useful. Without a sense of value, the soul withers. Very well. You 3 shall produce the lime. With the lime settled, the rest, hammers, pestles, wooden frames, was even simpler. Ancient times never lacked for carpenters. Even the average villager knew a bit of woodworking. All these tasks were assigned to the convicts. And so, the paper-making operation was officially set in motion. The next morning, Li Daoxian sat at his computer, editing short videos for fun. The world inside the box was peaceful and quiet. The medical nebulizer was still puffing a fine mist over the landscape. Outside Gao family village, the fields were shrouded in a gentle, persistent rain. A group of little people were busy digging and tilling, making the final preparations for the autumn wheat planting. He finished editing a video of the paper-making process and added a caption, a master papermaker using ancient methods to create bamboo paper. He hit upload and, on a whim, linked his Yahello cart shop to the post. Just then, his QQ messenger pinged. It was a bucket of pudding from the toy factory. Mr. Lee, remember that project we discussed? Making various ancient miniature toys? We've finished the first batch of samples. I'll send you some photos first, and the physical items will be shipped soon. See if you think they'll sell. A flood of photos popped up. Li Daoxuan's eyes widened. This toy factory was actually quite creative. They had produced a whole range of ancient items. 1:200 scale plastic houses, small fortresses, water wheels, windmills, carriages, and even siege engines like catapults, battering rams, and ballistae. What amused him most was that many of them actually worked. The tiny catapults used the natural elasticity of the plastic to launch small stones, just like the one he had bought before. The ballistae even had tiny rubber bands that could fire miniature plastic bolts. Chapter 94, New Toys Arrive. By evening, the samples arrived. The first things that caught Li Daoxuan's eye were the 1:200 scale catapults. They were smaller than his previous one, but much more finely crafted. They were much easier to move and use. The tiny ballistae were just as fun. Once the rubber bands were tensioned, they could fire a plastic bolt about a centimeter long. They were incredibly cute. If he gave these to the villagers for defense against bandits, the effect would be spectacular. Next, His attention turned to the 1:200 scale ancient plastic houses and the small fortress. The people of Gao family village were hardworking and brave, and they could make most basic things themselves. However, building actual houses and fortifications was still a massive undertaking for them. The 100 or so convicts were still living inside the circle Li Daoxian had built with Lego bricks, and it didn't even have a roof. When it wasn't raining, the lack of a roof didn't matter much. But lately, Li Daoxian had been making it rain inside the box, which made the Lego enclosure a bit awkward. While the sweet rain after a long drought was wonderful, it wasn't so sweet when you were sleeping in it without a ceiling. Li Daoxian had been using a flat board to cover the Lego circle, but these new plastic houses were a much better solution for housing the convicts. Li Daoxian lifted the lid of the diorama and spoke into the box. Gao Iya, go tell the convicts that their performance lately has been good. I've decided to reduce their sentences slightly and give them a reward. Gao Iya hurried to deliver the news. Up on the hillside, the convicts were busy felling trees in the rain. When they heard her, they immediately dropped their tools and knelt to give thanks. Li Daoxian reached into the box, scooped up all the Lego bricks, and tossed them aside. Then, he picked up the 1:200 scale plastic houses and slowly lowered them. The convicts looked up to see a house descending from the heavens. With a soft thud, it landed on the ground, wobbled for a second, and stood firm. Then came another and another. Over a dozen houses were placed in a row on a patch of wasteland near the fortress that wasn't suitable for farming. Just like that, a brand new little village had appeared. The convicts stared in disbelief. Even the villagers watching from a distance were stunned. What was happening? Li Daoxian actually wanted to put down more, but he only had a dozen or so samples from the toy company. He'd have to buy more from his own shop later. Don't think you're getting a house all to yourselves, Li Daoxian said. 12 people to a room. You'll have to squeeze in. You won't get your own place until your sentence is served and you're free citizens again. The convicts panicked. No, that won't do. We feel great right now. We'd be happy to be convicts for the rest of our lives. We don't need to be free. Li Daoxian nearly choked. What a bunch of unambitious slackers. He wanted to scold them, but then he thought better of it. They had just gone from starving to having 3 meals a day. Of course they thought this was paradise. But soon, he would pick the hardest worker, reduce their sentence, and give them a massive reward upon their release. Once he turned that person into a model convict, the others would see the even better life waiting for them. They'd be fighting for sentence reductions in no time. You want to just lie around and be comfortable? In your dreams. I'm going to make you guys grind. It was like a cat owner seeing their pet lounging lazily in the sun and suddenly wanting to saddle it with a 30-year mortgage, so it has to go work at a cat cafe to earn its own treats. Little kittens, you cannot escape the overwhelming malice of your master. Ha! Li Daoxian stood there like a cartoon villain, hands on his hips, laughing at the ceiling. Gao Ye looked up at the sky and then turned to the convicts with a serious expression. The Heavenly Venerable is laughing joyfully. He seems very pleased with your performance. The convicts were overjoyed. If we stay as convicts, the Heavenly Venerable is happy? That's wonderful. We must dedicate ourselves to this promising career of being convicts for the rest of our lives, to keep him smiling. The autumn wind and rain brought a creeping chill. Usually, the first autumn rain signaled the best time to sow winter wheat. But this year, there was no rain, not a single drop. The newly appointed magistrate of Chengqing County, Liang Shixian, felt like his head was about to explode. He sat in the county yamen, staring at the reports handed to him by his secretary, a man from Shaoxing who had traveled 1,000 miles with him to take this post. His brow was furrowed so deeply it looked like a trench. The granaries were empty, plundered by Wang Air. Liang Shixian sighed. I just got here, and I already have to clean up Zhang Yaocai's mess. I have to collect the taxes he couldn't, and I have to collect even more than he did just to replenish the granaries, Liang Shixian muttered. The secretary nodded grimly. Indeed, sir. Liang Shixian nearly flipped the table. If he didn't pride himself on being an elegant scholar, he would have. He frowned deeply. Not a drop of rain from the sky, yet I must squeeze more taxes from the people? Isn't that just forcing them to rebel? Zhang Yaocai didn't die for nothing. I have always loved the people as my own children and kept my hands clean. I cannot do what he did. The secretary wiped sweat from his forehead. But magistrate, if you fail to collect the taxes, you will be stripped of your rank and arrested. The outcome won't be much better than Zhang Yaocai's. Either the rebels take your head, or the executioner does. One way or another, a head is going to roll. Liang Shixian raised an eyebrow. So, I've walked into a dead end. The secretary nodded heavily. Yes, magistrate. Perhaps we should just resign and go home. We might lose the official hat, but at least we'll keep the head beneath it. Liang Shixian's frown deepened. He had to find a way. A man of his vast learning began to run through every scenario. His knowledge, his life experience, and his administrative skills whirled in his mind like a kaleidoscope of solutions. Then, with a mental ping, he settled on a plan. It seems we must start with the local gentry and the wealthy households. Sir, levies, Liang Shixian said. The grain the peasants can't pay, we'll levy it from the gentry and the wealthy families of Chongqing. Let them provide the silver and grain to fill the hole. I will consider it a personal favor owed to them. Once this crisis passes, I will ensure they are well looked after. The secretary hesitated. That might be the only way out of this trap. But I wonder if these wealthy families will be willing to help. Liang Shixian snorted. The reports you just brought me say that when Wang Heir rebelled, the local gentry suffered just as much. Even the Bai family fortress was overrun and looted. They are victims of this chaos too. If I go talk to them now, they might see reason. Someone, ready the horses, he called out. I'm going to tour the countryside. I'll find the families that still look prosperous and have a serious talk with them. Chapter 95. The New Officials' Three Fires. Liang Shixian quickly organized a touring party. It included his Shaoxing secretary and 10 newly recruited bailiffs, each of whom brought 3 assistants. The group of 40-odd people first circled the county seat, but there weren't many wealthy families left. Wang Heir's rebellion had already wiped out most of them. There wasn't enough left in the survivors to make a dent in the tax deficit. So, Liang Shixian headed out of the city, wandering through the rural areas. He passed through Shijia village, Dujia village, Shagai village, and Daxian village. Everywhere he went was a wasteland. You'd be lucky to find one inhabited house out of 10. The yellow earth was cracked and dry, and bleached bones of those who had starved to death lined the roads. Occasionally, he would spot a large structure that looked like a gentry's estate, only to find it burned to the ground. Nothing but charred ruins of former glory. The few living souls he encountered were gaunt, their eyes hollow and numb. Liang Shixian's heart ached. He couldn't help but wipe away a tear as he began to compose a memorial to the throne right there on his horse. In the year of Dingmao, the famine in Chongqing is dire. The starving cannot walk the roads. They look to each other in despair or gather in mobs to plunder. They seize what they can to survive. The rebellion stems from hunger. For years, the earth has been red and barren. A bucket of rice costs 1,000 coins, yet none can be found. People have resorted to eating one another. Joining the rebels is like returning home. The starving become bandits. This is where it begins. The people of the 4 directions call this place a sea of suffering. By the time he reached the end, Liang Shixian was weeping. The people of Chongqing were suffering so much. Now that he was their magistrate, how could he save them? Forget taxes, they were struggling just to stay alive. The secretary whispered, "Should we ask the court for silver to relieve the victims? Can we get it?" Liang Shixian shook his head. He knew the court was broke. They wouldn't care about a tiny place like Chongqing. The group continued forward, their spirits heavy. Suddenly, a bailiff shouted, "Magistrate, look, there's a village ahead. They're preparing for autumn sowing." What? Liang Shixian's spirit jolted. Such a village exists? He quickly climbed a small hill to look. Sure enough, nestled against a hillside was a sizable village. In the center stood a massive, imposing fortress. One look told him it was the kind of place only the incredibly wealthy could build. The walls alone were 30 feet high. This had to be the estate of a super wealthy, powerful clan. Next to the fortress were several other houses, forming a small hamlet. It was clear that the poor lived there, tenant farmers working for the landlord of the great fortress. But that wasn't the point. The point was that the vast stretch of land surrounding the fortress appeared moist. Green sprouts were even poking through the soil in several places. It was obvious that it had rained here just a few days ago. In the fields, many farmers were plowing the earth and digging irrigation channels, making the final preparations for the autumn sowing. Liang Shixian was overjoyed. Heaven has not abandoned us. It rained here. These people have survived. The secretary was equally excited. Magistrate, that fortress is extraordinary. Only a very wealthy lord could have built such a thing. If we talk to him, perhaps he can be persuaded to help. Liang Shixian felt a flicker of hope. Right. Let's not forget why I'm here. I need the wealthy to step up and help us through this crisis. But a fortress of this scale, the person who built it must have powerful backing. Perhaps his family has held high office for generations. I'm just a lowly 7th-rank magistrate. Will they even speak to me? The thought made him nervous, but he knew he had to try. He wasn't doing this for himself. He was doing it for the thousands of people in Chengxing County. He was acting with integrity. He had nothing to fear. Liang Shixian gritted his teeth. Come, let us pay them a visit. Inside Gao family fortress, Senshire was lounging with his legs crossed, looking quite pleased with himself. He watched his newly recruited secretary, Tan Li Wen, who was busily writing and cataloging the supplies in the warehouse on the 2nd floor of the watchtower. Since the bandits had retreated and the roads were safer, travel to the county seat had become easier. Senshire had made several trips to see his wife and had taken the opportunity to hire a secretary and some assistants. The fortress now even had a few horses and carriages, and they weren't lacking for any miscellaneous supplies. The new secretary, Tan Li Wen, was a scholar who had failed the Imperial exams. He was poor, his clothes were patched, and after 10 years of bitter study and repeated failure, he had lost heart and sought work as a secretary. However, since he was new to the job, he was a bit clumsy. He made a mistake in his writing and panicked. He tried to fix it but couldn't, so he nervously took a new sheet of paper to rewrite the entire page. Senshire's brow furrowed, and he scolded. How can you be so useless? You can't even write a few words without a mistake. Do you know how much paper you're wasting? Our paper-making workshop has only just started. Paper is precious. Tan Li Wen quickly offered a forced smile. My apologies, master. I will be more careful from now on. Senshire grunted. He was scolding the man, but inside, he was gloating. He almost wanted to burst into song. He just couldn't show it in front of his subordinates. This was the joy of a former secretary becoming the master. It felt incredible. Just then, a newly hired assistant ran in. Master, the new magistrate is here. He's less than 2 miles from the village. Senshire jumped up, startled. What? He scrambled to his feet. Quick, notify all the villagers. Hide the iron armor. Hide all the divine artifacts the Heavenly Venerable gave us. Don't let some greedy official see them. We don't need any unnecessary trouble. The assistant grinned. The Heavenly Venerable could squash a greedy official into a meat patty with one slap. What's there to fear? Senshire snorted. You've been in this village for a while now, and you still don't understand the Heavenly Venerable's style? He doesn't just slap people without reason. Unless they are truly wicked, he won't lift a finger. Stop talking and move. The assistant hurried off. Shouts echoed throughout Gao family fortress. In no time, the divine artifacts were hidden away. Even the massive solar-powered car was covered with a cloth, hiding every inch of it. Senshire sprinted up to the 3rd floor and found Gao Ye. He whispered urgently. Cheng Su was a 5th-rank official and easy to fool. We told him the Bai family built this place, and he bought it. But this new magistrate is a scholar. He's sharp. Our old lies won't work on him. Fortunately, he's new and doesn't know the area. I've come up with a story. I'll tell him this fortress is the estate of Master Li. I remember the Heavenly Venerable's surname is Li, so this is the Li residence. Remember, I am the head steward of the Li family, and you are Master Li's great madam. Don't forget, and don't let the secret slip. Chapter 96, A Truly Grand Lineage. Gao Ye listened, her face turning a soft shade of red. The Heavenly Venerable's great madam? But how could a girl like me deserve such a title? Senshire grew impatient. Can you focus on the point? I'm asking you to play the role of Madam Li, not the Heavenly Venerable's actual wife. This, Master Li, will be a fictional character, someone who doesn't even exist. Gao Ye bit her lip. But he's still an avatar of the Heavenly Venerable. Senshire didn't dare argue with that. He could only offer a wry smile. Missy Ye, just watch more and talk less. I'll handle the talking. If the Heavenly Venerable has any instructions, whisper them to me, and I'll adapt. Gao Ye hesitated. Without the Heavenly Venerable's permission, wouldn't this be too shameless? Her face flushed even deeper. Just then, the Heavenly Venerable's gentle voice echoed from the sky. It sounds interesting. Go ahead and try it. Ah. Gao Ye looked up sharply. The Heavenly Venerable actually agreed to this? Li Daoxuan's voice drifted down. I permit it. Gao Ye's face turned so red it looked like it might bleed. She lowered her head and whispered, This little girl obeys. Li Daoxian snapped the lid of the diorama shut so Gao Ye couldn't see him, then chuckled to himself. The little girl is actually shy. This is going to be fun. Senshire was also energized by the Heavenly Venerable's approval. Ever since Cheng Su had questioned the fortress's origins, he had been worrying about this. A fortress with 30-foot walls, higher than many county walls, was bound to attract government attention. How to explain it? He couldn't just slap everyone who came by. That was the path of a demon, not the path of the Tao. The Heavenly Venerable certainly wouldn't allow it. He had spent a lot of time crafting a perfect explanation, and now was the time to see if it would hold up. He quickly had Gao Yi change into the finest clothes the third madam had given her, the best in the village. He had her put on the most beautiful makeup and adopt the most dignified posture. If she didn't speak, she really did look like a great madam. Liang Shixian and his party soon arrived at the gates of Gao family fortress. The 10 bailiffs and 30 assistants were all new, so they hadn't yet developed the arrogant, bullying habits of typical officials. They were relatively well-behaved, following Liang Shixian's lead. Liang Shixian's eyes darted around. Not a single villager here looked malnourished. Every one of them seemed full of energy, and a few even looked a bit plump. What on earth is going on? I was just writing a tearful memorial about how miserable the people of Chengsheng are, and then I find a village with fat people? The secretary whispered. This village is extremely wealthy. Liang Shixian nodded. That's good. It gives me more confidence that I can find help here. As he spoke, the gates of Gao family fortress swung open. Sanshire, dressed in a long scholar's robe and wearing a practiced, confident smile, walked out to greet them. Magistrate, what an honor. Your presence brings light to our humble home. Liang Shixian was wearing his official robes, so it wasn't surprising he was recognized. He cupped his hands. And this place is? Sanshire smiled. This is Gao family village. And this grand residence? It belongs to the Master Li of Gao family village. I am the steward of the Li household. My name is Sanshire. Liang Shixian had only been in office for a few days and didn't know the local gentry yet, so he didn't suspect anything. However, he looked up at the 30-foot walls and lowered his voice. Your Master Li has quite a foundation here. Sanshire chuckled, his face full of pride. Of course, our Master Li is no ordinary man. The Li family has been established here for 1,000 years. Liang Shixian had expected a powerful background, but 1,000 years still gave him a shock. 1,000 years ago was the Tang dynasty, a great family that rose during the Tang dynasty with the surname Li, and this was Shangxi. Connecting those dots made Liang Shixian's heart skip a beat. Good heavens, who are these people? Could they be descendants of the Tang Imperial clan? Sanshire bowed. Magistrate, our master is currently away on a journey. Since he is not at home, I, the steward, must welcome you. Please forgive any lack of hospitality. Liang Shixian was thoroughly intimidated, so he was naturally forgiving. But he wasn't about to leave empty-handed. Is there anyone in the house who can make decisions? The great madam remains at the fortress, Sanshire replied. She did not accompany the master on his journey. Liang Shixian thought, perfect. If I can get some disaster relief funds from his wife, that would be just as good. He said, then I must trouble Steward San to introduce me. Sanshire bowed. Magistrate, please follow me. He led the way, and Liang Shixian's party followed. They walked the same path Zheng Yanfu and Zhong Guangdao had taken when they attacked the fortress. The narrow passage between smooth, high walls, combined with the dampness from the recent rain, gave the village a cold, imposing atmosphere. Walking through it felt strangely oppressive. Liang Shixian held his composure, but the bailiffs and assistants behind him were terrified, hardly daring to breathe. Wandering through such a wealthy estate, they were afraid that one wrong word might get them executed. After passing through several halls and courtyards, they arrived at the watchtower. Gao Ye lived on the 3rd floor, the 2nd floor was a warehouse, and the 1st floor served as the family ancestral hall. Normally, this would hold the spirit tablets of ancestors, but since this wasn't actually a landlord's estate, there were no glorious ancestors to worship. Instead, Sanshire had the sculptor create a statue of the Heavenly Venerable to place in the hall. As Liang Shixian's group arrived, they saw the statue of Li Daoxian sitting in the hall. A couplet was written on either side. 1,000 years of incense. The universe endures. 10,000 generations of fame. The sun and moon remain. In the center was a tablet that read, Divine Seat of the 5th Patriarch, Daoxian Tianzun. Liang Shixian understood immediately. This was an ancestral hall, which should have been for the Li ancestors, but they worshipped a deity here instead. This was their house god. The god's name was Daoxian, and his surname was Li. Put together, Li Daoxian. Liang Shixian's scholarly mind immediately went into research mode. Every bit of history he had ever studied flashed through his mind like a scrolling script. Then, with a mental ping, It stopped on a specific record. Li Daoxian, a member of the Tang Imperial clan, one of the 8 pillar states of Western Wei and Northern Zhou, a cousin of the Tang Emperor, Li Yuan. Liang Shixian's heart hammered in his chest. My God, what a terrifying lineage. Zhengjia saw his expression and knew the bait had been taken. He suppressed a smile. Magistrate, please follow me upstairs. The great madam is on the 3rd floor. Chapter 97. The Reverse Play. Liang Shixian had been thoroughly intimidated by Zhengjia's carefully orchestrated welcome. He suddenly felt that his 7th-rank official robes were a bit unworthy of this household. Their status and position weren't even in the same league. If he weren't carrying such a heavy responsibility, he would have turned back right then and there. But then he thought of the starving refugees he had seen on the road, living in misery. He forced himself to stand tall. The people of the 4 directions looked to this city as a sea of suffering. Only I can save them. I cannot retreat. He straightened his official hat, smoothed the wrinkles in his robes, adjusted his belt, and adopted a dignified stride. He turned to his men. Wait here. Do not move without my word. Then, he followed Zhengjia up the stairs. Entering the hall on the top floor, he saw a dignified young woman in a magnificent white gown. She sat perfectly still, her expression solemn and stern. In reality, Gao Ye was terrified. She was just a simple village girl. To her, a magistrate was an unimaginably high official. She never dreamed she would face one, let alone sit while he stood. Fortunately, she had practiced her dignified look. She kept telling herself, the more dignified I look, the more people will respect the heavenly venerable. That thought alone kept her from breaking character. Liang Shixian looked at her and thought, she doesn't even look at my official robes. A 7th-rank magistrate really is too low for her. A woman from a 1,000-year-old clan must have seen countless high-ranking officials. He felt a bit nervous. I have to stay steady. I can't let my aura weaken, or I'll never get what I came for. The 2 of them sat across from each other in the hall, both maintaining a tense, formal posture. Zhengjia made the introductions. This is our master's great madam. And this is the newly appointed magistrate of Chengcheng, Lord Liang Shixian. Gao Ye didn't dare speak. She simply gave a slight, solemn nod. MMH. Liang Shixian thought, what an ego. Just a hum and a nod. Zhengjia spoke up. Magistrate, we did not expect a visit from so far away. What brings you here? Liang Shixian wasn't in the mood for small talk. He said plainly, I have just arrived in Chengcheng and heard of the recent bandit troubles. Fortunately, Patrol Officer Cheng Su fought bravely, took Wang Er's head, and suppressed the rebels. But Chengcheng has been severely wounded. The countryside is full of refugees. On my way here, I saw empty villages and a devastated populace. The people are suffering beyond words. My heart, it truly. As he spoke, a tear actually escaped the corner of his eye. Li Daoxian was watching through a high-definition camera, zooming in on the man's face. He wondered, is this guy a corrupt official putting on a show, or a good man truly weeping for the people? It was too early to tell. Liang Shixian sighed, his tone shifting. This sudden visit is a desperate measure. Chengcheng's taxes for the year haven't been paid, and the official granaries were looted by Wang Er. Even the most capable official cannot cook without rice. I have thought long and hard, and the only way to save the county's refugees is to seek help from the local gentry. As soon as he said this, Zhengjia, who was well-versed in the ways of the Yamen, understood. A levy. Levies had existed since ancient times, but they were usually used to let the rich pay less by shifting the burden to the poor. He never expected Liang Shixian to do the opposite, to shift the burden the poor couldn't carry onto the rich. This was backwards. No, this was righting a wrong. Zhengjia was momentarily stunned. Even Li Daoxian, outside the box, was surprised. He hadn't expected such a reverse play from an official. Liang Shixian saw Zhenjia's shock and knew he had surprised them. He was used to it. He often surprised people because he rarely stood on the side of his own kind. He had been sent to Shangxi precisely because he had offended the eunuch faction in court. They wanted him dead, sent to this death trap of a county to fail. But he still wanted to fight. Liang Shixian gestured toward the window. Madam, your Li family is so wealthy. You have this magnificent fortress, and even your tenant farmers look well-fed. Even heaven favors you, granting rain to this small patch of land. Since you are so blessed by heaven, you should carry a heavier responsibility. The people of Chengcheng are suffering. They cannot survive. To demand taxes from them now is to demand their lives. Why doesn't the Li family provide some silver to pay the taxes on their behalf? Help them through this crisis. Such a great act of kindness would surely bring blessings to your descendants. Zhengjia was speechless. Usually so quick-witted, he was completely thrown by Liang Shixian's unconventional request. But then, Li Daoxian spoke. Refuse him. Gao Ye looked at Zhengjia and slowly shook her head. Zhengjia snapped out of it. The Heavenly Venerable had given an order, but he was confused. The Heavenly Venerable was usually so merciful, constantly providing supplies to save people. Why refuse to pay the taxes? 2 reverse plays in a row had Zhenjia's head spinning. He said stiffly, Lord Liang, your request. I'm afraid the Li family cannot agree to it. Liang Shixian wasn't surprised. Getting money was never easy. He immediately added, I know this is a lot to ask, but consider this. If the people cannot survive, they will rebel. Once they do, they will gather in mobs to burn, kill, and loot. Is the Li family truly not afraid of being swallowed by a sea of rebels? On my way here, I saw several wealthy estates burned to the ground. His tone turned grim. Your family is so rich. You are an easy target. Do you really want to be the next ruin? In these troubled times, giving some silver to appease the people is simply paying for your own peace. Zhengjia actually thought this made a lot of sense. Not long ago, he had tried to convince Zhang Yaokai not to push for taxes for the same reason. But the Heavenly Venerable had just. Zhengjia began to hesitate. Just then, Li Daoxian spoke again. Tell him that paying the taxes is out of the question. Not a single copper of our money will ever touch the hands of corrupt officials. However, we are willing to provide grain to relieve the refugees. But every single grain must end up in a refugee's stomach. Chapter 98. You're a Donglan man? Gao Ye leaned in and whispered the Heavenly Venerable's words exactly to Zhengjia. To Liang Shixian, it looked like the woman was too high status to speak directly to a 7th-rank magistrate and was using her steward as a mouthpiece. What an ego! Zhengjia, who had been wavering, felt a surge of energy. Ah, so that's it. I thought the Heavenly Venerable had stopped caring about the poor. I was overthinking it. He's still the same merciful God. I didn't follow the wrong person. Deity, after all. Zhengjia straightened up. Magistrate, our great madam has spoken. The Li family can provide grain. However, every grain must reach the refugees. As for the tax silver? I'm sure you know, Lord Liang, that most tax silver ends up in the pockets of corrupt officials. So, I'm sorry, but you won't get a single copper. Liang Shixian was taken aback. He stood up abruptly. I am not a corrupt official. If you pay the taxes on behalf of the people, I guarantee every cent will be sent to the capital. Zhengjia gave him a strange look. And after it's sent, whose hands does it fall into then? Can you guarantee that silver will ever be used for the people? Liang Shixian was speechless. His shoulders slumped, and his confidence vanished. He stood there in silence for several seconds before saying hoarsely, If the taxes aren't paid, I cannot get past this hurdle. Gao Ye listened to the voice from the sky and whispered to Zhengjia again. Zhenjia's eyes lit up. Lord Liang, for you to be sent to a godforsaken place like Chengcheng at a time like this, you must have offended someone, right? Liang Shixian stiffened, then sighed. The eunuch faction wants me dead. Oh, the eunuch faction wants you dead? Then you must be a man of the Donglan party. Liang Shixian's back straightened, and a look of anger crossed his face. I am no Donglan party man. Only petty men form parties for struggle. I merely attended a few lectures at the Donglan Academy and found myself of one mind with the scholars there. Zhengjia and Li Daoxian both thought. Well, Donglan men never called themselves a party. In their eyes, they were the pure stream, a group of righteous scholars, not a political faction. In the beginning, they might have been, but after they defeated the eunuch faction, they became the very thing they hated. The Dragon Slayer eventually became the dragon. Seeing Liang Shixian's anger, Zhengjia avoided the term Donglan party and said diplomatically, since you have friends at the Donglan Academy, you might not be at a dead end after all. Liang Shixian was intrigued. What do you mean? Zhengjia listened to Gao Ye's whisper. Magistrate, you can write a memorial about what you've seen in Chengcheng and send it to your friends at the academy. Let them see the misery here. They are all righteous men who care for the country and the people. Once they see your report, they will surely pity the people of Chengcheng. They can gather their friends and colleagues to petition the court. The taxes for Chengcheng might be waived entirely. Even if they aren't, they can at least be delayed for a long time. Liang Shixian fell into deep thought. After a few moments, he looked up. Do my friends at the academy really have that much power? Zhengjia was just a small-town secretary, and didn't know much about the Donglin party. But the Heavenly Venerable was feeding him information through Gaoye. He straightened his back and said seriously, "They have immense power." Liang Shixian had never realized his friends were that influential. Most of them were being targeted and suppressed by the eunuch faction, living difficult lives. Why did this Li family think they were so powerful? He began to think. A man of his learning opened his mental archives. He recalled the faces and names of the scholars he knew at the academy. Gu Xiansheng, Gao Panlong, Qian Iban. One by one, he remembered their backgrounds. He gasped. These men aren't just scholars. They are former high-ranking officials and influential ministers. If they all speak up for Chengcheng, it might actually work. Very well, Liang Shixian said. I will write several letters to my friends at the Donglin Academy. I will ask them to find a way to petition the court to waive the taxes for Chengcheng. Li Daoxian smiled. This Donglin official is interesting. He's actually willing to do it. Fine, as long as you're willing to act, I'll treat you as a potential partner for now. Yeah, tell Sinshire to discuss the specifics of the relief plan with the magistrate. We must ensure our grain reaches the people and isn't stolen by petty clerks. Inside the box, Sinshire and Liang Shixian began discussing the details of the relief operation. It was tedious work. Li Daoxian listened for a few minutes before his head started to hurt. Where to set up the porridge stations? Who would cook? How much per day? How to prevent theft? How to spread the word to the surrounding villages? It was a mountain of logistical nightmares. But this was Sinshire's specialty. As the former secretary to Zhang Yaokai, he knew Chengcheng like the back of his hand, far better than the new magistrate. He laid out a plan so detailed it made Liang Shixian's head spin. Eventually, Liang Shixian had to call up his own Shaoxing secretary. The two secretaries began a battle of wits and logistics, chatting away about every tiny detail. Li Daoxian tuned them out. He couldn't be bothered with such minutiae. Instead, he checked his Douyin account. Yesterday, he had uploaded a new video, the old village chief weaving a bamboo basket by hand. He had written a simple caption, "The village chief is old now. The only work he can do is weave these tiny bamboo baskets, crates, and chairs." The video started with a drone-like overhead shot of Gao family fortress, slowly zooming in on the old chief, then pulling back to show the whole fortress again. He wondered if people would like it. When he opened the app, he was greeted by a flood of comments. The overhead shots of this miniature kingdom are amazing. Haha, this fortress is clearly a model. I can tell. Yeah, it's a model, but they aren't even trying to hide it. Look at the roof. It's clearly pressed composite board. I even saw a wheel that wasn't hidden properly. A real village with wheels? Hilarious. I recognize that model. It's from the Jungle Estate series. Chapter 99, a little bonus for the elder. The uploader is such a troll. He put wheels on a Jungle Estate model. Probably has a motor and a remote control too. This kind of model has zero collector value. It's just a gag. No, you guys are missing the point. The transition from the high-altitude shot into the village, locking onto the old man. That was incredible. It was a single, continuous shot with no visible cuts. How did he do that? Exactly. The old man looks like a real actor, but the shot implies he's sitting inside a tiny model. The production quality is insane as always. That's why I follow this guy. It's not some cheap 50-cent CGI. And look at the old man weaving. That's real skill. He's not acting. He's actually doing it. Those baskets are beautiful. I want to buy one. You can get bamboo baskets anywhere. I don't want a normal one. I want one from the miniature kingdom. Li Daoxian watched the comments and had an idea. Interesting. I gave the sculptors work and made them rich. The blacksmiths, carpenters, and papermakers are all getting extra rewards for their labor. It's time I looked after the old village chief too. He spoke into the box. Yeah, go to the village chief and get a few of his bamboo baskets, crates, and chairs. I want to show them to some friends. Gaoye hurried to the chief and explained. The old man was overjoyed. He never thought his humble crafts would catch the eye of the heavenly venerable, let alone be shown to other immortals. He practically threw them at her. Li Daoxian reached into the box and very carefully picked up the offerings. The village chief himself was only 0.8 centimeters tall. The baskets he wove were barely 2 millimeters in diameter. The crates were the same, and the stools were only 3 millimeters long. Only the chairs were slightly larger, at about a centimeter. The tiny bamboo items sat in his palm, looking incredibly delicate and cute. Li Daoxian edited a quick video of his giant hand reaching in to pick them up and posted it to Douyin with a link to his shop. Handcrafted miniatures from the miniature kingdom chief. The charm of traditional culture. The video went viral instantly. Whoa, look at that. A giant hand just reached in and took the stuff the little people made. The special effects are insane. How big are those things, really? Didn't you see the last shot? They're sitting in the palm of his hand. They're tiny. The craftsmanship is so fine. Are they really woven from actual bamboo at that size? So cute. I want one. Let me check the price. Holy crap. 1,288,888 renminbi for a set. I can't afford that. Li Daoxian hadn't dared to set the price too high, but on Douyin, that was already astronomical. If he really wanted to sell for high prices, he'd need an art gallery or an auction house, which was too much work. He just put it up to test the waters. As expected, the price was too high. People were shocked, but no one bought. The yellow card was clicked thousands of times, but there were zero payments. On the other hand, the cheap plastic houses and furniture from the toy company were selling like crazy. Li Daoxian thought about it. The 2mm baskets were probably too small to appreciate. He took the 1cm bamboo chair and listed it separately for 88,888 renminbi. That did the trick. 15 hours later, the tiny chair sold. Li Daoxian called the courier service to pick up the package, then turned back to the box. Yeah, tell the village chief that my friends loved his bamboo chair. I want to reward him. He was about to say rice, flour, oil, or salt. But then he stopped. The village chief was part of the original leadership. He had received so many extra rewards that he was already quite wealthy. His house was probably overflowing with supplies. He wouldn't be that excited about more food. What could he give him that would bring true happiness and satisfaction? His eyes scanned his desk and landed on a bar of chocolate. Silky, milk chocolate. Perfect. He cut off a tiny sliver of chocolate, held it on his fingertip, and gently placed it in front of the village chief. The old chief saw a massive, dark, mysterious object descend from the heavens and land before him. It was larger than he was. He stared at it, bewildered. Heavenly Venerable, what is this? Try it, Li Daoxian said. The chief took a small chisel, carved off a tiny piece, and put it in his mouth. In an instant, his expression transformed. Wow, this is incredible. Like a child tasting chocolate for the first time, the old man's face lit up with pure, unadulterated joy. I've never tasted anything so delicious in my life, as expected of the food of the gods. And it's so soft. Even an old man like me can eat it without trouble. That whole block is yours, Li Daoxian said. You can do with it as you wish. And when you have time, we've a few more of those chairs. Thank you, Heavenly Venerable. Thank you. It didn't take long for the news to spread through Gao family village. The chief's crafts had pleased the gods, and he had been rewarded with a divine delicacy. The villagers quickly swarmed his house. Zhengjia was the first to arrive, drooling. Grandpa Chief, can I have a taste of that divine food? The chief chuckled. You think you can taste it for free? Give my legs a rub, and maybe I'll give you a tiny piece. Zhengjia immediately went into filial grandson mode, massaging the chief's legs with all his might. Once the chief was sufficiently relaxed, he gave Dainyu a tiny sliver. Dainyu popped it into his mouth, and his face practically exploded with joy. This is even better than the happy water. The chief beamed with pride. Ha! Good, right? That's it. No more for you. I'll trade for it. Dainyu cried. I'll trade everything I have. I'm not trading, the chief said. Come on. I have a big piece of cured meat. I'll give you the whole thing for just one more tiny piece. Just a little bit. The other villagers realized what was happening and scrambled home to find things to trade. Soon, the chief's house was as loud and crowded as a marketplace. Chapter 100, Improving the Soil. The gates of Gao family fortress were bustling. A long line of carts from the county seat stretched down the road. Liang Shixian had personally promised that not a single grain would be stolen, so he was paying close attention to the operation. Today was the first day of the grain transport. He sat on his horse, supervising the process personally. He arrived with his advisor and a contingent of yamen runners, accompanying the grain convoy. Standing at the gates of Gaojiao stronghold, he watched as one grain cart after another entered the fortress, filled to the brim with flour, and then emerged again, one by one. The Li family's resources were simply unfathomable. His advisor whispered at his side, "That's the 30th cart of flour already. It's terrifying." Liang Shixian nodded. They were descendants of the Tang dynasty's Imperial clan, a noble house that had stood for 1,000 years. How could they not be powerful? To have the aid of such a great family. I must have stepped in some serious dog crap for this kind of luck. Otherwise, I would have walked straight into a death trap, doomed to be destroyed by the eunuch faction. A full 40 carts of flour. Only after they had all passed did Censure emerge from the stronghold. He cupped his hands in a salute to Liang Shixian. Your Excellency, the magistrate, he said with a smile. The 40 carts of flour our Li family promised you have all been dispatched today. What happens next will depend on your own strategy and skill. Liang Shixian returned the salute, his expression solemn. This official will personally oversee the distribution of this grain. If anyone dares to embezzle so much as a single grain, they will be executed without mercy. Censure smiled. The eyes of countless common folk in Chengqing County will be watching. If your excellency is an honest official, you will naturally earn the people's love and respect. But if you are Liang Shixian declared proudly, if this official takes even a mouthful of this disaster relief grain for myself, may I be struck down by lightning from the heavens and suffer a miserable death. Censure cupped his hands again. Then we will be counting on you. With a proud flick of his reins, Liang Shixian turned his horse and followed the grain convoy. At that very moment, Li Daoxian was busy studying autumn wheat. It was almost time for Gaojia village to plant its next crop, and for a city kid like him who couldn't tell one grain from another, the whole process of sowing seeds was fascinating. He had already adjusted the box's field of view to hover directly over the wheat fields. A cluster of cameras, a battery of long and short lenses, were aimed at the miniature fields through the glass. He opened his computer and searched for tips on planting autumn wheat, reading through the results word by word. So first you have to plow the earth deeply. He turned to look at the little people in the box and saw Gao Chu helping his parents till their field. The kid was strong as an ox, sending clumps of soil flying with every turn of the plow. It seems the farmers know 100 times more about basic things like deep plowing than I do. I don't need to teach them that. Li Daoxian tapped himself on the head. This is what they call showing off your axe skills at the master carpenter's gate. He chuckled. Ugh, I'm starting to sound like Censure. I can't go on like this. He went back to the information on his computer, skipping past all the traditional knowledge. He was sure the farmers knew it better than he ever could. It wasn't until he reached the section on chemical fertilizers that he began to pay close attention again. The soil's pH value should be around 6.5. Crap, how am I supposed to figure that out? He quickly searched for more information and actually found a solution. It turned out that gardening supply stores sold instruments for testing soil acidity. And to change the pH, you needed things like potassium sulfate, monopotassium phosphate, sheep manure, microbial agents, and all sorts of other complicated fertilizers. The sheer amount of information made his head spin. Oh crap, this is bad. The last time the villagers made a wish, they said they wanted to harvest a few extra bushels of grain this year. I thought I could just buy them some fertilizer and it would be easy. But now I see that using the wrong fertilizer could be a death sentence. A real man doesn't go back on his word. Li Daoxuan's manly spirit flared to life. There's no way I'm breaking a promise today. He read articles, watched videos, and called a relative who lived in the countryside. He even tried asking on a history and military forum. Scratch that. The replies there were useless. After a long while, the advice from his rural relative proved to be the most reliable. After all, it's the working people who are the true warriors on the front lines of labor. Their experience is the most valuable. Li Daoxian took the pH probe he'd bought from the gardening market and stuck it down into the soil inside the box. At that moment, Gao Chu and his family were hard at work plowing their field. Suddenly, a massive, long, silver rod descended from the sky, plunging into their family's land with a loud thud. Gao Chu's family froze, completely stunned. Thankfully, they were residents of Gaojia village, accustomed to strange objects inexplicably falling from the sky. Otherwise, the shock would have scared them half to death. Gao Chu looked up. Heavenly Venerate, what are you playing at now? Is that giant staff something you borrowed from Sun Wukong? Is it his Rui Jingu Bang? His parents quickly clamped their hands over his mouth. Idiot! How can you speak to the Heavenly Venerate like that? Show some respect. Li Daoxian didn't bother explaining. Gao Ye wasn't here, so it would be useless anyway. They couldn't hear him speak. His eyes were fixed on the LCD screen of the probe. It displayed a pH value of 7.5. He quickly sent the number to his relative, along with a description of the field, the surrounding environment, water sources, and other details. His relative thought for a moment, then rattled off a solution, listing the type of fertilizer to use, the proper dosage, and so on. Li Daoxian calculated the size of Gao Chu's family field and determined the correct amount. Only then did he summon Elder Gao. There is some fertilizer here. Have Gao Chu's family measure out exactly 2 gene, no more, no less. Dissolve it in water and irrigate the soil with it. This year's autumn wheat harvest will surely be a bountiful one. Elder Gao was overjoyed. He immediately ran towards Gao Chu's family. Chu, the Heavenly Venerate has bestowed celestial fertilizer upon your family. He says it will guarantee you a bountiful harvest this year. Gao Chu's father was ecstatic. Thank you, Heavenly Venerate. To this middle-aged farmer, a good harvest from his own land gave him more security than anything else in the world. One family's field done. Time for the next. With a whoosh, Li Daoxian pulled out the probe. Gao Chu's family watched, wide-eyed, as the Rui Jingu Bang flew up into the air and plunged into another family's field with a loud thud. A moment later, Elder Gao ran up to that family. By order of the Heavenly Venerate, take 3 gene of this celestial fertilizer, dissolve it in water, and spread it evenly across your fields. Do you understand? That family was also overcome with joy, quickly giving thanks for the Heavenly Venerate's profound grace. Every field in Zhengjia village was undergoing soil pH modification. The villagers who had come from Zhengjia village, Wangjia village, Zhengjia village, and other surrounding hamlets could only watch the magical great staff with longing. As it flew from one plot to the next, their eyes filled with envy. The people of Zhengjia village are so lucky. They have fields to plant. It still hasn't rained in our villages. Hearing their murmurs, Li Daoxuan's hand paused. He sighed inwardly. What a pity. My field of vision hasn't expanded to your villages yet. Just as he thought this, he noticed the salvation index on the outside of the box begin to flicker and jump. In the blink of an eye, it had risen by 5 points. Li Daoxian understood at once. Liang Shixian has started distributing the porridge. Chapter 101. The second village comes into view. Liang Shixian had begun distributing porridge to save the people, starting right under his nose in the county seat. A registration table was set up at the entrance of the Chongqing County Yamen. The flour Li Daoxian had provided was cooked into a thick porridge and stored in several large vats. Liang Shixian personally supervised the operation, sitting beside the registration table, his sharp eyes fixed on the Yamen runners ladling out the food. His Shaoxing advisor bustled about, running back and forth between the kitchen and the registration table. Chongqing County had become a sea of suffering. The drought had already made life difficult, but after the rebels rose up, it became even harder for the common folk who refused to join them. Large numbers of people had abandoned their homes and fields, fleeing to the county seat to beg for a living. The city was now overrun with beggars, a picture of utter decay. Yamen runners patrolled the city, shouting the news of the official porridge distribution. Upon hearing it, the refugees all flocked towards the relief station. Before long, the area was packed 3 layers deep with disaster victims. If this had been an ordinary wealthy household distributing grain, the refugees might have rushed forward in a chaotic mob, overwhelming the station entirely. But with the county magistrate himself presiding over the event, and a large number of Yamen runners and assistants maintaining order, the refugees didn't dare to cause trouble. They obediently formed a line, holding out their broken bowls to receive the porridge. One man, after receiving his bowl, hurried to a street corner. He helped up a family member who was as thin as a rail and on the verge of death, slowly pouring the porridge into the man's mouth. "Brother," he murmured, "you're saved. Drink this, and you won't starve. You'll live. You drink too, big brother." I will. They shared the bowl of porridge, taking turns, one mouthful at a time. Afterwards, they lay on the ground, rubbing their stomachs, already worrying about what they would do tomorrow. Just then, they heard the Yamen runners shouting in unison, "Don't take more than you need. Just eat until you're full. There's no need to save any for tomorrow. The magistrate will be distributing porridge here again tomorrow. Do you hear? It will be here every day." "Every day? Our Chongqing County finally has a good official. Brother, we're going to live." Wah! The 2 brothers hugged each other and wept. 2 faint points of light rose from their bodies. With a whoosh, they shot across the sky, flying over 30 li to Zhengjia village, where they merged into the box. Li Daoxian saw the salvation index rising incredibly fast. In just the short time it took to eat breakfast, it had already jumped by more than 10 points. At this rate, the number of people who would have starved but were saved by this one meal had to be in the hundreds. The fog of war in the box must have cleared up quite a bit. Li Daoxian reached out and randomly pressed the 4 directional buttons on the box. Just as he expected, His field of vision expanded dramatically. To the south, he could now see past the bamboo forest to a barren slope in the distance. To the north, he could see over the small hill covered in withered trees to a forest of deadwood and a rocky shoal behind it. Huh. Li Daoxian suddenly noticed a small, desolate village appearing at the edge of his vision to the northeast. Hey, I can see a second village now. This is great news. Unfortunately, the village was filled with dilapidated, thatched huts. It looked completely deserted. The people of this village had clearly all moved away long ago. As he thought this, Li Daoxian let out a soft huh. He quickly tapped the bell, switching his perspective back to the village. He found Gaoyia. Yeah, about 5 or 6 li northeast of Gaojia village, there's a small village. What village is that? Gaoyia replied. Isn't that Zhengjia village? Zhang Dinyo's village. The moment Li Daoxian heard the name Zhengjia village, the box once again emitted a brilliant golden light. Gao Yiye couldn't see it and didn't even blink, but Li Daoxian was momentarily blinded. When he opened his eyes again, 2 lines of semi-transparent text had appeared next to the directional buttons on the side of the box. 1. Gaojia village. 2. Zhengjia village. Could these 2 lines of text do what I think they do? He reached out and tapped on Zhengjia village. The view inside the box instantly jumped to the sky above Zhengjia village. He then tapped on Gaojia village, and the view snapped back to directly above Gaojia village. It works just as I thought. A quick travel button. This is super convenient. Yeah, Li Daoxian said. Go gather all the people from Zhengjia village. A short while later, the people of Zhengjia village had assembled. There weren't many of them, only about 20 or so. These were all honest, law-abiding folk. When Zheng Yanfu had joined Wang Er's rebellion, he had mobilized the villagers of Zhengjia. Most had followed him, but these 20-odd villagers had refused to join the rebel army and stayed behind. Later, Sanshurer had lured them to Gaojia village with flour, and they had been living there for over a month now. The one Li Daoxian was most familiar with was Zheng Dinyo. That guy was the biggest show-off in Zhengjia village. He was everywhere. Zheng Dinyo had now become the spokesperson for the entire village. He looked up and said, Heavenly Venerate, what are your orders? Dinyo guarantees he'll complete them. And then, I'll take my reward to the village chief and trade it for chocolate. Shut up, you idiot, the village chief of Zhengjia village scolded from the crowd. You have no manners when you speak, Li Daoxian said. Just now, when you saw the people of Gaojia village tilling their fields and preparing to plant autumn wheat, it seemed like you all had some thoughts. The crowd was silent for a few seconds before Zheng Dinyo was heard muttering. We were so envious we could cry, but we don't have any fields here. That was true. The land around Gaojia village was limited, and it all had owners. They couldn't just occupy it. So, besides being envious, these honest farmers could do nothing but be envious. Your fields are all in Zhengjia village. Yes. Zheng Dinyo replied loudly. My family has 2 mu of land. Li Daoxian nodded. Have you ever thought about going back to Zhengjia village? For a moment, all the people from Zhengjia village fell silent. They seemed afraid to answer, worried that the wrong response would displease the heavenly venerate. But Zheng Dinyo was the boldest. He looked up and said, I don't want to go back. I'm very happy doing things for the heavenly venerate here. But my father wants to go back and farm. He doesn't have any other skills besides farming, so he can't help the heavenly venerate. He's only happy when he's farming. Is that it? Yes. Zheng Dinyo said loudly. My father is happiest when he's farming. Even happier than I am when I'm drinking otaku happy water. All right, Li Daoxian said. Dinyo, go get Gao Chu. Take the sun chariot too and drive your fellow villagers back to Zhengjia village to have a look. Zheng Dinyo looked completely bewildered, not understanding what the heavenly venerate meant. You'll understand when you get there, Li Daoxian said. Chapter 102, A Gentle, Lingering Rain. The Sun Chariot 2 was an excellent product that Li Daoxian had created after learning from the experience of making the Sun Chariot 1, redesigning its power and loading systems. It was 5 centimeters long, which translated to 10 meters in the late Ming world, roughly the size of a modern bus. The vehicle had a passenger cabin like a bus, with the solar panel placed on the roof. The sunshade for the solar panel was controlled by 2 long, sliding rods. This allowed Zheng Dinyo, inside the cabin, to use the rods to open and close the sunshade at will, controlling the vehicle's power. Since Chariot 2 was much larger than Chariot 1, modifications were much easier. The vehicle was even equipped with a braking function, a small plastic clip. All Gao Chu had to do was step on it to lock the wheels. Gao Chuo and Zheng Denyo had spent several more days learning to skillfully operate this large vehicle. The 20-odd villagers from Zhengjia boarded the Sun Chariot too, among them Zheng Denyo's parents. None of them knew why the Heavenly Venerate wanted them to go see Zhengjia village, but an order was an order, and they dared not disobey. They would just go. Denyo, I'm ready, Gao Chu said. You can pull back the sunshade. We killed someone last time we crashed, Zheng Denyo reminded him. Let's drive slower this time. Ever since the two simpletons had run someone over, they had learned a valuable lesson in traffic safety. Their driving style had become much more stable, and they no longer dared to speed down the official road. They slowly started the Sun Chariot too and headed towards Zhengjia village. Li Daoxian watched the bus depart, then tapped the Zhengjia village tag outside the box. The view inside instantly shifted to the sky above Zhengjia village. He took out a medical nebulizer, aimed it at the sky over the village, and flipped the switch. The straight-line distance between Gaojia village and Zhengjia village was just over 9 li, about 4-point-something kilometers. Gao Chuo and Zheng Denyo kept the vehicle's speed at a steady 40 kilometers per hour, carrying the 20-odd villagers towards their home. While they were still a long way off, a villager standing by the window shouted, "Everyone, look, it's our village." The villagers rushed to the windows to look out. Their familiar home. Over a month ago, they had left this small village that had birthed and raised them. Now, returning once more, seeing it from a distance felt both familiar and strange. The scene was distant and hazy, veiled in a gentle, lingering rain. No, it wasn't just hazy. It really was a gentle, lingering rain. Zhengjia village was shrouded in a white, misty drizzle. In an instant, tears streamed down the villagers' faces. "Look at the sky," someone shouted. Everyone looked up. A familiar, low-hanging cloud had appeared over Zhengjia village. It was the same cloud that appeared every time the Heavenly Venerate revealed his power. A dragon's head emerged from the center of the cloud, spraying a misty rain downwards. So that's where the gentle rain was coming from. The Heavenly Venerate has brought the Dragon King to Zhengjia village. The Heavenly Venerate is merciful. My fields can be planted too. The villagers were ecstatic. "Stop the vehicle. Stop." Zheng Denyo pulled the sunshade closed, and the bus came to a halt. A group of villagers jumped out and began running towards their village in the misty rain, laughing wildly as they ran. "Humph," Gao Chu said. "They're always calling us idiots, but it turns out they're the real idiots. Why run when you have a vehicle?" Zheng Denyo landed a heavy punch on Gao Chu's head. The blow sent him doubling over, clutching his head in pain. It took him a moment to straighten up. "Denyo, why'd you hit me? Aren't we best friends?" "You just called my parents idiots," Zheng Denyo said. "Even if we're best friends, I still have to punch you for that." "Fair enough," Gao Chu conceded. He knew he was in the wrong. He could call Zheng Denyo an idiot. That was fine between friends, but insulting someone's parents deserved a punch. The two shook hands and made up, best friends once more. The villagers of Zhengjia ran for at least a li before reaching their own fields. They dropped to their knees with a thud, grabbing handfuls of the slightly damp soil and laughing up at the sky. Though they had been happy in Gaojia village, there was no doubt that in this moment, they were even happier. Pinpricks of light rose from their bodies and merged into the box. When he had first saved their lives, each person had provided only a few hundredths of a salvation point. But this time, these mere 20 people had instantly added 8 points to the box. Li Daoxian looked at the salvation index, which was now approaching 400, and fell into deep thought. There was still much he didn't understand about this index, but he was slowly beginning to grasp its meaning. After their initial burst of joy, the 20-odd villagers returned to the Sun Chariot too. "Chu, Denyo, take us back to Gaojia village. We must go back and beg the Heavenly Venerate to let us move back to Zhengjia village to live." "No, I will not allow it." When they returned to Gaojia village and surrounded Elder Gao, all talking at once about their desire to move back, Li Daoxian rejected their request flatly. "I will permit you to return during the day to farm, but after you finish your work, you must return to Gaojia village to rest. It is too dangerous to stay in Zhengjia village for long periods." This statement left the 20-odd villagers of Zhengjia completely baffled. Reporting to the Heavenly Venerate, Wang Er's rebellion is over. The other rebel armies have all scattered. The new magistrate is distributing porridge to save the people. Chengcheng County is safe now. No, it is far from safe. Li Daoxian let out a long sigh. He didn't want to elaborate further. The villagers looked at each other, confused. Elder Gao lowered his voice. "Now, what I'm about to say is from me to you. not the heavenly venerate's words, all right? You can't see the heavenly venerate, but I can. When he was speaking just now, his face was filled with sorrow. It was as if he were sighing for all the suffering in the world. The villagers listened intently. Gaoya added in a low voice, His Holiness must know something. But it concerns the heavenly Tao, which cannot be spoken of to us mortals. If the secrets of the heavenly Tao were revealed to us, I fear we mortals could not bear the consequences. This frightened the villagers. Upon further reflection, what the saintess said made sense. The heavenly venerate is a deity. He knows the past 500 years and the future 500 years. If he says Zhengjia village is dangerous, then it must be dangerous. We should obediently follow the heavenly venerate's command. We will obey, they all declared in unison. We will listen to the heavenly venerate. We won't move back. We will go there to work during the day and return to Gaojia village immediately after. Gao Chu and Zhengdenyo grinned. Then after sunrise every day, we too will drive you back and forth. The villagers thought it over. That made sense. They could wake up early, have the two youngsters drive them to Zhengjia village, and work the fields together, looking out for one another. After finishing, they could all ride back together. Was it really necessary to move back to Zhengjia village? Chapter 103. Online Road Construction. Over the next few days, the villagers of Zhengjia became very busy. Every morning at sunrise, they would gather at the gates of Gaojia stronghold. As soon as the sun was up, they would board the sun chariot too and head to Zhengjia village. Of course, that was just what Li Daoxian saw. He couldn't see their inner thoughts. Every morning, the rooster official of the sun crows to wake the sun, and we ride the celestial chariot that the heavenly venerate borrowed from him to go home and farm. Every day began with such an extravagant flourish. Even the old emperor himself wouldn't have a celestial chariot to ride on his way to the fields. The fact that the newly enthroned Chongzhen emperor was a young man, not an old geezer, was not something they considered. After observing for a day, Li Daoxian noticed something. Only a quarter of the farmland in Zhengjia village was being utilized. It turned out that Zhengjia village originally had a much larger population than Gaojia village, and its farmland was twice as extensive. When Zheng Yanfu followed Wang Er in rebellion, he took most of the village's population with him. In the subsequent battles, those people either died or were now serving as prisoners doing hard labor in Gaojia village. The fields belonging to these missing villagers were all left empty, with no one to plant them. The remaining 20-odd villagers were very proper and didn't dare to occupy other people's land, only cultivating their own. As a result, the land utilization rate was quite poor. This waste cannot continue. Li Daoxian summoned Gao Yiye and San Shurer and had them deal with the issue of the idle farmland. San Shurer had handled similar matters when he was an advisor, so he was quite adept at it. First, he took a census of the remaining population of Zhengjia village and their land deeds. Then, he went to the labor camp to see which of the prisoners were from Zhengjia village and how many land deeds they still held. This way, he could determine who had died, leaving their fields ownerless. Normally, such ownerless land would be periodically surveyed by the Imperial court and then resold or redistributed. But Gaojia village was strong enough now that they didn't need to wait for the court to handle such things. San Shurer dispatched his advisor, Tan Li Wen, to lead a team to Zhengjia village to measure the fields. He then loaned out these ownerless lands, rent-free, to the 20-odd remaining villagers. The prisoners, of course, were not eligible. With this distribution, the villagers of Zhengjia effectively received more than double the amount of land they could use. They were absolutely ecstatic, working with the energy of men possessed. This, in turn, made the prisoners green with envy. Those who had resigned themselves to a lifetime of hard labor now secretly vowed to themselves, I have to perform well, finish my sentence early, and regain my freedom. The next time a good deal like rent-free land comes along, it'll be my turn. Meanwhile, Li Daoxian was pondering another matter. The sun chariot was still too bumpy on the official road, which severely impacted travel efficiency. In the future, if his vision expanded to include more villages, these dilapidated roads would seriously hinder the development of his miniature world. It seems it's time to bring up an old saying. To get rich, first build a road. Li Daoxian went downstairs and crossed 2 streets to a small construction site where the sidewalk was being dug up and rebuilt. He never understood why the sidewalks here were constantly being repaired. They'd fix it, dig it up, fix it again, dig it up again. It had been going on for years. He brazenly walked over. He handed a drink to an old worker sitting on the site. "Uncle," he said with a smile, "a wall in my house is damaged, and I need a little bit of cement to patch it up. But if I go to the building supply market, a whole bag is too much and a waste. Could I take just a little bit from your site? Just a tiny bit is all I need. The old worker chuckled. A little bit? No problem. Go ahead and take it. Quick, before the foreman sees. Li Daoxian thanked the old worker, took out 2 small plastic bags, and filled one with a small amount of cement and the other with sand. Then he quickly made his escape. That was a satisfying bit of freeloading. Back home, just as he was about to put the cement in the box for the little people to use, he suddenly realized that road construction was a massive project. Zhengjia village had too few people and not enough manpower. How long would it take them to build a road 5 or 6 li long? Forget it. I'll build the first road myself. Besides, I've always wanted to try this kind of thing. It seems fun. He found an unused plastic container and looked up how to use cement online. He mixed the cement and sand with water according to the proper ratio, stirring vigorously in the container. Soon, a small box of cement was ready. Then, he reached into the box and tapped the northeast button a few times, moving the perspective away from the village. He took a small metal scraper and swiped it across the ground a couple of times, clearing away withered trees, weeds, and rocks. He carved out a new path right next to the official road. The guides for building rural cement roads online were super complicated, with a ton of strange steps. Li Daoxian couldn't be bothered with all that. He just sprayed some water to keep the roadbed moist and made sure to create expansion joints. He was too lazy to do anything else. He poured the cement and smoothed it with a thin plastic sheet. He personally undertook the construction of a road in the box that was 6 li, 3 kilometers, long and 5 zhang, 15 meters, wide. In reality, this was equivalent to building a thin strip of cement 7.5 centimeters wide and 15 meters long. It didn't take much time at all. With a few quick swipes, it was done. If he had left this project to the little people, who knows how long it would have taken. The nanny heavenly venerate, online and spreading cement. It actually felt pretty good. Look, the heavenly venerate is performing celestial magic again. While Li Daoxian was playing cement worker, a group of villagers had run over to watch the spectacle. They stood at a distance, watching with wide eyes as a giant metal plate scraped across the ground with a roar, splitting mountains and cracking stones with divine might. It carved out a brand new road right next to the old one. Then, a gray slurry rained down from the sky, filling the new path. The strange, viscous gray mud flowed for several li. The bizarre metal plate then scraped back and forth over the gray slurry, smoothing it until it was as slick as the surface of water. The villagers were dumbfounded. We don't understand this celestial magic. What is the heavenly venerate doing? They discussed it for a long time before Yahello walked over. The heavenly venerate has bestowed upon us a road connecting Zhengjia village and Zhengjia village. For the next 7 days, no one is to approach this road. It can only be used after 7 days have passed. Does everyone understand? She pouted her small lips and let out a huff. It wasn't fierce at all, actually quite cute. But she left the sentence unfinished, not stating the punishment. That was what made it truly terrifying, turning her adorable expression into something intimidating. The villagers quickly replied, "We wouldn't dare. We wouldn't dare. Who would dare to defy the heavenly venerate's decree?" Yahello pointed at the prisoners. A team of prisoners will smooth the road surface with wooden planks. Then, they will patrol back and forth alongside the celestial road. Never mind people, for 7 days, not even a mouse or a rabbit is allowed on the road. If you catch one, beat it to death. A villager replied, "Saintess, your excellency, after years of drought, the mice and rabbits are nearly all dead. Don't worry." Chapter 104. Women only distract me from drawing my sword. 7 days passed in a flash. The cement had dried. It was actually dry in 5 days, but to be safe, Li Daoxian waited the full 7 before allowing the little people onto the brand new cement road. On the first day the celestial road was opened, the villagers put down their work and all flocked to the edge of the new path. The adults were cautious, first extending 1 foot to tap the cement road. This road is so hard. It's as hard as stone. Having made this discovery, the villagers dared to step onto it more boldly. With both feet standing on the cement surface, they felt a very stable and solid sensation beneath them. This road is so flat. There's not a single bump. That part over there is sloped. We can play on it. The children ran to a sloped section of the road, sat at the top, and slid down with a whoosh. The adults were startled and rushed over to pull their children away. "What are you doing? Is the heavenly venerate's celestial road a playground for you? Make way, make way. The chariot is coming." Gao Chuo and Zheng Denyo drove the Sun Chariot too, down the cement road. Driving on cement was far more comfortable than on the dirt official road. It was truly flat and stable, making the journey effortless. Before, when carrying a full load of villagers, the two of them didn't dare to drive fast. It would take them 48 back and forth insults to cover the 6 li at 40 kilometers per hour. But now that the road was good, they dared to push the speed to 80 kilometers per hour. The trip from Gaojia village to Zhengjia village now only required 24 insults. It was twice as fast. However, after building one road, Li Daoxian had had his fill of being a cement mason. He had no intention of personally building any more roads in the future. He grabbed a small pinch of cement and printed out a page of instructions for Sanshur. If more roads needed to be built, the little people could handle it themselves. Time flew by like a flash of lightning. A period of peace descended upon the box. The new magistrate, Liang Shixian, would visit the Li family every so often to request more disaster relief grain, which he would distribute as porridge throughout the area. The common people of Chongqing County enjoyed a rare period of respite. Inspector Qingsu also got to keep his head. He had assumed that the new magistrate, being an Eastern Forest Party man, would immediately find a way to get rid of him upon taking office. To his surprise, Liang Shixian was so busy distributing porridge everywhere that he hadn't spoken a single word to Qingsu. For the time being, the two officials of Chongqing coexisted peacefully. Meanwhile, in the Imperial Palace in the capital, the newly enthroned Chongzhen Emperor, Zhu Yujian, was sitting in the Imperial study, reviewing memorials. At 16, he should have been full of vigor, but there was not a trace of youthful energy on his face. He turned the pages of the memorials slowly, because the moon-white inner garment beneath his dragon robe was covered in several patches. If he moved too vigorously and his outer robe lifted, revealing the patches underneath, he, the emperor, would die of embarrassment. He flipped through the memorials for a while until he came across one from Liang Shixian, the magistrate of Chongqing County in Shaanxi. It caught the young emperor's attention. The disaster is severe, and its implications are not light. I beseech your majesty to order the Ministry of Revenue to reconsider. The back taxes from the 7th year of the Tianqi reign, along with the various additional levies, should be forgiven. The taxes for the coming year should be reduced by half. The rest, including the stipends for the imperial clan, should all be deferred. Otherwise, collecting these vicious debts from the people will be no different from pushing them to their deaths. I implore your majesty to have the ministry investigate the records from the 11th and 13th years of the Wanli reign, when the entirety of Shaanxi suffered a great famine. The court at that time sent officials to provide relief, saving the people and stabilizing the region. The wealth of the state can be looked forward to in the future. If one says the inner treasury is depleted and there are no other options, and both donations and relief are abandoned, what if a great calamity arises and the realm is shaken? Therefore, your subject today will not remain silent. Zhu Youjian's eyes narrowed. Insolent. How dare this man threaten me? He wants me to use the inner treasury for disaster relief? And he says if I don't, the realm will be shaken, and I shouldn't blame him for not speaking up sooner? This is outrageous. He was about to fly into a rage and order the little county magistrate to be arrested and beheaded. But then he noticed a thick stack of memorials underneath it, all seemingly about the same matter. He flipped through them. They were all from civil officials, all about the situation in Shaanxi. Every single one of them was urging him to use the inner treasury to save the disaster victims. Zhu Youjian's anger flared even higher. But when one person angered him, he could have them executed. When 100 people angered him, though his anger was 100 times greater, he could not execute them all. Zhu Yujian tossed the thick stack of memorials to the side, leaving them unread and unanswered. He neither agreed to the tax exemption nor to using his personal treasury for disaster relief. Nor did he send anyone to press for tax collection. He just left it there. As long as I don't see it, the problem doesn't exist. The world is a vast place. What does it matter if I overlook a tiny place like Chongqing County? Right now, I cannot afford to offend the civil official faction. I need them to help me get rid of Wei Zhongxian. I must first reclaim the power that belongs to me. Otherwise, if I let Wei Zhongxian continue his arrogant rampage, I fear even my throne will not be secure. As for Li Daoxian, he too was enjoying a rare period of rest. With things quiet in the box, he didn't need to watch it like a hawk every day. He would wake up in the morning, casually toss in some food to ensure the little people's basic survival, turn on the medical nebulizer to give them a bit of gentle rain, and then he was free to manage his own life. Dad, I've made a little money recently. I want to buy you and Mom a new house. Io, Daoxian, what did you do to earn so much money? Did you create some world-class design blueprint? Haha, I've been running a Douyin video channel recently. I'm earning money from traffic. What? Traffic? You can make money from traffic? Dad, it's fine if you don't get it. Just know that I'm making money. That's all. I've already wired 2 million to your card, Li Daoxian said into the phone. Go pick out a new house with Mom. How can we take your money? His father's voice boomed back. We have a roof over our heads and our pensions. Keep your money for yourself. Go find a wife first. I'm only in my early 20s. Why are you talking about a wife? Li Daoxian chuckled. Look at the fat guy next door, Lan Xinyang. He didn't get married until he was 35. Even if you don't marry now, you need to save it for the future. Your mother and I won't touch a cent, keep it. I'm wiring it back to you. His father hung up abruptly. Li Daoxian smiled to himself. Good luck with that, Dad. His father's bank card wasn't set up for large transfers, and the process to enable it was a bureaucratic nightmare. They'd never figure it out. He had plenty of money anyway. Selling micro-carvings and toys had brought in a fortune, and since he rarely went out, he had nowhere to spend it. Should I really find a wife to help me spend it? He mused. Nah. Women only slowed down the speed at which I draw my sword. Not for now. He decided to treat himself. A nice meal out, a solo movie, a stroll through Hongya Cave, a show at the 1949 Grand Theater, and some music at Gelly Mountain. Freedom felt wonderful. It had been a long time since he'd just enjoyed the world. Note: the memorial mentioned in the original text was historically written by Liang Qi, the Shangxi inspector, not Liang Shixian. It has been changed here for the sake of the story. Chapter 105. The White Ape Seeks Help. By evening, Li Daoxian returned home, his body weary but his spirit refreshed. He had spent the day with his old friend Kai Xinzi by the Jialing River, sipping tea and chatting in the cool autumn breeze. They'd ended the day with some Zibo barbecue before he finally headed back as the sun began to set. As was his habit, he sat down by the box. He looked down at Gaojia village first to ensure everything was running smoothly, then shifted his gaze to Zhengjia village to check on the sprouting autumn wheat. He caught the 20-odd residents of Zhengjia village returning in solar car number 2 under the fading light of the sunset. The sun's going down, Gao Chu shouted, panicked. If we're any later, the whole car will be stranded on the road. I've opened the curtains as wide as they'll go, Zheng Dani, the other shouted back. We're at full speed. Full speed? Why is it so slow? Because the sun is dying. The two simpletons were sweating with anxiety, while the passengers in the back were roaring with laughter. They didn't seem worried at all. Even if the sun set, there were enough of them to push the car back home. But they didn't say a word, finding it far more entertaining to watch the two idiots panic. Li Daoxian couldn't help but smirk. He shifted his view back to Gaojia village and saw Gao Ye jumping rope with a group of children. She was letting herself go more and more lately, no longer forcing the cold, dignified persona of a saintess. She was following the celestial lords, to be her true self. In reality, she was the most willful, mischievous girl in the village, not some porcelain doll. As the children jumped, they sang a pinyin song. Open your mouth wide, eh? Round your lips, oh. Flat lips, teeth aligned. They were singing happily when Mr. Wang, the village teacher, stormed out of the fortress clutching a ruler. Gao Sanhua, you little brat. In the homework you turned in, you wrote the word for duck, using a Y instead of the character. Preposterous. Utterly preposterous. Gao Sanhua turned pale and scrambled to hide behind Gao Ye. But she simply reached back, grabbed him by the collar, and shoved him right in front of Mr. Wang. Hit him hard, teacher, she laughed. Whack. The ruler came down, and Gao Sanhua's palm turned instant crimson. That's not enough to satisfy me. Mr. Wang barked. Go write the character for duck 100 times. Li Daoxian laughed. Gao Sanhua's childhood is now complete. He turned his gaze toward the well where a group of craftsmen were sitting, chatting in the twilight. Luo Tomeo, why have you been running to the county seat so often lately? One asked. You're a resident artisan. You've skipped your mandatory labor for 2 months. Aren't you afraid of getting caught? Luo Tomeo chuckled. The county seat is crawling with refugees waiting for the magistrate's porridge. I blend right in. No one checks. I've been going back to find my old craftsman buddies. I told them about Gaojia village. They'll be coming here in a few days. Li Daxiao laughed. If you really bring in more craftsmen, the celestial lord will surely be pleased. He'll reward you for sure. Luo Tomeo smiled. Rewards don't matter. Life is good now, and it's all thanks to the Celestial Lord. I'm just a small man with little strength, but if I can do something to please him, I'd walk through fire and water. I wouldn't hesitate for a second. Just then, the rhythmic thumping of hooves echoed from outside. A carriage galloped toward the village, flanked by several swift riders. As it reached the fortress gates, the driver leaped down. Dressed in flowing white robes, it was none other than Bai Yuan. The moment his feet hit the ground, he threw his head back and laughed triumphantly. Haha, my driving is superb. Of the 6 gentlemanly arts, my mastery of charioteering hasn't faded one bit. Inside the fortress, Sanner had already been alerted by the sentries. He emerged with his secretary, Tan Li Wen, to greet the guest. Mr. Bai, it has been a while. You look as dashing as ever. What wind brings you here today? Bai Yuan straightened up. He gave Sanner a casual cupped fist salute, then looked up at the sky and performed a deep, solemn bow before speaking. I have come to Gaojia village today to ask a favor. Li Daoxian watched with curiosity. It must be something big if he brought the carriage. His wife and son must be inside. What is it? Sanner asked. I wish to leave my wife and son here in Gaojia village, Bai Yuan said. I hope you, third manager, can look after them. Sanner was now commonly referred to as manager rather than secretary. Hearing this, his heart skipped a beat. What happened? Why do your wife and child need to seek refuge? Bai Yuan sighed. You know that Huanglong Mountain sits right next to Bai family fort, don't you? Sanner nodded. I know. Lately, a band of fierce bandits has gathered on Huanglong Mountain, Bai Yuan explained. There are thousands of them. Heaven knows when they'll swarm down and attack my fort. I've thought it over, and I believe my family will be much safer here. Sanner gasped. Thousands? That many? Bai Yuan nodded grimly. The new magistrate, Liang Shixian, has stopped the aggressive tax collection and is distributing porridge, Sanner mused. The people of Chongqing County should be able to survive now. How could such a massive rebel force gather? Has Wang Er returned? We have some history with Wang Er, Sanner continued. You even went into the mountains to save his life. He should. It's not the men from Baishui or Wang Er, Bai Yuan whispered. These are people coming from Luochuan County to the west and Yichuan County to the north. You don't travel much, so your news is outdated. While Chengcheng has stabilized, the counties to the north are in total chaos. Luochuan, Yichuan, Qingjian, Fugu, Miji, they are crawling with rebels. It's worse there now than it was here 2 months ago. Sanner was stunned. So many counties have fallen into chaos? I thought it was just us making a fuss. Bai Yuan shook his head. You don't realize how much influence Wang Er's rebellion had. His reputation in the underworld is legendary. One call from him, and the whole region rises. Hearing this, Li Daoxian frowned and sighed. It was bound to happen eventually. Bai Yuan had mentioned Miji County. That meant the great god, who shared his surname, Li Zicheng, was likely already beginning his rise. If his field of vision could reach Miji, perhaps he could stop it. But it couldn't. Besides, the collapse of the Ming dynasty was a chemical reaction of earthquakes and natural disasters. It wasn't something that could be fixed just by stopping one man named Li. Even if he stopped the great god Li, he couldn't stop the fall of the Ming. In short, Bai Yuan said, my family fort could be attacked at any moment. I can only entrust my family to Gaojia village. Please. Chapter 106, The Bandits Return. Bai Yuan was an old friend of Gaojia village, so there was no reason to refuse his request. Sanner quickly invited Bai Yuan's wife, son, and their servants into the fortress, instructing Tan Li Wen to arrange rooms and supplies for them. Bai Yuan cupped his fists. My thanks to the Celestial Lord and to you, third manager. With my family settled here, I have no more worries. I shall return to Bai family fort immediately to organize the militia and prepare for the bandits. Sanner frowned. Thousands of bandits. Even if Bai family fort pulls out every trick, you can't hold them off alone. You'll need the government's help eventually. The government? Bai Yuan scoffed. You know as well as I do that Chongqing only has patrol officer Cheng Su and his 100-odd soldiers. They're fine for chasing petty thieves, but against thousands? He'd be meeting his ancestors in minutes. Anyway, Bai Yuan continued, I'm heading back. If the fort can't hold, I'll flee here. I hope Gaojia village will save me one more time. Sanner bowed. Take care. If things look bad, come here immediately. Bai Yuan leaped onto the carriage and galloped back the way he came, his servants following close behind. The group vanished into the sunset as quickly as they had arrived. Li Daoxian watched Bai Yuan leave, feeling a twinge of concern. Bai Yuan was a source of entertainment, and after watching him for so long, Li Daoxian had grown somewhat fond of him. It was like watching a favorite comedian. If you heard they were about to fight 100 armed thugs barehanded, you couldn't help but worry. Time to move, he thought. Solar car number 3. Yeah, go get Gao Chu and Zheng Daniu. Gao Ye immediately sprang into action, serving as his messenger. Li Daoxian slowly lowered the modified solar car number 3 in front of the two men. The massive car was 14 centimeters long in his world, which translated to 28 meters, over 90 feet, in the Ming dynasty. Placed before the little people, who were less than a centimeter tall, the visual impact was staggering. Gao Chu and Zheng Daniu looked up at the gargantuan vehicle like modern humans standing before a massive semi-truck. Their mouths hung open. It's so big. If it weren't this big, it couldn't carry the catapults, Li Daoxuan's voice boomed. Catapults? What for? The two simpletons asked. Thwack, thwack. Sander gave them both a sharp rap on the head. Don't you get it? The Celestial Lord wants you to use this giant car to deliver catapults to Bai family fort to help Mr. Bai defend against the enemy. The two finally understood. After sunrise tomorrow, familiarize yourselves with this car. The controls are the same as the previous models, but this one is much larger. It has more inertia and is less agile in turns. You need to adapt. Keep your speed low. Early the next morning, as the sun rose, the two idiots began practicing. They might have been simple-minded, but they were physically agile and quick-witted, perfect for driving. Within a day, they had mastered the giant vehicle. On the third morning, Li Daoxian took out the small plastic catapults he had used against the Supreme Underworld King and placed them on the car. Each catapult was only 3 centimeters long, so they fit easily. He could even stack several. Unloading them at Bai family fort would take some effort, but Li Daoxian had faith in the ingenuity of the ancient laboring class. They would find a way. Gao Chu and Zheng Daniu set off, hauling a full load of catapults toward Bai family fort, 20 miles away. The car was so large that the official road seemed narrow. The tires often rolled onto the grass, but since they were oversized, it wasn't an issue as long as they drove slowly and avoided large pits or boulders. Meanwhile, 9th Rank Patrol Officer Cheng Su was leading his 100-odd soldiers toward Huanglong Mountain. Damn it, Cheng Su cursed under his breath. It never ends. I finally wiped out the local scum in Changcheng, and now bandits from other counties are moving in. To hell with them. I cursed the magistrate of Luochuan and his ancestors for 18 generations. Boss, Deputy Patrol Officer Fu whispered. We should be cursing the patrol officers of Luochuan and Yichuan. They're the ones who failed to suppress the rebels and let them cross the border. Why are you cursing the magistrates? Those two patrol officers are military men like me. Cheng Su snapped. I understand their struggle. The rebel forces are massive. They only have 100 men, just like me. How could they stop them? No, this is the fault of the civil officials. Their heavy taxes drive the people to banditry. We military men bear no responsibility. His subordinates felt something was off about that logic, but on second thought, it sounded right. Boss, Deputy Fu whispered. Once we reach Huanglong Mountain, do we attack immediately? Attack? Are you stupid? Cheng Su barked. Didn't you hear? 2,000 or 3,000 rebels came from Luochuan, and at least 5,000 in total. We have 100 men. You want to fight 5,000? Do you have a death wish? When we get to the foot of the mountain, I'm not taking a single step up. We're going to Bai family fort to drink tea and live off the local gentry. If the rebels retreat, we'll report that we drove them off, 100 against 5,000. If they attack, then we run. Deputy Fu finished. And we petition the court, saying the rebel force was too overwhelming to fight. Cheng Su patted Fu's helmet. You're finally getting smart, kid. As they spoke, Bai family fort appeared ahead. Cheng Su looked at the distant walls. Oh ho, Bai family fort has reinforced and heightened its walls. Looks like they've spent some money lately. The fort gates swung open, and Bai Yuan emerged to greet them. He cupped his fists toward Cheng Su. General Cheng, your presence brings light to my humble fort. Cheng Su laughed. Mr. Bai, I'm sure you know why I'm here. Of course, it's because of Huanglong Mountain. As he spoke, both men instinctively turned to look at the mountain. The majestic Huanglong Mountain towered to the north of the fort, hundreds of feet high, winding and rugged. From where they stood, they could only see a fraction of its true scale. Mr. Bai, Cheng Su said, thousands of rebels are on the mountain right next to you, yet you remain here so calmly. Such courage is rare. Bai Yuan smiled bitterly. The people for miles around depend on me for protection. How could I flee the moment the bandits arrive? It would be contrary to the rites. And the rites are one of the 6 gentlemanly arts. I am quite particular about such things. Chapter 107. The catapults arrive. Cheng Su smirked inwardly. What era is this? Still talking about the 6 gentlemanly arts. This is the Ming dynasty. Even dogs don't study that anymore. Mr. Bai, Cheng Su said, I won't mince words. If the rebels on Huanglong Mountain go to another county, it's none of my business. But if they enter Chengcheng, I must act. So, for the next few days, I'll have to trouble you for room and board. Bai Yuan knew exactly what trouble meant. Cheng Su intended to stay and eat his fill. This was an old custom. When the Imperial army went on a campaign, they lived off the local gentry wherever they went. If there were no gentry to exploit, they'd likely resort to pillaging the commoners. Of course, if a civil official reported them for pillaging, the military officer might lose his head. Likewise, if they offended a gentry member with powerful connections, they might also lose their heads. Everyone was dancing on a tightrope. Bai Yuan didn't mind the soldiers eating his food. Having a troop of regular soldiers stationed at the fort was a good thing, even if they'd likely flee once the fighting started. Their mere presence served as a deterrent. If the bandits were too intimidated to attack, that would be the ideal outcome. General Cheng, it is my honor to have you stationed here, Bai Yuan said with a smile. It is a blessing for all the people within 10 miles. Please, come in. Cheng Su led his troops inside. He noticed the fort walls were being renovated, widened, thickened, and heightened. Unfortunately, Bai Yuan's manpower was limited, and the work was slow. It was still a half-finished product, more of a gentry's manor than a fortress capable of withstanding a large-scale siege. Dozens of family retainers and over 100 militia members stood guard throughout the fort with bows and arrows. Sentries on the 4 corners kept a close watch on the surroundings. Cheng Su thought to himself, this fort is strong, but it's not enough. Even with my 100 soldiers, trying to resist 5,000 or 6,000 rebels is a one-way ticket to see my ancestors. Great-grandmother, your great-grandson is still young. I can't join you yet. If the bandits come, I'm definitely running first. Please don't blame me for tarnishing the Cheng family name. He was lost in these thoughts when a sentry on the watchtower suddenly shouted down. Master! Master! The shout nearly scared the soul out of Cheng Su. What is it? Are the bandits here? Bai Yuan looked up. The sentry shouted joyfully. Gao Chu is here. Gao Chu. Bai Yuan was puzzled. Who? The big, clumsy guy from Gaojia village, the sentry yelled. He's been here several times. Bai Yuan finally remembered. Oh, I remember him now. Master, the sentry continued. Gao Chu and Zheng Daniu are driving a massive carriage. It's carrying celestial catapults. Bai Yuan was overjoyed. Celestial catapults? Like the ones we used against the supreme underworld king. The sentry had been with Bai Yuan during that battle and recognized them. Yes, exactly like those. Bai Yuan laughed. Quick, open the gates and welcome them. The carriage is too big, the sentry shouted. It won't fit through the gates. It has to stop outside. Cheng Su stood by, listening to this strange exchange. He couldn't understand a word of it. What kind of carriage can carry catapults? Since ancient times, catapults were either built on-site from timber or were the massive hui pao, used by the Mongols, which required 4 wheels and a whole army to push. He had never heard of catapults being transported on a carriage. What kind of carriage could carry a catapult? How big would it have to be? Cheng Su scrambled up the fortress wall and looked out from the corner tower. His eyes met a sight that defied logic. A super vehicle nearly 90 feet long was rumbling down the official road. Its massive wheels crushed the dry grass on either side, kicking up a storm of dust. The sheer presence of it was terrifying. Cheng Su's jaw nearly hit the floor. What the hell is that? Deputy Fu leaned in and whispered, Boss, I remember now. When we ambushed the Little Tyrant's rebels, a strange vehicle suddenly appeared, crushed the Little Tyrant to death, and sped away. Could this be? Cheng Su shook his head. That one was much smaller than this. But the strange panels on top and those weird black wheels are the same, Fu noted, referring to the solar panels and rubber tires. Cheng Su looked closer. They were indeed very similar. He lowered his voice. Watch more, talk less. Let's see what kind of madness by Family Fort and this strange carriage are up to. Solar car number 3 stopped at the gates. Gao Chu and Zheng Daniu jumped down, greeting the Bai family guards with wide grins. Bai Yuan hurried out and immediately organized men to unload the massive catapults. The catapults, each about 20 feet long and wide, were incredibly heavy. But for men used to hard labor, it wasn't impossible. The Bai family men tied ropes to the catapults, with dozens of men pulling while others climbed onto the car to pry from the other side with long poles. Slowly, the massive machine slid out of the truck bed. Chung Su watched from the wall, a smirk playing on his lips. Idiots. Such a large catapult falling from that height. It'll shatter the moment it hits the ground. Those things are delicate. Before the thought could finish, a catapult dropped. Boom. It slammed into the earth. But the scene of it shattering never happened. Plastic doesn't break that easily. Not only was it intact, it even bounced a few times. It was remarkably resilient. What the? Chung Su gasped. What kind of ghost catapult is that? One by one, the massive machines were hauled off the car and rolled into the fort on logs. Soon, 10 catapults were lined up. Bai Yuan was ecstatic. He grabbed Gao Chu's hand. Go back and thank the celestial lord for me. Gao Chu scratched his head and chuckled. Sure thing. The catapults are all yours. We're heading back now. Bai Yuan waved them off, his spirits soaring. Call the strongest farmers in the fort. I'm going to teach them how to use these. Chung Su watched the show from the wall. He noticed these colorful, unprofessional catapults didn't even have ox tendon ropes. How are they supposed to fire? You can't even use stones with those things. But he was immediately proven wrong. Bai Yuan directed the farmers to place a large stone into the plastic scoop. Then, he ordered them to strike the release. The plastic arm swung upward with a silent, powerful snap, hurling the massive stone over the wall. It soared through the air and slammed into the empty field outside with a thunderous crash. Chapter 108. Don't go to Gaojia village after dark. Damn, Chung Su cursed. Those weird things actually work? How? Deputy Fu was also stunned. General, Bai family fort has 10 catapults now. The more rebels there are, the easier it'll be to hit them. Idiot, Chung Su snapped. How many people can a catapult actually kill? Their real purpose is to shatter the enemy's morale. Rebels are just a disorganized mob. They don't want to die. A few massive stones crashing into their ranks will make the ones in the back hesitate. When the fanatics in the front keep charging, the formation will snap in two. Then we can pick them off easily. He paused, then threw up his hands. TCH. Even if we split them in two, our current strength plus the militia still isn't enough to stop 5,000 or 6,000 men. We'd still be meeting our ancestors. Great-grandmother, your great-grandson is still young. I can't go to you yet. If the bandits come, I'm definitely running first. Please don't blame me for weakening the Chung family name. More than the catapults, Chung Su was fixated on the giant carriage. It was so massive, so imposing. If it could transport catapults, it could transport troops or grain. He remembered how the smaller version had plowed through the little tyrant's army, sending rebels flying. That's the truly terrifying thing, he thought. However, it was too cumbersome. It couldn't handle rugged terrain. He had watched it turn around just now. The maneuver took forever. It was slow and clumsy. If he were commanding soldiers against that giant vehicle, he would wait for it to turn and then order his men to swarm it and kill the driver. Whatever. Bai family fort is doomed anyway. He remained obsessed with the idea of fleeing, barely listening to Bai Yuan's defensive plans. 2 hours later, it was time for dinner. The Bai family stewards began preparing food for the soldiers. Chung Su was ready to eat off the rich. Just then, the rumbling sound returned. Chung Su took 2 buns from a steward and climbed back up the watchtower, chewing as he looked out. The strange giant car was back. Bai Yuan went out again. Gao Chu and Zheng Danyu grinned. Mr. Bai, the celestial lord sent us with a second load of good stuff. Bai Yuan looked curiously. This time, the car was filled with a pile of colorful, giant crossbows. These were 1:200 scale ballista toys that Li Daoxian had ordered from Ningyang Toys Company, the same company he partnered with for his TikTok shop. He had sent 10 of them to Bai Yuan. Aside from being made of plastic, their design was identical to ancient ballistae. Bai Yuan and Chung Su didn't even need to be taught how to use them. One look was enough to understand the mechanism. My thanks to the celestial lord, Bai Yuan shouted. Another set of divine defensive weapons. Chung Su thought to himself, ballistae are much better for defense than catapults. Catapults are luck-based, but ballistae hit what you aim at. But what's with those bolts? The bolts included with the toys were just small plastic sticks, children's toys with blunt tips. Chung Su shook his head. Bai Yuan waved his hand. Men, the celestial lord is merciful and didn't sharpen the tips, but we can fix that. Go get some bamboo tubes. The villagers immediately got to work. They cut thick bamboo into tubes, fitted them over the blunt plastic tips, and sharpened the ends. Just like that, the plastic bolts became lethal weapons. The ballistae couldn't fire in an arc, so they couldn't be placed behind the walls. They had to be mounted on top. Fortunately, they were much smaller and lighter than the catapults. With enough villagers shouting heave-ho, they were hauled up and installed along the battlements. Cheng-Su looked left and right. Without realizing it, this tiny by-family fort now possessed 10 catapults and 10 ballistae. He slapped his forehead as the realization hit him. Wait, this little fort has more siege engines than a general in the border army. Deputy Fu was equally bewildered. He leaned in and whispered, "General, does by-family fort having all this count as treason?" Cheng-Su tilted his head, thinking seriously. Private possession of armor is treason. Private possession of firearms is treason. But does private possession of siege engines count? I've never heard of a law for this. It was a total blind spot in his knowledge. He scratched his head for a while before deciding it didn't matter. The stronger by-family fort is, the more I benefit. If we can stop the rebels here and keep them out of Changchun, the credit goes to me. I'll just say I commanded the villagers to build these engines. Then all the glory is mine. Why frame them for treason? It doesn't help me at all. I'm not one of those civil officials who love snitching. Those bastards. The general is wise, Deputy Fu agreed. The two chatted as they watched the giant, strange car slowly turn around and head back the way it came. Cheng-Su suddenly became curious. He walked over to Bai Yuan. "Mr. Bai, where did that strange car come from? And where were these engines built?" "They came from Gaojia village," Bai Yuan replied. Gaojia village again? The name sent a chill down Cheng-Su's spine as he remembered his 2 previous visits. "Mr. Bai, which Gaojia village are you talking about? The daytime one or the nighttime one?" Bai Yuan was confused. "Is there a difference?" "The first time I went, it was nearly dark," Cheng-Su said, his voice trembling. "I saw colorful walls and a group of villagers with strange, crazed expressions. The next time, in the daylight, I saw a massive fortress. I even found the phones belonging to Zheng Yanfu and Zheng Guangdao there." Bai Yuan laughed. "Oh, General Cheng, the 2 Gaojia villages you saw are one and the same. It just changes quickly, that's all. It's always shifting. As for Zheng Guangdao and Zheng Yanfu, they were foolish enough to try a night raid on Gaojia village." "Heh, is Gaojia village a place you can raid at night?" Bai Yuan wasn't lying. Every word was true. But to Cheng-Su's ears, it meant something entirely different. The hair on his arms stood straight up. Deputy Fu turned pale, breaking into a cold sweat. They retreated to a corner. "General," Fu whispered, "it sounds like what Mr. Bai is saying is that Gaojia village is fine during the day, but at night, it's full of vengeful ghosts. Those hundreds of rebels were all killed by ghosts." Cheng-Su wiped the sweat from his brow. "From now on, never go near that place after dark. I'm not ready to see my great-grandmother yet." Chapter 109, Huanglong Mountain. While by-family fort was busy preparing for the invasion, deep within an unnamed valley in Huanglong Mountain, over 6,000 rebels were huddled together in a chaotic mess. These 6,000 were not all fighters. Half were the elderly, women, and children with no combat ability. Of the remaining 3,000, most were ordinary young men with little training, not much different from the villagers of Gaojia village. Only the leading 1,000 were hardened bandits. These 1,000 men were split between several well-known outlaws. One leader was named Bujani, a historical figure from Luochuan County, who led 500 hardened bandits, 1,000 young men, and 1,500 non-combatants. The other was Zhuguazi, from Yichuan County, with an identical force. The two were equal in strength, each commanding half the rebel army. Bujani was happily gnawing on a rabbit leg. One of his men had caught a rabbit in the mountains and brought it to him like a treasure. He had roasted it and invited Zhuguazi to share. The 2 outlaw leaders took turns biting into the meat. Bujani chewed and spoke through a mouthful of rabbit. "Guazi, I can't go back to Luochuan. The patrol officer there has blocked the mountain pass. That guy served in the border army. He's a tough nut. If I go down, I'll run straight into him." Zhuguazi, his face smeared with grease, mumbled in response. "TCH. I can't go back to Yichuan either. Damn it, there's a grain intendant there named Hong Qingqiu. He's terrifyingly good. My thousands of men couldn't beat him. He led his personal guards and hacked my men all the way into Huanglong Mountain. He's still blocking the pass. I'm not going back." Bujani's eyes widened. "Even his guards are that tough? Who the hell is this Hong Qingqiu?" "How should I know?" Zhuguazi snapped. The two looked at each other and said simultaneously, "Looks like we have to go to Chengxing County." Huanglong Mountain sat at the junction of 3 counties. To the west was Luochuan, to the north was Yichuan, and to the south was Chengxing. Since Luochuan and Yichuan were blocked, Chengxing was the only way out. "I heard the patrol officer in Chengxing, Chengsu, is a total waste," Bujani said. "When Wang Er rebelled in Baishui, that coward chased him for months without ever touching a hair on his head." Zhuo Guazi laughed. "I heard that too. The guy is terrified of dying. At the slightest hint of trouble, he runs for the hills." Bujani smirked. "Then it's settled. We'll send some scouts down to Chengxing to check things out. Then we'll head down and find something to eat." Zhuo Guazi grinned. "Before I fled into the mountains, I heard the new magistrate, Liang Shixian, is giving out porridge. That means he has plenty of grain. We'll storm the county seat, kill that new dog official, and take all his food for ourselves." "Good. Let's do it." The atmosphere in Chengxing County suddenly grew tense. News of the massive rebel force in Huanglong Mountain spread quickly. The townspeople were in a panic. During Wang Er's rebellion, the wealthy families had suffered immensely. Wives and daughters were shamed, and many lost their lives. Those who survived had their homes looted. Even the poor suffered as fires spread and burned down their wooden shacks. Left with nothing, many were forced into the streets. The people of Chengxing County were like birds startled by the mere twang of a bowstring. The new magistrate, Liang Shixian, could not sit idly by. He had no desire to end up like his predecessor, Zhang Yaokai, who had lost his life so pointlessly. He immediately organized 30-odd bailiffs, each of whom recruited 3 to 5 assistants, forming a small force of over 100 men. Next, he encouraged the farmers around the county seat to take up arms and form militias to assist the government in repelling the rebels. Suddenly organizing a large force required a massive amount of weaponry. Liang Shixian summoned the master craftsman from the official workshop. "Old man, organize all the resident and rotating artisans immediately. Work day and night to forge weapons for the militia." The old craftsman wore an awkward expression. "Reporting to your honor, there aren't enough craftsmen in the workshop. I'm afraid we can't meet the demand." "What?" Liang Shixian frowned. "Why are there not enough?" "I don't know why," the old man replied. "But lately, many craftsmen have been fleeing, especially the rotating artisans. They all seem to have found some mysterious backing. They pay their exemption fees and leave without a second thought. The workshop is deserted now. Only a few resident artisans remain." Liang Shixian's brow furrowed. "Yesterday," the old craftsman continued, "I handed over the exemption fees from dozens of rotating artisans to the secretary. Your honor can check for yourself." The Shaoxing master, Liang's secretary, quickly presented a document. Liang Shixian looked down and saw a long list of names, all rotating artisans. Each had paid between 6 and 30 years' worth of exemption fees. It was clear they wouldn't be coming back to work anytime soon. The highly educated Liang Shixian immediately began deducing. Facts swirled in his mind like a revolving lantern, clicking into place until a single conclusion emerged. "Someone is helping them," Liang Shixian hummed. "Someone needs craftsmen and has the wealth to pay their fees. This person must be a powerful gentry or a wealthy landlord near Chengxing. It shouldn't be hard to find them. Since these artisans paid their fees, they aren't trying to become outlaws. They want to keep their status. Someone among them must have mentioned where they were going. Investigate." The secretary hurried off and returned shortly, whispering, "They went to Gaojia village." Gaojia village? Liang Shixian remembered it well. The grain he used for his relief porridge had come from the Leaf family of Gaojia village. "I see. So it's the Leaf family. No wonder they have such resources. The Leaf family is a virtuous household. We must treat them with respect. Secretary, go to the Leaf family yourself. Ask them to lend us some weapons. Once the rebels are repelled, I promise to return every single one. I will not take credit for their generosity." The Shaoxing master hesitated. "I fear the Leaf family might be unwilling." Liang Shixian appealed to reason and emotion. "I do this for the people of Chengxing, not for personal gain. The Leaf family is virtuous. There is no reason they would refuse to help." "I understand," the secretary said. "I shall go to Gaojia village at once." Chapter 110, Gao Ye and the Bows. Early in the morning, Li Daoxian was lying in bed, chatting on WeChat with the manager of Ningyang Toys, a man nicknamed a bucket of pudding. "Hey man, can you really not make 1:200 scale hand crossbow toys?" "We can't," a bucket of pudding replied. "At that scale, the hand crossbow is just too small. We can't fit a trigger mechanism into that size. Not even a simple one. All right, Li Daoxian sighed. So just bows then? Yes, bows are no problem. An ancient longbow is usually about 1.5 meters. At 1:200, that's 7.5 millimeters. We can easily make plastic toy bows that size. In fact, we've already produced them. I hope you can feature them in your next video. I've already sent the samples. They should be arriving any minute. That was fast. Li Daoxian heard the doorbell. He ran to open it and found a package. Inside was a box of toy bows. The bow arms were 7.5 millimeters long, tiny and delicate, with ultrafine rubber bands serving as bowstrings. They were incredibly cute. Find a villager? I'm a villager. Gao Ye decided to test it herself. She pulled the string with her small arm. She expected it to be too stiff for her, but to her surprise, it pulled back easily. Wow, Celestial Lord. I can actually use this. Li Daoxian chuckled. Seeing the girl draw the bow was quite a sight. He realized why it was so easy. Traditional longbows used high-quality wood and tight ox tendon strings, requiring immense strength to fire a powerful shot. But these toy bows were made of plastic with loose rubber bands. Of course they were easy to pull. If it's that easy, the arrows won't have any power, he said. Tighten the string. Find the right tension, and you'll be able to fire a powerful shot. Understood. Gao Ye untied the string, tightened it, and re-wrapped it around the bow arm. This time, she tightened it too much. She strained with all her might, her cheeks puffing out as she struggled to pull it back, huffing and puffing. Li Daoxian laughed. The way she puffed her cheeks while straining was almost too cute. Just then, out of the corner of his eye, he saw a visitor arriving at Gaojia village. The face was unfamiliar, but the clothing looked recognizable. After a moment, he remembered it was the magistrate's Shaoxing master. Sanner had already been notified by the sentries and met the man at the fortress gate. Both were secretaries by trade, and the moment they met, the air was filled with polite, empty pleasantries. They talked for a long time without ever getting to the point. Li Daoxian lost interest and turned his attention back to Gao Ye. She had loosened the string slightly. This time, she could draw the bow fully without too much struggle. Li Daoxian didn't have any arrows for her. The box of bows didn't come with them. Gao Ye found a thin, round-tipped piece of bamboo, notched it, drew the bow to its limit, and let go. Li Daoxian's gaze followed the trajectory, and he smirked. It's fine. You hit the magistrate's secretary, not one of ours. And it was a round-tipped bamboo stick. It won't hurt him. He's just startled. Gao Ye giggled. She had already sensed it. The Celestial Lord was incredibly protective. Every person in the village was a treasure to him, while outsiders were treated like nothing. Mr. Wong had told stories of gods who let their pets cause trouble in the mortal world. Even when Sun Wukong came to complain, the gods wouldn't punish their pets. They'd just take them home. It seemed all gods were like that. The Celestial Lord is so kind, she whispered. Li Daoxian didn't catch that. I'm going to see the third manager, she shouted. Maybe he needs me to relay a decree. Go ahead. The girl slung the bow over her back and ran toward the gate. Li Daoxian shifted his focus. Sanner was strolling through the fortress with the Shaoxing master. That really gave me a fright, the secretary said, rubbing his chest. Thank goodness it was just a blunt bamboo stick. I have no idea which child was being mischievous, Sanner lied smoothly. I'll be sure to give them a good scolding later. No, it's fine. Don't scare the child. I've come on behalf of His Honor, the magistrate, to ask the Leaf family for a favor. We wish to borrow a batch of weapons. Sanner's eyebrows twitched. Borrow weapons? The Shaoxing master rubbed his hands together. I know it's a bold request, but I'm sure the third manager has heard. The rebels from Luochuan and Yichuan are gathering at Huanglong Mountain. There are over 5,000 or 6,000 of them. If such a force storms Chengcheng, the county seat will fall. If that happens, the Li family won't be able to stay safe either. Sanner had already heard the news from Bai Yuan, so he wasn't surprised. But the mention of the county seat falling made his heart skip a beat. Gaojia village was safe, but his beautiful, fair, plump wife was still at the city god temple in town, tending to the poor. If the rebels hit the town, the consequences were unthinkable. Bai family fort is at the foot of the mountain, Sanner noted. If the rebels don't break the fort, how can they reach the town? Manager, you're thinking of them like a regular army, the secretary explained. Only a regular army captures cities one by one. Rebels don't care about that. If Bai family fort is too hard to crack, they'll just find another path out of the mountains. They'll bypass the fort and raid the rear. If they break through Fengyuan town, they'll head straight for the county seat. That's why His Honor wants to organize a second line of defense with the local militia. Sanner realized the man was right. If the rebels couldn't take the fort, they would scatter, which was just as dangerous. The secretary stared blankly. Mrs. Li. Hearing him call her Mrs. Li, Gao Ye remembered the role she had to play. She straightened up instantly, her breath hitching as she forced herself into a dignified mode. She stood perfectly still, like a statue, though a bead of sweat rolling down her temple gave her away. About that arrow just now. The secretary began. It wasn't me. I didn't do it. The secretary looked at the massive bow on her back. Gao Ye tilted her head up coldly, pretending not to see his suspicious gaze. She would never admit to it. If people thought the celestial Lord Saintess, the first lady of the Li family, was a mischievous girl, both the Lord and his avatar, Mr. Li, would lose face. The Shaoxing master was an expert at reading people. Seeing her, "I'll never admit it," expression, he immediately dropped the subject. Mrs. Li is truly elegant and talented, both in letters and martial arts. Mr. Li is a lucky man. You've come at the perfect time. I am here on behalf of His Honor to borrow weapons to fight the rebels. I hope the lady. Gao Yi didn't dare speak too much lest she reveal her lack of education. She leaned into Sanner's ear and whispered, "The celestial lord decrees. Lend him 500 longbows. They are piled in the courtyard in front of the watchtower. Take him there to collect them." Sanner smiled. "Understood. Then I'll take my leave," Gao Ye said. She turned and walked away without another word to the secretary, acting every bit the proud noblewoman who looked down on a mere government clerk. The Shaoxing master didn't dare take offense. He had heard from the magistrate that this woman came from a prominent family and had seen more high officials than he could count. Forget a secretary. She didn't even respect the magistrate. He bowed deeply, watching her leave. Once she was gone, Sanner smiled. "The lady says our family can lend you 500 longbows." The secretary was overjoyed. "Truly, follow me." Sanner led him through several corridors and courtyards until they reached the watchtower. In the courtyard sat a massive pile of longbows. They were all high-quality pieces, nearly 5 feet long, much larger than the light bows used by hunters. The only strange thing was that they were made of an odd material and were incredibly colorful. The colors seemed unprofessional. Sanner, used to the celestial lord's divine artifacts, wasn't surprised. The lord often bestowed colorful, flashy things, colorful walls, colorful catapults, colorful ballistae, even colorful houses for the laborers. He was used to it. But the Shaoxing master's jaw dropped. Why? Why are they painted like this? Sanner thought quickly. Our first lady loves archery, but she hates ugly bows. They must be painted in vibrant colors to please her. Didn't you see it just now? The bow the madam was carrying on her back was also emerald green. The Shaoxing advisor suddenly realized. A wealthy family is indeed a wealthy family. Even the toys for the madam are so extravagant. 500 longbows all painted like this just for womenfolk to play with. It's simply a reckless waste of good things. Since that's the case, I'll go call the laborers to transport these bows away. The Shaoxing advisor cupped his fists. The Li family has helped us many times. The county magistrate will definitely not forget the Li family's kindness. 32 also cupped his fists and said very seriously, "Please make sure to hold the county town. Don't let the rebels break in." The advisor returned the bow. "That is natural. We will definitely defend it with our lives." 32. You must protect the city god temple. A question mark slowly popped up above the advisor's head. 32 realized his slip of the tongue and quickly said, "The city god temple of Chengxing County was built in the Tang dynasty. It has been destroyed many times. I really cannot bear to see it destroyed by the flames of war again. That's why I ask you to make sure to protect it. This is called cherishing historical treasures." The advisor shook his head and sighed. No matter how lawless the rebel army is, they wouldn't go so far as to set fire to a Taoist temple. There are gods 3 feet above our heads. Heaven watches what men do. Rest assured, third manager. The city god temple will be fine. Meanwhile, a small squad of rebel soldiers from Mount Huanglong slid down the hillside. Standing on a large rock, they gazed down at the Bai family fort at the foot of the mountain. The Bai family fort stood quietly under the scorching sun. After looking at it for a few moments, a rebel soldier chuckled. This Bai family fort is just an ordinary place. The compound walls are a bit thicker, but that's about it. The fort walls are short and thin. We can break through it in a single strike. Another rebel soldier said, "Look closely. On the walls of the Bai family fort, there are some huge things placed there, covered with black cloth. I don't know why, but it looks like there are some behind the fort walls too. I can't tell what they are. They're huge. Let's scout ahead. That rebel soldier laughed. What else could it be? It's just a mere country squire's fort. Even if there are a lot of rolling logs and boulders under those black cloths, they don't have enough manpower to throw them. That's true. They should just be some city defense supplies, like rolling logs and boulders. Count the heads inside. I've already counted. There are less than 10 sentries visible in the open. Looking at their clothes and attire, a few are the Bai family's guards, and the others are wearing official soldiers' uniforms. Qingqing's patrol inspector. Cheng Su should be stationed inside the fort. Cheng Su is a coward who fears death. He's nothing to worry about. The 100 or so soldiers under his command will run away as soon as the battle starts. Then there are at most 100 or 200 local militia in this fort. Nothing to be afraid of. Let's go back and notify the boss. We're going to do a big one. Chapter 112. Bujani is here. The sun hadn't fully risen yet. The sky was just showing a hint of fishbelly white. In the watchtower of the Bai family fort, the sentry sounded the alarm made of bamboo tubes. The hollow thump, thump, thump sound echoed across the sky above the Bai family fort. Bai Yuan and Cheng Su almost simultaneously rolled over and jumped out of bed. They ran up to the watchtower at top speed and gazed towards Mount Huanglong in the north. They immediately noticed a large group of bandits coming down the hillside. They weren't coming down from a single mountain path, but were scattered across several mountain paths. It was like when a flood breaks out at the top of a mountain, and the dirty water surges wildly down the mountain along various streams. So many. Bai Yuan couldn't help but feel a little nervous. How many thousands of rebels are there? I can't tell at all. 1,500. Cheng Su, standing next to him, saw the number of rebel troops clearly with just one glance. He snorted and said, "That's quite a lot." Bai Yuan, "I heard there are 5,000 or 6,000 rebels stationed in Mount Huanglong. Why are there only 1,500 here?" Cheng Su said, "Although the rebel army is huge, at least half of them are the old, weak, women, and children. Only 3,000 can fight. And these 3,000 people belong to Luochuan's Bujani, and Ichuan's Zhuaguazit. These two groups of rebels may not be willing to strike at the same time. So only one of them came today." Bai Yuan thought to himself, "The court officials really do have more intelligence in their hands. I haven't heard of these things." But Cheng Su knew that he must have received the urgent military reports sent from Luochuan County and Ichuan County long ago. Cheng Su hummed. Even if only 1,500 came, it's still hard to deal with. These two groups have been fighting in Luochuan and Ichuan for a long time. Compared to the supreme underworld king you dealt with before, they are much more formidable. This hum carried a bit of cowardice. He was staring at the rebel army coming down the mountain when he saw a person in gray cloth clothes among the rebels look up at him from afar. When that person looked up, Cheng Su saw clearly. It was clearly his great-grandmother's face. She even grinned at him and opened her mouth to say something. Looking at the shape of her mouth, she seemed to be saying to him, "Good boy, great-grandson, come accompany your great-grandmother." Cheng Su quickly shook his head twice and looked closely again. Well, it was too far away. He couldn't see the person's face clearly at all. The scene just now was completely his hallucination. Seeing his great-grandmother meant fighting to the death and losing. Cheng Su was already thinking of retreating in his heart. He turned around and whispered to Deputy Inspector Fu, who had just gotten out of bed and run up the fort wall. The Bai family was ill-prepared, and the surrounding commoners were also ill-prepared. They were caught off guard by the supreme underworld king, suffering heavy casualties and fleeing in all directions. Even the Bai family fort was looted clean, but this time was different. Bai Yuan had made preparations early on and had also notified the surrounding villagers early on, telling them that at the first sign of trouble, they should immediately come to the Bai family fort for shelter. Therefore, the villagers had packed their belongings early. As soon as they saw the rebel army coming down the mountain, they immediately abandoned their homes and fled, all coming to the Bai family fort. They were all familiar neighbors they saw every day, so it was very easy to screen them. There was no need to worry about letting in spies. It didn't take long for all the villagers to hide inside the fort. The old, weak, sick, and disabled retreated into the houses. The young and strong men who could fight picked up the bamboo spears that had long been piled up in the warehouse and stood in the positions Bai Yuan had arranged in advance. The The sturdy women also ran to the piles of rolling logs and boulders and got ready. The small by-family fort was suddenly filled with tension. Seeing this, Chung Su couldn't help but let out a sound of surprise. He said to Deputy Inspector Fu, "Bai Yuan, how come this guy looks like he has a lot of combat experience?" Deputy Inspector Fu whispered, "I heard this guy has fought 3 battles in a row recently. One battle was lost to the Supreme Underworld King, and another battle was taking out Zheng Yinfu and Chongwang Dao. This guy should now be considered an experienced militia instructor." Chung Su, "The last battle shouldn't count, right? That was the ghosts and monsters of Gaojia village helping out." Deputy Inspector Fu, "The rebel army is forming up in the north." To cover his slightly pale face, "Why do these rebels all pick such ugly names? It's too stupid." Chung Su, "They take nicknames to hide their real names, so as not to implicate their relatives. Rebellion is a capital crime that punishes 9 generations. Bai Yuan, rebels still know how to protect their relatives. How comical." Chung Su rolled his eyes. "Stop being sarcastic. They're coming." As soon as these words came out, the situation instantly became tense. The first to launch an attack was Double-Winged Tiger. Just looking at his nickname, you'd know. He was a fast-moving guy, with a loud shout. Without even saying any pleasantries, he directly led his 500 subordinates and charged towards the Bai family fort. Chung Su's stance instantly shifted back half a step, entering a state ready to flee at any moment. Bai Yuan, however, took a step forward and shouted loudly, "Catapults! Giant ballistas, get ready to follow my command." The Bai family guards and militia answered in unison, "Understood." Chung Su glanced to the left, then glanced to the right. "Damn it, their morale is even higher than my subordinates." Chapter 113. Chung Su is finally not a coward. At Bai Yuan's command, the Bai family guards standing next to the catapults and giant ballistas were the first to take action. Reaching out, they grabbed the black cloth covering the giant ballistas and catapults and lifted it fiercely. 10 catapults and 10 giant ballistas were all revealed. The catapults were placed behind the fort walls. The rebel army outside had their line of sight blocked by the walls, so it was fine if they couldn't see them. But the giant ballistas were mounted on the fort walls or watchtowers, so the rebel army outside the fort could see them. They were immediately startled. Double-Winged Tiger couldn't help but freeze. In the next moment, Bai Yuan had already started shouting loudly, "Catapults, fire!" In his whole life, he only knew one move in battle: "Charge for me." After this order was given, it was up to fate. Once the commander was stunned, the subordinates naturally started to panic. Just as Chung Su had predicted at the beginning, catapults were meant to strike at morale. Once there was a problem with morale, the rebel army would be split into 2 parts. One part wanted to retreat and started to stop moving forward, but the other part, the foolish ones, were still charging forward. Bai Yuan shouted loudly, "Giant ballistas, fire!" The 2 blacksmiths standing next to the giant ballistas also swung their large hammers. With 2 bangs, they smashed the mechanisms. The taut rubber bands let out a buzz, launching the plastic arrows. The sharp bamboo tubes fitted over the arrowheads looked incredibly comical, but the accuracy of this thing was much higher than the catapults. A group of foolish rebels were charging, when suddenly 2 giant arrows flew right at their faces. One shot into the chest of a foolish rebel. With a sound, it pierced through without any suspense, carrying him flying backward for a meter or 2, crashing to the ground, dead as a doornail. The other arrow hit a foolish rebel right in the face. This was terrifying. With a muffled thud, the center of the man's face was smashed to pieces. The huge arrowhead actually blew the back of his skull off. A mess of red and white splattered everywhere, scaring the foolish rebels nearby into screaming. However, this wasn't over yet. The blacksmiths of the Bai family fort had already changed positions and smashed the mechanisms of another 2 catapults and giant ballistas. In the second round, 2 giant boulders and 2 giant ballista arrows flew out again. And next to the giant ballistas and catapults that had already fired, a large group of sturdy women from the Bai family fort appeared. They were rapidly loading new ammunition into them. 10 sturdy women worked together, using ropes to pull down the giant arms of the catapults and placing new boulders in the spoons. On the other side, several sturdy women picked up the giant ballista arrows together, slotted them onto the rails of the giant ballistas, then pulled back forcefully, tautening the rubber bands and locking them onto the mechanisms. Chung Su glanced to the left, then glanced to the right. He thought to himself, These sturdy women have also been trained by Bai Yuan. This guy has really made this Bai family fort militia impressive. It's so strange. Why are these people so willing to listen to his commands? Just how many benefits did he promise these commoners? To make them obey him so wholeheartedly? The soldiers under Chung Su's own command had never been this obedient. Slacking off today, goofing off tomorrow, refusing to participate properly in training. If he scolded them, they would just give up, saying they hadn't eaten enough, that their military pay hadn't been fully issued, so they were too hungry to train. He was often so angry at these guys that smoke came out of his ears. But the military pay not being fully issued was also the truth. Sometimes he could only swallow his anger. Generals all understood. If you haven't fully issued military pay, and you still insist on working the soldiers to death, the final result will only be a mutiny. He thought about all sorts of random things in his head. When he looked up again, he found that the first round of 10 catapults and 10 giant ballistas had all finished firing. Now it was reloading time. And outside the fort, double-winged Tiger's army, which had been charging chaotically, retreated. Although the foolish rebels were foolish enough, after being shot at by 10 giant ballistas for a round, no matter how foolish they were, they had to wake up, turning their heads to look. More than half of the people behind them had been scared by the catapults. Not only were they not charging forward, they were actually retreating backwards. The foolish rebels were no longer foolish. With a strange cry, they started to retreat. In just a few minutes, all the rebels ran back to double-winged Tiger's side, cowering and not daring to move forward anymore. The rebel army's first wave of attack was declared over. 2 messengers ran out from Bujani's main formation and slipped into the formations of double-winged Tiger and purple gold dragon. A moment later, double-winged Tiger and purple gold dragon ran towards Bujani's main formation. The 3 rebel leaders gathered together, pointing and gesturing at the Bai family fort. They were probably discussing what to do next. Bai Yuan stood on the watchtower, and with a swish, flicked open his gentleman fan. The immortal weapons given by the heavenly venerable are truly formidable. In the blink of an eye, they neutralized the rebel army's first wave of attack. Chung Su walked up from the side. 20 siege weapons. That's really quite terrifying. Even official soldiers would be stunned if they ran into these things. It's only natural that the rebel army was scared off. But they aren't idiots either. They'll soon think of the method of scattering and charging over. Bai Yuan nodded. Although the siege weapons are formidable, their accuracy is poor. The rebel army will soon think of using a scattered approach to attack. When that time comes, it will be inevitable that they charge to the base of the fort walls. If they scatter, let them scatter. Bai Yuan said, scattering means weakness. We might not be unable to resist. There was no need for him to say this. Chung Su understood much more than he did. He weighed the pros and cons, and grinned. Have your guards yield the front line of the fort walls. My soldiers will hold it. Damn it, I am a dignified 9th-rank patrol inspector, leading the soldiers of the Great Ming. I can't let you bunch of amateurs look down on us. Hearing these words, Bai Yuan was overjoyed. This coward's confidence had risen. He was finally no longer thinking only about running away. Very good. As long as the official soldiers were willing to put in the effort, things would be much easier to handle. Chung Su waved his hand. Over 100 regular official soldiers pushed to the edge of the fort walls. The Bai family guards all retreated to the second line. The militia retreated to the third line. Just as the fort finished changing defenses, the rebel soldiers outside the fort started to make a move. The 3 rebel leaders had clearly finished their discussion. Double-winged Tiger and purple gold dragon returned to their own formations. Then, the subordinates of both men shouted loudly at the same time. With a boom, like ants crawling out of a flooded anthill, they swarmed out, scattering in all directions. The distance between each person was more than half a zhang. The 1,000 men from double-winged Tiger and purple gold dragon's units charged towards the Bai family fort. Chapter 114, Can't Get on the Wall. The rebel army scattered their positions and once again charged towards the Bai family fort. The catapults and giant ballistas started firing at the same time. Flying boulders smashed down with a boom. But the scattered rebel army didn't suffer severe damage. Only the extremely unlucky bastards would be directly hit by the boulders and killed. The effectiveness of the giant ballistas was also greatly reduced. They easily slipped through the gaps in the rebel army. The foolish rebels charging at the very front laughed heartily. Their morale instantly soared. Boss Bujani is indeed formidable. With just a little trick, he made the dog officials helpless against us. However, The few people at the very front hadn't been happy for even 2 seconds. When a row of official soldiers popped out from the fort walls, drew their bows and nocked their arrows, and fired a volley at the charging rebel army. The bows in the hands of the official soldiers, compared to the hunting bows in the hands of the local militia, were completely different things. The name of this kind of bow was the Kaiyuan bow. A high-grade Kaiyuan bow had a draw weight of 120 caddies. Even a low-grade one had 60 caddies. The archery skills of the official soldiers were also not something the local militia could compare to. With this volley of theirs, at least 5 out of 10 arrows hit their mark. The foolish rebels charging at the front were laughing happily when they felt a sharp pain in their chests. Looking down, an arrow had pierced through their coarse linen clothes and was stuck in their chests, swaying back and forth, the tail feathers still quivering. Arrows shot with 60 caddies of draw weight had a lethality that was no joke. The fastest dozen or so foolish rebels fell down with a swish, 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 lying on the ground, gripping the arrow shafts with both hands. They howled miserably. "I've been shot. It hurts so much, damn it. It hurts." After a round of volley fire from the official soldiers, they unhesitatingly nocked a second arrow. Another round. At this time, the disadvantage of the rebel soldiers' scattered positions became apparent. When the front row of rebels fell, the back row of rebels had to run forward a few more steps before they could become the front row. This little bit of time gave the official soldiers the chance to draw their bows and nock their arrows again. A row of official soldiers immediately fired another volley of arrows. The rebels fell again. Dozens of them drew their bows and fired another round. They dodged the giant arrows. But the rebel army that charged to the front of the fort walls found it hard to dodge. Under the official soldiers' arrows, they soon fell all over the ground. "Where are our archers? Fire back!" Purple Gold Dragon also roared. The rebels drew their hunting bows and returned a wave of arrows at the official soldiers on the fort walls. But the official soldiers were wearing cloth armor, although it was a bit shoddy, and the armor plates were rusty. But rusty armor plates were still armor plates. The arrows shot from the hunting bows were weak and flimsy. They simply couldn't pierce through the official soldiers' armor plates, and all bounced off and fell to the ground. "Pot lids! Raise your pot lids!" Double-winged Tiger roared loudly. The rebels with pot lids quickly raised them to protect their chests. The effect of wooden pot lids blocking arrows was actually quite good, with a series of muffled thud, thud, thud sounds. The rebels holding pot lids finally charged to the edge of the fort walls. The fort walls of the Bai family fort were just at the level of an ordinary country squire's compound, only about 1 zhang high. 2 rebels only needed to form a human ladder to get up. The rebels who charged outside the wall were just preparing to act as stepping stones for their teammates when they saw on the city wall an official soldier holding a large rock pop up. He smashed the rock down right at him. The pot lid couldn't block the large rock at all. With a bang, both the person and the pot lid were smashed to the ground. The official soldier actually looked at him disdainfully, let out a hell laugh, and pulled his head back inside the wall. After the official soldier threw the rock, he turned his head and shouted behind him, "Rock!" A sturdy woman hunched over and came over, handing a rock into the official soldier's hand. The official soldier took the rock and poked his head out of the wall again. He forcefully smashed the rock down at the bottom. In the blink of an eye, he smashed another rebel soldier to the ground. The rebel soldiers were smashed until they were flipped on their backs. But after all, they had already reached the edge of the fort walls. At this time, there was no reason to retreat. Even if they died, they had to risk it all to get on the wall. Soon, rebel soldiers formed human ladders. A fierce bandit waving a knife flipped onto the wall. But before he could even stand firm, 3 official soldiers thrust 3 long spears into his body at the same time. The long spears used by the official soldiers were not sharpened bamboo poles, but iron spearheads. One thrust created a large bloody hole, piercing from the front of the chest through to the back. The fierce bandit let out a miserable scream, flipped over, and fell down. Fierce battles began in many places on the fort walls. Fierce bandits continuously climbed up the fort walls. But the official soldiers of this period, to the rebel army, were simply like divine soldiers and heavenly generals. They simply couldn't match them in strength. Those 100 or so official soldiers held the very front, with cloth armor protecting their bodies. The rebels tried every means possible and could barely injure one official soldier, but were knocked down and fell outside the fort by the official soldiers in just a few moves. Not to mention, there were also a large number of Bai family guards and militia helping. The rebels simply couldn't stand firm after climbing onto the fort walls. Cheng-Su stood at the back supervising the battle. He didn't go forward himself. Only when he got excited watching did he curse a few words, or command the dozen or so official soldiers in reserve to fill the gaps in the defense line. Seeing that someone was commanding, Bai Yuan saved himself some worry. He turned to his trusted guards beside him, reached out his hand, and shouted loudly, "Bring me a bow." The guard wiped the sweat from his forehead. "Master, you're going to shoot arrows again?" Bai Yuan hummed. "These past few days, this master has been practicing archery hard. Among the 6 arts of a gentleman, the art of archery, I have long since mastered it to perfection. Ha! Watch this master perform for you what is called the archery of a gentleman." After saying that, he drew the bow and knocked an arrow, aimed at a rebel soldier who had just climbed onto the fort wall, and shot an arrow over with a swish. What an arrow! Chasing the stars and catching the moon, piercing through the sky, penetrating the heavens. Uft! It hit an official soldier right in the center of his back, a vital spot. Everyone, that official soldier was wearing cloth armor. The rusty backplate deflected the arrow. He wasn't injured, but he was furious. He turned his head and roared angrily. "Who the FCK is shooting our own people?" After roaring, he looked and saw that the one holding the bow was Bai Yuan. "Master Bai." He could only swallow this breath of anger. With an awkward smile, he turned his head back and continued killing the enemy. Bai Yuan's old face flushed slightly. Among the 6 arts of a gentleman, the art of archery. Cross it out, cross it out. After saying that, he turned to the guard and said, "Note down this official soldier. Later, prepare a generous gift and apologize to him on my behalf. Propriety. I value this art very much. Everyone, Cheng-Su, stop messing around. The rebel army is starting to retreat." Bai Yuan looked up. Sure enough, the rebel army was starting to retreat because their morale couldn't hold up anymore. No matter how Double-Winged Tiger and Purple Gold Dragon shouted, the rebel army refused to risk their lives anymore. They had no choice but to announce a retreat. The large group of rebel soldiers receded like the tide, carrying all the wounded and corpses they could take with them. As arrogant as they were when they came, that was how miserable they were when they retreated. In the blink of an eye, the Bai family fort quieted down. In the distance, that large woolen banner swayed twice and headed towards Mount Huanglong. Double-Winged Tiger and Purple Gold Dragon's units also followed the woolen banner and retreated together. After the people in the Bai family fort were stunned for a moment, they cheered together. "We won. The Bai family fort is held." The guards, militia, and villagers all cheered in unison. The sound shook the area for miles around. Bai Yuan took out his folding fan, flicked it open with a swish, revealing the 2 characters, 4 gentlemen on it, and smiled proudly. Then his gaze swept over the 10 catapults, the 10 giant ballistas, and then swept towards the villagers who desperately assisted him in repelling the enemy. He thought to himself, "It's all thanks to the Heavenly Venerable giving me strength and giving me a large amount of food to relieve the villagers." The villagers within miles of this Bai family fort can all eat their fill, which is why they are willing to risk their lives to strike the rebels. It truly is the Heavenly Venerable's blessing. Chapter 115, New Weapon, Building Block Missile, Bai family fort is held. A fast horse galloped over from the direction of the Bai family fort. When it arrived in front of Gaojia village, it became clear that the person on horseback was a Bai family guard. He opened his throat and shouted loudly at the Gao family fort. "The Bai family fort is held." Master Bai and Patrol Inspector Cheng-Su joined forces and repelled Luochuan's Buzhani. "The Bai family fort is safe." Hearing these words, the villagers of Gaojia village popped their heads out from the fields, corners of houses, and tops of walls. They cheered in unison. "That's great. Master Bai is a kind man. It's good that he's fine. If the Bai family fort is safe, the rebels won't enter our county, right?" The guard dismounted at the fort gate. Amidst the onlookers of the villagers, he strode into the fort. After bowing to 32, he went all the way to the room of Madame Bai and young Master Bai, who were lodging in Gaojia village. He reported the battle situation of the Bai family fort to the mistress and young master. Li Daoxian leaned outside the box, eating tomato and egg rice bowl, while listening to him vividly describe the process of the Bai family fort encountering the enemy. Madame Bai had a look of joy on her face. "Since the rebel army has been repelled, can we move back to the Bai family fort?" "Madam, young master," the guard said, "the rebel army that invaded this time was only Buzhani's unit. Each one's Zwagwazi did not appear. If he also joins the rebel army, the total number will reach up to 3,000 people. When that time comes, the Bai family fort might not be able to hold. Patrol Inspector Ching Su is unreliable. He might run away at any time. So the master asked me to tell the madam, please lodge in Zhengjia village for a few more days. Hearing this, Madam Bai let out a long sigh. All right, go back and tell the master to be careful in everything. Do not push himself too hard. If the situation looks bad, just abandon the Bai family fort and flee. The guard said. This lowly one obeys. The guard bid farewell to the young master and madam, went out, mounted his horse, and returned to the Bai family fort. After Li Daoxian finished listening to their conversation, he couldn't help but frown. It wasn't over yet. The 5,000 or 6,000 rebels in Mount Huanglong had only come out to fight for a bit. Song Jiang even attacked the Zhu family village 3 times. The Mount Huanglong bandits wouldn't necessarily stop after attacking the Bai family fort just once. All right, I have to help my own little people. Bai Yuan and his group of guards were also considered his own little people in Li Daoxuan's heart. Not helping wouldn't do, but how could he help him better? The plastic catapults and plastic giant ballistas had very limited combat power, and it was impossible to increase the number of catapults and giant ballistas anymore. The space inside the fort determined that catapults and giant ballistas couldn't be stacked infinitely. Have Gao Chu and Zheng Danyu drive the solar car over to ram them? No, the solar car's off-road capability wasn't strong. Entering those ravines and field ridges, the car would very likely get stuck and be unable to move. Then Gao Chu and Zheng Danyu would lose their lives in vain. He needed a weapon with more shock value, one that could instantly crush the rebels. Willpower. It would be best if it could rapidly fire out bang 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 in a short time. A bunch of projectiles, beating the enemy until they cried for their parents from far away. Something that could rapid fire. Li Daoxuan's eyes suddenly lit up. He suddenly thought of something. He quickly opened Taobao. He vaguely remembered seeing last time an interesting little toy. Because it was too big, he felt the little people couldn't use it, so he didn't buy it. But now, solar car number 3 could already be put into use. Transporting heavy objects was no longer a problem. Then he could buy that thing. Building block missile launcher, total length 7 centimeters. Please see the picture in Zhang Ping's post. Put into the late Ming dynasty, it would become a 14-meter long giant object. Extremely huge. But it had one advantage, which was that it could be disassembled and assembled. It could completely be broken down into pieces first, transported through the huge solar car number 3 to the Bai family fort, and then have Bai Yuan organize the militia to piece it together. Good. Place the order quickly. Send a message to the shop owner. Dear, I'll pay extra for SF Express expedited shipping. The pay extra divine skill is invincible in the world. After more than half a day, the building block missile arrived. At this time, Zhengjia village was approaching evening. The sun was setting in the west. The madam stood on the high watchtower, gazing in the direction of the Bai family fort. Her heart was full of worry for the Bai family fort. Young Master Bai stood beside her and whispered, Mother, Father has been upright and kind all his life, introspecting himself as a gentleman. God will also take care of our Bai family. Please rest assured. Madam Bai sighed. I hope so. Right at this moment, Gao Ye climbed up from the stairs next to them and stood beside the two. Young Master Bai, the Heavenly Venerable has an immortal artifact to teach you how to use. Learn it carefully, and go home tomorrow to teach your father. Young Master Bai was stunned. Me? He was still just a 13 or 14-year-old half-grown child. But a child of this age also understood quite a few things. He was also quite fast at learning things. Hearing that the Heavenly Venerable wanted to teach him, he was both curious and terrified, and also a bit excited. Madam Bai, however, was startled. You want him to return to the Bai family fort. Isn't that too dangerous? Gao Ye smiled. He's just going back to teach Mr. Bai how to use the immortal artifact, and then he can immediately return to Zhengjia village. Madam Bai finally felt relieved. Gao Ye prepared to watch carefully. Madam Bai and young Master Bai quickly stood with solemn expressions, their eyes wide open. They saw the clouds in the sky part, and a large pile of strange things that looked like the previous multicolored city walls descended from the sky. They spread out over a large area on the empty ground in front of the Gao family fort. Then, these scattered pieces, as if grabbed by invisible giant hands, floated into midair, and with a click, combined together. In a short while, they combined into a Huge, strange object over 4 zhang long. Madame Bai and young Master Bai watched in a daze. What is this? Gao Ye shouted loudly. Lida, the Heavenly Venerable wants you to strike the mechanism behind that thing. Lida responded and came over, carrying a large hammer and chuckling. Releasing an immortal artifact again. Wow, this time the artifact is so big. Gao Ye said loudly. Do you see those 4 mechanisms at the back? Strike them down consecutively. Lida laughed. All right. He swung the large hammer. Bang, 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 bang. For consecutive hammer strikes. The 4 mechanisms were struck down in sequence. With every hammer strike, the immortal weapon would go pft and shoot out 2 huge cylindrical cannonballs. 4 strikes, 8 cannonballs flew across the sky and smashed into the distant hillside with bang, bang, bang sounds. They knocked down several dead trees, kicking up a cloud of dust. Lida, oh my god, this thing is so powerful. Madame Bai and young Master Bai were also dumbfounded. Gao Ye, young Master Bai. The Heavenly Venerable asks if you have learned it. Young Master Bai, ah, I've learned it. Take a large hammer and strike those 4 mechanisms at the back. Right? I'll go get a large hammer and strike them right now. To show the Heavenly Venerable. Puffed. Gao Ye laughed out loud. Ha ha, the Heavenly Venerable didn't tell you to learn from Blacksmith Li. What he told you to learn was how to assemble the pieces of the immortal weapon. Young Master Bai, the method of assembly. Oh no, I forgot to memorize it. Everyone. Chapter 116. I have memorized it all. Just now, when young Master Bai watched the invisible giant hands assembling the building blocks in midair, he was just smiling foolishly. He completely didn't memorize how it was assembled. Now that he was asked, his face instantly turned the color of pig liver. He was incredibly embarrassed. Madame Bai beside him was furious. She gave her son a big smack on the head. The Heavenly Venerable teaches you how to use an immortal weapon, yet you don't learn what you should learn. And go learn how Blacksmith Li strikes the mechanisms. How did I give birth to such a stupid son like you? Young Master Bai covered his face, not daring to talk back. Obediently taking the scolding. Madame Bai, hurry up and apologize to the Heavenly Venerable. Gao Ye, no need. The Heavenly Venerable says there's no need to apologize. He will demonstrate it for you one more time. This time, you must watch carefully. Young Master Bai quickly stood up straight with a snap, his eyes wide open, staring intently at that strange immortal weapon. He saw it break apart and fall off piece by piece with snap, snap, snap sounds. In a short while, it turned back into a pile of scattered parts. Gao Ye, all right. The Heavenly Venerable is going to start assembling. Those building blocks flew up again, merging and merging again in midair. The crisp sound of building blocks assembling rang endlessly. In a short while, the building block missile was fully assembled. Li Daoxian even reached out to the hillside, picked up those 8 cannonballs, and loaded them back into the missile launch tubes. Gao Ye, did you memorize it clearly this time? Young Master Bai looked up with an excited face, reporting to the Heavenly Venerable. I have memorized it all. You memorized it quite fast. Gao Ye said. The Heavenly Venerable praises you for being smart. Young Master Bai didn't show much reaction, but Madame Bai beside him was overjoyed. The Heavenly Venerable praises my son for being smart. Ha ha. My son received the Heavenly Venerable's praise. Ha ha. Later, when Madame Bai was bragging and chatting with other women, she would tell everyone she met. My son was once praised by the Heavenly Venerable, saying he is smart. She bragged about this sentence for her entire life. Just as Madame Bai was laughing wildly in ecstasy, Gao Ye said to young Master Bai, tomorrow morning, the Heavenly Venerable will send Gao Chu and Zheng Dainyu, bringing 3 immortal missiles and a large number of cannonballs to the Bai family fort. You will go with them to teach your father how to assemble the immortal missiles. Young Master Bai was young, but his manners were quite good. He gave a deep bow to the air. I respectfully obey the Heavenly Venerable's decree. Heh, the character propriety among the 6 arts. I'll follow my fa smack. Madame Bai gave him a big smack on the head. Don't learn from your father in this aspect. Early in the morning, Chung Su woke up very early. He was writing a memorial to the throne. Although he was a military officer, he was also literate. It was just that his literary talent wasn't as good as civil officials. Writing some plain language and colloquialisms, keeping a running account, he could still explain a matter clearly. This subject led 100 soldiers to defend the Bai family fort, to resist the rebel army, supervised the laborers to cut down trees, and built weapons such as catapults and giant ballistas. trained the local militia. A few days later, the rebels indeed arrived, covering the sky and the earth, numbering over 6,000. This subject Chung had not the slightest fear. First used catapults and giant ballistas to crush the rebels' morale, then led the troops to charge and kill, routing the rebels in a single strike. The rebels threw away their helmets and armor, and fled back into Mount Huanglong. This subject Chung pursued and killed the rebel army for over 30 li, killed countless rebels. The rebels were terrified out of their wits, and no longer dared to invade our Chongqing. He wrote with great exuberance, feeling immensely proud of himself, having made such a great contribution. Promotion and wealth were just around the corner. Just as he was overjoyed, Deputy Inspector Fu pushed the door open and came in. He whispered, "General, we received news brought down by the hunters in the mountains." "Qingsuo? Speak." Deputy Inspector Fu said. The hunters said that after Luochuan's Buzhani retreated back to Mount Huanglong, he once again joined forces with Ichuan's Zhuguazi. The two armies are now heading towards the Bai family fort together. Qingsu, what the FCK? The brush in his hand dropped with a clatter. He asked furiously, why? The rebels suffered a huge loss in my Chongqing County. They shouldn't dare to come again. They should head northeast into Ichuan County, or head west to Luochuan County. Why must they come to Chongqing County? As long as they don't come here, it's none of my business. Deputy Inspector Fu whispered. Over in Ichuan County, it said there is a very formidable person stationed there. The Shangxi, grain intendant, Hong Qingqiu. Zhuguazi was beaten by him until he was covered in dirt, and doesn't dare to make an enemy of him. So he doesn't dare to go to Ichuan County. And over in Luochuan County, it said there is also a very formidable patrol inspector. Buzhani was chased into Mount Huanglong by him. So, Chung Su said with a dark face. So they picked the soft persimmon to squeeze, right? Chung Su look very easy to deal with, right? Deputy Inspector Fu was sweating profusely. Chung Su roared angrily. Where do I look like a soft persimmon? Where exactly do I look like one? Deputy Inspector Fu, don't be angry for now. Think about how to deal with these two rebels. Combined together, they have a full 3,000 combat-ready troops. Relying on this small by-family fort, we ultimately cannot match them. Let's just slip away. Chung Su felt a wave of panic in his heart. I originally planned to slip away at any time. It's not like I absolutely have to defend the by-family fort. But if the rebels absolutely refuse to go to Luochuan County and Ichuan County, after breaking through the Bai family fort, they will inevitably drive straight into Chongqing County. In the end, the whole county town will be left in ruins. Where can I, the Chongqing patrol inspector, escape to? You can hide on the first day of the month, but you can't hide on the 15th. Even if by some fluke I escape the 15th, when the emperor finally hands down the punishment, it will still be the crime of dereliction of duty. If that Donglin Party County magistrate impeaches me again, I won't be able to keep this head of mine. Chung Su looked up and suddenly found that Deputy Inspector Fu's face had turned into his great-grandmother's. She grinned at him. Good great-grandson, come accompany your great-grandmother. He let out a loud cry, turned around, and saw another great-grandmother standing behind him. Good great-grandson, great-grandmother is so lonely. Chung Su He collapsed onto the desk with a thud, sweating like rain. I'm dead. This time, I'm really dead. Right at this moment, the loud shout of the Bai family fort sentry rang out outside. Master, Gao Chu is here again. He brought us things again. Chung Su let out a sound of surprise. Gao Chu, the one who brought us the strange catapults and giant ballistas? That guy? He's here again. His spirits lifted, and he darted out of the room in a single bound. Sure enough, that huge, strange car was parked at the gate of the Bai family fort again. This time, the car was also fully loaded. It was still that strange material. The bizarre material that was neither gold, nor iron, nor stone, nor wood. Only this time, he couldn't tell what it was. It looked like a pile of messy, useless blocks. A young master in white clothes jumped down from the car with a swish. He looked about 13 or 14 years old. Very tender, without even a hair on his upper lip. It was exactly young Master Bai. He raised his head and shouted loudly at Bai Yuan, "Father, I'm back." Bai Yuan only took one look and became extremely anxious. Why did you come back? This place is dangerous. Hurry back to Gaojia village. Chapter 117. Are you messing with me? Young Master Bai revealed a confident smile. Father, Your son has brought the immortal missiles on the orders of the Heavenly Venerable. Because the missiles need to be assembled using immortal methods. The Heavenly Venerable was afraid you wouldn't know how. So he specially asked me to come back and tell you the method. Bai Yuan, huh? Immortal missiles? What is that? Cheng Su darted to Bai Yuan's side in a single bound and asked with pleasant surprise, "What are missiles?" "New weapons," young Master Bai said triumphantly. "Father, please quickly send the guards and militia to unload the pieces of the immortal missiles from the car. Your son will immediately guide them in assembling this object." Hearing that it was something given by the Heavenly Venerable, Bai Yuan naturally didn't need to hesitate. He immediately waved his hand and gave the order. A large group of guards and militiamen ran out, pulling and dragging. They unloaded a large pile of strange pieces from the car. Bai Yuan actually recognized these pieces. Weren't these the pieces of the multicolored city wall in Gaojia village? It was just that this time they were painted gray. What use was this thing? Could the Heavenly Venerable's intention be for us to use this to build a new city wall? Thinking about it carefully, building a slightly higher city wall would still be somewhat useful. As he was thinking about all sorts of random things, he heard young Master Bai commanding the guards beside him. They carried those pieces to the central courtyard of the Bai family fort. Here, there was a quite spacious large courtyard, which was usually the place where the guards practiced martial arts. It was several zhang long and wide, quite spacious. Young Master Bai gestured a bit, feeling that it could fit here. He then started commanding the immortal missile assembly. "You few, go move that piece on the left. You few, move this piece on the right. Good. Lift it up. Align the protrusion on this side with the groove on this side. Right, right, right. Move towards the middle. Bring them together. Those with great strength, push hard from both the left and right sides at the same time." Dozens of guards and militiamen pushed hard against the two building blocks. They forcefully smashed them towards the middle. Snap. A very crisp sound. Those two immortal pieces combined together, becoming an even larger piece. Bai Yuan and Cheng Su. Young Master Bai continued, "You few, bring that piece over there. Align it with the groove on this piece. Align it well. People on both sides, push hard together and smash it in." Snap. Another crisp sound. The piece was combined again. Bai Yuan and Cheng Su couldn't hold it in anymore. What the hell was going on here? Bai Yuan turned his head. "Although I don't understand it, I feel greatly shocked." Cheng Su. "Do both father and son have a screw loose? What time is it now? You're still playing with this inexplicable thing?" Young Master Bai. "Those few guys over there, right? It's you. Lift this piece and install it over there. Right, right. A little more. Align it with the groove, use force." Snap. The piece was combined. Young Master Bai took a look and suddenly wiped his sweat. "Oh no, it seems I remembered a little bit wrong. Quick, pry it off and reinstall it." Bai Yuan and Cheng Su. "What the FCK? Are you messing with me? You have to start over? And to think I was just full of expectations for the things Gao Chu brought over. Full of expectations. And it turns out you're just messing around with some inexplicable stuff here." Young Master Bai gave a deep bow to Cheng Su. "General, please wait a moment. This junior just remembered a small part wrong just now. I will correct it immediately." Cheng Su. "Don't think that just because you speak so elegantly, I'll think what you say makes a lot of sense." Young Master Bai turned around and continued commanding, "Bring that one over here. Align it with it, smash it in." A flurry of dazzling and strange operations. Everyone present was completely baffled. But as long as Bai Yuan didn't order them to stop, the guards and militia of the Bai family fort could only continue to play along with young Master Bai's nonsense. After tossing about for quite a while, the guards were tired and panting. "It's finally done." Young Master Bai stood in front of the strange device that was over 4 zhang long. He first gave a sweeping bow to everyone around, and then said, "Father, uncles, generals, the immortal missile has been successfully assembled. Now, let this junior show everyone its power." Everyone was confused, still not understanding what the hell this was. Young Master Bai waved his hand and said to the guards, "You group of people, go together and push the pivot of the immortal missile. Turn it a bit more. Raise it a bit higher." That building block missile raised its head, the launch tubes pointing diagonally at the sky. Young Master Bai pointed at a strong guard. "You, go over and use a hammer to strike the 4 mechanisms at the back. Do you see them? Those 4 protruding circular mechanisms. Strike them down one by one." That guard could only reach the bottom 2 mechanisms. He really couldn't reach the top 2. He had to set up a square table and climb onto the table to raise the hammer to just barely reach them. Strike! At young Master Bai's command, the guard swung the large hammer. Bang! 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 He consecutively struck all 4 mechanisms down. They only heard bang, bang, bang. 8 consecutive muffled sounds. 8 giant plastic cannonballs, longer than 2 people, shot out from the launch tubes of the immortal missile one after another. Once they flew up, they flew extremely far, crossing over the Bai family fort's castle, then crossing over a patch of dry, cracked farmland, then crossing over a dried-up riverbed, and finally, with boom-boom, boom sounds, smashed into the distant hillside of Mount Huanglong. The range was so far that it shocked everyone present into dropping their jaws. Originally, the building block missile toy in Li Daoxuan's world had a range of 5 meters. After coming to the late Ming Dynasty, its range became 1,000 meters. That is to say, it could fire at enemies at a distance of 2 li. The longest-range counterweight catapult had a range of about 300 meters, and the giant ballista about 100 meters. It was more than just a little bit farther. Everyone in the entire Bai family fort was dumbfounded, and the person who was the most dumbfounded in the whole place was Cheng Su. He was the person who understood weapons of war the best. He deeply knew what the range of this immortal missile in front of him meant. Cheng Su raised his hands high and let out a long howl at the sky. Ha! Heaven is helping me. Ha ha! With this sharp weapon, the mere rebel army is not worth mentioning. Ha ha! Great-grandmother. Your great-grandson will have to come see you a little later again. Ha ha ha! Your grandson has once again survived a desperate situation. With a swish, he lowered his head. Young Master Bai, how many of these immortal missiles are there in total? Young Master Bai held up 3 fingers. Cheng Su was overjoyed. Quick, quick, quick! Assemble the remaining 2 as well. Young Master Bai, but our home doesn't have such a spacious courtyard anymore. This immortal missile takes up at least a space of 4 zhang in length and width. Bai Yuan jumped out with a swish. Tear down the rockery in the back garden completely. We can put another one there. After saying that, he thought for a moment. Tear down the courtyard in front of the library pavilion. The pavilion and corridor can also hold one. Young Master Bai said, Father, on the wall of the pavilion in front of the library pavilion is the calligraphy you wrote. That is the proudest work of your life. Bai Yuan snorted and said, For the sake of the Bai family fort, what does it matter if I give up a few pieces of calligraphy? Among the 6 arts of a gentleman. Cross out the art of calligraphy for me first. Cross it out. Chapter 118. Fear stems from insufficient firepower. The people of the Bai family fort were all mobilized. Even the 100 or so official soldiers under Cheng Su's command joined the action, tearing down the rockery and garden in the backyard, tearing down the pavilion and corridor in front of the library pavilion. Inside the Bai family fort, 2 more spacious courtyards for placing the immortal missiles appeared. Under young Master Bai's command, a large group of people carried large building blocks, playing with building blocks with great joy. The grand spectacle of over 100 people playing with building blocks together. Unfortunately, Li Daoxian didn't see it. Otherwise, he would have been amused for several days again. Finally, the 3 immortal missiles were fully assembled. Young Master Bai completed his mission and was chased back to Gaojia village by Bai Yuan. He was not allowed, as a half-grown child, to stay on the battlefield. Gao Chu and Zheng Daniu transported hundreds of plastic cannonballs to them again. These cannonballs, each one was as long as 2 people stacked on top of each other. But they were not stones, but hard plastic. Although they were large, they were not heavy. A few villagers could easily lift this large cannonball and stuff it into the launch tube of the missile launcher. Bai Yuan personally commanded a large group of villagers and sturdy women to practice the action of loading ammunition. The immortal missile could continuously fire 8 cannonballs at a time. Each cannonball required a group of people to be responsible for it. Therefore, 8 groups of people needed to be prepared. 3 missiles required 24 groups of people to be prepared. It took over 100 villagers to accomplish this feat of loading ammunition. They had to practice until they were proficient, and their movements had to be fast to make the reloading time of the immortal missiles as short as possible. Only then would they have more confidence when facing the rebel army. This caused the 100 people to constantly rotate around the missile launchers, repeatedly practicing the loading action. Cheng Su stood to the side watching, and that strange feeling rose in his heart again. This is a great drought. These villagers are constantly carrying large and heavy cannonballs, running in circles, They must get hungry fast. How can they be so dead set on following your arrangements? As he was thinking about all sorts of random things, he saw the Bai family steward walk out with a group of guards. The guards were carrying several large bamboo baskets. Every basket was filled with top-quality white flour steamed buns. The flour used for these steamed buns was clearly of good quality at first glance. White and tender. Moreover, the steamed buns were not made stingily at all. Each one was large and solid. The steward shouted loudly, "Master Bai has an order. Eat the steamed buns, and then continue practicing." The villagers swarmed over with a whoosh. Each person grabbed 2 steamed buns in their hands and took a fierce bite with an owl. A huge crescent shape was bitten out of the steamed bun. Their cheeks bulged high and chewed, and their speech became muffled. So fragrant. Delicious, Master Bai does things so well, providing enough food to eat. Seeing this scene, Cheng-Su couldn't help but be stunned. Motherfucker, you, Bai Yuan, actually dare to let the villagers eat their fill. Even my soldiers don't dare to eat like this. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but turn his head to look at his own soldiers. The dignified, regular, heavenly soldiers of the Imperial court were now all staring at the steamed buns in the villagers' hands. Drooling, Cheng-Su could only let out a long sigh. He understood. The life of military households was quite bitter. Since the Wanli era, the Imperial court had not properly issued military pay many times, delaying left and right, in arrears month after month. Many military households fled, and quite a few even joined the rebel army, each becoming a fierce bandit in the rebel army. In order to pacify this group of soldiers who had followed him for many years, Cheng-Su had even paid out of his own pocket a few times, which made him feel quite a heartache when he thought about it. Thud! A large basket was placed in front of Cheng-Su. It was filled with white flour steamed buns. The Bai family steward smiled and said, "General Cheng, please distribute these steamed buns to the military lords under your command." Cheng-Su felt his spirits lift. He had come here specifically to eat the rich. With a wave of his hand to his subordinates, he shouted, "Eat. Don't be polite with old Master Bai." His ancestors included a prefect and 2 county magistrates. He's loaded. You won't bankrupt him. The soldiers were overjoyed. With a thunderous roar, they swarmed the food. Their soot-covered hands grabbed the snow-white steamed buns, leaving dark fingerprints on every single one. But that was a minor detail. Who cared about a few black marks? Since it was their own dirt, they didn't mind at all. "It's so fragrant," they cheered, eating greedily. When they finished, they couldn't help but lick their fingers, cleaning off quite a bit of the grime in the process. The next morning, just as the first light of dawn broke, the sentry's voice rang out in a frantic cry. "The rebels are coming. They're coming down the mountain." Thump, thump, thump. The sound of bamboo tubes being struck echoed through the air above the Bai family estate. Bai Yuan and Cheng-Su appeared on the corner tower immediately. Together, they gazed toward Huanglong Mountain to the north. On the slopes, a massive swarm of rebels was slowly descending. This time, the scale of the rebel force was significantly larger than before. Cheng-Su took one look and declared, 3,000. At least 3,000. This time, Bujani from Luochuan and Zhuguazi from Yichuan had come together. The last time he had heard news of these 2 joining forces, Cheng-Su had been scared half to death. But now, seeing them with his own eyes, he wasn't afraid at all. Perhaps it was because all fear stems from a lack of firepower. As long as his firepower was sufficient, he didn't give a damn. He had long since tossed his worries to the back of his mind. He gestured toward the slope with his hand and let out a sharp heh. "Almost there," he muttered. "They've entered the range of the missiles." Bai Yuan let out a surprised and asked, "They're in range already?" Cheng-Su chuckled. "Mr. Bai, this skill of measuring distance with your eyes is something you should really learn from us soldiers." Bai Yuan snapped his folding fan open with a flourish, revealing the words "noble gentleman" written upon it. "This matter has nothing to do with the 6 arts of a gentleman. Whether I learn it or not is of no consequence." Cheng-Su thought to himself, "Damn, I really want to hit him." But now was not the time for that. Cheng-Su turned around and roared at the villagers who had just taken their positions. "Prepare to launch the missiles." As soon as the villagers heard the command, they didn't care who gave it. They immediately sprang into action. Such was the nature of an untrained, ragtag militia. Whoever shouted the loudest was the one in charge. Bai Yuan didn't mind Cheng-Su overstepping his bounds to command the villagers. He stood with his hands behind his back on the city wall, his gaze fixed on the rebels slowly descending the slope. As the rebels made their way down, Bujani was busy cursing. Damn it. That by family estate only has a few hundred people, yet they made me suffer such a huge setback. That useless patrol officer Chung Su actually grew a spine. It's all because of those few broken catapults and giant crossbows, isn't it? Zhuguazi asked. Where did a tiny family estate get so many siege weapons? How should I know? Bujani snapped. I was about to ask the same thing. Zhuguazi turned around and whispered, Old Lu, you tell us. How do we deal with this? A fierce-looking bandit stepped out from behind Zhuguazi. He was actually wearing armor, specifically the iconic cloth armor of the Ming army. A saber hung at his waist, and a Kaiyuan bow was slung across his back. One look was enough to tell he had once been a government soldier. Everyone only knew him by the surname Lu. He was a frontier soldier who had fought many battles against northern nomads, but no one knew his full name. After all, in these times, rebelling required an alias to avoid implicating one's kin. Old Lu gave a dark laugh. They expect us to attack from the north, so their catapults and crossbows will all be pointed that way. Once we're down the mountain, we'll split the army in two and circle around the estate from the left and right. Big brothers Bujani and Zhuguazi will each lead a unit to attack from the east and west. Their siege weapons are cumbersome to turn. They won't be able to cover both sides. Bujani and Zhuguazi were delighted. Great strategy. As expected of someone who's served in the military. You truly understand warfare. Just as they said this, they heard their subordinates cry out. Something is flying this way. In the 8th month of the 7th year of the Tianqi era, Hu Tingyin, the governor of Shaanxi, submitted a memorial to the throne. The frontier pay has been lacking for 5 or 6 years, totaling over 200,000 taels. The frontier outposts have been short for 2 to 3 years. Since the 47th year of Wanli to the 6th year of Tianqi, the capital's shipments have been short by over 159,000 taels of silver. The soldiers began by pawning their swords, then their clothes, then begging in the streets, and finally deserting or openly revolting. Chapter 119. What is that thing flying over? What is that? The rebel soldiers turned to look. They saw two strange objects soaring out of the Bai family estate, cutting through the sky and heading straight for their position. No one thought they were cannonballs. Even old Lu, with his extensive combat experience in the frontier army, didn't recognize them as such. Everyone just stood there like idiots, watching those two strange lumps fly and fly. The objects soared over the walls of the Bai family estate, over the cracked farmland, and over the swirling yellow sands, until they finally reached the slopes of Huanglong Mountain. Boom, boom. The two massive things hit the ground. They landed on the slope at least 30 yards away from the rebels, smashing two large trees, but missing the men entirely. Since they weren't hit, the rebels weren't afraid. Double-winged tiger, living up to his name, moved quickly. With a swift motion, he sprinted toward the spot where the two giants had landed. As he ran, he laughed loudly. I'm going to see what kind of junk they're throwing at us. Bujani even called out a warning. Could it be some kind of giant bird? Be careful not to get pecked. Double-winged tiger laughed. I'm a tiger. Why would I be afraid of a bird? That Bai Yuan from the estate is the only bird around here, and I'm definitely going to eat him. Ha ha ha. The group of bandits joined in the laughter. Meanwhile, inside the Bai family estate, Chung Su was using his hands to measure the spot where the projectiles had landed. He spread the index fingers and thumbs of both hands to form a frame, peering through it at the distant slope. He turned his head and shouted into the courtyard. Rotate the missiles a little to the left. Lower the aim just a bit. Yes, right there. Haha, that's it. Is it set? Chung Su laughed heartily. This time, we're not just firing 8 missiles. Fire them all together. Clang. The villagers holding large iron hammers swung them down. Bang, 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 bang. 4 mechanisms were struck in rapid succession, and 8 missiles took to the sky one after another. On the other side, Double-winged tiger had just reached the spot where the two strange objects had landed. He looked closely and saw 2 thick, bizarre things taller than 2 men lying on the slope. He reached out and touched one. The material was strange, neither metal nor iron. He truly couldn't understand what it was. He turned back and roared, "Big brother, it's not a giant bird. It's some kind of weird object. Maybe it's meteoric iron from beyond the heavens." Bujani's eyes lit up. Meteoric iron falling right in front of us. This is an auspicious sign. Since ancient times, whenever a new emperor is about to rise, doesn't meteoric iron always fall from the sky? Just as the thought crossed his mind, he heard his subordinates shouting again. They're coming again. Bujani turned and saw 8 more strange objects flying from the direction of the Bai family estate, arrogantly cutting through the air toward them. Old Lu suddenly screamed, "Get down!" Having survived many battles, Old Lu could tell just by the angle and speed of those 8 objects that they were going to land right on their heads this time. It was only then that he finally realized these things might be cannonballs. He just hadn't recognized them because he'd never seen cannonballs so massive, and he hadn't heard the sound of any cannons firing. Just as Old Lu threw himself onto the ground, the 8 strange objects came crashing down. The first one slammed into the mountain path where a large group of rebels was lined up to descend. They were stretched out in a long snake formation. The massive projectile landed right in the middle of the line. With a thunderous boom, several people were sent flying simultaneously. Then came the second, the third. Boom, boom, boom. 8 missiles struck the slope in succession, sending the rebel crowd tumbling in every direction. Cheng Su was overjoyed. Haha, the angle is perfect. Don't let the other 2 missile launchers just sit there. Fire them too. Quick, quick, fire. Beside the other 2 building block missile launchers, the villagers swung their heavy hammers, striking all the mechanisms. 16 missiles soared into the air at once. This time, Cheng Su didn't even bother to see if they hit. He shouted, "Reload! Reload immediately! Fast, fast, fast!" The 24 groups of villagers, who were already prepared, shouldered the massive projectiles and took turns running to the launchers, stuffing them into the barrels. One villager tripped, falling with a thud. His entire group fell with him. Seeing the projectile about to crush them, several soldiers rushed over and caught it, preventing any injuries. Quick, quick, quick! The atmosphere inside the Bai family estate was one of feverish activity. Meanwhile, the rebels on the slope were in a miserable state. 3,000 men were moving down several narrow mountain paths, and the spacing between them wasn't very large. Many were even squeezed together. Suddenly, massive projectiles were falling from the sky one after another. Who wouldn't be scared out of their wits? The mountain paths instantly fell into chaos. Some dove into the woods on either side. Some crawled into piles of dry grass. Some hid behind large boulders, and others tried to run forward. In the frantic shoving on the narrow paths, people lost their footing and went rolling down the slope. This caused even more people to fall, and soon large groups were tumbling down together. The mountain paths were a mess of confusion. Then, more massive projectiles fell, sending dirt and debris flying. Some were hit directly and killed on the spot. Some were knocked down by the impact of the projectiles bouncing nearby. While they didn't die instantly, they were severely injured. The combination of rolling down the slope and being trampled by their own comrades turned the entire hillside into a scene of chaos, filled with wailing and desperate cries for help. Old Lu roared, "Don't panic. Hold the formation. Don't scatter. Hide behind the large boulders in an orderly fashion." However, no matter how much he shouted, it was useless. These men weren't elite frontier soldiers. They didn't have the discipline to stay calm in the face of danger. They were just a bunch of peasants who had recently picked up knives. Most of them had only ever bullied the weak by relying on their numbers. They're coming again. They're coming again. So many projectiles are flying this way. Yeah, there are so many more. Seeing another wave of projectiles rising from the Bai family estate, the rebels screamed in terror. Quite a few of them even wet their pants. Boom, boom. Another wave of projectiles fell in rapid succession. This time, there were 24 of them, kicking up clouds of dust all over the slope. What kind of hellish place is this? Why are there such demonic things here? Wah, mother, I want to go home. I'm never coming to the Bai family estate again. Old Lu took one look and understood. Their morale was shattered. They could no longer fight. He rolled across the ground until he reached Bujani and Zhuguazi. Big brothers, let's retreat. We can't fight this. The morale is gone. If we force them to charge now, Cheng Su will easily crush our 3,000 men with just 100. Bujani and Zhuguazi were currently hiding behind a large boulder, their hearts pounding against their ribs. They were terrified that a massive projectile would land right on their heads. Hearing Old Lu's words, they didn't even hesitate. They immediately ordered, "Retreat back into the mountains. Everyone retreat." Chapter 120. Let me buy you some books. The rebels have been driven off. They're running. Huh. The sentry laughed excitedly. They've retreated. They're going back up the mountain. Ha. They were so arrogant when they arrived. And now look how pathetic they are. The people in the Bai family estate cheered in unison. Especially the 24 groups of villagers responsible for loading the missiles. they laughed the loudest. Without a doubt, they were the ones who had contributed the most to this battle. No one else had even had a chance to strike. No one could steal their glory. Chengsu was also beaming with joy. He laughed heartily a few times, looking at the dust-covered mountain path. Boys, keep a close eye on that slope. Once the rebels have fully retreated, send a few fast-footed men over to check. Once we're sure they aren't coming back, organize the laborers to go and retrieve those projectiles. For such trivial matters, he only needed to give the order. His deputy and the engineering squad leader would handle the details. As for himself, he was busy writing his own legend. Back in his room, he picked up a brush and paper, looking quite smug. He began to write. The rebel scum Bujani and Zhuguazi gathered 10,000 bandits to attack the Bai family estate. Although I had only 100 men, I swore to live or die with the estate. How could I allow such rebels to act so insolently? I organized the local militia to cut timber and manufacture missiles to repel the rebel army. Writing to this point, his brush froze. Missile. He had heard this word from young Master Bai. It was a term he had never heard before. If he wrote this word in a memorial to the imperial court, would the emperor even understand it? The emperor would surely ask, "What is a missile?" Then the civil and military officials would definitely look at each other in confusion. The emperor might even get interested and send an imperial decree to Yunqing County, demanding that the thing called a missile be sent to the capital for him to see. If that happened, things would get complicated. He would have to explain exactly where the missiles came from without hiding anything. Then the fact that the missiles came from the ghost village would be exposed. All of Chengsu's credit for resisting the rebels would be snatched away by some unknown ghosts in that village. Chengsu quickly held the memorial he had just written over a flame, burning it to ashes. He picked up his brush again. He kept the beginning the same, but when he reached the part about cutting timber, the tone shifted. I led from the front, charging into the enemy ranks. With my own strength, I slew several fierce bandits, shaking the very foundations of Huanglong Mountain. The rebels were so intimidated by my courage that even with 10,000 men, they dared not face me. They could only flee in pathetic disarray. I spared no effort, chasing the rebels for over 30 miles through the night. Fearing an ambush, I finally recalled the troops. After finishing, he read it over once. He was extremely satisfied and couldn't help but laugh. With this great achievement, those stinking civil officials won't be able to bring me down. Ha ha! The Bai family estate had won again. A messenger on a fast horse galloped into Gao village. Even from a distance, the Bai family servant shouted with excitement. Many thanks for the divine missiles bestowed by the Heavenly Lord. The Bai family estate has won again. When the villagers of Gao village heard this, they also laughed happily. The air over the village was filled with joy. Mrs. Bai and young Master Bai climbed the corner tower and performed a grand salute toward the sky. The servant scrambled up the city wall to report the details of the battle to them. Outside the box, Li Daoxian was currently eating a 29 yuan bowl of Leshan Bobo chicken. As he munched on various skewers of chicken offal, he kept an ear out for news from inside the box. When the servant spoke of the power of the divine missiles, his face lit up with excitement, and he began to exaggerate wildly. He blew the missile's power out of proportion, claiming things like one shot blew up 50 rebels or one shot leveled a mountain. Hearing this, Li Daoxian almost knocked his Bobo chicken onto the floor from laughing. It was just a plastic toy cannon. Leveling a mountain? Yeah, right. No matter how much Huanglong Mountain was scaled down, a mere plastic projectile wasn't going to flip it over. What a load of nonsense. In reality, let alone Huanglong Mountain, a plastic projectile couldn't even budge a small pebble in the real world. If they ever encountered a fortified city, these plastic missiles wouldn't be of much use. After the servant finished his tall tale, he bowed deeply toward the sky. My master says the rebels were scared out of their wits this time. They shouldn't dare trouble the Bai family estate again. Once he makes a few arrangements, he will come to Gao village to thank the Heavenly Lord in person. Li Daoxian didn't really care about the thanks, but it would be nice for Bai Yuan to visit. That music-loving eccentric was quite amusing, like a pet husky. Just watching him act silly was entertaining enough. Young Master Bai, after hearing the servant's account, couldn't help but look smug. Haha, since it was the divine missiles that drove back the rebels, my contribution to this battle wasn't small, right? Great deeds deserve a reward. Mother, that talking bird I mentioned last time, can you buy it for me now? Mrs. Bai gave him a sharp slap to the back of the head. Indulging in play destroys one's ambition. What kind of behavior is this? You should be focusing on your studies right now. Don't think that just because you contributed to a battle, you can buy that useless bird. Young Master Bai covered his face, speechless. Mrs. Bai added, how about this? As a reward, I'll give you a set of books. The comprehensive Book of Taiji, Western Inscriptions, Correcting Ignorance, and the Book of Supreme World Ordering Principles. What do you think? Young Master Bai collapsed to the ground with a thud, unable to get back up. Li Daoxian heard the list of book titles and had no idea what they were. Judging by young Master Bai's expression, they weren't anything good. Probably the equivalent of giving a kid a set of remedial textbooks. He felt a wave of sympathy for the boy. Poor kid. This little commotion reminded him that he had been so focused on the war lately, worrying about whether his little people would die in battle, that he had forgotten to check on their education. This was something he had to pay attention to. If they didn't study, master new knowledge, and awaken to new ideas, they would never be able to break the old systems and move toward a new life. People like Wang Er, Bu Zhanni, Zhou Guozi, Li Zicheng, and Zhang Xianzhong, the peasant rebel leaders of the late Ming, had no guiding ideology. Their armed struggle against the landlord class couldn't be called a revolution, it was just a power grab. Once they succeeded, even if they changed the name of the country, they could only adopt the old systems. They would just kill the current landlords and let the peasants become the new landlords, who would then enslave the next generation of peasants. In the end, nothing would truly change. To break this cycle, new ideas had to be injected. Li Daoxian sighed deeply and shifted his attention away from them toward the school. A group of children was reciting the 100 family surnames in front of Mr. Wang. Zhao, Qian, Sun, Li, Zhou Wu, Zhang Wang. Should he start with these children? How many years would that take? Just as he was thinking this, he saw a shabbily dressed, very poor-looking young man walk up to Scholar Wang. Mr. Wang, I heard you were looking for me? Chapter 121, The Engraver Arrives. Mr. Wang's spirits lifted. Ah, you've come at just the right time. I was indeed looking for you. The poor man looked timid, like someone who hadn't seen much of the world. Li Daoxian could tell at a glance that he hadn't been in Gao Village for long. Only newcomers had that kind of look. Mr. Wang spoke. I heard you are an engraver. The man quickly bowed. Yes, my name is Xiao Dajing. My family has been engravers for generations. Mr. Wang corrected him. A book printing artisan. Xiao Dajing said awkwardly. A book printing artisan. I lost my household registration and fled here. Now I'm just a common refugee. Mr. Wang sighed sympathetically. A book printing artisan, eh? That must have been hard for you. I heard you just arrived in Gao Village and haven't contributed anything yet, eating for free for several days. You must feel a bit uneasy in your heart, right? Those words hit the mark. When Xiao Dajing arrived at Gao Village, he was immediately given the treatment of a craftsman. Sanner assigned him a house in the craftsman's well and provided him with flour, noodles, salt, and oil, ensuring he had no worries about survival. But eating those things made him feel anxious. He was eating for free without doing anything. How could he not be worried? He feared that one day, the steward would come to him and say, "You're useless. Gao Village doesn't want you anymore." That would be the end of him. So, for the past few days, Xiao Dajing had been in a state of constant trepidation, asking around to see if there was anything he could do. Eventually, his good friend Luo Tomeo recommended him to Mr. Wang. Xiao Dajing said, I am truly anxious, Mr. Wang. Please, show me a path. Mr. Wang replied, all right, I'll be direct. My students have no books to read. In this entire village, there are only the few books I brought with me. The children have to take turns flipping through them. It's far too difficult for them to learn anything. Xiao Dajing immediately understood. You want me to engrave and print some books? Exactly. Mr. Wang nodded sagely. The books for children are extremely important. Not a single character can be wrong. The reason I sought you out is because Luo Tomeo said you work hard and are meticulous, and your engravings never have errors. Xiao Dajing quickly promised. I am most serious about my work. Not a single wrong character will ever pass through my hands. Good. Mr. Wang took out several pages of paper, all handwritten by himself. This is the divine language the Heavenly Lord taught me. It's called Hanyu Pinyin. I have organized it. You will engrave and print it into a book. This way, you will have done something real for the Heavenly Lord. You won't have to feel so anxious about the food you eat at home. Xiao Dajing was overjoyed. Thank you, Heavenly Lord. Thank you, Mr. Wang. I will not fail your trust. I will engrave the Hanyu Pinyin perfectly. Mr. Wang warned. I must remind you, B and D are very easy to mix up, and C and E are also prone to errors. Here and here, These are all tricky spots. If you get one character wrong and teach the children incorrectly, Xiao Dajing reassured him, rest easy, sir. If I get even one character wrong, I'll twist my own head off and give it to the Heavenly Lord to use as a ball. Li Daoxian was delighted as he listened. Not bad, not bad. As craftsmen continue to arrive, Gao Village is starting to develop in many directions. If he used his own printer, even with scaled-down printing, the results would be far too large for the little people to handle. But now that they had an engraver, and Gao Village could make its own paper and produce its own books, they could truly begin to cultivate culture. Culture was linked to thought. With thought came depth, and with depth, a new world could unfold. He had just been considering this problem, and now two little people were already moving to solve it. Li Daoxian was greatly pleased. He lowered his head and said, yeah, tell Sanner that a craftsman named Xiao Dajing is planning to engrave and print books. Tell Sanner to help him at any cost to get this done as quickly as possible. On the day the first Hanyu Pinyin book is printed, reward the engraver. Gao Ye complied. She was currently sitting with Sanner, Mrs. Bai, and young Master Bai, listening to Mrs. Bai lecture her son about losing ambition through play. Her head was starting to throb. Taking the opportunity of the Heavenly Lord's command, she quickly pulled Sanner away. Steward, the Heavenly Lord has a task for you. Sanner's head was also hurting, so he took the chance to escape. Mrs. Bai, young master, please continue your chat. I shall take my leave. The two of them hurried away. After Gao Ye relayed Li Daoxuan's orders, Sanner immediately went to follow up. He called his hired clerk, Tan Li Wen, and rushed toward the craftsman's well. Gao Ye looked left and right. It seemed there was nothing left for her to do, and the Heavenly Lord hadn't spoken again. Free time. Her eyes darted around twice, and then she bolted toward the school. In the school, a group of children had just finished reciting the 100 family surnames and were sitting down to do their homework. Gao Ye crouched low and crept past Mr. Wang, sneaking up to an 8 or 9-year-old boy. Gao Sanhua, she whispered. The boy, named Gao Sanhua, turned his head and whispered back, Sister Ye, are we really going? If the Heavenly Lord catches us taking the solar chariot, he'll punish us. Gao Ye replied, the Heavenly Lord told me to do what I like. But, Sanhua hesitated, doing what you like shouldn't go against the Heavenly Lord's decrees. Gao Ye argued, the Heavenly Lord's decree only said Gao Chu and Zheng Daniu can drive, but it didn't say anyone else can't drive. As long as he didn't say it's forbidden, it means it's allowed. Sanhua thought the logic seemed sound. Being a child, he was quite brave. All right, I'll help you. Li Daoxian couldn't help but smile. The little girl has learned to play with words. Haha, all that reading and writing lately hasn't been for nothing. Chapter 122. I heard there are labor reform prisoners here. Gao Ye said to Gao Sanhua. Gently lift the curtain just a little bit. Don't lift it too much. The more sun the solar chariot gets, the faster it goes. I don't want to be a dummy like Gao Chu and Zheng Daniu and crash into a wall on my first try. Gao Sanhua chuckled. I don't want to be a dummy either. The Heavenly Lord said it himself. Those two dummies, Chu and Daniu, will never get rid of that nickname for the rest of their lives. Exactly, Gao Ye said. Once you're labeled a dummy, you'll have to pay double the bride price to get a wife. Sanhua giggled. Why do you need a bride price to get a wife? Wouldn't it be better to just eat those things yourself? Gao Ye rolled her eyes. What do kids know? All right, let's go. Gao Sanhua gently pulled back a small section of the sunshade. In the middle of a great drought, the one thing they didn't lack was sun. That cursed sun hung in the sky every single day. As soon as the curtain was pulled, the solar chariot gained power. The vehicle slowly rolled forward. The movement of the solar chariot was a major event in Gao Village. The villagers working in the autumn wheat fields all turned to look. The labor reform prisoners on the hillside, who were still cutting timber to make doors and furniture for the villagers, also turned their heads. Dozens of eyes were locked onto the solar chariot. They had originally expected to see the two dummies flip the car today, but instead, they saw the saintess in the driver's seat, with Gao Sanhua behind her controlling the light. The villagers were shocked. Oh my, what's happening? Why aren't Gao Chu and Zheng Daniu driving today? Why is the saintess driving? And Sanhua is up there too. Gao Sanhua's mother scrambled up the wall in a panic and shouted, Sanhua, what are you doing? Is this a decree from the Heavenly Lord? Sanhua panicked. Shoo. Mother, don't shout so loud. I'm supposed to be in school. If the teacher hears, he'll know I skipped class. His shout made sure the whole village knew he was skipping class. Sanhwa's mother was so angry her nose almost turned crooked. She grabbed a rattan switch and stormed out of the estate. Sister Iya, I'm going to speed up. Sanhwa cried out in a panic. My mother is coming for me. Gao Iya laughed loudly. I've already learned how to turn. I can go a bit faster now. Then let's escape. Sanhwa pulled the curtain back even further, and Solar Chariot number 1 surged forward with a whoosh. Carrying Gao Iya and Gao Sanhwa, it sped onto the only concrete road outside the village, heading toward Zheng village. Sanhwa's mother couldn't possibly catch up. She stood behind them, jumping and cursing. You brat, you still have to come home tonight. I'll make sure you taste some bamboo shoots fried with meat. Sanhwa shouted back. We're having meat tonight? Wow, that's great. Mother, wait for me to get home before you start eating. Don't finish it all. The entire village erupted in laughter. The car sped along the concrete road. Solar Chariot number 1 was the simplest 4-seater model. No cabin, not even a windshield. As the speed increased, the wind blew Gao Iya's long hair back. A feeling of pure exhilaration rose within her, making her want to laugh out loud. I've been restrained for too long. But in the end, I'm still the most mischievous girl in Gao village. Ha. Li Daoxian watched the girl driving the car, and he felt a sense of peace. A slight curve formed at the corner of his mouth. It turns out I really do prefer seeing people happy rather than sad. Maybe saving others isn't just about them. It's also about saving myself, the person who couldn't find joy in the endless, fast-paced rhythm of life. I wonder if this salvation index includes my own happiness too? Li Daoxian took a bite of his Les Han Bobo chicken skewer. Whoa, that's a bit spicy. He had accidentally drifted into deep thought. Stop. Thinking too deeply leads to philosophy, and once you're stuck in philosophy, it's easy to go crazy. For the sake of my mental health, I shouldn't overthink things. Eating skewers is better. Just as he stuffed a piece of chicken gizzard into his mouth, he suddenly noticed a group of shabbily dressed people walking along the main road. They were coming from the southwest, the direction of the county seat. Li Daoxian thought, could it be more new craftsmen? He liked craftsmen. The more, the better. But he quickly realized he was wrong. This group clearly wasn't craftsmen. When they reached the gates of Gao village, no craftsmen from the estate came out to greet them, meaning they had no one to vouch for them. The sentry on the wall immediately locked onto them. Halt! Who are you? Nowadays, Gao village didn't just let strangers in. Wandering around the village was fine, but entering the estate was not. The group was startled by the sentry's shout and huddled together, not daring to move. One of them, who looked the youngest and most courageous, raised his hand and shouted, "Excuse me, is this the Li family estate of Gao village?" Everyone in the village had been instructed by San'er to refer to the estate as the Li family estate when talking to strangers. The sentry nodded. That's right. This is Gao village, the estate of Master Li. The group of newcomers immediately became excited. We finally made it. We found the Li family estate of Gao village. Fantastic. The sentry sensed something unusual. He kept his eyes fixed on the group while another sentry ran to fetch San'er. San'er poked his head over the wall. Who are you people? Why have you come here? I am the steward of the Li family. You can speak to me. The shabbily dressed people began talking all at once. We are from Chao village, Shi village, and Daizhuang village near the county seat. We suffered from the disaster and went to the city to beg for food, but the porridge the county magistrate gives is too thin. It keeps us from starving, but we're never full. We heard from a gentleman selling sugar that Master Li of Gao village is a kind-hearted man. Li Daoxian, listening in, thought they had come to beg for food. San'er thought the same and was about to tell the helpers to bring some food for them. But then the group continued. The sugar-selling gentleman said there's a kind of long-term worker in Gao village called a labor reform prisoner. As long as you work hard, you can eat your fill every day. So we came here. Please, steward, accept us as labor reform prisoners. Li Daoxian pfft. San'er froze. The clerk Tan Li Wen, the 2 sentries, and several helpers couldn't hold it in. They burst out laughing. Seeing them laugh, the newcomers grew anxious. They thought they were being looked down upon by the Li family servants. Master Li might be kind, but the great king is easy to see, while the little ghosts are hard to deal with. Servants were notorious for bullying people. If they were laughing, the job might be a lost cause. The group shouted desperately, "Steward, we are very agile and hardworking. We'll do anything you tell us to do, perfectly. How about you let us be labor reform prisoners for 3 days as a trial? If you're satisfied, you can make us permanent labor reform prisoners." Li Daoxian laughed so hard the bobo chicken fell out of his mouth. The floor got dirty. The dignified heavenly lord had to crawl on the floor with a paper towel to clean it up. Ors. Chapter 123. This really is a good place. Sander looked at the group below the wall who were actively requesting to become prisoners. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He sighed and looked up, seriously considering the heavenly lord's usual attitude toward such matters. Having made up his mind, he opened the estate gates and walked out to stand before the ragged crowd. Everyone, there's something you don't understand. A labor reform prisoner refers to a criminal who uses labor to pay for their crimes. Those are all criminals. The group was stunned. A few seconds later, a light bulb seemed to go off in their heads. A young man raised his stick. Steward, if I beat you until your head is bleeding right now, would that count as a crime? Then I could work to pay for it, right? Sander scrambled back several steps. Are you an idiot? Stop. What I mean is, you are good, law-abiding citizens. There's no need for you to do the work of criminals. I will make other arrangements for you. The group let out a collective ah of relief, their faces lighting up with joy. Sander cleared his throat to command the scene. Gao Village has many tasks that require physical labor. Since you are willing to work, there's no reason to turn you away. Let's talk about the wages first, then the work. The group stared with wide eyes, filled with anticipation. Sander started. First, food and housing are provided. Roar. The group cheered in unison. Food is provided. Sander smiled and shook his head. Look at you, getting so excited just over food. Food and housing are the treatment for prisoners. But you aren't criminals, you're ordinary laborers. So, in addition to food and housing, you will be paid wages. The group cheered again. Wages too. Sander continued. The wages aren't much, though. The group cheered. Wages aren't much. Wait, that's not something to cheer for. They stopped abruptly, laughing sheepishly. Sander said, the wages will be 20 pounds of flour, 2 pounds of pork, and 2 taels of salt per month. The group was stunned again. This is what you call not much? Holy crap, this is not much? This is so much I can't even believe it. Boom. The group started cheering again. The wages aren't much. That's fantastic. Masterly really is kind. Steward, you're a good man. Sander smiled and shook his head, turning his back to the refugees so they wouldn't see his expression. His mouth was stretched into a wide, uncontrollable grin. Back when he was a clerk for Zhang Yaokai, he was always cursed at by the commoners, and he was powerless to help them. Now, seeing a group of people cheering because of a few words from him, it felt wonderful. Thank you, Heavenly Lord, for giving me the foundation and the ability to be a good person for once. After he finished smiling, Sander turned back around, deliberately putting on a stern, dignified face. Now that the wages are settled, let's talk about the work. The group shouted together, we'll do anything, no matter what it is. Good. Then you'll be mixing concrete and paving the road. A sea of question marks appeared over the refugees' heads. Follow me, Sander said. I'll teach you. Before he could finish, the clerk Tan Liwen popped his head out from behind him. Master, why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? There's no need for you to handle this personally. Leave it to me. Sander slapped his forehead. He had almost forgotten he wasn't a clerk anymore, but someone who hired clerks. He grunted, Clerk Tan, arrange food and housing for these people and teach them how to mix concrete and pave the road. Make sure everything is handled properly. Tan Liwen bowed. Understood. Then he beckoned to the group. Everyone, follow me. The group followed Tan Liwen. Sander grinned again. Ha ha ha. Ha ha. This is what it means to be a man of status. Li Daoxuan's gaze left Sander and began to follow Tan Liwen. The clerk was arranging food and housing. Food was easy. Taking some from the warehouse on the second floor of the watchtower was enough to stuff them. But housing was a problem. These people were newcomers and didn't have anyone to vouch for them like the craftsmen did. Tan Liwen didn't dare let them live directly inside the estate. If there were a few bad apples among them, the original residents wouldn't be safe. He looked toward the area outside the estate where the prisoners lived in plastic houses. He wondered if he should put these laborers there. But that didn't seem right either. Li Daoxian saw his hesitation. He thought to himself that as Gao Village's reputation grew, more people would come, and more might even apply to be prisoners. He really needed to consider an area for immigrants. It couldn't be too far from the estate, or he wouldn't be able to keep an eye on them, but it couldn't take up the farmland either. He clicked around the map, looking for a suitable spot. He soon found one, a rocky slope near the bamboo grove southwest of the estate. The soil was thin, so it couldn't be used for farming. A few sprouts of green grass were poking through the cracks, a result of his recent rain. That's the spot. Li Daoxian took out the sample box Ningyang Toys had sent him and pulled out a dozen plastic houses. He placed them on the rocky slope. When the villagers heard the strange sounds coming from that direction, they all turned to look. San'er and Tan Liwen saw the new houses and immediately understood. The Heavenly Lord was providing housing for the new refugees. The Heavenly Lord was truly benevolent. Everyone quickly performed a grand salute toward the sky. Only the newcomers stood there in a daze, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Though they didn't understand it, they were deeply awestruck. Clerk Tent smiled. You'll understand after living here for a few days. Come with me. Let's see how your new houses will be assigned. As he walked, he gave instructions to the helpers nearby. Go to the craftsman's well and have the blacksmiths forge a few iron pots and kitchen knives for these newcomers so they have tools to cook. Oh, and stop by the basket weavers. Get some bamboo baskets and hampers for them. Also, visit the carpenters and order a few beds. Listening to his meticulous arrangements, the refugees couldn't help but think, we really came to the right place. Even people like us are looked after so thoroughly in Gao Village. This truly is a wonderful place. Chapter 124, A Celebration. 5 days later, early in the morning, Li Daoxian had already gotten out of bed. Since he got the scenic box, his daily routine had actually started to align with the ancients. Work at sunrise, rest at sunset. Well, not exactly. He still played until midnight before sleeping. Even if his body wanted to rest, his brain would say, just 2 more minutes on the phone. Even when his brain wanted to rest, his fingers would unconsciously keep scrolling. Regardless of when he went to bed, his biological clock would shake him awake as soon as the sun came up. He ordered a pumpkin porridge for delivery. As he blew on the hot bowl to cool it down, Bai Yuan arrived. He came riding a magnificent horse, accompanied by several servants, looking radiant. Before even entering the village, he performed a grand salute toward the sky from horseback. I pay my respects to the Heavenly Lord. In the 6 arts of a gentleman, Bai Yuan was very attentive to ritual. The sentry on the corner tower shouted, Master Bai is here. San'er, Gaoya, Mrs. Bai, and young Master Bai hurried out to meet him. Gao Chu, Zheng Daniu, Li Da, Gao Yi, and the others also came over to greet him. Seeing that Bai Yuan was safe and sound, everyone was happy. Bai Yuan smiled and cupped his hands. Greetings, everyone. I have come to Gao Village specifically to bring good news and to thank the Heavenly Lord. Gao Ye smiled. The Heavenly Lord has already received your gratitude. Bai Yuan looked up again and gave a long, respectful bow. San'er asked, Mr. Bai, you left the Bai family estate to come here. What if the rebels take the opportunity to attack? Bai Yuan laughed. Ha. Don't worry. The rebels were scared out of their wits by the Heavenly Lord's divine missiles. They wouldn't dare approach the estate again. Chung Su sent out scouts and found that the bandits didn't even dare descend from the north slope anymore. They've headed off in a different direction. Hearing this, everyone felt relieved. Bai Yuan turned to Gao Chu and Zheng Daniu. You two can go to the estate and bring the divine missiles back now. The 2 dummies grunted in agreement. Bai Yuan then turned to Mrs. Bai and his son. You two can return to the estate with me as well. Mrs. Bai was delighted. Wonderful. I'll go pack our things immediately. However, young Master Bai said, Father, I want to stay in Gao Village. As soon as the words left his mouth, Mrs. Bai gave him a sharp slap to the back of the head. Are you trying to escape my supervision so you don't have to study? Young Master Bai covered his face. I've learned a divine language in the Gao Village school called Hanyu Pinyin. It was taught by the Heavenly Lord himself. It is a profound field of knowledge. If I don't master it completely, I won't be able to rest easy. Hearing this, Mrs. Bai sheepishly hid the hand she had just used to hit him. Oh, I see. I suppose I should apologize. Bai Yuan didn't even have to think about it. Since it is a divine language taught by the Heavenly Lord, you should indeed finish learning it. You stay here for now. Your mother will return with me. Mrs. Bai grew anxious. Our son is only 13 and a half. How can I be at ease leaving him here alone? Bai Yuan said. The Heavenly Lord watches over this place. What is there to worry about? I'm just not at ease. Mrs. Bai insisted. I can't go back. I must stay here too, or no one will look after the boy. Young Master Bai whispered. Mother, you should just go back. I'll be fine on my slap. Mrs. Bai gave him another blow. You want to drive me away so badly? Do you not want me as your mother anymore? The onlookers broke into a cold sweat. They thought to themselves, with the frequency of those slaps, who wouldn't want to send you away? Li Daoxian also looked at Bai Yuan. wondering if this guy was using any excuse to dump his wife at Gao Village. Bai Yuan didn't hesitate for a second. If you want to stay and accompany the boy, that's fine. Very good. I, of course, have no objection. Li Daoxian pfft. As expected, Bai Yuan gestured, and a servant stepped forward carrying a small wine jar. He smiled and said, "To celebrate the Bai family estate's victory over the rebels, I have brought a jar of wine. Today, I shall drink with my friends from Gao Village until we are all pleasantly toasted." Everyone was delighted. Wonderful. Gao Chua looked at the small jar and curled his lip. Such a tiny jar? How many sips can one person even get? That won't satisfy anyone's craving. Zheng Daniu added, Yeah, I could finish half of that in one gulp. Bai Yuan looked a bit embarrassed. The drought has lasted 3 years, and the Bai family estate has no surplus grain. We haven't brewed wine in 3 years. This small jar was something I brewed 5 years ago and buried in the garden, then forgot about. A few days ago, we tore down the rockery in the garden to set up the divine missiles and dug it up. Only then did I remember we had this. He sounded a bit regretful. Since the drought began, having a sip of wine has been a luxury. This is the only jar I have. Please, everyone, make do with sharing it. It's just for the joy of the occasion. Li Daoxian, listening to their awkward conversation, suddenly remembered. Right, the great drought. Grain production is down, and the little people haven't brewed wine in years. It's only natural they'd miss the taste of good wine during a celebration. All right, I'll arrange a little something for them. Li Daoxian went downstairs and ducked into a convenience store. It wasn't a high-end place, just a small shop with bottles ranging from a few dozen to 100 yuan. Li Daoxian didn't drink himself and didn't know what was good, so he just picked a famous brand. Wulianya, 52% alcohol, 120 yuan a bottle. Thinking that the alcohol content might be too high for some, he also bought a bottle of Shuangqing beer for a few yuan. Carrying the 2 bottles, he happily returned to the box. The little people had already set up a table in the courtyard in front of the watchtower. With only one small jar of wine, it could only be enjoyed by a few people, and they felt somewhat bad for the others. Just as they were feeling regretful, Gao Ye's face lit up with joy. She jumped up and shouted, "Everyone, prepare your vessels. The Heavenly Lord says he will bestow divine wine from the heavens upon us." Zheng Daniu was the most experienced. He had often received fatty water, coke, from the Heavenly Lord. Hearing that they needed vessels, his body moved faster than his brain. With a flash, he ran home and returned to the courtyard, holding a massive wooden wash basin. Then, everyone saw a strange tube descend from the sky. It hovered over the basin Zheng Daniu was holding. With a squeeze, a single, crystal-clear drop of water fell. Splat! The basin was full. As the liquid splashed, a thick, rich aroma of wine instantly filled the air. The fragrance of Wulianya was no joke. Bai Yuan's eyebrows shot up. Excellent wine. Sanner also recognized the quality by the scent alone. So fragrant. However, the villagers of Gao Village, coming from poor backgrounds, couldn't tell good wine from bad. Gao Chu grinned. Heh, divine wine. I'll go first. He grabbed a large bowl, scooped a full serving directly from the basin in Zheng Daniu's hands, and tilted his head back to down it. Chapter 125, The Battle of Fengyuan Town. Li Daoxian saw this and knew the dummy was in trouble. That was 52% alcohol. 52%. And the idiot was chugging it from a bowl. After downing the bowl, Gao Chu immediately felt something was wrong. He swayed to the left, then to the right, and then thud, he collapsed. The people around him didn't even realize the danger. They were clapping and laughing. Haha, look at that dummy Chu. Who drinks wine like that? He has no sense of danger at all. Li Daoxian had no choice but to order them to make him throw it up. He had to get the alcohol out. Gao Ye relayed the Heavenly Lord's decree, and only then did everyone realize the severity of the situation. They scrambled to pick up Gao Chu, tossing him this way and that for a long time until they finally made him vomit up the bowl of wine he had just swallowed. Only then did they stop. Gao Chu lay in a corner of the courtyard, snoring loudly. Li Daoxian warned, "This wine is strong. Drink in moderation." Everyone quickly bowed. Divine wine from the heavens cannot be guzzled by mortals. We will remember this. They glanced at Gao Chu and thought to themselves, if you guzzle it, you'll end up like this dummy. You can learn from anyone, but never learn from Gao Chu. Li Daoxian then took a cap from a water bottle and filled it with beer, slowly lowering it down. This is called beer. It's much weaker and suitable for most people. Thank you, Heavenly Lord. Now there was plenty of wine, and it was no longer a treat for just a few. Everyone could have a share. Soon, all the blacksmiths, papermakers, road workers, weavers, and even the labor reform prisoners cutting timber joined in the celebration. Everyone temporarily set aside their work and picked up a wine cup. It was just a very ordinary, common day, not some important festival, but the atmosphere was high, and everyone was happy. Cheers. What exactly are we celebrating today? I think it's to celebrate Baijia Fort defeating the Lu bandits. That's not such a big deal, is it? Last time our Gaojia village defeated the Supreme Nether King, we didn't celebrate on this scale. Who cares? There's wine to drink, so why are you talking nonsense? Wine is made from grain, you know. What kind of times do you think these are? I haven't smelled wine in 3 years. The Celestial Lord's divine wine smells so good, but it's so strong. Damn, I can't even finish one cup. Just a small sip and my head is already spinning. Haha. Otherwise, why would it be called divine wine? Cheers. The whole of Gaojia village was filled with sounds of joy and laughter. At the same time, in Fengyuan Town, Chengxing County, the bandits are here. The bandits are here. A scout screamed himself hoarse as he rushed through the gates of Fengyuan Town. The town gate immediately boomed shut behind him. A large group of village militia swarmed onto the walls, looking nervously to the north. On the yellow fields to the north, a massive horde of roving bandits appeared. 2 large banners flew among them. One was inscribed with the character for mud, the other with hanger. It was the army of Bujan and Zhuguazi. Watching the overwhelming tide of bandits, the gentry, wealthy merchants, and militia instructors standing on Fengyuan Town's low wall, less than 10 feet high, all turned pale with fright. The Chengxing County magistrate, Liang Shixian, was among them. He was afraid, too, but he was the magistrate. Even if he was scared, he had to stand his ground. The duty of a magistrate was to protect the land of his county. The bandits really have come to Fengyuan Town. They failed to take Baijia Fort twice, so they gave up and took a detour straight for us. Humph, good thing this official was prepared. I've been waiting for them for a long time. The learned Liang Shixian immediately activated the tactical analysis mode in his mind. The enemy's numbers, formation, equipment, morale, route, weaknesses, vulnerabilities, all sorts of data combined and spun in his mind like a zoetrope. Finally, with a ding, it froze on a single image. On that image were 4 large words. This official doesn't know. This is bad, Liang Shixian thought. Warfare is completely outside my area of expertise. Your Honor, Magistrate, give the order to fire the arrows, the militia instructor of Fengyuan Town shouted, leaping forward. His roar snapped Liang Shixian back to his senses slightly. He quickly gave the loud command. Fire. Fire the arrows. Although he truly didn't know how to fight a war, he had done a decent job with the preparations. A large number of militia and village braves stood on the walls, revealing the longbows in their hands. They were all plastic bows. That's right, the very batch Li Daoxian had lent him. The performance of these bows was far inferior to the official military's Kaiyuan bows, but because their limbs were half a zhang long, they still had some power. They were a tiny bit stronger than the small hunting bows made of bamboo used by hunters. The militia and village braves drew their large bows. Knocking hastily, made sharpened wooden sticks. They let loose a chaotic volley of arrows toward the bandits outside the town. Plastic bows plus sharpened sticks. The power of the arrows was extremely low, but you couldn't argue with the sheer number of bows. With 500 plastic bows, even if the arrows flew every which way, the visual effect alone was enough to give anyone a huge scare. Bujan and Zhuguazi had truly not expected that a small, broken-down town could actually produce 500 archers. What the hell kind of logic was this? The fierce bandits at the very front were met with a series of thuds as they were struck by arrows. Although the arrows weren't very powerful, not like the miserable time they had being shot at by the official soldiers at Baijia Fort, the frontline bandits still suffered a major loss. Many held in pain. Some fell, and others trampled over their fallen comrades. Some hid behind their companions, using their allies as shields, which resulted in them cursing each other out. For a moment, the bandit army was thrown into chaos. So many archers. Fengyuan is just a small town. Where did they get so many archers? We can't break through. A sky full of arrows rained down from the town, and the bandits couldn't get close at all. Seeing their morale on the verge of collapse, both Bujan and Zhuguazi began to think of retreating. Just then, a troop of soldiers suddenly emerged from a mountain gully to the east. The man in the lead was none other than Inspector Cheng-su. He had been watching from the side for a long time, finally waiting for the moment when the bandits' momentum had waned and the tide of battle could be turned. If it was a battle he was sure to lose, Cheng-su was more of a coward than anyone. If it was a battle he was sure to win, Cheng-su was braver than anyone. With a loud laugh, he roared, "So you came to Chungcheong County to pick on a soft target? Come on, let's see if I'm a soft target." He waved his hand forward and bellowed, "Men, charge for me." Over 100 official soldiers charged into the bandits' flank. Inside the town, Liang Shixian saw him. "Ah, Cheng-su is here too. The heavens are helping me. I need to think about what to do now." The learned Liang Shixian immediately activated the mode in his mind. "Open the town gates. Charge," the militia instructor beside him roared. The town gates swung wide open. Nearly 1,000 militia and village braves let out a unified cry and charged out. "Ah, my mental zoetrope can't even start up in time," Liang Shixian thought. Cheng-su and the militia charged from two sides, scaring Bujan and Zhuguazi so badly they practically wet themselves. The two didn't dare to face the enemy, turning tail to flee. Chapter 126, A New Way to Solve Problems. Early in the morning, Li Daoxian had just gotten out of bed when he noticed a new line of text on the box. Wangjia Village. Huh, when did this line of text appear? Could it have been after I got drunk yesterday? Yesterday, the entire Gaojia village had been drinking and celebrating, as lively as a festival. The villagers, having drunk their fill, danced with abandon. They refused to sleep even after dark, lighting a large bonfire outside the village. A group of little people danced awkwardly around the fire. Li Daoxian, a man who never drank, couldn't help but pour himself a few beers. It was all about sharing in the people's joy, right? After enjoying himself, he wanted to see what Wuliangya liquor tasted like. As it turned out, one sip was all it took to get him drunk. He couldn't remember much of what happened after that. Now, as he climbed out of bed, he discovered that the salvation index on the box had risen a bit more. At the same time, the new line of text, Wangjia Village, had appeared. "Looks like my field of view expanded last night," he thought. "It must have brought Wangjia Village into range. Who was saved? I'm not sure. Oh well. As long as I don't pay attention to the salvation index, no one can outcompete me." Li Daoxian reached out and tapped the three words, Wangjia Village. His perspective immediately jumped over. Before his eyes was a village twice the size of Gaojia Village, but the thatched huts within were almost all burned down. The entire village was a desolate wasteland. If I'm not mistaken, this must be the village where Wang Ershuai started his rebellion. Most of Wangjia Village's residents left with Wang heir. Only a few families went to Gaojia Village. Li Daoxian let out a long sigh, took out his medical nebulizer, and began to spray mist over the skies of Wangjia Village. Then he ordered some camellia tea for delivery, washed his face, and rinsed his mouth. After finishing his morning chores, the camellia tea arrived. He carried the paper bowl over to the sandbox. After half an hour of spraying, the surface of the land in Wangjia Village was mostly moist, no longer a miserable picture of cracked yellow earth. He put the nebulizer away and switched his perspective back to Gaojia Village. The morning in Gaojia Village wasn't as lively as usual today. It seemed many people were still hungover. The day after a wild celebration is often sluggish. However, the school was operating as normally as ever. The children had already finished their morning exercises, drunk their goat's milk, and were sitting in rows, reading aloud. Even young Master Bai had joined in. He had long since finished those basic introductory materials, but when it came to Hanyu Pinyin, young Master Bai was still a novice. So, Teacher Wang had to give him special tutoring in Pinyin. Li Daoxian opened his phone and looked at the several major ideological guidebooks he had prepared long ago. He sighed. It's still a bit too early to show these to the children. I can't rush this. Just as he was thinking this, a craftsman ran quickly into the school, holding a pile of small wooden blocks. He called out excitedly to Teacher Wang. "Teacher, I've finished carving the pinyin. I'd like you to take a look." Teacher Wang was overjoyed. "Let me see." It turned out the craftsman was the same woodblock carver from before. What he held in his hands were small wooden blocks for printing. The Ming dynasty had already begun using movable type printing. Commonly used Chinese characters were carved onto small wooden blocks. When needed, these blocks were assembled in a small wooden frame, and with one press on paper, a page could be printed. The craftsman had now finished carving the pinyin alphabet. He dipped a block in some ink, then pressed it firmly onto a piece of paper. Just like using a stamp, The pinyin letter was imprinted on the paper. Teacher Wong was ecstatic. Excellent. This is what about the others? Stamp them all out. I'll check every one. The craftsman picked up the other blocks and, with a flurry of clattering, stamped all the pinyin letters onto the paper. Teacher Wong checked them, letter by letter, unable to contain his wild joy. Wonderful. Not a single one is wrong. You really weren't bragging. Your work is meticulous. The craftsman, receiving praise, couldn't help but beam with pleasure. Teacher Wong, does this mean we can now print the divine book, Hanyu Pinyin? He was quite excited. This was the divine language of the heavens, taught by the celestial Lord. Once it was printed into a book, it would be like holding a celestial scripture. To teach it to other children would be to carry on the lost knowledge of past sages. That was the lifelong dream of a scholar. The woodblock carver shook his head, a little embarrassed. I'm sorry, but we can't print the book with just these letters. I still need to carve the commonly used characters. This sentence brought Teacher Wong back to reality. That's right. In the city, a craftsman would only need to carve the pinyin letters and supplement them with pre-made woodblocks of common Chinese characters to immediately print books. But Zhengjia village was a blank slate in the printing industry. Not only did the pinyin letters have to be carved from scratch, but all the common characters had to be carved anew as well. There was no way to speed up this progress. Teacher Wong held his head, a little dejected. With just you, one woodblock carver, it will take ages to prepare all the common characters. The carver was also embarrassed. There are too few of us in this trade. I can't find anyone to help. I'm truly sorry. Please give me more time. As the two were talking, young Master Bai, who had been listening from the side for a long time, stood up with a swoosh. This is a trivial matter. The two men, startled, turned to look at young Master Bai. Young Master Bai chuckled. Why not just send someone to the county seat and buy the Chongqing bookstore? Then we can move all of their already carved common character blocks to Zhengjia village. Paired with the pinyin blocks this master has carved, we can start printing immediately. Holy crap! His words were like a sudden awakening. Teacher Wong and the woodblock carver were both stunned. So you could do it like that? Li Daoxian couldn't help but chuckle in amusement. Right. Why hadn't anyone thought of that before? Oh, I get it. Most of the talented people in Zhengjia village came from humble backgrounds. People like Sanshurer, Teacher Wong, and Advisor Tan, the few scholars among them, were all from the poorer class who had managed to get ahead. One's living environment solidifies their approach to problem solving. They were all inclined to think, I'll just work my ass off, rather than, I'll just throw money at the problem. With young Master Bai here, there was now a new way to solve problems. Teacher Wong said joyfully, Young Master Bai, this task is perfect for you. Me? I can't do it. Young Master Bai spread his hands, looking a bit regretful. I'm a 13-year-old kid. If I go to buy a bookstore, they'll just slap me away. Everyone thought to themselves, you're the young master of Baijia Fort. Besides your mother, who would dare to slap you? But a young boy going to buy a bookstore was indeed a bit strange. Even if proprietor Yuan didn't dare to slap him, he wouldn't dare to negotiate such a business deal. This matter ultimately had to be handled by an adult. Young Master Bai cupped his hands toward Teacher Wong. Teacher, you are a scholar. You must have bought books from the Chongqing bookstore before. The proprietor should recognize you. If you just make up a story about having come into wealth and bring a sum of money to buy the bookstore, it would be perfectly reasonable. This deal would be most easily settled if you were the one to negotiate it. Teacher Wong paused. That makes sense. Chapter 127, The Second Cement Road. Teacher Wong prepared to set off. First, he got a reasonably respectable set of clothes from Sanshurer to look less impoverished. Then, he packed several massive silver spheres into a bundle. He intended to sling the bundle dashingly over his back, but it slammed him to the ground with a thud, leaving him unable to move for a long time. Help, he cried out. Several people had to come over and lift the bundle off him before he was freed. Teacher Wong panted heavily. Silver, you love it, and you hate it. Sanshurer laughed. Teacher Wong, you're a scholar. How could you possibly carry so much silver back? Besides, it's not safe to travel alone. You should take a group of young men with you. Have them act as your servants. Then you'll look like a rich man who can afford to buy a bookstore. And so, they began to assemble a team. Gao Chu, still not recovered from his hangover, was left out. Zheng Daniyu shouldered the bundle of silver, and a group of young men joined the party, forming a retinue of servants. They actually looked quite the part. Teacher Wong invented a story for himself. He had become a tutor for a great lord's family and received a generous reward. Now, having made his fortune, He planned to use the money to buy a bookstore and carry on the lost knowledge of past sages. With his story ready, he set off for the county seat with Zhengjia and the others. After all their commotion, Zhengjia village had finally woken up from its collective hangover. The villagers got out of bed one by one and began to stretch their limbs. Li Daoxian saw that Grandpa Gao was also up, so he had him gather the few families from Wangjia village. He told them that it had rained in Wangjia village as well. Unfortunately, the time was now late November of the 7th year of the Tianqi era. Winter was gradually approaching. Even with the rain, the villagers couldn't plant seeds. It was too late to sow now. The crops would sprout, but the young seedlings wouldn't have time to mature before the temperature dropped. They wouldn't be able to withstand the coming cold of winter. Li Daoxian considered for a second whether to introduce plastic greenhouses, but he immediately squashed the idea. It was a bit too early. There was no need to rush into high-tech farming just yet. The villagers, however, were not as disappointed as he was. Hearing that it had rained in Wangjia village was already the best news they could hope for. They weren't in a hurry to plant seeds. If they planted autumn wheat now, they wouldn't have time to plant spring wheat. Since winter was almost here, they might as well wait for it to pass and return to their village to plant in the spring when all things were being reborn. That was the proper way of farming. A villager from Wangjia village looked up at the sky and said, "Celestial Lord, I was thinking, since we have to wait until spring to plant anyway, we could use this winter to lay a cement road to Wangjia village. That way, when spring comes next year, we can ride the sun god chariot back to our village to farm. Do you think that's feasible?" Li Daoxian smiled. This villager is pretty smart. Grandpa Gao told Sanshur, "Dispatch some cement for the people of Wangjia village. Also, arrange for some short-term laborers and prisoners from the labor camp to help them. Let's build our second cement road, leading to Wangjia village." When Grandpa Gao relayed the news, the villagers from Wangjia village immediately cheered. Filled with motivation, they got to work right away, grabbing hoes and shovels and rushing to the side of the official road leading to Wangjia village to start digging. A gust of wind blew, stirring up dust and sand. As they were digging happily, they saw a tall horse approaching on the official road from the southwest. A man in an official's robe sat atop it, followed by a large contingent of yamen runners. There was also a group of laborers driving horse-drawn carts piled high with colorful large bows. Liang Shixian had arrived. He had come to return public property. Liang Shixian considered himself an honest official. And since he was an honest official, he naturally had to return what he had borrowed from the Li family. So he brought his yamen runners and laborers, driving carts loaded with 500 large bows, toward Gaojia village. As he was about to reach the village entrance, he saw that the side of the official road ahead was filled with swirling dust. A group of villagers was digging furiously with hoes and shovels, though he couldn't tell what they were up to. The wind blew a cloud of dust into his face. Liang Shixian couldn't hold his breath in time and inhaled a mouthful, immediately breaking into a fit of coughing. The yamen runners were furious. "Insolence! How dare you vile peasants ambush the county magistrate?" Liang Shixian immediately stopped them. "Why are you yelling at them? The villagers have been digging here for a while. They didn't start just because I arrived. How is this an ambush?" The yamen runners quickly fell silent, their attempt at flattery having backfired. Liang Shixian put on a gentle smile and asked the villagers, "Friends, why are you digging up the earth by the roadside?" The villagers, seeing the county magistrate, were still quite nervous. They huddled together and answered, "We're building a road. We plan to build a road from here to our village." Liang Shixian was very curious. "Isn't there already an official road here?" A villager replied, "The official road is too narrow and uneven. We're going to widen it and then pave it into a cement road." A cement road? The learned Liang Shixian immediately activated the data search mode in his mind. All the various rare and curious items he had ever seen in his life, even the strange machines brought by Westerners from across the seas, spun in his mind like a zoetrope. Then, with a ding, it froze on a single image. That image displayed 4 large words, "No such item found." Liang Shixian had no choice but to swallow his pride and ask, "What is a cement road?" The villagers turned and pointed to the road on the other side of Gaojia village. "Look over there. That's what we mean." In the direction they were pointing, there was a gray road leading to Zhengjia village. That was the cement road. Liang Shixian sat up straight on his tall horse. His vantage point was quite high. Looking in that direction, he saw that there was indeed a gray road, like a ribbon of hairtail fish winding through the mountains and forests, stretching into the distance. This road is quite strange. Why is it this color? Liang Shixian decided not to enter Gaojia Fort just yet. He led his advisor and yamen runners toward the cement road. When they reached it, he looked down. Why is this road so flat? Wouldn't it be wonderful for driving carts on? His advisor said. It looks like it was cut from a single giant stone. Liang Shixian replied. Who could cut a giant stone into such a shape? The advisor shook his head. It is beyond human capability. Liang Shixian clicked his tongue in wonder. Gaojia village is truly a place full of mysteries. If I'm not mistaken, this is another of the Li family's creations. It just so happens that I am going to the Li residence to return 500 longbows. I can take the opportunity to ask about this cement road. He straightened his official robes and slowly walked toward Gaojia Fort. When he reached the fort, Censurer, having already received a report from the sentries, came out to welcome him. The two exchanged a few pleasantries. After the polite talk was over, Liang Shixian said, I have come on this visit to return the 500 longbows I borrowed last time. But, he suddenly blushed slightly. The bowstrings on several dozen of the bows were snapped by my men. I will certainly find an opportunity to compensate the Li family for the loss in the future. Censurer let out a sound of surprise. Your Honor, Magistrate, you're returning the bows so quickly? Does this mean the bandits won't be coming back? Liang Shixian's spirits lifted, a hint of happiness in his voice. The bandits suffered successive defeats and have retreated to Huanglong Mountain. They won't dare to come to my Chongqing County again. A scout reported that they have turned west and headed for Luochuan County. Chapter 128. What character is this? Headed for Luochuan County, huh? The people of Luochuan are in for it now, Li Daoxian thought. But all he could do was sigh. He couldn't help. Liang Shixian's advisor connected with Sanshurer's advisor, Tan Li Wen. The two advisors began to arrange for their subordinates to move the 500 plastic longbows back to the watchtower. With their underlings busy, the two leaders were relatively free. Liang Shixian steered the conversation toward the cement road. Steward San, I saw a gray cement road extending from outside your fort. The road is extremely flat and wonderful for driving carts. How is it made? Is it by carving and laying down entire slabs of giant stone? Sanshurer shook his head. That is something mortals can do. What we call cement is a type of celestial slurry. When it is mixed and spread on the ground, it becomes a road like this after it air dries. Celestial slurry? Liang Shixian was a bit stunned. Sanshurer had wanted to bring up the name of the Daoxian celestial lord, but on second thought, Liang Shixian was a government official. The government was currently cracking down hard on the White Lotus Society. It was probably best not to boast about the Daoxian celestial lord in front of him. He changed his tune. Actually, it's a type of slurry that my family's master happened to acquire. This explanation was much easier to accept. Where was this slurry acquired? Liang Shixian asked. I would also like. Sanshurer shook his head. Lord Liang, there is something I wish to say, though I'm not sure if I should. When someone starts with a line like that, Liang Shixian thought, it means they're going to say it whether they should or not. Then please, enlighten me. Sanshurer said. Shangxi has suffered from years of drought, and the people's lives are miserable. Given the current state of the common folk in Changcheng, if you were to impose more labor duties and make them build cement roads on empty stomachs, I'm afraid. Liang Shixian was struck with a sudden realization. He quickly gave a deep bow. Steward San, what you say is absolutely right. I have been taught a lesson. He turned his head and looked at the cement road outside the fort that led to Zhengjia village, feeling a bit envious. Building bridges and repairing roads were always benevolent acts that could be remembered for generations. From the bottom of his heart, he wanted to build a few decent roads for the county under his governance. But the current situation truly did not allow for it. Sigh, I wonder when this damn drought will ever end. In the Imperial study of the Forbidden City, Beijing, the Chongzhen Emperor, Zhu Yujian, was flipping through memorials. The reports from Shangxi were becoming more and more unbearable to read. Each piece of news was worse than the last. A memorial from the Shangxi Grand Coordinator, Hu Tingyan, stated that border provisions had been in arrears for 5 or 6 years, totaling over 200,000 taels of silver. Border post provisions had been delayed for 2 to 3 years. As for the capital transport grain, from the 47th year of the Wanli era to the 6th year of the Tianqi era, the total deficit was over 159,000 taels of silver. Every line of the memorial screamed 3 words, your subject needs money. But where would Zhu Yujian get the money to give him? He looked at the next memorial. Luochuan's Bujan and I has gathered followers. The local authorities are unable to suppress them. And the next one. Zhuguazi of Qingjian County has gathered 10,000 bandits and rebelled. And another. Wang Daliang of Hanzhong has started a rebellion with a force of 400, calling himself King Daliang. The whole of Shaanxi was erupting in flames. With a furious smack, Zhu Yujian threw the thick stack of memorials to the floor. The eunuchs beside him scrambled to pick them up. Outrageous. Simply outrageous. Zhu Yujian's anger burned fiercely. Is there not a single normal memorial from Shaanxi? I want to see a victory report. A victory report. Find me a victory report at once. A person beside him cautiously pushed an urgent military report, sent by 800 Li Express, in front of him. Zhu Yujian opened it. It was from Chongqing County's Inspector Cheng Su, a 9th-rank military official. He was about to make a dismissive comment about such a minor official when his eyes caught the content. He was instantly overjoyed. Cheng Su killed Wang Heir of Baishui, pacified the bandit plague in Chongqing, and even heavily defeated Bujan Ni and Zhuguazi. Zhu Yujian's mood was like taking off in a jet plane. The dragon's face was filled with pleasure. Reward him. A heavy reward. His trusted eunuch, Du Sun, whispered, Your Majesty, this Cheng Su is one of Wei Zhongxian's men. As soon as those words were spoken, Zhu Yujian's face darkened. His mood was now like being in a free-falling elevator. What was the point of a reward now? Wei Zhongxian had already hanged himself in Fuqing County of Hejian Prefecture on the 6th of November. Zhu Yujian was keeping this news under wraps, so not many people knew yet. He hadn't started his move against the eunuch faction yet, but he was making the final preparations to do so. As soon as everything was ready, he would arrange for the scholar official faction to open fire on the eunuch faction. At a time like this, just seeing someone from the eunuch faction was irritating. Investigate this Cheng Su. See if there are any lies, misreports, or exaggerations in his memorial. If there is even the slightest discrepancy, make a note of it. When I deal with the eunuch faction, he will be taken down along with them. As you command. Teacher Wang had returned, filled with pride and satisfaction. His trip to Chongqing had been a grand display of flexing. He had marched into the county seat with Zheng Daniu and a large group of servants, carrying a huge bag of silver with swagger. He went straight to the bookstore. The Chongqing bookstore had been struggling for the past 3 years. The books and novels it printed were all hard to sell. The owner was agonizing over whether he should keep the bookstore afloat. Just then, Teacher Wang descended like a divine soldier with a large bag of silver. The bookstore owner didn't hesitate for a second. Sold. Teacher Wang got to experience the thrill of spending money lavishly, becoming the new big boss of the Chongqing bookstore. Then he led Zheng Daniu and his group straight into the bookstore's warehouse. They packed up all the tools needed for movable type printing and took everything. 2 workers responsible for printing were also packed up and brought back. When they returned to Gaojia village, each of the young men was carrying a large bag filled with movable type blocks. We're back. Zheng Daniu laughed foolishly. I brought back so many characters. I feel like I've never been so learned. It's not like carrying the characters makes you learned. You have to be able to recognize them, some villager retorted. The surrounding villagers all laughed. Gao Sanhua ran over quickly. Let me see what characters you brought back. He casually pulled a wooden block from the bundle on Zheng Daniu's back, wiped it on a charcoal stick, and then, with a smack, stamped it on Zheng Daniu's face. A large, dark character appeared on the big oaf's face. Everyone looked left and right. All right, none of them recognized it. Gao Sanhua, haven't you been learning to read recently? What character is this? Gao Sanhua shook his head. I haven't learned one this difficult yet. Young Master Bai popped his head out from the side with a swoosh. It's the character for stupid. Everyone stared. Zheng Daniu's face instantly turned red. He quickly reached up and wiped his face frantically. The character was gone, but half his face was now smeared black. He roared in anger. Gao Sanhua, you did that on purpose, didn't you? You purposely put the character for stupid on my face. You're just calling me stupid. Gao Sanhua clutched his head and ran. Wah, I didn't. I just grabbed a random character. Chapter 129, the book is printed. Li Daoxian set up his small stool, picked up the dry pot chicken offal his delivery driver had brought, and began to watch the craftsman print the book while he ate. They first prepared a wooden frame the same size as a book page. Then, they placed the reverse-carved wooden blocks into the frame one by one, fitting them together until the entire frame was full. Next, they spread ink over the wooden blocks, applying it evenly. Finally, They took out a sheet of paper and, with a smack, pressed it down on top. When they lifted the paper, a printed page appeared before them. Teacher Wang shot forward like an arrow, picking up the page with both hands. He didn't even care that the ink was still wet as he laughed out loud. It's printed. It's finally printed. The first page of Hanyu Pinyin. It's wonderful. Hurry, keep printing. Print the entire celestial book quickly. The two printers who had just been brought over from the county seat were completely bewildered. Their new boss was a bit crazy. But oh well, the new boss paid well. All they had to do was work hard for him. Let's print, master. How many copies of this page do you need? The number of copies would determine how many books would be published. Teacher Wang opened his mouth. Print 50 copies first. Before he could finish his sentence, Gao Ye spoke up from the side. The Celestial Lord has given an order. The first batch will be 1,000 copies. Wah! Teacher Wang was startled. He quickly looked up at the sky and bowed. Celestial Lord, there are currently fewer than 20 students in the school. 50 copies would be more than enough. 1,000 copies might be a bit. Li Daoxin knew that after printing one page with movable type, they had to dismantle it and then reassemble the layout for the second page. After Gao Ye relayed this, the two printers quickly said, "Yes, our character blocks are limited. We must reuse them. After the first page is printed, we have to dismantle the movable plate and reassemble the layout for the second page." Li Daoxin thought, once the plate is dismantled, it's a pain to reassemble it if you want to reprint the first page. So it's better to print more the first time. Let's go with 1,000 copies to avoid having to reassemble the plate later if we don't have enough books. The two printers didn't know who the Celestial Lord was, nor did they know that the Celestial Lord liked to go big with everything he did. After hearing Gao Ye's relay, the two couldn't help but whisper to each other. If we print 1,000 copies and they aren't used, it will waste a lot of paper and ink. The master will lose money. Teacher Wang overheard their whispers and couldn't help but laugh. You two actually know how to save money for us. Don't worry. When the Celestial Lord does something, he never considers the word save. Once he has spoken, forget 1,000 copies. Even if it were 100,000, you just print them. The two were still stunned when they heard Gao Ye say, "The Celestial Lord has given an order. 10 more prisoners from the labor camp will be assigned to assist the papermakers. As for the ink, the Celestial Lord will bestow divine ink." Everyone bowed in unison. Only the two newly arrived printers were bewildered, not knowing what to do. The woodblock carver ran into the courtyard and placed a large wooden basin on the ground, even bigger than a bathtub. Then, a huge drop of black liquid suddenly fell from the sky. With a few sloshing sounds, it filled the large basin to the brim. The rich scent of ink immediately wafted through the air. One page is done. Start printing. 1,000 copies. Oh, the two printers thought, well, let's just print then. The two printers, having received a generous craftsman-level base salary, began to work diligently. They printed 1,000 copies of the first page, then dismantled the movable plate, found the new character blocks, and reassembled the layout to create the second page. Then, smack, smack, they printed 1,000 copies of the second page. Repeating this process, it took them several days, but finally, all 1,000 copies of the inner pages were printed. Then they dyed thick paper blue to make the covers and bound them with cotton thread. A full 1,000 copies of Hanyu Pinyin were thus printed. Teacher Wang held the brand new celestial book, filled with pride and satisfaction, and couldn't resist reciting a poem. The celestial book's auspicious signs are told, as crimson clouds once held a jade tower of old. The poem, of course, was not his own. He was quoting someone else. Haha, have the children all come and get a copy. One for each of them. Ha ha. Li Daoxian watched with amusement and couldn't help but reach his hand into the box, hovering it in front of Gao Ye. Yeah, place a book in my hand. Gao Ye quickly complied. He took a copy of Hanyu Pinyin and stood on his tiptoes. As he carefully placed it on the tip of Li Daoxuan's finger, his small hand accidentally touched Li Daoxuan's giant hand again. His heart fluttered. I touched the Celestial Lord's hand again. Thinking of how he had once dressed up as Lady Li, his face flushed red, and he silently cursed himself for being too disrespectful. Li Daoxian pulled his hand out and saw the tiny book on his fingertip. It was only a few millimeters in size. He didn't dare to pick it up with his fingers, afraid that a single pinch would wrinkle the paper. He carefully placed his finger flat on the table and tilted it. The book slid off his fingertip and onto his computer desk. He picked up a magnifying glass with his left hand and the finest pair of small tweezers with his right. He gently lifted the book cover and flipped it open. Under the magnifying glass, the lines of Hanyu Pinyin annotations were absolutely hilarious. This thing is too much of a gag, Li Daoxian thought with a laugh. All right, let's try selling it. He took a picture of himself flipping through the book with tweezers and looking at it with a magnifying glass. Then he took a few high-definition, close-up macro shots of the tiny book. He touched up the photos and uploaded them to a certain online marketplace. He wrote the ad copy, the ultimate in miniature craftsmanship. A 1:200 scale Hanyu Pinyin textbook. A tiny book that will subvert your perception of reality. And yes, you can turn the pages. As for the price, let's just casually list it for 888,888. I just like having a lot of 8s. After finishing that, his attention returned to the box. At that moment, Sanshura was giving out heavy rewards to several craftsmen. He knew the Celestial Lord style. Once a craftsman completed a task, they had to be heavily rewarded. The really heavy kind. For example, right now, Sanshura was announcing with a shake of his head, Ji Zhongluo Tomeo, for your merit in printing the book, you are rewarded with 50 gene of pork, 10 gene of sugar, and 2 gene of salt. Tomeo was overjoyed. Thank you, Celestial Lord. The woodblock carver and the printers were similarly rewarded with 50 gene of pork, 10 gene of sugar, and 2 gene of salt. It was the first time the two new printers had ever heard of such a terrifyingly generous reward. The 50 gene of pork was already enough to make them feel like they were about to fly. The next two items were even more frightening. That was sugar and salt. A reward of 10 gene and 2 gene. Oh my heavens. For the first time, I feel like being a craftsman is so wonderful. Now I can teach my craft for years to come. Being a craftsman here seems to have a very promising future. I really hope the Celestial Lord gives us something else to do. Li Daoxian thought, finding work is easy. I'm just afraid you won't be willing to do it. He smiled and opened his phone. The various elementary school textbooks he had prepared, especially mathematics, were very important. It was time to get started on those now. Chapter 130. The Spring Festival is approaching. Outside the window, the raindrops pattered down. For 3 days and 3 nights, the winter rain continued to fall in Chongqing. Inside the box, there was still not a single drop of rain. Li Daoxian calculated the time. It's about time to make it rain. Taking out the medical nebulizer, he aimed it at the fields outside Gao family village and made it rain. It was already late December of the 7th year of Tianqi. The footsteps of the new year were drawing near. The Spring Festival was the most important holiday in the dynasty, bar none. The villagers in the box had already started preparing for the new year. In previous years, because of the drought, no one could have a peaceful new year. Even on New Year's Eve, they were still digging for wild vegetables and peeling tree bark, worrying about their livelihood every day. But this year was different. Gao Sanyang chased Gao Sanhua all over the courtyard. Sanhua, stop right there. Come quickly and put on the new padded cotton jacket mother knitted for you. Sanhua was busy playing hide-and-seek with several other children. The Hakka-walled village with its 9 halls and 18 courtyards was simply a natural giant maze, perfect for playing hide-and-seek. I'm not cold, mother. Don't call me, I'll get caught. Gao Sanhua ran off like a wisp of smoke and disappeared. Gao Sanyang couldn't help but shake her head. In past years, he was so cold his nose ran constantly, crying to me every day that he wanted a padded cotton jacket. Now that he has a padded cotton jacket, he won't wear it. Senair happened to walk by and laughed. Sanhua has been eating a lot of meat, and his body has grown strong. Naturally, he's not as afraid of the cold as before. Sanyang, you should worry less. Outside the fortress gate, 2 young men climbed onto Sun Chariot number 2. Gao Chu and Zheng Daniu also climbed up after them, standing beside them to guide them. Listen up, this is called the steering wheel. If you turn it left, the vehicle turns left. The 2 young men quickly nodded. Got it. Gao Chu grinned widely. You guys need to learn this as soon as possible. When spring arrives, Wang family village will start spring plowing. At that time, one sun god chariot won't be enough at all. We'll need several of them shuttling back and forth. Zheng Daniu added. The Heavenly Venerable said. That sun chariot number 2 will be renamed the public sun chariot in the future, specifically used to carry everyone back and forth between the villages. In the future, we'll be going to more and more villages, so the public sun chariot will be very busy. The 2 young men nodded vigorously and learned earnestly. Sun chariot number 2 started moving clumsily. The 2 small villages next to Gao family fortress, the short-term worker village and the labor reform village, were just as lively now. The short-term workers in the short-term worker village were cutting paper flowers, preparing for the new year. They hadn't been in Gao family village for long, and the rewards they received from the heavenly venerable weren't enough yet. So they weren't as wealthy as the original residents of Gao family village. But they were still living much better than when they were in their own homes. Much, much better. Now they actually had extra money to buy red paper to cut flowers and paste them on their doors. This was something they wouldn't even dare to think about during the drought years. The most miserable ones were the labor reform prisoners. They only had basic living guarantees, but no extra rewards. Working didn't bring them any extra income. At first, they were naturally very satisfied, content just to have food to eat. But seeing the newly arrived short-term workers next door, all becoming wealthier than themselves, they suddenly realized that being a labor reform prisoner wasn't a very good thing. If possible, they really wanted to repay the sins they committed as soon as possible, and then move into the short-term worker village over there. Li Daoxian watched with amusement, constantly clicking north, south, east, and west, switching perspectives to look around. Right at this moment, he noticed a large group of people walking along the official road from the east. There were about 30 or 40 of them. This group of people wore martial attire, with ropes tied around their calves. It was obvious they dressed like this for a long journey. Many of them were also carrying shoulder poles. The loads were very heavy, looking like they were filled with goods. The person leading them was actually riding a horse, carrying a bow on their back and a saber at their waist. At first glance, they looked tough and capable of fighting. Li Daoxian took a quick look and felt something wasn't quite right. He quickly grabbed a magnifying glass to look closer. Only then did he realize that the person leading on horseback wasn't actually a man, but a woman. She had a burly figure, a woman built like an iron tower. She wasn't pretty. A bit, well, yeah, growing horizontally. Her face was very large. When Li Daoxian didn't use the magnifying glass, he really couldn't tell she was a woman. He just felt her figure was a bit strange. With such a weirdo arriving, Li Daoxian's interest was instantly piqued. He locked the camera on this group of people, watching them stroll along the official road from the east. All the way over, the woman spoke, her voice also very gruff. "Brothers, where are we now?" A man behind her said in a low voice. "Boss, we should be about 30 miles away. From Chengqing County." The woman chuckled. "Good. Boys, move faster. We need to reach the county town before noon, and take advantage of the midday to sell a batch of goods." Just as she finished speaking, she suddenly added, There's a large fortress ahead, and 2 small villages next to the fortress." Li Daoxian thought to himself. She saw Gao family fortress. The woman's spirits lifted. Very good. Such a large fortress must belong to a wealthy family. The 2 villages also look like they have quite a few people living in them. Let's hurry over there and take a look. Maybe we can sell a batch of goods. The group sped up, walking as if flying, heading towards Gao family village. Li Daoxian thought to himself, listening to this woman's words. She sounds like a merchant. In this war-torn Shangxi, there are actually still merchants? And a female merchant at that. Although you look a bit, well, the wandering bandits probably wouldn't be picky either. Aren't you afraid of being posed in 18 different ways? Soon, the woman led her caravan into Gao family village. Standing at the village entrance, a joyful expression appeared on the woman's face. This village is extremely wealthy, extremely wealthy. Look, it's still raining here. The villagers have fields to farm, and everyone is beaming with joy. We can definitely sell a batch of goods here. The men behind her were also overjoyed. What the boss says is absolutely right. The villagers here look like wealthy people. Our goods will definitely sell well. The woman cleared her throat and shouted loudly towards Gao family village. Selling salt. Top quality goods. 20% cheaper than official salt. Come and buy quickly. If you miss this village, you won't find this shop again. With this shout, Li Daoxian understood. Smugglers of illicit salt. That made sense. In these war-torn times, ordinary, legitimate merchants would have long been scared into hiding in the county town, shivering. Only tough illicit salt smugglers would still wander around. The combat power of illicit salt smugglers definitely wouldn't be weak. As long as they didn't run into a large bandit army, they wouldn't be afraid at all. Selling salt. The woman's roar startled the Gao family villagers. A large group of villagers turned their gazes over, looking at the woman with weird expressions. The sentries on the fortress wall rested their chins in their hands, looking at her with half smiles. Seeing this posture, the woman sensed something was wrong. She whispered, "Everyone, be careful. This village is a bit strange. Their smiles are quite eerie." Several subordinates, behind her, immediately placed their hands on the hilts of their swords. Chapter 131. My name is Xing Hongling. The woman and her group entered a state of high alert. Gao Laba was digging up a piece of yellow mud by the roadside, preparing to take it home to make pots. He was closest to the woman's group, so he looked up and smiled at the woman. Selling illicit salt? You've come to the wrong place. Buying salt from us would be more like it. The woman looked like she might draw her sword at any moment. What do you mean? Gao Laba said, Hey, good hero, don't be angry. I didn't mean to mock you. It's just that our Gao family village has never lacked salt. We even have extra salt. You really came to the wrong place to sell salt. The woman had followed her father, who was in the illicit salt business since childhood, traveling all over the country. After her father died, she took over the salt gang, her footprints covering the lands north and south of the river. She had never heard of a small village that didn't lack salt. There were only villages that couldn't afford salt. No villages that didn't lack salt. The woman narrowed her eyes, seriously scrutinizing the village before her. Right at this moment, the main gate of Gao family fortress creaked open. The Gao family village chief walked out cheerfully. He was holding a small, earthy brown ball in his hand, and slowly walked up to the woman. Female hero, you sell illicit salt? The woman nodded. People in the martial world call me Xing Honglang. I sell salt. What advice do you have, old sir? The old village chief reached out his hand and handed the earthy brown ball to Xing Honglang. Female hero, I'll give you something delicious. Xing Honglang glanced at the strange, earthy brown round ball, unsure if this thing was food. She was cautious and didn't dare to take it. Having traveled the martial world for a long time, one had to be a bit vigilant. Food of unknown origin. How could she just take it carelessly? Seeing that she didn't take it, the old village chief roughly guessed the reason. So he handed it to the subordinate behind her. Hero, you taste it. I'll stand right here without moving. If you get a bad stomach from eating it, just slash my belly and cut me down. The subordinate looked at Xing Honglang, who nodded. The subordinate then took the earthy brown ball, sniffed it, and carefully licked it. Just one lick was enough. His expression instantly changed drastically, as if he had eaten something incredible. He cried out, Wow, boss. This thing is delicious. So delicious. I've never eaten anything so delicious. Xing Honglang's subordinate pinched off the part he had licked, threw it into his mouth, and handed over the remaining more than half of the chocolate ball. Xing Honglang used her fingers to pinch off a tiny little bit from it and tossed it into her mouth. Then her expression also turned into a wow expression. The old village chief chuckled. This thing is called chocolate. It's a divine item from heaven. How about it? I'll sell it to you a bit cheaper. You buy some from me and take it to resell. I guarantee you'll make more money than selling salt. It turned out Li Daoxian had rewarded him with quite a lot of chocolate. The old man hadn't even finished the previous piece before he decided to sell the next one. Then he was rewarded with another piece. As a result, he had so much chocolate at home that he could already bring it out to sell for money. Xing Hongling asked, How much for a caddy? The old village chief replied, 5 mace of silver. Xing Hongling asked, Is there a discount for a large quantity? The old village chief chuckled. If it's over 10 caddies, I'll give you a 10% discount. All right. Xing Hongling waved her hand. I want 100 caddies. Give me a 30% discount. The old village chief was overjoyed. Deal. Heroes, please wait here a moment. I'll go home right away and weigh out 100 caddies. The old village chief turned around and headed back to the village, walking with a spring in his step, twisting left and right, as happy as an immortal. Making money, making money. Although chocolate was good, the old man still wanted to have some silver to use for his coffin fund. Li Daoxian watched his undignified behavior for an old man and couldn't help but secretly laugh. However, the old village chief's wave of selling goods actually taught the other villagers a lesson. A villager quickly ran back home and soon brought out a small jar. He said to Xing Honglang, Female, hero, I have a jar of good sugar here. See if you're interested. I guarantee it's cheaper than getting goods anywhere else. The villager opened the jar for Xing Honglang. Xing Honglang took a peek inside. Oh my, incredible. Crystal clear, snow white, transparent sugar. The quality of this sugar could simply be called top tier. Xing Honglang couldn't help but ask, How are you selling this? The villager replied, I'll just use the market price for ordinary quality sugar and give you a 20% discount. Hearing this, Xing Hongling thought, This is top quality sugar, and he's actually giving it to me at a 20% discount off the price of ordinary sugar. If I take this to a big city and sell it at the price of top-quality goods. Wouldn't I make a massive profit? The profit margin here is at least double. I'll take this whole jar of yours. Do you have more? Yes, yes, yes. Another villager ran over. My family also has extra sugar. I'll bring a jar over for you too. I have some too. And me. Several villagers ran back to their houses and soon brought over several more jars. Xing Honglang had just paid for this batch of sugar when the village chief over there also cut a huge piece of chocolate and brought it out. Xing Honglang paid for the chocolate as well. After finally finishing up, she looked up and saw another man handing over a small jug. He smiled. Female hero, do you want wine? The name of this wine is Wulianya. It's top-tier immortal wine. One sip can send a person to heaven. Xing Honglang was greatly surprised. In this day and age, you guys actually still have wine. The villagers grinned. Bestowed by the heavenly venerable. Xing Honglang didn't know what a heavenly venerable was either, but she was still somewhat interested in wine. She poured out a tiny bit. Just smelling the aroma of the wine startled her. She tasted a little bit more. 52 proof. It hit her so hard that she was dazed for 2 seconds. Good. What great wine. Xing Honglang asked joyfully. How are you selling this wine? The subordinate behind her suddenly whispered. Boss. Boss, our silver is already used up. What? Xing Honglang was shocked. Used up? How could it be used up? I brought so much silver out. With me. The subordinate whispered. Our silver was just used to buy a batch of goods not long ago. The salt hasn't been sold out yet. And you just fiercely bought a batch of good stuff here. So of course, Xing Honglang was incredibly embarrassed. Suddenly, she felt something was wrong. I clearly came out to make money. When I saw this village just now, I was still thinking about selling a batch of salt to the villagers and making a damn good profit. How did it turn into me spending all my own money? Where exactly did things go wrong? Hey, is this some kind of mistake? She stood there, disheveled in the wind. Right at this moment, Sun Chariot number 2 strolled back from outside the village. It was Gao Chu, Zheng Daniel, and the 2 young men learning to drive. 2 teaching, 2 learning. They had taken a big loop outside and returned to the village entrance, only to see a group of outsiders being surrounded by the villagers, looking very lively. Gao Chu foolishly went over to watch the fun. As soon as he walked into the crowd, he spotted Xing Honglang at a glance. Wow, this woman is so pretty. The villagers nearby were all stunned. Where exactly was this manly-looking female hero pretty? Xing Honglang is a historical figure. In the 4th year of Chongzhen, Zijin Liang gathered the heroes of Shangxi to form the 36 battalions. Xing Honglang was one of the 36 battalions. However, historical records do not state whether this person was male or female. For the sake of the novel's entertainment value, the author has set her as a woman. Chapter 132. She's so pretty. Gao Chu took big strides and walked towards Xing Honglang. Although there were many villagers surrounding them, an illicit salt smuggler like Xing Honglang, who had traveled the martial world for a long time, had extraordinary vigilance. Gao Chu had only walked halfway when she already sensed someone coming towards her. She turned her body sideways. Her gaze locked onto Gao Chu. Gao Chu grinned. Hello there. Xing Honglang said warily. Do you have something to sell me? I don't have any money left. If you want to sell something, wait until I come back next time. Gao Chu said. I haven't taken a wife yet. Are you willing to marry me? Uft. The villagers nearby all rushed over at once. In an instant, 7 or 8 hands covered Gao Chu's mouth. You idiot. Is that how you talk? Xing Honglang couldn't help but freeze. What kind of crazy development was this? I'm tall and sturdy, with rough features. I was raised as a man since childhood, and my habits while traveling the martial world are also very careless. The people in the Greenwood gave me a nickname, Xing Honglang, meaning I'm as fierce and violent as a female wolf. No one has ever treated me like a woman. What kind of ghost did I bump into here today? Someone actually ran out to propose to me. She glared fiercely at Gao Chu. Gao Chu had his mouth covered by a group of villagers, looking as if he couldn't speak anymore. But unexpectedly, his shoulders shook, and the circle of people surrounding him were actually all pushed away by him. They stumbled back several steps, scattering into a large circle. Xing Honglang was startled in her heart. What immense brute strength. He's a tough guy. Gao Chu grinned. I have a house, and lots of rice, flour, oil, sugar, meat, everything. Marry me, and I'll let you eat, well, every meal. Xing Honglang secretly shook her head in her heart. He's a tough guy, but also a fool. Which of these things you mentioned do I not have? And I only have more than you. Swish, swish, swish. A group of people pounced on him again, covering Gao Chu's mouth once more. The village chief awkwardly bowed to her. Female hero, please don't be angry. He's just a bit simple-minded. He didn't mean to offend you. Xing Honglang snorted, swung onto her horse, and turned to her subordinates, saying, let's go. We need to reach Chongqing County before noon. We're out of money, so we have to go to Xi'an City as soon as possible to offload this batch of goods. The subordinates replied in unison. Yes, boss. She didn't even spare another glance at Gao Chu, leading her subordinates and swaggering away. At this time, the villagers covering Gao Chu's mouth finally took their hands away. Gao Chu also understood now. That woman swung onto a horse and brought 30 or 40 subordinates with her. At a glance, she was an extraordinary woman. He looked at himself again. Sigh. Gao Chu scratched his head. I won't be able to marry this wife, will I? Everyone nodded together. You won't be able to marry her, Gao Chu. Sigh. Seeing this, Li Daoxian couldn't help but sigh for him too. The gap in status, position, and wealth was just too big. You think this is the 101st proposal, or the male lead and train man? Having protagonist luck on your side is the only way to cross such a huge gap and marry this kind of woman. And are you? Li Daoxian looked at his own non-mainstream thick silver chain. If he took off a silver ring right now and put it in to give to Gao Chu, maybe it could make up for the wealth gap between them, making that woman look at him differently. Such thoughts are wrong. Using this method to help Gao Chu get that woman would make me a guy with terrible taste. It belongs to the typical promotion of incorrect values. My every move right now can affect the future of the Gao family village's residents. In terms of promoting values, I absolutely must control my hands. He locked his perspective onto that small team of illicit salt smugglers, watching Xing Honglang and her group walk far away towards the southwest. Listening to them talk, Xing Honglang said, there are really so many good things in this village. After we finish selling this batch of goods in Xi'an Prefecture and have silver in our hands, we'll come back to this village to stock up. The profit from selling these good items is much higher than selling illicit salt. The subordinates laughed. We won't have to run far away to transport salt anymore. Xing Honglang grinned. Yeah, stocking up is too tiring. Being able to buy good stuff right here is really not bad. Haha. Hearing this, Li Daoxian couldn't help but smile. Very good, you're still coming back. Then Gao Chu's love story isn't over yet. There will be updates. He had now transformed from the protective Heavenly Venerable into the gossiping Heavenly Venerable, begging on my knees for the love story update. You guys update a bit faster. Even the production team's donkey wouldn't dare to be this idle. My whole body feels like ants are crawling on it, crawling in a twisted and dark way. Hurry up with the next chapter. Clicking on Gao Family Village. The perspective instantly snapped back to the sky above Gao Family Village. He saw the villagers happily counting their silver and copper coins. The villagers who had just seized the opportunity to sell a batch of goods had all made a fortune, holding their money and feeling incredibly happy. Actually, the original residents of Gao Family Village, especially the earliest batch, had received too many things from Li Daoxian. So much that among them, many people had already lost the motivation to work. They were often a bit lazy and scattered. Anyway, they had more food than they could use. So what was the point of earning more rewards? They might as well lie flat. But Xing Honglang's arrival digested a portion of the food they couldn't finish, allowing them to suddenly find a source of motivation again. They suddenly had drive again. I want to go apply to the Heavenly Venerable to learn how to drive the Sun Chariot. I'll earn an extra reward as a driver. In the future, when merchants come again, I can exchange it for money. I've been slacking off lately. Haven't done carpentry in a long time. I should go do some carpentry work too. Selling clay pots. Gao Laba also cleared his throat and roared. Anyone whose family needs pots, come find me to make them. Hey, I say, you guys are about to celebrate the new year. Aren't we preparing for the festival? Why did you guys suddenly get sidetracked? Someone shouted, and everyone's attention was instantly drawn back. Right? We were clearly preparing for the new year. How did our brains suddenly take a turn? Oh my, hurry home and cut red paper flowers. Prepare some New Year goods. You just sold all your New Year goods. So I want to work now. Haha. Everyone was laughing, incredibly happy. Only Gao Chu hung his head alone, sitting gloomily on a large rock at the village entrance, gazing towards the road leading to the county town. Li Daoxian was amused. He even learned to play deep. It is said that a man will suddenly grow up in two situations. One is when his mother dies, The other is when he meets the woman he loves. Translated into plain language, it means losing an important woman and meeting an important woman. Anyway, it's all related to women. Danyu plopped down next to Gao Chu, handing over a jug of beer. You really like that broad, huh? Gao Chu took a sip and nodded. She's so pretty. Uffed. Zheng Danyu spat out a mouthful of beer 3 feet away. Pretty, my ass. Are you blind? But no matter how foolish he was, he knew he couldn't say that. He could only pat Gao Chu's shoulder. How about we chase after her, knock her out with a stick, and invite her back? Gao Chu raised his fist. I'll beat you up. Zheng Danyu said. I was just joking. Gao Chu sighed. She's a Greenwood hero, with so many subordinates. I'm just an idiot in Gao family village. Zheng Danyu didn't know how to comfort him. Then let's drink. The two brothers sat shoulder to shoulder on the large rock. You take a sip of beer, and soon the wine jug hit the bottom. They collapsed on the ground, unconscious. Chapter 133, Math Class Representative. Early morning. Gao family village, snow scene. The spring festival was approaching. Today's lesson in the snow scene had also changed. Mr. Wang didn't teach the 3-character classic or the 100 family surnames. Instead, he stood in front of all the students, gesturing wildly as he told the story of the Nian monster. Most of the children had heard a bit about it from their parents, but the versions they heard before were never as detailed and vivid as Mr. Wang's. They listened with great relish. Young Master Bai, however, didn't join the other children in listening to the story. 4. Young Master Bai, who had received a good education since childhood. Most of the lessons Mr. Wang taught were too childish. He simply couldn't attend class with these children. Sitting at the entrance of the snow scene, he flipped through the Hanyu Pinyin in his hands. He had also finished learning this heavenly book, and for a moment, he didn't know what to do. Right at this moment, Gao Ye walked over, reaching out to hand him a book, Primary School Mathematics. Grade 1, Volume 1. Here, take this second heavenly book bestowed by the Heavenly Venerable. Young Master Bai was overjoyed, quickly taking it with both hands. Only I have this. Gao Ye nodded. Young Master Bai glanced at Mr. Wang and asked in a low voice, what about Mr. Wang? Gao Ye shook her head. Mr. Wang might not be very suitable for this. Young Master Bai felt quite curious. Why wouldn't Mr. Wang be suitable? Whatever, he'd open it and take a look first. It would have been better if he hadn't opened it. Once he did, he was completely dumbfounded. The Arabic numerals inside instantly made young Master Bai dizzy and confused. If this wasn't a heavenly book, young Master Bai wouldn't want to continue reading it. But thinking that this item was a divine object from heaven, it was normal for mortals not to understand it well. If he understood it at first glance, that would be the strange thing. Young Master Bai's spirits lifted, and he read desperately. Gao Ye, read desperately too, listening attentively to the Heavenly Venerable's patient guidance, while relaying it to young Master Bai. As a result of her relaying it like this, she actually ended up learning along with him. Before long, both of them had learned the most basic Arabic numerals and basic mathematical symbols. Young Master Bai truly had a profound family education. Once he could recognize Arabic numerals and symbols, his progress instantly sped up. He flipped through Primary School Mathematics, Grade 1 Volume 1 very quickly. He glanced over addition and subtraction, and finished them in the blink of an eye. Gao Ye could no longer keep up with young Master Bai's progress. She reached out and handed him another book, Primary School Mathematics, Grade 1 Volume 2. This volume wasn't difficult either. Still addition and subtraction within 100. Young Master Bai understood it in seconds, flipping through it rapidly. When he reached Primary School Mathematics, Grade 2 Volume 1, multiplication began to appear. If it were any other ordinary young master, they would definitely slow down at multiplication and division. But young Master Bai was different from ordinary young masters. He was Bai Yuan's son. Among the 6 arts of a gentleman, the art of mathematics was something Bai Yuan was very particular about. Young Master Bai was influenced by his father since childhood, and among these 6 arts of a gentleman, he had managed to learn the art of mathematics passably well. The second-grade multiplication and division didn't take him much time before he flipped past them. However, when he reached Grade 3 Volume 1, the ultimate weapon finally arrived. Fractions. When young Master Bai saw numbers like 1/3 and 1/4, his brain instantly jammed, and his progress slowed down. At the entrance of the snow scene, a figure flashed, and Madame Bai walked in with a smile. My son, have you been studying hard today? Young Master Bai was holding a pen, staring blankly at the question of whether January 3rd or January 4th was larger. Hearing this, he replied blankly. The heavenly book bestowed by the heavenly venerable is truly too difficult. Your child is stuck on this question and really can't figure it out. Smack. Madam Bai slapped him hard across the face. The heavenly venerable bestowed a heavenly book upon you. What great fortune! And you actually can't understand it? Even if it kills you, you must figure it out for your mother. Young Master Bai's face burned with pain. He didn't know why, but his mother's spurring transformed into inspiration. Ha ha ha, your child understands. He picked up the pen and answered. 1/3 is greater than 1/4. Gaoya said. The heavenly venerable says. You calculated correctly. He praises you for having a great talent for mathematics, and your future achievements are promising. Madam Bai was overjoyed. Later, she would tell everyone she met. The heavenly venerable praised my son for having a great talent for mathematics. She kept repeating this sentence for her entire life. Gao Iya listened attentively to the voice from heaven. Young Master Bai, the heavenly venerable wants to entrust you with a glorious and arduous task. Young Master Bai quickly stood up, his expression turning serious, his hands hanging by his sides, looking as if he was listening respectfully. Gao Iya said, the heavenly venerable wants you to be the math class representative. From now on, you will teach on behalf of heaven, teaching the other children mathematics. Not only must you study mathematics hard, but you must also learn, while teaching the things you have already learned, to the other children. This task is extremely heavy. Do you dare to take it on? The 4 words, teach on behalf of heaven, truly made one ecstatic to hear. Young Master Bai was overjoyed. I am not yet an adult. To be so highly regarded by the heavenly venerable is truly the greatest fortune of my life. I will definitely do my utmost to fulfill the role of math class representative. Madam Bai was also overjoyed. My son has become the math class representative. Although she didn't know exactly what kind of position this was, it was obviously a position that only existed in heaven. My son's future achievements will be limitless. An overwhelmingly intense feeling of happiness washed over her. Smack. Madam Bai slapped herself hard across the face. It hurts. I'm awake, not dreaming. Young Master Bai asked, Mother, what's wrong? Why did you hit yourself? If you're unhappy about something, just hit your child. Smack. Madam Bai slapped young Master Bai hard across the face. Does it hurt? Young Master Bai covered his reddened face. It hurts. Madam Bai laughed loudly. That's wonderful. Neither of us is dreaming. Li Daoxian watched as young Master Bai distributed primary school mathematics, grade 1, volume 1, to the other children, 1 book per person. Then, waiting until Mr. Wang's language class was over, he walked to the very front and spoke to the other children with an affected tone. I, by the order of the heavenly venerable, have become the math class representative. From now on, your math classes will be taught by me on behalf of heaven. Everyone listen up. This symbol is called 1, which is the number 1. Got it? The children answered loudly. Got it. This symbol is called 2, which is the number 2. Li Daoxian watched silently for a while, as the children learned. Very good. I've finally managed to cram mathematics in. Next should be physics and chemistry, right? But these 2 subjects are too deep. I'm afraid it will be difficult for the children to learn them in a short time. Even in modern society, these 2 subjects are only started by middle school students. I won't look here for now. Let's patrol my field of vision. Now his field of vision was quite wide. He would occasionally click north, south, east, and west to see if there were any changes in the surrounding environment. Once, when switching perspectives, he even noticed a large rock on the northern hillside was about to slide down. He quickly grabbed the rock and moved it aside, which could be considered protecting the labor reform prisoners working on the hillside. When he felt like it, patrolling around would always yield some fun discoveries. Sure enough, when he clicked to the very edge of the southwest direction, in a valley about 10 miles away from Gao family village, he saw something amusing. Patrol Inspector Chung Su, with his hair disheveled, was running in a sorry state. Behind him, a large group of people holding swords were chasing him. Chapter 134. Do you dare say you are innocent? Li Daoxian let out a huh, feeling a bit curious. Chung Su was someone from the government, a 9th-rank patrol inspector of the Imperial court, a military officer with an official position. Who would dare to chase and hack at him? The rebel army? But it felt like these people chasing behind were dressed quite well, not really looking like the rebel army. He quickly grabbed a magnifying glass to zoom in and look. Using the magnifying glass, he could clearly see the patterns on their clothes, flying fish suits, the embroidered uniform guard. Now things were getting interesting. You didn't need a brain to know a big show was starting. He quickly grabbed some snacks, opened the camera with multi-angle views, zoomed in the lens, turned on auto-tracking, and activated recording mode. Using a projector, he cast the image onto the wall. With this, the viewing experience was instantly maxed out. One of the fastest-running embroidered uniform guards caught up behind Cheng-Su with a flash of the blade. The embroidered spring sword slashed towards Cheng-Su's vital spot on his back. Cheng-Su was clearly running forward, but as if he had eyes on the back of his head, he dodged to the side, avoiding the strike. At the same time, he delivered a backhand slash, sweeping his blade upwards from below. With a squelch, he stabbed into the embroidered uniform guard's abdomen. The guard let out a miserable scream and rolled on the ground. The two guards behind him roared simultaneously. Damn it! Two figures rushed forward at the same time. Two embroidered spring swords slashing down together. Cheng-Su dodged to the left, avoiding one blade, but didn't dodge the blade on the right. With a clang, he took the strike with the iron armor on his body. At the same time, he swung his padao, slashing fiercely at the two guards. The two guards leaped back simultaneously, shouting loudly, "This guy is tough. His martial arts are quite formidable." Cheng-Su was also tired from running. He paused to rest, panting heavily, and roared through gritted teeth, "You bastards! My martial arts were forged on the battlefield with every slash and thrust. How could they compare to you cowards, who just watch plays and listen to music in the capital?" A pale, beardless man walked out from among the embroidered uniform guards, his voice effeminate. "So what if you can fight? With just you and your single blade? Do you think you can stand against all the embroidered uniform guards? I advise you to lay down your weapon and obediently follow me to the capital. Explain properly to the emperor about your false military report. Perhaps there's still a glimmer of hope for survival." Cheng-Su sneered. "Do you take me, Cheng-Su, for a 3-year-old child? If I go to the capital with you, I'm dead for sure. Even if I'm innocent, I'll be tortured into a confession." The pale, beardless man snorted coldly. "You still have the nerve to say you're innocent? Tell me, a few days ago, whose head was that hanging on the city gate of Chongqing County? Who did it really belong to?" Cheng-Su replied, "Baishui Wang heirs." "Bullshit," the pale, beardless man said angrily. "Look at this urgent military dispatch yourself." He threw a scroll of urgent military dispatch in front of Cheng-Su. Cheng-Su picked it up and looked, his expression changing drastically. The dispatch stated that Baishui Wang heir led 3,000 rebel troops, breached Yijuan County, released the prisoners, and then continued north, entering Luochuan County. "This is impossible. This is absolutely impossible," Cheng-Su yelled. "When Wang heir was chased out of Chongqing County by me, he was already severely injured, with only about 100 men left by his side. How could he possibly, in such a short time, gather an army of 3,000 and breach Yijuan County? This is impossible," the pale, beardless man said. "Now you've admitted it yourself, haven't you? You never killed Wang heir at all." Cheng-Su's face turned ashen. "You forged a military dispatch to trick me. I falsely reported Wang heir's death back then, to deter other bandits. And in fact, I succeeded. I wiped out all the remaining bandits in Chongqing. I made a great contribution. This was an expedient measure," the pale, beardless man said sinisterly. "This military intelligence is real. I haven't stooped so low as to use such methods to trick people. Wang heir really did breach Yijuan County. This man has a prominent reputation in the Greenwood. With a single call, followers gather like clouds. You let him escape, and even forged his head, making the Imperial court think he was dead, relaxing the pursuit against him, giving him the chance to make a comeback. Do you still dare say you are innocent?" Cheng-Su sighed. Fine. Now he understood. He truly had no way out. Cheng-Su looked around. Great-grandmother peeked half her face out from behind a tree by the road, waving at him. On the valley walls, behind the rocks, on the dirt slopes. Great-grandmother was everywhere. An overwhelming number of great-grandmothers were waving at him. The path to survival was cut off. There was no way to escape. Whatever, let's fight. Anyway, no matter how I die, it's fine. I just can't offer my head to someone else's blade. Everyone treats me like a soft persimmon. Heh, soft persimmon? Cheng-Su raised his blade. Come on, I want to see how much skill you pampered young masters, who grew up in the capital, have to take this soft persimmon's head. 3 embroidered uniform guards charged forward simultaneously. 3 embroidered spring swords flashing with cold light. Cheng-Su slashed left, slashed right, and spun with another slash. Clang, clang, clang. He forced the 3 men back and actually managed to injure one of them. The pale, beardless man couldn't help but be startled. He thought to himself, I've always heard Chung Su was a coward, but I never expected this guy's martial arts to be so strong. Are you kidding me? Since your martial arts are so strong, what's the meaning of being such a coward? Attack! Several more embroidered uniform guards leaped forward. A group of people surrounded Chung Su, attacking from the left, retreating from the right, pincering from front and back, slashing in circles. But Chung Su really had some skill. Swinging his padao, he blocked left and parried right, balancing offense and defense. This guy, believing he was bound to die, put away his usual cowardice, fighting with his back to the wall. He fought with extreme desperation, his eyes red as he killed with all his might. The group of embroidered uniform guards had their momentum suppressed by him, and actually couldn't take him down. Li Daoxian was secretly amused. This is fun, Bai Yuan and San Er both said. This Chung Su is a massive coward, always thinking about running away as soon as a battle starts, never daring to charge without absolute certainty of victory. I thought he was useless, but I didn't expect his martial arts to be quite good. Thinking up to this point, Li Daoxian was actually a bit tempted. Although Bai Yuan could also help the Gao family villagers, command some tactics and such, he was still a bit unorthodox. Moreover, he couldn't teach the villagers martial arts. Bai Yuan also had his own family estate. Gao family village couldn't just call Bai Yuan over every time something happened, right? But this Chung Su not only knew martial arts, he could also teach tactics, and he had experience leading regular troops. These were all things Gao family village currently lacked. This person might be useful. He was currently being hunted by the embroidered uniform guards, already driven to a dead end. At this time, it was truly a good opportunity to abduct him into Gao family village. In the future, having him and San Er, one civil and one martial, each performing their own duties, might be quite useful. Thinking of this, Li Daoxian decided to make a move. He glanced at the place where Chung Su and the embroidered uniform guards were fighting. It happened to be in a small valley. That made things very easy. He reached his hand into the box and aimed at a rocky peak on one side of the valley. Smack! He slapped it down. The rocky peak shook, and loose rocks and mud surged down the slope of the valley. At this time, Chung Su was still fighting the embroidered uniform guards. Suddenly, he heard a rumbling sound from the nearby peak, followed by loose rocks and mud sliding down the valley wall. With surging momentum, it scared both fighting sides into separating simultaneously. The embroidered uniform guards retreated desperately. Chung Su also wanted to retreat, but Li Daoxuan's other hand beat the falling rocks, arching up, the back of his hand covering Chung Su's head with a thud, sealing off all his escape routes, front, back, left, and right. He couldn't move at all. Chung Su stepped back a few paces, and his back hit Li Daoxuan's palm. An invisible wall cut off his path to survival. Whatever. Chung Su burst into maniacal laughter. Great-grandmother, your great-grandson is coming to see you. The loose rocks surged over, instantly submerging Li Daoxuan's palm. Dust and sand flew in the air. The group of embroidered uniform guards narrowly escaped death, scared out of their wits. The might of heaven and earth was truly something no one could contend with. The pale, beardless man, having just recovered from his shock, swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Chung Su died in a landslide. His body is buried, and there's definitely no way to dig it out. Everyone saw it with their own eyes. Let's return to the capital together and report back to the emperor. Chapter 135, Gao Family Ghost Village. Chung Su felt he was definitely dead. The loose rocks surged towards him, falling right on his head. No matter how he thought about it, he felt there was absolutely no chance of survival this time. With a rumbling sound, the mud and rocks submerged him. His vision went pitch black. Great-grandmother's face appeared. From the darkness, a withered hand reached out, grabbing Chung Su's calf, pulling him down towards the underworld. Pulling hard, he waited quietly to fall into hell, to reunite with great-grandmother in the netherworld. Right at this moment, there was a loud boom above his head. It seemed something had moved away. Sunlight pierced through the darkness, bathing his body. Great-grandmother's withered hand was hit by the sunlight, and instantly turned to ash and vanished. Only then did Chung Su realize he hadn't been submerged by the mud and rocks. He was protected in the middle by an invisible wall. He was only covered by dirt up to his calves. What is protecting me? Chung Su wanted to reach out and touch it, but the invisible wall started moving. With a boom, it blasted all the surrounding mud and rocks away. between its movement and stillness. The immense divine might made Chung Su tremble with fear. If he hadn't been right in the center of this power, he would have long fled in panic. But now, he didn't even know which direction to flee. Wait. There was a direction. That invisible power drew a giant arrow on the ground, pointing northeast. Chung Su felt a wave of panic in his heart. What does this mean? He didn't know, but he couldn't disobey. With a pounding heart, he lifted his foot and walked towards the northeast. After walking several hundred meters, on the ground ahead, a new giant arrow appeared, still pointing northeast, but slightly shifted in direction. Just keep following it. Chung Su was wearing armor, thick and heavy, coupled with fleeing for a long time and fighting the embroidered uniform guards. He was already exhausted. He couldn't walk fast at all. Trembling, he followed the direction indicated by the arrows. Walking all the way, the sky grew darker and darker, darker and darker. When the sun had already set, he finally couldn't find any more guiding arrows. Looking up, a tall and large fortress appeared ahead, pitch black and gloomy. Dim oil lamps were lit on the fortress walls. 2 sentries who looked absent-minded were on the fortress walls, wandering about. Chung Su was startled. Gao family village. He immediately remembered what he had seen and heard during his several visits to Gao family village. He also remembered what Bai Yuan had said last time. Entering Gao family village at night is a dead end. Zheng Yinfu and Zheng Guangdao lost their lives precisely because they attacked Gao family village at night. Why was I led here? Chung Su suddenly understood. So, the moment the mud and rocks smashed down, I already died. I thought something had saved me, but it was just an illusion. I have already crossed from the world of the living into the underworld. I just bypassed the bridge of helplessness and didn't drink Meng Po's soup. Great-grandmother, you must be waiting for me in Gao family village at night, right? Your great-grandson is coming to serve you. I'm coming. Chung Su dragged his exhausted body, inching step by step to the gate of Gao family fortress. The 2 sentries on the fortress wall looked at him with weird expressions, but didn't sound the alarm. It seemed they already knew he was coming. Chung Su ignored the sentries, stumbling to the fortress gate. Just as he was about to raise his hand to knock, the fortress gate creaked open. Senair stood inside the gate, holding a lifeless lantern, grinning to reveal an eerie smile. General Chung, please come in. We've been waiting for you for a long time. Chung Su felt that since he was already dead anyway, what was there to be afraid of? He didn't care about Senair's weird smile either. Even if you're a ghost, you can only eat living people. I'm a dead man. Why would I be afraid of you eating me? He lifted his foot and walked into the fortress. Senair followed silently by his side. General, your secret was exposed, and you were hunted by the embroidered uniform guards. Chung Su wasn't surprised that he knew about this. It would be strange if he didn't know. Yeah, so I died. Senair said, that might not necessarily be the case. Chung Su asked, where's my great-grandmother? Did she ask you to come pick me up? Senair said, the eunuch faction is already finished. Chung Su let out a ha, his laughter full of self-mockery. Overnight, all the civil officials in the court started attacking the eunuch faction. Back then, to climb the ranks, I hugged the eunuch faction's thigh a little bit and managed to get this patrol inspector position. As a result, now I'm also considered part of the eunuch faction. The emperor wants me dead. The civil officials all want me dead. So the embroidered uniform guards made up a reason to kill me. Senair chuckled darkly. Was it really a made-up reason? Chung Su felt very awkward. Fine. Bragging and falsely reporting military intelligence had become a habit when he was alive. He couldn't change it right away. Even after arriving in the underworld, he habitually told a little lie about crucial matters. It really was a damn bad habit. Lies can fool the living, but not ghosts. Chung Su laughed sinisterly. Third Master Advisor is right. I'm damn well dead. Why am I still speaking empty words? I didn't kill Wang Er. I got a fake head to deceive my superiors and hide the truth. But whose damn fault is this? Isn't it the fault of those dog civil officials above? If I hadn't falsely reported Wang Er's death, wouldn't I have come to see great-grandmother even earlier? Speaking of this, he actually got a bit angry. I only had 100 soldiers on hand. How was I supposed to suppress the thousands of rebels in the massive Chongqing County? Fuck them. This was forcing me to lie. If I didn't lie, it was a dead end. If I lied, it was still a dead end. The dog emperor and the dog civil officials never gave me a way to survive at all. Everything I did was just to survive. Why won't anyone give me a way out? From the moment Zhang Yaokai urged the collection of taxes. No. From the very first day the drought started. One of my feet had already stepped through the gates of hell. Ha ha. Cheng Su laughed mournfully, his laughter full of unwillingness and resentment. I actually died a long time ago. I was just buried today. Ha ha. Who the hell is laughing like a ghost in the middle of the night? Shut up. Do you want people to sleep or not? If you laugh again, I'll beat you to death. Curses rang out from a nearby house. It was even two different people. One cursing was Gao Chu. The other was Zheng Daniu. Cheng Su's laughter stopped abruptly. A question mark slowly popped up above his head. Isn't this a ghost town? There are actually ghosts sleeping? Wait, no? That person just said, do you want people to sleep or not? Could they be living people? No, no, no. I need to open my mind. Dead people are also people. When he said, want people to sleep, he meant not letting the dead rest in peace. He must be sleeping in a coffin. Cheng Su stopped laughing. Actually, he didn't really want to laugh anyway. With a dark face, he followed behind San Air. The two walked through long corridors, turning this way and that, and finally arrived in front of the watchtower. Gao Ye was already waiting here. Cheng Su thought to himself, female ghost. I finally see you. You must be the oldest ghost with the strongest demonic power. In this Gao family ghost village, right? I, a newly arrived ghost, probably have to listen to you. Otherwise it's a dead end. Wait, why the hell am I afraid of a dead end? Chapter 136. Obeying Heaven and Accepting Destiny. Cheng Su looked at Gao Ye with a weird expression, wondering how this oldest ghost with the strongest demonic power was going to arrange things for him. But he heard Gao Ye's pleasant voice. General Cheng, the Heavenly Venerable, says your martial arts are quite good, and would like to ask you to stay in Gao Family Village from now on, to teach the villagers martial arts and the ways of war and conquest. What? Cheng Su dug his ear. My ears don't work well after dying either. Want me to teach the villagers martial arts? What exactly are you trying to do? Lady Ghost, you're not trying to organize 3,000 ghost clan members to rebel against the King of Hell, are you? Gao Ye was stunned. Why couldn't she quite understand what he was saying? San Air, however, burst out laughing. General Cheng, could it be you thought you were already dead this whole time? Cheng Su asked, am I not dead? San Air said, give yourself a hard slap and see if it hurts. Cheng Su replied, only an idiot would give themselves a hard slap. San Air gave Gao Ye a sidelong glance. She burst out laughing. If Madame Bai hears you say that, she'll slap you hard. With her laugh, it was as if colorful clouds pierced through the evening glow. In the night courtyard, that cold and gloomy aura was instantly dispelled by her smile. Cheng Su was startled in his heart. He saw light radiating from Gao Ye. Do you believe in light? You're not a female ghost. Third Master Advisor, you're not a ghost either. San Air said, where do I look like a ghost? And I'm not an advisor anymore. Please call me Third Manager. Cheng Su stretched out his hands, staring at them very carefully for a long time. Then he reached his hand to his thigh and pinched hard. Fuck. It hurts. Cheng Su rubbed his thigh and said, I'm damn well still alive. No wonder I didn't see great-grandmother all the way in. What kind of place is this Gao family village exactly? San Air sighed softly. It's a place in this chaotic world that takes in people like us who have nowhere to settle. General Cheng, please rest in the guest room for tonight. We'll talk in detail tomorrow morning. He led Cheng Su to a guest room, pointing out the bed and bedding to him. It was nearing the spring festival, and the weather was freezing cold. Cheng Su was also extremely exhausted. He struggled to take off his heavy iron armor, lay down on the bed, covered himself with the thick cotton quilt, and in no time, fell fast asleep. Early the next morning, Cheng Su was awakened by various sounds of daily life. He walked out of the room, climbed up the fortress wall, and looked down from above. He saw that in Gao Family Village, there were villagers doing gymnastics everywhere. Li Daoxian no longer needed to use his phone to play the audio for them. Now they relied entirely on shouting it themselves. Cheng Su only took 2 glances and shook his head. What's the damn use of this level of drilling? It can only loosen up the body a bit. It can't improve combat power. Does General Cheng feel the same way? San Air suddenly appeared beside him, smiling. The Heavenly Venerable said the same thing. This 7th set of radio calisthenics is only suitable for ordinary people to loosen up their stiff bodies. If they want to go into battle and kill the enemy, they need real drilling. And this is exactly General Cheng's specialty. Cheng Su said, hearing your annoying idiom summaries, I finally feel like I'm truly alive. He gazed out into the distance. The morning in Gao Family Fortress was very different from other villages. The villagers inside the fortress seemed a bit lazy. doing their exercises slowly, and starting their work slowly. But the people in the labor reform village and short-term worker village outside the fortress were much more diligent. They had already eaten breakfast and were preparing to start work. A large number of people ran towards the hillside, chopping down those trees that had been stripped of their bark and had long since died. There were very few dead trees left, and the entire hillside had been cleared out. It looked like they were going to do something big. There were also a large number of people running outside the village, building a cement road from Gao family village to Wang family village. Cheng Su was convinced this was the mortal realm. Who has such great ability to actually save me in that landslide? Sen Er pointed to the sky. The Dao Xian heavenly venerable. You don't have to believe it now, but as long as you live here for a few days, you will know that his venerable self is always here. Cheng Su looked up at the sky, half believing, half doubting. He asked in a low voice, what are the risks of taking me in? You should be very clear about that, right? Sen Er said, that's why we need you to cover your face and give yourself a bandit nickname. From now on, just introduce yourself by your bandit nickname when you meet people. Cheng Su nodded. Keeping me here? Is it so I can teach the villagers martial arts and the art of war? Sen Er nodded again. Yes, this is the heavenly venerable's will. All right. Cheng Su actually agreed without hesitation. In fact, besides here, where else could he go? If he wandered around outside, and the embroidered uniform guards found out he wasn't dead, it would be another desperate flight for his life. Right at this moment, someone climbed up the edge of the fortress wall. Cheng Su looked closely and actually recognized him. Wasn't this the guy who drove that giant, strange vehicle to deliver the catapult to Bai family fortress? The giant crossbow cart stood as a silent testament to their recent battles. Standing nearby was a young man with a thick, honest build, the same one who had helped load the missiles earlier. What was his name again? Ah, right. Gao Chu Wu. Gao Chu Wu sprinted toward Cheng Su, his face flushed with excitement. I know you, he shouted, breathless. You're that high-ranking general from the Imperial court. I saw you back at Bai family fort. For a fleeting second, Cheng Su's expression froze in a mask of pure awkwardness. I should have worn a mask sooner, he thought bitterly. Recognized already? If word of this gets out, the Jinui will be hunting me down in no time. Suddenly, Gao Chu Wu dropped to the ground, performing a deep, formal bow. General, sir, I want to learn martial arts. Could you please be my master? Please, teach me how to fight. Cheng Su let out a surprised eh. He was completely caught off guard by the sudden request. 32, standing nearby, couldn't help but chuckle. Chu Wu, what do you need martial arts for? You're built like a mountain, you've got the strength of an ox, and your reflexes aren't half bad. You're already a handful in a fight. Gao Chu Wu shook his head vigorously. Last time, when I went up against Zheng Yanfu, he cut me down in a single move. If I hadn't been wearing armor, I'd be a dead man. I realized then that I'm just not good enough. His face crumpled into a look of genuine distress. I'm slow. I'm not smart. If I stay the way I am now, I'll never win that lady's heart. That's why I have to learn. I need to become strong, really, really, really strong. Then, maybe she'll actually like me. That lady, Cheng Su muttered, his confusion deepening. Look, I can already tell you're not the sharpest tool in the shed. Just based on how incoherently you talk, it's clear you're a bit of a blockhead. 32, however, understood perfectly. Are you still thinking about Sun Honglang? Give it up, Chu Wu. How could a woman of her caliber ever fall for a big oaf like you? You're chasing a pipe dream. Gao Chu Wu pointed toward the sky, but the heavens just opened up. 32 and Cheng Su both looked up. High above, the clouds had parted, revealing a sheet of paper as vast as the sky itself. On it were two massive characters. Work hard. What do those words say? Gao Chu Wu asked, blinking. Cheng Su's jaw dropped. Wait, why are there words appearing in the sky? 32 patted Cheng Su on the shoulder, a knowing smile on his face. Just teach him. This is what we call following the mandate of heaven. Chapter 137, The Gao Village Militia Instructor. Cheng Su stared at the sky, his mind completely blank. It took several seconds for him to snap out of his daze. He grabbed 32 by the shoulders and began shaking him violently. What is that? What in the world is that? That is the Dao Xian Heavenly Venerable, 32 explained calmly. The deity who watches over us. He's the one who saved your life and guided you here to Gao Village. A deity? Cheng Su was stunned. He thought back to the valley where he had fought the Jinui, the sudden landslide that had buried his pursuers. If a god hadn't been protecting him, How could he have possibly survived that wall of mud and stone? The more he thought about it, the more it made sense. He looked up at the giant characters in the sky again, and his skepticism began to crumble. So that's it, Chung Su murmured. I see now. I finally understand. 32 nodded. Good. As long as you understand. I understand everything. Chung Su interrupted. Gao village is haunted by gods during the day and ghosts at night. 32 nearly choked. There was truly no reasoning with this man. General Chung, 32 said, trying to get back on track. When do you think we can start organizing the militia? Chung Su took a moment to consider. The world outside was in total chaos. Shangxi was falling apart, and rebels were swarming everywhere. Training a militia was a matter of extreme urgency. We start immediately, Chung Su said. But first, do you have a cloth? I need to cover my face. 32 handed him a piece of fabric, and Chung Su tied it around his head. He then turned to Gao Chu Wu. Hey, Blockhead. Follow me. Gao Chu Wu looked amazed. How did you know my nickname was Blockhead? Chung Su turned back to 32, looking pained. Are you sure about this? If I have to teach this guy, I might actually die of frustration. 32 shrugged. The Heavenly Venerable has spoken. It's in your hands now. Chung Su sighed and shook his head. Fine. But from now on, don't call me General Chung. If the wrong person hears that, the Jinui will have this place surrounded before sunset. Just call me Hijio. 32 smiled. Then, from this day forward, you are the Gao village militia instructor. I'll call you Instructor He. All right, Chung Su said. Take me to see the current militia. 32 spread his hands. We don't actually have a militia yet. Chung Su stared at him. Then what am I here for? 32 chuckled. That's exactly what I'm asking you to do. Chung Su didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Forget it. It's not like I haven't done this before. When he had first taken his post as a patrol officer in Chongqing County, he had started with nothing but his horse. He had walked into the garrison to find 100 peasants who had grown dull from years of farming. Through sheer persistence and discipline, he had turned them into a proper fighting force capable of standing up to rebels. He could do it again. Gao Chu Wu, from now on, you're my lieutenant. Gao Chu Wu beamed. Understood, Instructor He. Now, take me through the village. I want to see every able-bodied man we have. Great. Let's go see my best friend, Zhengjia, first. He's huge and strong, just like me. Gao Chu Wu boasted. As soon as Chung Su heard that, he felt a sinking sensation in his gut. He's not another blockhead like you, is he? Gao Chu Wu gasped in shock. How do you keep knowing these things? Chung Su buried his face in his hands. This is a disaster. 2 of them? If I have to deal with a pair of hum and ha generals like this every day, I'll be meeting my ancestors 20 years early. 32 let out a boisterous laugh as Gao Chu Wu led them through Gao family fort. They picked up Zhengjia first, and then continued their search. Before long, they had gathered 46 young men, the entirety of the village's original residents, and the first wave of refugees. Chung Su surveyed the group. The numbers were small, but they would have to do. He needed to build a foundation first. What kind of equipment are we working with? Chung Su asked. Go home and bring out whatever you have. I want to see how many bows and blades this village actually possesses. You got it, the men shouted in unison before scattering back to their homes. Chung Su began to calculate. The village seemed relatively prosperous. He expected they might produce a dozen or so sabers, a few bows, and maybe some spears with proper iron heads. As the men returned and lined up before him, Chung Su's eyes swept over them, and his jaw hit the floor. Out of the 46 men, over a dozen were wearing padded cotton armor. 2 were even wearing traditional brigandine vests. Chung Su pointed a trembling finger at them. You're just a tiny village. How do you have over a dozen sets of armor? Do you all have a death wish? Private ownership of armor was a capital offense under Imperial law. Gao Chu Wu grinned. Actually, there's more. There are another dozen sets sitting in the blacksmith shop. Since there hasn't been a fight lately, they haven't been handed out yet. Chung Su was reeling. What kind of village is this? He was starting to feel the weight of the situation. Fine, let me ask one more thing. Where are your weapons? Why do you have armor, but no weapons? This time, it was Zhengjia who grinned. I have an axe. But since there's no war right now, my dad took it to chop firewood. I have an axe too, Gao Chu Wu added. But my dad's using it for wood too. Another young man chimed in. I have a cleaver, but my dad's chopping wood with it. Yet another said. I have a butcher knife, but my wife took it. Stop, Chung Su barked. Let me guess. Your wife is also chopping wood. No, the man replied. She's using it to mince meat. Arg. Everyone shut up. Not another word, or I'll start swinging. The men fell silent instantly, wondering how they had offended their new instructor. Chung-Su held his hands out, palms up, his fingers splayed in exasperation. You have all this armor, yet you haven't forged a single proper weapon? Gao Chu scratched his head. That's because we're waiting for Blacksmith Lee to finish the muskets. Once they're ready, we'll just use those. But he's so slow. It's been months, and we haven't even seen a shadow of a musket yet. Chung-Su felt like his world was turning upside down. This tiny, broken-down village doesn't have a decent blade or a single iron spear to its name. Yet they prioritized armor and then jumped straight to firearms? He began pacing back and forth, shouting, hiding iron armor is treason. Hiding firearms is also treason. You don't have a single legal, standard weapon, yet you're sprinting headlong toward two different capital crimes. Up in the sky, Li Daoxin heard this and couldn't help but chuckle. Getting roasted by a professional soldier. Huh? Ha ha, this is great. To be fair, it wasn't really the villagers' fault, it was his. In the beginning, his only priority had been keeping them alive, so he had focused on providing armor. Whenever a fight broke out, he would use his divine intervention to protect them. Because he was always there to bail them out, he hadn't thought about equipping them with transitional weapons. Thinking about it now, it was like playing StarCraft and trying to rush straight to carriers without building a single zealot or marine. You needed transitional units. Yeah, Li Daoxin thought, I deserve the roast. Chapter 138, A Two-Pronged Approach. As Chung-Su continued his tirade, 32 stood by, looking a bit awkward. Chung-Su was new here. He didn't realize that in Gao Village, the gods were literally watching from 3 feet above. Every insult he hurled was technically directed at the heavenly venerable. If the deity weren't so merciful, a giant hand might have already come down to swat him. 32 quickly stepped in to explain. Instructor, please, calm down. There's a reason why Gao Village arranged its equipment this way. Oh, Chung-Su grunted. Our village is protected by the heavenly venerable, 32 said. When it comes to killing enemies, we have the divine artifacts granted by him. The villagers only need to ensure they aren't injured. That's why we prioritized armor before weapons. Chung-Su was about to scoff, but then he remembered the colorful, bizarre machines he had seen at by Family Fort. He recalled the strange catapults, the giant crossbow carts, and those inexplicable missiles that had been assembled on the spot. It clicked. Those bizarre weapons were all gifts from the heavenly venerable. 32 nodded as Chung-Su looked up at the low-hanging clouds. After a few moments of silence, Chung-Su suddenly cupped his hands in a respectful salute. Venerable One, he called out, his voice humble. Since you have bestowed divine artifacts to keep this village safe, why do you require me to organize a militia? My meager skills are nothing compared to your celestial treasures. The clouds parted once more. A massive sheet of paper appeared, bearing a single line of text, grasp with both hands. Be strong on both fronts. Chung-Su stared at the words, momentarily confused. 32 let out a soft laugh. Instructor, the heavenly venerable means that you should teach the villagers the mortal ways of war, while he provides the celestial methods. We must master both. That is how we achieve true security. Chung-Su, having spent years navigating the complexities of the imperial bureaucracy, was an expert at interpreting the will of superiors. Within seconds, he had processed the command. He bowed deeply toward the sky. In that case, this humble soldier will boldly use his own methods to train the militia. The paper in the sky vanished, replaced by a new one. Go forth boldly. Chung-Su's spirit sword. A deity had just issued him a divine decree using a giant celestial finger. What was there to be afraid of? This was far more significant than any imperial edict. Listen up, he roared at the men. By the decree of the heavenly venerable, I am to teach you the mortal arts of war. You lot are clueless, so we're starting from the very beginning. Today we practice formations. Under Chung-Su's command, the 46 men began to learn how to line up. At first, it was a disaster, staggered lines, slumped shoulders, and total confusion. Some didn't even know their left from their right. When Chung-Su ordered them to step with their left foot, half of them used their right. After a grueling session of corrections, they finally began to look like a cohesive unit. Once they had the basics down, Chung-Su left them to practice their drills while he and 32 hurried toward the craftsman's well. He wanted to overhaul the village's equipment strategy. The craftsman's well was a hive of activity. As the profession most favored by the heavenly venerable, the artisans received the best rations and supplies. Their morale was sky high. The air was filled with the rhythmic clanging of hammers on anvils and the rasping of saws through wood. Chung-Su had expected to see what he usually saw in government workshops, a group of starving, ragged craftsmen working listlessly with hollow eyes. Instead, he found men who were clean, well-fed, and full of energy. They looked like an entirely different species compared to the craftsmen in Changchun. "What is this?" Chung-Su asked, stunned. "The Heavenly Venerable favors artisans," 32 explained with a smile. "He rewards those with skill. Everyone in the village knows it. Now, even the unskilled laborers and refugees are trying to find masters to apprentice under." Chung-Su shook his head. It was strange, but it wasn't his place to question it. He walked straight to the blacksmith's forge. You, and you," he said, pointing at several smiths. "Stop making armor plates for now. I need dozens of proper iron spearheads. We're making pikes. And you lot, stop with the plates too. Forge me several dozen sabers." The smiths glanced at 32. When 32 nodded, confirming it was the Heavenly Venerable's wish, they immediately agreed. As Chung-Su walked further, he saw Lida staring intensely at a set of blueprints. Every few seconds, Lida would turn to a strange, thin piece of iron wire, bending and coiling it around a metal rod to give it a spiral shape. "What kind of weapon is that?" Chung-Su asked, peering over his shoulder. "The Heavenly Venerable's new design for a musket," Lida replied. "What does a coil of wire have to do with a musket?" "I don't really know," Lida admitted. "But the blueprints show this thing, so I'm trying to make it." Chung-Su looked at the design on the table. The coiled object was labeled as a spring. Spring? Chung-Su thought. Based on the name, it must be something that bounces. Maybe you compress it and then release it to launch sharp wires into the enemy's eyes? He took the coil from Lida and squeezed it between his hands. It flattened instantly. It didn't bounce back at all. Chung-Su chuckled. "What is this junk? I think you're doing it wrong." Lida looked miserable. "I know. I can't seem to get it right." Chung-Su was about to tell him to focus on something more practical when 32 pulled him aside. "These are celestial musket designs," 32 whispered. "The Heavenly Venerable personally assigned Lida to research them. He hasn't given him a deadline. He's allowed to take years if necessary." Hearing that, Chung-Su immediately backed off. "Fine, keep at it then. I don't understand it, but I'll tell you this. The shape isn't your problem. It's the material. Stop using iron. Find something with some snap to it. Even bamboo has more spring than this stiff wire." Outside the box, Li Daoxian paused. He gave Chung-Su a mental thumbs up. Even a blind cat finds a dead mouse eventually. He actually hit the nail on the head. The soul of a spring wasn't the coil, it was the material science. Springs only became viable in Europe once metallurgy had advanced enough to produce elastic metal alloys. Material science was a foundational field, and without it, even the most brilliant ideas remained trapped in the mind, unable to manifest in reality. It was like trying to build a plane without understanding aerodynamics. Without the right materials, Lida could spend a lifetime and never master the spring. Chapter 139, The Celestial Siege Spring. Li Daoxian knew it was time to intervene again. He rummaged through his desk drawer and found an empty plastic lighter. He took it apart, 27 tiny components in all, and extracted a small metal spring. It was only a few millimeters long. He picked it up with his fingertip and carefully lowered it into the village. At that moment, Chung-Su was just about to leave when he saw a strange, metallic coil descending slowly from the sky. It landed right in front of him and Lida. The other craftsmen, long accustomed to such miracles, bowed in unison to offer their thanks. Chung-Su, however, jumped back in alarm. "Whoa, what now?" Lida's eyes lit up. "The Heavenly Venerable has bestowed a celestial spring." Chung-Su leaned in. To him, the object looked like a massive coil of wire, nearly half the height of a man. Having just flattened Lida's pathetic attempt at a spring, his curiosity was piqued. "Interesting. I can see how this works. Let me give it a try." Since the celestial spring was so large, he couldn't just squeeze it with his hands. He stood it upright on the ground, took a few steps back, and then leaped into the air, landing squarely on top of it with his backside. The spring compressed easily under his weight. "See," Chung-Su started to say. "It's just..." Suddenly, he felt a massive surge of force from beneath him. Boing! With a startled yelp, Chung-Su was launched into the air. He flew across the courtyard, crashing through the wooden window of a nearby workshop. Wood splintered and paper flew as he disappeared inside. The entire craftsman's well went silent. No one knew what to say. 30 seconds later, Chung-Su's bruised and battered face popped out of the broken window. He was grinning ear to ear. I get it. Haha. I know what this is for. He climbed out, dusting himself off. This is a siege engine. Forget ladders. We line up these celestial springs at the base of the enemy's walls, have our soldiers sit on them, and bam, they're launched right over the battlements. A surprise attack from the heavens. The celestial siege spring is magnificent. The crowd was stunned, but then they began to nod. So that's it. I see. One craftsman muttered. So that's how you use it. The methods of the heavens are truly eye-opening, another added. Instructor, he is amazing for figuring it out so quickly. 32 sighed in admiration. Instructor, you truly are brilliant. No wonder the heavenly venerable chose you to train the militia. You're a man of great talent. Cheng Su puffed out his chest. Ha, my skills aren't just for show. Li Daoxian, watching from above, was laughing so hard he could barely breathe. You idiots. What are you even doing? He quickly wrote out a new message and held it over the village. Melt it down. Use the material to make small springs for the muskets. Cheng Su looked up, his face falling instantly. Venerable One, why melt such a divine object for a musket? This thing is 10,000 times better than a siege ladder. He turned around only to see 32 already relaying the command to Li Da, ever obedient, was already hoisting the giant spring toward the furnace. Cheng Su looked like his heart was breaking. Stop. Don't burn the celestial siege spring. My siege engine. No. Li Daoxian pulled the paper back and retreated from the box to keep laughing. As the sun began to set, casting a golden glow over the green wheat fields, Gao Ye and Gao Sanhua were winding down after a day of playing with the solar car. The heavenly venerable hadn't spoken to Ye directly today, choosing instead to communicate via his giant scrolls. This had given Ye some rare free time to drive around with Sanhua. As they returned to the fort, Sanhua's mother immediately grabbed him by the ear. Instead of studying, you're out playing again? I'll teach you a lesson. Learning to drive is studying. Sanhua protested, but the sound of a bamboo switch hitting its mark soon followed. Ye climbed up to the watchtower, her clothes damp with sweat. She leaned against the railing, looking out over the peaceful village. Suddenly, the voice of the heavenly venerable echoed in the air. Ye, I have something to discuss with you. Ye straightened up and bowed respectfully. Sit. Let's talk, Li Daoxian said gently. Ye sat cross-legged on the balcony, listening intently. Below, in the clearing outside the fort, dozens of villagers were practicing their drills under Cheng Su's watchful eye. Their long shadows stretched across the ground in the twilight. Cheng Su is a dedicated instructor, Ye noted. He is, Li Daoxian agreed. His presence will make the militia strong. But strength can be a dangerous thing. When people gain power, they tend to swell with pride. As they become more skilled and better equipped, they might stop being the humble people they once were. They might become arrogant, even cruel, becoming the very thing they once hated. Ye gasped. You mean, they might become as bad as the corrupt officials and soldiers? If left to their own devices, yes, Li Daoxian said. The world will try to pull them in that direction. I don't want that. Ye cried. I don't want Chu Wu or Denyo to become people like that. Neither do I, Li Daoxian said warmly. That's why I have a very important task for you. Ye pointed to herself. Me? Cheng Su will teach them how to fight. You will teach them how to be men of character. After their drills, I want you to give them lessons. Every day, have them remember this. They are the sons of the people, the soldiers of the people. They exist to protect, not to oppress. He explained the principles of a soul-forged army to her. A soldier needed both skill and virtue, for they were the sword that saved and the blade that killed. Chapter 140, Working is Impossible. Under Cheng Su's guidance, the craftsmen of Gao Village moved from haphazard production to a structured plan. Previously, Li Daoxian would give a vague order and leave them to it. Now, Cheng Su provided the specifics. I need 50 hand crossbows, Cheng Su declared. Immediately, several carpenters stopped making furniture to focus on the crossbows. Before, everyone had worked on the same thing because they didn't know what was needed. Now, with management, their goals were clear. With this new division of labor, the craftsmen needed a leader. They initially chose Li Da, but he was too busy with research. Instead, the position went to Gao Yi, who now oversaw the entire craftsmen's well with newfound authority. While the spirit of the new year was beginning to spread across the land, it hadn't quite reached Party Rabbit. Party Rabbit was a bandit, or a hero of the Greenwood, depending on who you asked. His name alone suggested his status as a rogue. Months ago, when Wang Er had started his rebellion, Party Rabbit had joined in. But he had no reputation, and no one wanted to follow him. So he set out alone with a rusty sword inherited from his grandfather, beat up 2 tax collectors, and began his glorious career as a rebel. His plan was to find Wang Er and serve as a lowly henchman. But before he could find him, he heard that Wang Er had been captured and executed by a patrol officer named Cheng Su. The rebellion in Chengcheng had collapsed instantly. This left Party Rabbit in a bind. He had attacked government officials, so he couldn't go home. He couldn't go to the city, and there was no army left to join. He had spent months digging up wild vegetables and stealing from landlords just to survive. Just as he was about to give up, he saw it, a vibrant, green oasis in the middle of the desolate, yellow landscape. A village surrounded by lush wheat fields, a sturdy fort, and 2 smaller settlements. Summoning his last bit of strength, he stumbled toward it. He didn't know if he'd find food, but if all else failed, he'd steal from the fort. It looked wealthy enough to redistribute some of its riches to a hungry hero like him. As he entered the village, a sentry on the wall shouted down at him. "Hey, newcomer." Party Rabbit froze. The sentry looked like a well-fed guard. He was in no condition to fight. "I'm just looking for food." "Go to the fort gate," the sentry, Galaba, shouted. "Accountant Tan is handing out rations." Party Rabbit was confused, but he didn't care. If there was food, he was going. He stumbled to the gate, where a man who looked like a scholar was overseeing a group of assistants. They were handing out steamed buns, pure, white flour buns. Party Rabbit lunged for the table. Hungry, Accountant Tan looked at the haggard man and sighed. He handed him 3 buns, then paused and added a 4th. "Eat slowly. Don't choke." Party Rabbit sat on the ground and began devouring the buns. He did choke, but an assistant quickly handed him a bowl of water. He gulped it down and gasped his thanks. "Are you here looking for work?" Tan asked gently. "Work?" Party Rabbit blinked. He had just stumbled in by accident. Over the last few weeks, Gao Village's population had exploded. Word had spread to the county seat about the village where no one starved. Refugees who had come to work as laborers had earned enough to buy supplies in the city, and the news had traveled fast. Now, refugees arrived daily. Since they couldn't find work immediately, Tan provided basic rations to keep them alive. They stayed in the laborer village until a job opened up. The Heavenly Venerable allowed people to rest, but he encouraged them to strive. As Party Rabbit ate, Tan explained the rules. Party Rabbit listened, thinking to himself, "This family seems decent. I'm a man of honor. I only steal from the wicked. I won't rob these people. But as for working is impossible. I'll never work a day in my life. The only way to live is to join a rebel army and become a general. I'll just eat my fill and leave," he decided. Just then, Gao Yi ran out of the fort and toward the laborer village. "Carpenters. We need carpenters in the craftsman's well, especially anyone who knows how to make crossbows. The pay is 100 pounds of grain a month, plus 10 pounds of meat, and a pound each of salt, sugar, and oil. If you don't know the trade, you can join as an apprentice. No pay during training, but we provide all your meals. Once you're skilled, you get the full wage." The laborer village erupted. "I'm a carpenter. I know wood. I'll do it." Party Rabbit rubbed his ears, certain he had misheard. That much food for a carpenter? Good gods. He shot his hand into the air. "Me? I don't know carpentry, but I'll be an apprentice." Chapter 141. The Dream of the Greenwood Fades. Party Rabbit joined the crowd heading for the craftsman's well. He was confident. How hard could it be? He'd learn the trade in a few days and start raking in that meat and sugar. But then, a villager from the Wang settlement ran over. "I need road workers. No skill required, just muscle. You'll be digging dirt and hauling rocks. We pay by the day, meals included, plus 3 pounds of white flour per day. 3 pounds of flour a day. Just for digging?" Party Rabbit's heart skipped a beat. "If I'm an apprentice, I get no pay at first. But if I dig roads, I get flour tomorrow." He immediately jumped out of the carpenter group and ran to the road recruiter. "I can do that. I'm strong." Gao Yi glared at him. "Hey, didn't you just sign up with me?" "I found a job that fits me better," Party Rabbit shouted back. Gao Yi huffed. "Fine. If you can't see which job has a better future, go dig your mud." He led his group of apprentices into the fort. Party Rabbit was thrilled as he followed the road recruiter, along with a dozen other unskilled laborers. But they hadn't gone far when a group of men marched out of the fort. At the head was a masked man, Cheng Su, followed by Gao Chu Wu and Zheng Dinyo. Behind them were 40-some young men, marching in step. They looked formidable. "Kill! Kill! Kill!" They roared in unison, thrusting wooden poles forward. Recover! Cheng Su barked. The men pulled back their poles and continued their march. Party Rabbit's eyes widened. He felt a fire ignite in his chest. Whoa! Hey, he said to the recruiter. Does that group need people? I want to join them. The recruiter laughed. What are you talking about? You just jumped from the carpenters to me, and now you want to jump again? You're like a damn grasshopper. I'm not a grasshopper. I'm the rabbit. There's no reasoning with you. The recruiter muttered. The militia isn't taking outsiders. They only take trusted men from the village with good reputations. A newcomer like you? No chance. Before he could finish, Party Rabbit sprinted toward the militia. He threw his arms wide, blocking Cheng Su's path. Are you the militia instructor? He shouted. Can you take me in? I'm a great fighter. Cheng Su looked the man over. He was big, but he was clearly starving and exhausted. He was dressed in rags, with a rusty, sheathless sword hanging from his belt. Where did this stray come from? Cheng Su shook his head. My militia doesn't take just any cat or dog. I'm not a cat or a dog. Party Rabbit yelled. I'm a rabbit. The entire militia stared. Cheng Su buried his face in his hand. I have a bad feeling about this. This guy is definitely not right in the head. Don't tell me he's here to torment this general again. These past few days, those two blockheads, Gao Chu and Zheng Daniu, almost tormented me to death. Please, not another one. Suddenly seeing everyone's weird expressions, he quickly added, my martial arts are excellent. If you don't believe me, test me. Cheng Su, excellent? How excellent? Show me a move. Potty 2. When Lord Rabbit's long sword is unsheathed, it must drink blood before it returns to its scabbard. Its killing intent is too heavy. It's not very convenient for a performance. It can only be used in actual combat. Cheng Su was furious. Your broken sword doesn't even have a scabbard. Potty 2. That's because Lord Rabbit has been a bit down on his luck lately. A rabbit on the plains gets bullied by dogs. I pawned the scabbard for some money. The crowd and Cheng Su laughed out of extreme anger. Fine, swing your sword at me. If you can beat me, I'll let you join the militia. Otherwise, get the hell out of here. Potty 2, really? Cheng Su, really? Then I won't hold back. Potty 2 drew his sword with a shing. I'm going to use my ultimate move. Cheng Su coldly snorted. Potty 2 dashed forward with a swish, taking a huge stride and swinging his sleeve sword. His movements were wide and sweeping, full of imposing momentum. At the same time, he shouted, heaven-shattering tyrant sword. Cheng Su simply stepped to the side, easily dodging his sword. With a hook of his foot, Potty 2 fell flat on his face with a thud. Go dig your mud. Cheng Su didn't even spare him another glance. He waved to the militia behind him and said, let's go. Resume training. The men behind him shouted in unison. Yes, sir. The group jogged onto the cement road with a pitter-patter, heading in the direction of Zheng family village. Potty 2 rolled over and scrambled up. He looked left and right, let out a startled cry, and hurriedly ran toward the Wang family villagers. I'm back. I want to go build roads. The Wang family villagers didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You bastard. Potty 2 rubbed his head, laughing sheepishly. Let's go, a Wang family villager said. If we weren't really short on hands, I'd kick you flying. Potty 2, don't worry. I work very hard. Wang family villager. You work damn hard at goofing off, you mean. Even the Heavenly Venerable is probably amused by you. Potty 2, Heavenly Venerable? Who's that? Wang family villager. Live here for a few more days, and you'll know who he is. Potty 2, oh. As he followed the Wang family villagers, he turned his head back, watching Cheng Su and the militia run further and further away. A gleam of envy and jealousy appeared in his eyes. He let out a long sigh and touched his sleeve sword. The dream of the martial world is far away. I'd better just work hard. Li Daoxian was holding a bowl of Buddha jumps over the wall rice soup. As he shoveled it into his mouth, he watched Potty 2's performance, almost spitting out his food from laughing. This new wild little person is quite interesting. Most new wild little people are well-behaved and timid. They have to get used to the environment of Gao family village before they start showing their personalities. But this guy calling himself Lord Rabbit is quite uninhibited. Looks like I can often find amusement in him. Speaking of which, Li Daoxuan's perspective shifted. More wild little people are coming. On the official road to the southwest, a merchant caravan was approaching. The person leading them was none other than the manly tomboy, Xing Honglang. Behind her followed 30 or 40 illegal salt smugglers, hurrying along, heading toward Gao family village. Li Daoxian was overjoyed. Chapter 2 of Gao Chu's love story is about to update. Chapter 142, Xing Honglang returns. Xing Honglang had arrived. She arrived happily. Not long ago, she had stocked up on a batch of good merchandise in Gao family village. As she advanced toward Xi'an prefecture, she peddled her goods along the way. In the small villages and towns along the route, she sold some illegal salt, making a small profit. Then she plunged straight into Xi'an prefecture and began peddling the top-tier goods from Gao family village. This thing called chocolate was truly incredible. When she first brought it out, no one understood what it was, and they didn't dare to buy it. But most people, as soon as they took a single bite, were instantly captivated. Once its reputation spread, the high officials and nobles of Xi'an prefecture swarmed over, sweeping her stock of chocolate completely clean. Each offered a higher price than the last. When it came down to the last bit of stock, the stewards of two high officials almost got into a fight over it. And then there was that top-tier white sugar, snow white and crystal clear, like pieces of ice. Even the knowledgeable steward of Prince Qin's mansion clicked his tongue in wonder. Without a second word, he bought it at a high price, taking it to offer as tribute for the prince's concubines to enjoy. In no time at all, Xing Honglang's goods were sold out. She led her group of subordinates out of Xi'an prefecture, heading toward Gao family village once again. This time, her pockets were full of gold and silver. With newfound confidence, she intended to stock up on even more good merchandise in Gao family village. Seeing Xing Honglang arrive, Li Daoxian secretly rejoiced. Gao Chu, hurry up and come. But when he turned his head to look, Cheng Su was leading the militia, running in the direction of Zheng family village. Gao Chu was among them, getting further and further away from Gao family village. How could this do? If you two don't meet, how is the love story going to update? If I don't get to see the update, I'm going to get itchy all over, crawling in the dark, twisting and writhing. Li Daoxian hurriedly instructed Gao Ye. Yeah, quick, quick, quick. Go chase Gao Chu back. At this moment, Gao Ye was holding a writing brush, scribbling and drawing on a piece of paper. She had recently gotten the hang of reading and writing, but her favorite thing was still drawing. These past 2 days, she had learned a little bit of brushwork technique from Mr. Wang and was practicing desperately. Hearing the heavenly venerable's summons, Gao Ye quickly put down her brush. Okay. I'll go chase Brother Chu right away. After saying that, she started running outside. However, as she ran, she couldn't help but ask, what do you want Brother Chu to come back for? This was what you'd call executing the heavenly venerable's decree first, and asking why during the process. Whereas people with too many tricks in their heads would ask clearly why before executing it. Li Daoxian chuckled. Hee, I can't say. Heaven's secrets must not be revealed. Xing Honglang's arrival immediately drew a burst of cheers from the Gao family villagers. The heroine is back, wow. Last time I wanted to sell her a jug of Wulianya, but the heroine ran out of money. Now that she's here again, I can finally sell my Wulianya, right? I also have a jug of beer bestowed by the heavenly venerable. She should want that too. A crowd of villagers happily surged out. Xing Honglang was also overjoyed. She had been a bit worried that these villagers wouldn't have much stock left, and she wouldn't be able to buy much. She didn't expect these guys to still have so much good stuff. Line up, take it slow. Xing Honglang's subordinates shouted loudly. We want the sugar. We want the chocolate too. Huh, you want to sell me salt? Damn it. Are we the illegal salt smugglers? Or are you the illegal salt smugglers? Heroine, try this of mine. This is called Happy Nerd. Water. Even though it's flat, it's still very tasty. Heroine, I have a large jar of lard here. Xing Honglang's subordinate scolded in annoyance. Your lard has a few holes dug into it with a spoon. It looks too ugly. It won't be easy for us to sell. We don't want it. We don't want it. The villager holding the lard jar anxiously said. Just boil it in a pot. After it melts and solidifies again, it will be flat. There won't be any spoon marks. Wait a minute. I'll go flatten it for you right now. The trading venue was bustling with noise and excitement. Xing Honglang stood to the side, her hand resting on the hilt of her saber, watching her subordinates busy themselves. She herself didn't participate in those trivial matters. It was enough to grasp the big picture. Just as she was calculating how much she could earn this time, she heard a flurry of messy footsteps. Cheng Su had returned with the militia. Gao Ye was running at the very front. Because she ran too fast, the sweat on her forehead had soaked her bangs, but her face was full of excitement. Clearly, this young girl's gossiping heart was already maxed out. She was very happy right now. Xing Hongling glanced at the large group of militia members. With just one look, she noticed Cheng Su. She thought to herself, this guy won't be easy to deal with. Cheng Su also noticed Xing Hongling at the same time, and the group of illegal salt smugglers she brought. He thought to himself, illegal salt smugglers. If I were still a patrol inspector, I would definitely arrest illegal salt smugglers if I ran into them. At the very least, I'd have to put on a show of arresting them. Now, there's no need for that. No wonder the Heavenly Venerable told me to return quickly. If this group of illegal salt smugglers suddenly pulled out weapons to rob the villagers, then it would be time for the militia to step in. He glanced at the 40-something guys behind him, thinking to himself, these guys definitely can't beat these 30 or 40 illegal salt smugglers. If a real fight breaks out, it'll be very dangerous. The chances of seeing our great-grandmothers are at least 80%. But this is Gao family village. Even if the militia can't win, we can just give a shout and call hundreds of villagers to help. So the chances of seeing our great-grandmothers drop back down to 0%. Haha, a guaranteed win with no chance of losing. Then there's nothing to be afraid of. While his mind was running wild, with all sorts of thoughts, right at this moment, Gao Chu raised his hand. Hi, miss. It's you. Xing Honglong's gaze swept over Gao Chu, but she didn't have much of an impression. Who is this? Gao Chu quickly ran over and stood in front of Xing Hongling. Miss, you don't remember me? It's me. Last time, I proposed to you. So it's you. Xing Hongling finally had a bit of an impression now. Someone who could propose to a tomboy who looked like a bear like her. You couldn't find two of them in this world. There was only this one blockhead, Gao Chu. So she really did remember him. Gao Chu had an eager expression on his face. I still want to marry you. Xing Hongling rolled her eyes, completely too lazy to reply. Gao Chu, wait a minute. I'll go get a gift for you. Xing Hongling continued to ignore Gao Chu. He ran back home with a pitter-patter. He ran so fast, his big feet hitting the ground made crisp patter sounds. Very quickly, this guy came back, carrying an incomparably huge block of chocolate on his back. It was as big as half a cabinet. As he sprinted toward Xing Hongling, he laughed foolishly. I know you like this. I specially made a great contribution and asked the Heavenly Venerable for this reward. Look, such a big piece. Oh, this block of chocolate really gave Xing Hongling a fright. Such a big piece. Hee hee. Gao Chu clumsily shook his head. I'm giving it all to you. Xing Hongling. I cannot accept a reward without merit. I can buy it, but I can't just accept it. Boys, weigh it. See how heavy this block of chocolate is, and pay him the money. Gao Chu. No need, no need. I'm giving it to you as a gift. Xing Honglong's phoenix eyes glared, and she said angrily, I said I'm paying for it. Her glare was actually quite fierce. Anyone else would have been startled. Unfortunately, it had no effect on this thick-nerved blockhead. Gao Chu grinned. I want to give it to you. Xing Hongling was furious. The arm gripping the hilt of her saber gathered strength, looking like she was ready to slash out at any moment. Looking down on me, huh? Thinking I'm the kind of woman who can be moved just by giving her something valuable? Cheng Su, who was standing nearby, quietly moved 2 steps closer to Gao Chu's side. If this woman suddenly attacked and hurt someone, Gao Chu definitely wouldn't be on guard. Cheng Su planned to step in and help. Gao Chu, hey, I'm not looking down on you. I just want to give my best things to the girl I like. Why are you getting angry? The gathered strength in Xing Honglong's hand loosened. For a moment, she didn't know whether she should get mad or not. However, 2 seconds later, she suddenly made a decision. Beat me in a fight, and I'll accept your gift. If you can't beat me, then obediently take my money. Chapter 143, We Despise You. As soon as Xing Hongling said this, the Gao family villagers were thrilled, watching 2 one-on-one fights in a single day. The previous match where the new refugee challenged. Instructor Chung had too little suspense. Everyone knew from the start that Instructor Chung would definitely win. The result of the fight was no surprise either. That refugee went down in one move. It really wasn't satisfying to watch. Now, hearing the heroine actively challenge Gao Chu, everyone instantly got hyped. The malicious young men were the first to start jeering. Brother Chu, go for it. If you don't dare to accept the challenge, you're not a man. The villagers surrounding the illegal salt smugglers, while counting the money they had just earned, also joined in the jeering. Chu, go. You can't fail to beat your wife. Ha ha ha. Joyous laughter was everywhere. Xing Hongling glared angrily at the jeering villagers. Who is whose wife? Watch your mouths. The villagers quickly covered their mouths. This heroine clearly wasn't someone to mess with. As things got rowdy over here, How could a mischievous child like Gao Iya not join in? She ran over with a pitter-patter. When the villagers saw the holy maiden coming to watch the fun too, they instantly parted to both sides with a swish, letting Gao Iya walk in and stand in the center position. When Xing Honglang saw Gao Iya's positioning, she could sense it. This girl was the boss of this village. Interesting. It's already rare enough for me, a woman, to be the boss of illegal salt smugglers. I didn't expect this village to have a weak-looking girl as their boss. What's the situation here? She looked at Gao Iya with a strange expression, but Gao Iya wasn't looking at her. Instead, she was looking at Gao Chu, smiling very happily. Brother Chu, what are you still spacing out for? Are you afraid to fight? The heavenly venerable is watching from the sky. Gao Chu scratched the back of his head. I never hit women. This sentence of his once again annoyed Xing Honglang. Angry. Looking down on me again, are you? I'm no ordinary woman. Gao Chu, yeah, not ordinary at all. You are the most beautiful woman in the world. No one can compare to you. The villagers puffed. Li Daoxian spat out a piece of sea cucumber, almost spitting it into the box. He quickly reached up and covered his mouth, holding it in. If this thing fell into the box, it would be a disaster. Being praised by someone. Xing Hongling wasn't happy at all. Instead, she grew even angrier. I thought you were just a blunt blockhead. But I didn't expect you to be a sweet-talking lecher. Playing the pig to eat the tiger, huh? Very well, I absolutely must fight you today. She unhooked the saber from her waist and tossed it into the hands of a subordinate behind her. Then she cracked her knuckles, her finger joints making popping sounds. You guy? Come over here and take a beating. Gao Chu waved his hands repeatedly. I really don't hit women. Li Daoxian was getting really anxious watching this. Damn it, Gao Chu. You're just stalling for word count here. A small plot point, dawdling forever without getting to the main point. If you write a love story like this, how am I, the reader, supposed to keep following the updates? Screw it, I'll just speak up and urge the update. Yeah, tell Gao Chu. Men and women are equal. Saying I don't hit women is a statement that looks down on women. I stand with Xing Honglang and all the women in the world and despise him. Hearing the heavenly venerable's decree, Gao Iya naturally had to relay it. She raised her hands high and shouted loudly. The heavenly venerable has ordered. Despise Gao Chu. When the villagers heard this, how could they not quickly follow suit? Everyone together. We despise you. Xing Honglang. At this point, Gao Chu really couldn't stand his ground anymore. Even the heavenly venerable had personally given the order. He had to step up. He had no choice but to walk out. Standing 10 feet away from Xing Honglang, the onlookers consciously stepped back, shuffling to form a huge circle. Half of it was the 30 or 40 illegal salt smugglers, naturally cheering for their own boss. Boss, beat that guy flat. Show him he's blind. For not knowing the great name of Yongji's Xing Honglang, the Gao family villagers naturally stood on Gao Chu's side. Chu, a wife needs to be beaten. Beat her so she'll listen. The two main actors hadn't even made a move yet, but the atmosphere group was already maxed out. Gao Chu stood there foolishly, refusing to strike first. Xing Honglang, however, moved with a whoosh, taking a large stride forward and thrusting a punch straight at Gao Chu's chest. Her punch was fast and fierce, so fast it was a blur to the eyes. Cheng Su, standing nearby, was secretly shocked. So fast, even I might not be able to block it. Gao Chu won't be able to dodge. Sure enough, Gao Chu had no reaction at all and was struck by Xing Honglang's punch squarely on the chest. With a muffled thud, Gao Chu took the hit. Xing Honglang snorted and retracted her fist. I've won. There's no need to keep fighting. An ordinary person taking a punch from me wouldn't be able to stand up for a long while. However, she immediately realized something was wrong. Gao Chu merely let out an ouch, stumbled back 5 steps with a thump, 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 and then firmly planted his feet. He even grinned and started laughing foolishly. Miss, you're pretty. And you've got a lot of strength too. Xing Honglang, huh? Gao Chu, I'm going to make a move too. Miss, be careful. He took a large stride forward and swung his fist with a whoosh. What immense power. As soon as the fist was swung, a massive aura rushed forth. Hongling was secretly shocked, not daring to take it head-on. She sidestepped, slapped Gao Chu's fist away with her left hand, and landed a right punch on Gao Chu's flank. This spot was a very vulnerable part of the human body. Taking a punch here would definitely make someone collapse, curling up like a shrimp. Unexpectedly, Gao Chu just let out another ouch, stumbled back a few steps, and was still able to plant his feet firmly. Wow, miss, you've got so much strength. Xing Honglang. Where did this freak come from? Little did she know, ever since the heavenly venerable arrived, this guy Gao Chu had been eating his fill every meal, with rice and meat, salt and sugar, and working hard to train his body. His muscles had grown to be like a suit of armor. Trying to knock him down with fists was truly not easy. Xing Honglang let out a heh and said, "Good. I really can't underestimate you. Then I'll show some real skill. Take my Jinhong fist." She leaped forward with a swish, her hands unleashing a continuous flurry of Jinhong fist strikes. Moving with the force of a roaring tiger, Gao Chu was instantly dazzled, his eyes unable to keep up. In the time it took to blink 13 times, he was struck by Xing Honglang over a dozen times in rapid succession. The onlookers only heard a series of thud, thud, thud sounds, the sound of fists landing on flesh. It was a lively beating. By the time the two figures separated again, they saw Gao Chu's tower-like body slowly collapsing. With a boom, he crashed down, kicking up a cloud of dust. Gao Chu had lost. Xing Honglang clapped her hands. Settle his chocolate money. Her salt smugglers laughed loudly. Yes, boss. Zheng Daniu walked over to Gao Chu's side, picked up a branch, and gently poked him. Brother, are you dead? Gao Chu muttered. I lost. I couldn't hit her. Not even once. Zheng Daniu. You're not dead yet. Then you're fine. The spectating villagers laughed. Haha. Gao Chu's second proposal failed. Li Daoxian was also highly amused watching this. Not bad, not bad. Chapter 2 of Gao Chu's love story was very exciting. Let's tip him something. Yeah. Gao Ye shouted loudly. The heavenly venerable has ordered. Gao Chu fought brilliantly. Though defeated, he is honored. Revoke his title of idiot and bestow upon him the title of real man. The villagers burst into laughter once again. Chapter 144, giving you a 10% rebate. A dirt-covered Gao Chu was quickly helped to the side by Zheng Daniu. He sat under a large tree with his head drooping, watching Xing Honglang start doing business with the other villagers again. Everyone was happy, only he was unhappy. Gao Chu hung his head. Daniu, I'm so weak. Zheng Daniu patted his shoulder. We brothers are about the same. If you're weak, I'm weak too. Gao Chu, I always thought I was the best fighter in Gao family village, that I was a very formidable person. I didn't expect the women outside the village to be so strong. Zheng Daniu threw his hands up. Sigh. I didn't expect it either. Just then, Cheng Su stood in front of him. Do you know why you lost? Gao Chu shook his head. Cheng Su. The fist technique that woman used is called Hong Fist. It originated in the Zhou and Qin dynasties, gained fame in the Tang and Song dynasties, and is prevalent in the current dynasty. It is divided into many schools. The school she uses is called Jinhong Fist. It's a branch from Shangxi. It's very powerful. Those few moves of yours, those country bumpkin tricks, aren't even fit to carry the shoes of Jinhong Fist. It's only natural that you couldn't beat her. Gao Chu looked up and glanced at Cheng Su, feeling a bit wronged. Instructor Cheng, last time you clearly promised to teach me martial arts. But these past few days, you've just been making me stand in formation and practice battle arrays. You haven't taught me a single move. Feeling wronged, huh? Cheng Su chuckled. Hee hee. Feeling wronged is right. You have to feel a bit wronged to learn things quickly. Do you want to defeat that woman? Gao Chu, I want to so much. Cheng Su chuckled. Although Hong Fist is powerful, Jin Hong is not the most powerful branch. The truly powerful one is our Shangxi Guanzhong Hong Fist. Hee hee. Coincidentally, I happen to know Guanzhong Hong Fist. Do you want to learn? Gao Chu was overjoyed. I want to learn. Zheng Daniu was also overjoyed. I want to learn too. Cheng Su. Then let's go. Let's take the militia to Zheng family village. We'll hide from the people here and secretly practice Hong Fist. Everyone will secretly get stronger together, and then shock everyone. The militia sprang into action again, forming a single-line snake formation, and ran in the direction of Zheng family village. Li Daoxian was secretly amused. Very good. They've got motivation now. This is how they can get stronger, and then protect the other little people of our village. Huh. He suddenly noticed that the new refugee in the road repair crew in the distance, the one calling himself Lord Rabbit, had stopped his work. He was looking from afar, at the spot where Xing Honglang and Gao Chu had fought, unable to look away for a long time. Zooming the camera in to look, one could see his face full of longing and envy. So nice. Those who have trained are just different. If only I could be as strong as them. Humph. The captain of the road repair crew violently smacked him on the head. New guy, don't slack off. Otherwise, you won't get paid. Hottie 2 let out an ouch and turned his head. I'll get to work right away. The noisy crowd slowly began to quiet down. The villagers who had been watching the love story gossip started to disperse. Only a few remained. Villagers who wanted to sell goods to Xing Honglang still gathered around the illegal salt smugglers. Xing Honglang retrieved her waist saber and hung it back on her waist. She glanced from afar at the dirt-covered Gao Chu running away with the militia and snorted. Her left hand imperceptibly rubbed the knuckles of her right fist. Her right fist hurt a little. That damn big guy, such solid muscles. Beating him up had actually made her own hand ache from the impact. This guy only knew country bumpkin tricks and hadn't formally practiced any fist techniques. If he were to learn a set of fist techniques, then I might actually. Xing Honglang felt a mountain of pressure. Damn men, they really have a natural advantage over women. I've already trained desperately, but in a pure contest of physique, I'm still far inferior to a true fierce man. Just as she was thinking about these random things, she saw Gao Ye walk up to her and smile at her. Xing Honglang's spirits lifted. You're the boss of this village. Gao Ye shook her head. I'm not the boss. I'm just an ordinary girl. Just as she finished speaking, a villager came over from the side. Lady Holy Maiden, my family is preparing to cook braised pork tonight. We'll make an extra bowl and bring it over to you at dinner time. Gao Ye, how could I accept? The villager laughed. Oh my. These good days are all bestowed by the Heavenly Venerable. You are the Heavenly Venerable's Holy Maiden. Honoring you is honoring the Heavenly Venerable. Gao Ye couldn't refuse, and the villager walked away happily. She turned her head back to look at Xing Honglang, her facial expression a little awkward. Well, about this. Xing Honglang, the Heavenly Venerable is the boss of this village, and you are his woman. As soon as these words came out, Gao Ye's face instantly flushed red all the way to the roots of her ears. What are you saying? Calling me the Heavenly Venerable's woman right off the bat? You woman, the way you speak is really too. That makes a person happy. Seeing her complexion, Xing Honglang thought to herself, I guessed right. That Heavenly Venerable must be a charlatan. And this young girl is the charlatan's woman. It seems this village isn't some kind-hearted place either. They're probably operating in the gray area, just like me, an illegal salt smuggler. Xing Honglang, Holy Maiden, what instructions do you have? Gao Ye, the Heavenly Venerable, asked me to come and discuss some matters with Miss Xing. Xing Honglang, please speak. I'm all ears. Gao Ye, the Heavenly Venerable says, the world is suffering from a great drought, and the people are destitute. This has led to roving bandits rising up everywhere, and trade routes have been mostly destroyed. Various supplies cannot circulate. This is a very bad thing. And Miss Xing has the ability, in this era of chaos, to travel far and wide and continue doing business. You are a very remarkable person. Xing Honglang smiled. Speaking well of me. Looks like they have a favor to ask. Let's hear what they want from me. Gao Ye, the Heavenly Venerable says, every time Miss Xing arrives, it invigorates the vitality of Gao family village. Therefore, he hopes Miss Xing can come here often and come to pick up goods more frequently. Xing Honglang understood now. This Heavenly Venerable just wanted merchants to come often, right? This wasn't anything unusual. The salt merchant she used to get her stock from also hoped she would come to pick up goods often. But on what grounds? Why should I get my goods from you every time? There had to be a good reason. Just as she was about to reason it out, she heard Gao Ye smile and say, the Heavenly Venerable said, in the future, however much goods you collect from the villagers, he will secretly give you an extra 10% rebate. Hearing these words, Xing Honglang was slightly stunned. A rebate? Gao Ye nodded. That is to say, if you collect 100 caddies of sugar from the villagers, the Heavenly Venerable will privately gift you another 10 caddies. As soon as these words entered her ears, Xing Honglang couldn't help but be overjoyed. The goods she collected in Gao family village were already at a low price. She didn't expect to be able to get another 10% of goods for free. This was freaking like meat pies falling from the sky. But why? Why would this Heavenly Venerable do this? I'm collecting goods from these villagers. What does it have to do with him? Just to get me to come back. He's willing to take such a big loss. What benefit does this bring him? Chapter 145, SimCity 1628 begins. Xing Honglang didn't quite understand. Li Daoxian also knew. She wouldn't understand. The circulation of commodities, and its massive promotional effect on a place, was something only modern people could deeply appreciate. He wanted his little people's country to become more and more prosperous, and that couldn't be done without the help of merchants. But at this stage, Shanxi was in chaos with bandits running rampant. Legitimate merchants didn't dare to enter Shanxi at all. Even if they did enter Shanxi, they would only operate in large places like Xian County. They wouldn't run to Gao Family Village, a small place in the middle of nowhere. He could only rely on illegal salt smugglers. Gao Ye said. The Heavenly Venerable said, if you are willing to frequently come to Gao Family Village to stock up, Gao Family Village can prepare a large mansion for you and your subordinates to serve as a place to rest. Every time you come, it will be much more comfortable than braving the wind and dew and pitching tents yourselves. Xing Honglang was delighted. I am honored by the Heavenly Venerable's high regard. Since Gao Family Village is treating me so generously, I can't treat your good intentions like a donkey's liver and lungs. From now on, I will be coming to bother you often. Gao Ye, you are extremely welcome. That night, Xing Hongling really did stay in Gao Family Village. But her mansion wasn't ready yet. The group could only temporarily set up camp to rest. Fortunately, the illegal salt smugglers traveled far and wide and had endured all kinds of hardships. Setting up camp was a trivial matter. Xing Honglang and her group set up camp by the large pond in Gao Family Village, pitched their tents, fetched water, cooked food, and had a good night's rest. Resting here was much safer than in the desolate wilderness. The group had a long overdue good night's sleep. Early the next morning, Xing Honglang set off, heading toward Shanxi again. Gao Ye saw Xing Honglang off, feeling a bit puzzled. She couldn't help but look up and ask Li Daoxian, Heavenly Venerable, usually when you gift houses to the villagers, you just give them right away, manifesting your power on the spot and dropping a house down from the sky. Why didn't you give Xing Honglang a house on the spot this time? Li Daoxian smiled faintly. Xing Honglang doesn't know me very well yet. If I manifest my power in front of her too early, there's a chance it might scare her. Then she wouldn't come to Gao Family Village anymore. Seeing the Heavenly Venerable manifest his power, she should be filled with admiration, prostrating herself in worship. She should come to Gao Family Village often to pay her respects to you. How could she be scared away? Li Daoxian laughed. There's no need to explain this in detail. Human beings are very complex creatures. Beep, beep, beep. His phone suddenly rang. Li Daoxian covered the terrarium box and picked up his phone. Second aunt, long time no see. What made you think of calling me? Second aunt was Li Daoxuan's relative from the countryside. Not long ago, during the autumn wheat sowing, Li Daoxian had even called her to ask for advice regarding farmland pH levels and fertilizer usage. Second aunt's voice was very affectionate. I heard your dad say that for the spring festival this year, you're not planning to come back to our hometown for the family gathering. Second aunt is worried about you. Why aren't you coming back? Li Daoxian glanced at the terrarium. He couldn't talk about this. He had no choice but to say, I'm doing online video promotion, and I'm a bit busy. I really can't go back to our hometown. Staying in our hometown takes over 10 days. It's a bit. Second aunt laughed. I know you're busy with work. You're making big money now, even giving your parents $2 million to buy a house. All the relatives are praising you. A busy person like you doesn't need to stay in our hometown for over 10 days. Just come back for one day. We're allowed to set off firecrackers here. Just come back for one day and set off some fireworks with everyone to have some fun. Wouldn't that be nice? As soon as she said this, it actually reminded Li Daoxian. Right. You can buy fireworks and firecrackers in the countryside. Those few things I've always wanted to buy can be easily bought there. I won't need to look for weird purchasing channels in the city anymore. Li Daoxian smiled. All right, second aunt. Wait for me. I'll come and set off firecrackers with everyone. A few days passed in a flash. The spring festival arrived. Li Daoxian woke up bright and early. He glanced into the box. The entire Gao family village was permeated with a festive, celebratory atmosphere. Gao family fort was draped in red and decorated with colorful banners. Extremely bustling. The nearby short-term worker village and labor reform village were also full of jubilation. During such an important, super traditional festival, whether it was roving bandits or government troops, they should all settle down, right? Nothing should happen. Li Daoxian put on his backpack, met up with his parents, and got on the vehicle heading to the countryside. The green-skinned train chugged along with a chug-chug sound, taking him to a rundown little town on the outskirts of Shuangqing City. High-speed rail didn't even reach here. Only the old green-skinned train could make it. It still maintained a considerable degree of its original, rustic state. Sure enough, there were people selling firecrackers in town. The opportunity to legally buy this stuff was rare. Only once a year. And don't even think about buying it in the city. Li Daoxian didn't hold back. Sweep the goods. Sweep the goods. His bold and generous shopping style made the shop owner realize at a glance. A city kid who specifically came to the countryside to play with firecrackers. Haha, yes. I came to my second aunt's house to play with firecrackers. Then have fun playing. Family members gathered happily. The New Year's Eve dinner was lively, and the firecrackers were brought out and set off until the sky turned dark. Early the next morning, Li Daoxian bid farewell to his relatives and embarked on the journey back. He came with an empty bag, but went back with a large bag full of firecrackers. To avoid trouble, he didn't even dare to take the train. He called a ride-hailing car, paid a few hundred yuan in fare, and finally brought his treasures back home. As soon as he got home, he naturally couldn't wait to sit back down by the box. SimCity 1627 was so much fun. He absolutely had to continue playing, forgetting to eat and sleep. No, starting today, it should be called SimCity 1628. The first day of the first lunar month, the first year of Chongzhen. Gao Family Village had a new look for the new year. Before the festival, Advisor Tan had purchased a large amount of red dye from the county town and distributed it to the villagers to use. This resulted in the first day of the new year being filled with people wearing red clothes, running around the village. Amidst the cheerful voices and laughter, Li Daoxian spotted at a glance an unsociable guy practicing martial arts on the hillside outside the village. Gao Chu, in this freezing weather, he was actually only wearing a very thin cotton shirt, with his cuffs and trouser legs tied tight, punching the air nonstop. Shangxi Guanzhong Hong fists 36 clapping hands. He had only learned a few moves, and was repeatedly practicing just these few moves. Sticking to the wall to hang a picture, fierce tiger climbing the wall, Arhut carrying treasure, judge taking off boots. Cheng Su wasn't wrong, only when one feels wronged enough. Well, they trained desperately in martial arts. In the entire Gao family village, only Gao Chu trained the hardest. Even Zheng Daniu couldn't keep up. This ruthless drive of Gao Chu's was probably because Zheng Daniu hadn't encountered love yet. Li Daoxian couldn't help but silently give Gao Chu a thumbs up. Huh. He suddenly noticed a small surprise. Li Daoxuan's gaze flew over a hillside, and behind a large rock on the back of the slope, he discovered a person. It was that refugee who called himself Lord Rabbit. He was hiding behind the rock, secretly watching Gao Chu practice his punches from afar. When Gao Chu threw a punch, Lord Rabbit would follow and swing a punch. He seemed to be pondering the movement of that punch. When Gao Chu kicked, Lord Rabbit would also follow and kick. Li Daoxian was amused watching this. Fun. In ancient times, secretly learning someone else's martial arts was a huge taboo, right? Generally speaking, this kind of person, if caught, would be beaten to death. So the question is, should I expose him? When he's even more focused on secretly learning. If I poke him with my finger, he'll probably be scared half to death, right? Chapter 146, Transitional Equipment. Li Daoxian had a sudden mischievous whim. Anyway, this person wasn't considered one of his own little people yet. He could only be considered a wild little person. Wild little people could be pranked to his heart's content. Li Daoxian really reached his hand in, and towards that guy calling himself Lord Rabbit, gave a gentle tap on his back. Potty 2 was currently secretly learning Guanzhong Hong Fist, learning with great excitement. Suddenly, he felt a massive force surge from behind, pushing him forward. With a thud, he fell flat on his face, eating dirt. This gave him no small fright. Was he caught secretly learning? This was something you could get beaten to death for. Potty 2 was extremely nervous. He quickly hugged the ground and rolled several times. His mouth was already prepared to beg for mercy. But when he looked back, there was absolutely nothing behind him. Nothing at all. If he were an old villager of Gao family village, he would probably guess that the heavenly venerable was messing with him. But he was an outsider. He didn't understand the heavenly venerable Daoxian well enough yet. Although he was working in Gao family village, and had heard people talking about the heavenly venerable these past few days, he hadn't seen the heavenly venerable manifest his power with his own eyes yet. So he was only half believing. Now, of course, he wouldn't think of the heavenly venerable. Potty 2 vigilantly stared behind him for a long time, and looked left and right, confirming there was nothing. He climbed up from the ground, patted his butt, through what just happened to the back of his mind, and continued sticking his butt out to secretly watch Gao Chu. Li Daoxian was amused. This guy still dared to secretly learn. He forgot about that tap in the blink of an eye. What thick nerves. Fine, I'll give you another one. He reached his hand out again, and gently tapped Lord Rabbit's back. Potty 2 once again felt a massive force surge forward. With a thud, he fell flat on his face again. He rolled along the ground, instantly dodging far away, turning his head to look. Good heavens, it was completely empty behind him again. He couldn't see anything. Who was playing tricks on your Lord Rabbit? Potty 2 drew his ancestral sleeve, sword with a swish. Come out. This lord will let you taste my ultimate move. Heavenly Rabbit shattering tyrant sword. Li Daoxian was endlessly amused. His fingers circled around to his back again and gave a gentle push. Potty 2 fell with a thud again. This time, he was actually prepared. The moment he fell, he propped his hand on the ground, flipped up, and simultaneously swung his sleeve sword, slashing fiercely behind him. However, Li Daoxuan's finger had long since been pulled back. He slashed at empty air, and instead, because he used too much force, he spun around and fell again. Thud, another faceplant. Potty 2 now knew he had encountered an expert. It was probably a super expert who came without a shadow and left without a trace. Can't afford to offend. Can't afford to offend. Quick, slip away. He put away his sword and dejectedly slipped down the side of the hill. Li Daoxian smiled and shook his head. You can peek if you want, but first you have to be recognized by me as one of my own little people. When that time comes, if you want to learn military close quarters combat, I can even find a video to show you. Thinking of this, Li Daoxian suddenly had a realization. Although Hong Fist is also great and is a treasure of our country's traditional martial arts, but modern military close quarters combat is the true lethal skill. I must grasp both tradition and science, and both hands must be firm. I couldn't do it before, but now that I have Ching Su, I can try to set it up. He opened the historical military forum he often visited and posted anonymously asking for help. Which bro has high-definition videos of military close quarters combat? I don't want the blurry ones. Reply 1. I have 64 gigabytes of high definition. Oh. Address below, XXXXXX. Reply 2. Don't believe the first floor. That address is fake. I knew it as soon as I saw it. Damn it, last time it was this address. Promised to be a certain teacher. I downloaded it for a day and a night, and it turned out to be the Calabash Brothers. Reply 3. Let me be the good guy. Click my profile. There's a cloud drive address inside. You can download it there. Li Daoxian thanked the third floor, clicked in, and found over 10 gigabytes of videos. It really was huge. He clicked download, letting the computer run slowly. Turning back to look at the box, he saw Gao Ye wearing a red padded jacket. Her small face was also flushed red, not knowing if it was red from the cold or from running. She secretly slipped up the hillside, got behind Gao Chu, and shouted "Wah" in his ear. Gao Chu was concentrating on practicing his punches. Startled by this, he let out an ouch and almost fell to the ground. Turning around and seeing it was Gao Ye, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yeah, you scared me to death. Gao Ye laughed haha and ran back down the hillside. Li Daoxian was also amused. He called out softly, yeah, the Heavenly Venerable is here. Gao Ye looked up with joy. Happy New Year, Heavenly Venerable. Actually being wished a Happy New Year by a little person, Li Daoxian felt quite warm in his heart. Yesterday, I went to visit relatives and friends. Are you all doing well? Gao Ye. The Heavenly Venerable went to visit other immortals' homes. Everything is fine in Gao family village. Everyone is doing well and happy. Li Daoxian, go to the artisan well now. I have some words I want to say to Li Da. Gao Ye acknowledged and stretched her little legs, running quickly towards the artisan well. Along the way, many people greeted Gao Ye. Old villagers, new short-term workers, and even a few labor reform prisoners waved at Gao Ye. She responded to them one by one and quickly ran into the artisan well. Arriving in front of the blacksmith shop, she saw Li Da under the eaves, pondering over the spring he had just made. Although he had the lighter spring Li Daoxian had provided him last time, when he heated it red hot, then forcefully forged it thin and coiled it into a circle, the final spring he made would lose its elasticity. This left him completely baffled. This thing clearly had elasticity before it was heated. Why did it lose it after being heated? He couldn't understand it. When Gao Ye arrived, he was using both hands to flatten the small spring he had just made. When he let go, the spring remained in its flattened state, making him hang his head in dejection. So depressed he wanted to cry. Gao Ye, Li Da, the Heavenly Venerable asked me to come and say a few words to you. Li Da quickly put away his miserable face and performed a grand bow. Seeing that his spring making was unsuccessful, Li Daoxian wasn't angry. Or rather, it was completely expected. The progress of science is just like this. The sample he gave him was only to provide inspiration. Whether he could ultimately figure out the principles through the sample would depend on whether his knowledge could spiral upward. Lida, I remember you said. You know how to make three-eyed matchlocks. Lida quickly replied. Yes, this lowly one knows how to make those. Daoxian, I see that your research on the new type of firelock will still take a very, very long time before it is researched and developed. If our militia could use some transitional firelocks, that would be good. Therefore, I want you to have the other blacksmiths forge three-eyed matchlocks. From now on, they will make the three-eyed matchlocks, while you continue working on your new type of firelock. Lida quickly said, I strictly obey the Heavenly Venerable's decree. Li Daoxian, then, I will now bestow upon you some gunpowder. Manage it well, and give it to the other blacksmiths to use for the three-eyed matchlocks. As he spoke, he started dismantling the firecrackers, and added, right? The granules of my gunpowder are extremely large. Before you use it, you need to grind it into fine pieces. During the grinding process, manage it carefully. Don't blow yourselves up. Chapter 147. His dad is still his dad. Lida, reporting to the Heavenly Venerable. In our mortal realm, making firelocks and handling gunpowder are done by two different types of craftsmen. This lowly one is only responsible for forging firelocks, and is not skilled at mixing gunpowder. I dare not rashly accept this task. If this lowly one makes a mistake and causes an explosion, the consequences would be severe. These words reminded Li Daoxian of the Wang Gongcheng explosion. He pressed further. Oh? What kind of craftsmen make gunpowder? Find him, and let him be responsible. Lida respectfully said. The craftsmen responsible for making and managing gunpowder for the Imperial court are called gunpowder makers. Because privately hoarding firearms among the populace is a grave crime of treason, the management of gunpowder is also extremely strict. Therefore, the Imperial court keeps a very tight watch on the gunpowder makers. Our Gao family village currently doesn't have a single one. Li Daoxian, are there any in Chengchun County town? Lida shook his head. None there either. When Chengchun County occasionally needs to use gunpowder, they also have to requisition it from Xi'an Prefecture. Li Daoxian understood now. Only the official government in Xi'an Prefecture had gunpowder makers, and this profession was kept under tight watch by the Imperial court. It seemed the firecrackers wouldn't be of use for the time being. Letting this bunch of unprofessional and mischievous guys in Gao family village manage the gunpowder might just result in them creating a Wang Gongcheng explosion right in the middle of the village. His own little people would suffer heavy casualties. How could that be allowed? When playing games like SimCity, there are often disobedient NPCs that make players so angry they get an aneurysm. Li Daoxian didn't want the big bombs he put in to give the mischievous little people a chance to give him an aneurysm. The fireworks and firecrackers should be sealed away for now. Only after professional talents are brought in can expansion in this area proceed. Talents. Every step of progress in Gao family village required a corresponding talent. Without talents, they could only remain stagnant. It was truly quite troublesome. Just as he thought of this, out of the corner of his eye, he saw another visitor arriving outside Gao family village. A horse carriage drove up to the fort gates. The curtain of Bai Yuan's carriage was pulled open. Madame Bai and young Master Bai lifted the curtain and stepped out. It turned out that yesterday, when Li Daoxian returned to his rural hometown to see his relatives, Madame Bai and young Master Bai had also returned to Bai family fort to reunite with Bai Yuan for the new year. They had a reunion dinner together on New Year's Eve. Today, Bai Yuan personally drove the carriage again, bringing the mother and son back to Gao family village. As soon as Bai Yuan parked the carriage steadily, he didn't even care about his wife and child, and just stretched his legs and charged into the fort. He was an old acquaintance of Gao family fort, so the sentries naturally wouldn't stop him. They even called out loudly from the fort walls, Mr. Bai, what's the rush? Do you want me to call the third steward for you? Bai Yuan, you're too slow. I'll go myself. He sprinted straight towards the meeting hall of the 9 halls and 18 wells. At this time, Saner was in the meeting hall, studying Gao family village's supply inventory. He saw Bai Yuan charge over with a swish and grab Saner's arm. Quick, quick, quick. Give me the complete set of 12 heavenly books for elementary school mathematics, grades 1 through 6. Give me a set. Saner was stunned for 2 seconds, and then suddenly understood. Mr. Bai, your mathematics was crushed by your son. As soon as these words came out, Bai Yuan's face turned the color of pig liver. That's right, he had been schooled by his son. Yesterday, on New Year's Eve, Madame Bai brought young Master Bai back to Bai family fort to have the reunion dinner with Bai Yuan. The father and son hadn't seen each other for a long time. Bai Yuan naturally tested his son's studies. He casually asked some essay topics from the 4 books and 5 classics. After that, the topic shifted, turning to the 6 arts of a gentleman. You know, Bai Yuan, he couldn't go 3 sentences without mentioning the 6 arts. It would be weird if it didn't turn to this. After the father and son awkwardly chatted for a few sentences, young Master Bai mentioned that he had been learning mathematics recently and was doing quite well. He was quite proud of it. When Bai Yuan heard this, mathematics? Huh, isn't this your father's specialty? Your father, in the art of mathematics among the 6 arts, is very particular. All right, father will test you on mathematics. And so, the father and son began to battle. Addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, chickens and rabbits in the same cage, and so on. The father and son fought to a draw. Unexpectedly, young Master Bai didn't follow martial ethics. With a swish, he threw out fractions from the first semester of 3rd grade, instantly baffling Bai Yuan. Young Master Bai pressed his advantage, and with another swish, threw out decimals from the 2nd semester of 3rd grade. Addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division of fractions and decimals. Just asking, are you scared? Although Bai Yuan could also calculate the final result, his method was very slow. He wasn't as fast as his own son. In the end, the art of mathematics among the 6 arts was crushed without any suspense. Crushed. For someone as face-saving as Bai Yuan, how could he endure losing to his son? What about his dignity as a father? Therefore, early on the morning of the first day of the new year, he personally drove the carriage, utilizing the art of charioteering among the 6 arts, and dragged his wife and child back to Gao family fort. Then he dumped the mother and son at the fort gates, ignored them, and anxiously charged in himself to find Saner and demand the mathematics textbooks. Saner laughed uncontrollably. Mr. Bai, indigo comes from blue, but is bluer than blue. There's nothing to be anxious about. Losing to your own son isn't like losing to an outsider. It's not shameful, not shameful. Bai Yuan angrily said. Nonsense. I'm not some decrepit old man. Bai family fort hasn't reached the point where it needs to be handed over to my son to call the shots. How can there be any reason to concede defeat to my son while I'm still in my prime? Quickly hand over all 12 volumes of the elementary school mathematics heavenly books. Saner laughed uncontrollably, but still led Bai Yuan to the book storage warehouse. Here, a whole warehouse was piled full of books. Hanyu Pinyin, elementary school mathematics, divided by grades, and semesters inside, piled full of heavenly books. All heavenly books. Bai Yuan dove into the pile of books with a swish. In no time, he dug out the complete set of elementary school mathematics. Holding them in his arms like treasures, he looked up at the sky and laughed loudly. Ha ha! The 12 volumes of the mathematics heavenly books are now in my hands. In just a few days, in the art of mathematics among the 6 arts, I will be able to cultivate to the level of the immortal realm. No one in the mortal realm will be able to withstand a single bout against me. Ha ha! Seeing this guy being so arrogant, Li Daoxian couldn't help but be amused. Having a mind to deal him a blow, he spoke up. Iego, tell Bai Yuan, the path of mathematics is as vast as the ocean. What he has in his hands is only elementary school mathematics. Above that, there is middle school mathematics and university mathematics. There's still plenty for him to learn. Gao Ye quickly ran over to relay the message. Bai Yuan was currently laughing at the sky. Hearing Gao Ye's words, he was momentarily stunned. After being stunned, he continued to be overjoyed, listening to the heavenly venerable's meaning. If I finish learning these 12 volumes in my hands, he will bestow upon me even more powerful heavenly books. Li Daoxian couldn't help but be amused. You, Bai Yuan, your perspective on things is truly optimistic. I wanted to deal him a blow, but as a result, he's even more motivated. Bai Yuan once again laughed at the sky. Then I must quickly finish learning these 12 volumes of heavenly books in my hands. Then the heavenly venerable will bestow upon me even more powerful heavenly books. I will learn them all, and in the art of mathematics, reach the pinnacle of perfection. Who else in the world but me? Ha ha, I'll let that brat know. His dad is still his dad. Chapter 148, The Heavenly Venerable Points the Way. After Bai Yuan thanked the Heavenly Venerable, he took the large pile of heavenly books and happily returned to Bai family fort. When he left, he even forgot to greet his wife and child. His mind was completely filled with his art of mathematics among the 6 arts. Fortunately, this was ancient times, and women's status was low. Madame Bai wouldn't get angry over this kind of thing. If it were modern times, if Bai Yuan didn't kneel on a washboard for a few days, this matter wouldn't be over. Li Daoxian happily watched Bai Yuan leave, thinking to himself, very good. The large number of textbooks I prepared will slowly be disseminated through people like Bai Yuan. They will branch out and spread leaves, and one day they will bear fruit. At this time, Li Daoxian suddenly heard from the edge of the bamboo forest in the southwest the noisy sound of human voices. He quickly shifted his attention over. The edge of the bamboo forest in the southwest was where the short-term worker village was located. Here, there were dozens of small plastic houses placed down by Li Daoxian, arranged in a cluster along the rocky flat by the bamboo forest, forming an independent little village. A large group of outside short-term workers was currently gathered by the bamboo forest, seemingly arguing about something. Li Daoxian looked down and saw a person lying in the middle of the circle formed by the short-term workers. There was blood on his forehead, and he had fainted on the ground. It looked like his head had been smashed by someone. This is Shi Laosi. What happened to him? I don't know. I just wanted to come over and cut a piece of bamboo to make a basket, and I found Shi Laosi lying on the ground, his head still bleeding. Oh no. Quickly call a doctor. Where would our village get a doctor? The group of people was in a panic. Just at this moment, Shi Laosi, who had been lying unconscious on the ground, actually woke up. He opened his eyes. With a sharp cry of pain, he clutched his head. Damn it. I've been robbed. As soon as he spoke, the onlookers finally let out a sigh of relief. Shi Laosi looked incredibly annoyed. Early this morning, I left home carrying a bag of flour and a piece of meat. I wanted to go to the fortress to find a master blacksmith, give him a gift, and ask to be his apprentice. The day laborers understood immediately. On the first day of the new year, bringing a gift to pay respects. If the master was happy and taught him a few tricks, wouldn't he become a skilled artisan? His wages would skyrocket instantly. Shi Laosi is so smart. Why didn't we think of that? But Shi Laosi hadn't expected what happened next. I hadn't gone far when someone dragged me into the bamboo grove. Then, 4 or 5 fierce-looking thugs threatened me with clubs. They told me to hand over the flour and meat. When I refused, they beat me. One hit me with a club, and they ran off with my things. The day laborers were genuinely startled when they heard this. Bandits again? No way. The bandit problem in Chongqing County finally quieted down with such difficulty. Heavens, I don't want to go to war ever again. The laborers fell into a chaotic panic. Li Daoxian couldn't help but frown as well. He casually opened his surveillance camera app and pulled up all the footage from dawn until now. The bamboo grove happened to be right at the edge of the box's range. In the video, he could only see the edge of the grove. He could see shadows moving inside, but the specific details were blurry. One laborer spoke up. Everyone stop shouting. Since this happened, we should report it to Steward San Air. Let the fortress send the militia to handle it. Another laborer shook his head. What is our status? We're just day laborers from outside villages. Are we the same as the locals in the fortress? Why would the militia care about our business? This made sense, and the laborers became a bit conflicted. Hearing this, Li Daoxian felt a pang of pity for these wild little people. They had come from far away just to earn a meal in Gao village. They kept their heads low, acting with extreme caution, terrified of losing their livelihoods. They didn't even dare report a crime to the fortress. This mindset was truly heartbreaking. Li Daoxian was about to call for Grandpa Gao to handle the matter when a figure suddenly leaped out from the crowd. He was dressed in rags, with a small ornamental sword hanging at his waist. It was none other than Padi Tu, the rabbit master, who had been secretly watching Gao Chu practice boxing. Padi Tu was stepping up. As someone who considered himself a true hero, how could Padi Tu not take the lead in a moment like this? He swiped into the center position and shouted to the wandering laborers, "Brothers, don't panic. Whether the fortress helps us or not is one thing, but can't we take action ourselves?" Everyone was stunned for a moment. "You're Padi Tu?" He looked smug. "My name is Padi Tu. I'm also a day laborer who arrived just a few days ago. But I'm not like you. I never shrink away when things happen." Padi Tu shouted, "Can't you see? These aren't roaming bandits or professional thieves. It's just a group of stupid petty crooks looking for an easy score. What the hell are you afraid of?" The laborers began to murmur, the scene growing noisy. "Shut up, all of you," Padi Tu barked. Stop the noise and listen to Lord Rabbit. You few grab clubs. You guys grab some too. Then follow me. We're going to get Sher Lao Si's stuff back. And while we're at it, we'll teach those idiots a lesson so they never dare come back. Otherwise, if they rob Sher Lao Si today, they'll rob Zhang Lao Wu tomorrow. How are we supposed to live then? The laborers listened and realized he was right. If these thieves weren't dealt with, any of them could be dragged into the bamboo grove at any time. A group of men immediately sprang into action. They grabbed clubs, and before long, over a dozen men were armed and ready. Potty 2 waved his hand. Follow Lord Rabbit. Someone asked, Lord Rabbit, do you know where the thieves fled? Hearing someone actually call him Lord Rabbit made him even more conceited. He let out a loud laugh. I have extensive experience in the underworld. I only need one look at the footprints on the ground to see where they went. Reporting to Lord Rabbit, we can't find any footprints. The ground here is covered in rocks. Potty 2's face froze in massive embarrassment. The scene went still. Li Daoxian was actually amused by the whole thing. Fine, I'll give you a hand. He reached out and tapped the directional buttons, quickly moving the camera view like he was playing StarCraft, searching for a zergling on a map where the fog of war had already been cleared. After a moment, he actually found them. 5 men in tattered clothes were sitting behind a small hillside. They had gathered some dry wood and branches and were starting a fire. It looked like they were preparing to roast the meat they had stolen from Sher Lao Si. Li Daoxian shifted his view back over the bamboo grove. He reached into the box and drew a large arrow on the ground right in front of the day laborers. At that moment, Potty 2 was still dazed, unable to find footprints and unsure how to track them. Suddenly, a thunderous boom echoed. The scattered rocks on the ground were swept aside by an invisible, massive force. A giant arrow appeared on the earth, pointing toward the distance. The laborers who had been there for a while immediately began to cheer. The Heavenly Lord is guiding us. Only Potty 2 remained stunned. Huh? What? Was that a manifestation of the Heavenly Lord? Chapter 149. Off to Labor Reform. Potty 2 hadn't been in Gao Village for very long. Although he had heard the villagers talk about the Heavenly Lord, he had never seen a miracle with his own eyes. He had always been skeptical, caught in a state of half-belief. This was his first time witnessing a manifestation of the Heavenly Lord. A massive arrow on the ground. How much power would it take to push aside all those rocks and draw something so large? Potty 2 suddenly remembered being pushed over from behind while he was spying on Gao Chu's training. Was that? Terrified, Potty 2 collapsed to the ground with a thud. He crawled on his belly like a child who had been beaten with a bamboo switch by his mother and was now kneeling to admit his mistake. Heavenly Lord, I was wrong. I shouldn't have tried to steal someone else's martial arts. Please forgive this lowly one. Li Daoxian had already taught him a lesson before. One crime doesn't deserve 2 punishments, so he smiled and withdrew his hand. Potty 2 lay on the ground for a few seconds. Seeing that the Heavenly Lord hadn't struck him down, he breathed a sigh of relief. He leaped up in an instant. Brothers, follow Lord Rabbit. With the Heavenly Lord guiding the way, we will surely take back Sher Lao Si's things. The laborers' morale soared. The Heavenly Lord protects us. Potty 2 took the lead, charging in the direction the arrow pointed. The group of laborers followed behind. The arrow would point for a stretch, then adjust its direction slightly, guiding Potty 2 and the others until they reached the back of the hill. From a distance, Potty 2 saw several people tending a fire, preparing to roast meat. He let out a thunderous roar. Halt! Where did you stupid thieves come from? How dare you attack someone from our laborer village and steal our food? Take a strike from my sword. He drew his ornamental sword and charged forward. The people by the fire were startled. They scrambled to their feet and grabbed wooden clubs. Potty 2 rushed in, shouting, Heavenly Rabbit 8-part. No, Heavenly Rabbit, Overlord's sword. He swung his sword with wide, sweeping motions. Before the blade could even reach them, his foot caught on a rock. With a thud, he face-planted. The laborers behind him swarmed forward, several of them stepping right over his back. Potty 2 climbed up from the ground, groaning, only to find that the laborers had already knocked the 5 thieves down and restrained them. Sher Lao Si pulled his meat and bag of flour from the grass, clutching them tightly to his chest. Potty 2 thought he had made a fool of himself and would be looked down upon by the laborers, but to his surprise, they turned back to him with questioning eyes. Lord Rabbit, these stupid thieves have been subdued, and the goods are back. What should we do next? They're still calling me Lord Rabbit. Potty 2's spirit surged. He walked up to the 5 thieves with his sword in hand, glaring at them for a long while before speaking. So, you 5 were hungry and had nothing to eat. So you decided to rob us? The 5 men lowered their heads in fear. In times like these, robbing someone of their food was an offense people would beat you to death for. They were terrified that if they spoke, the laborers would kill them on the spot, so they didn't even dare to answer. Potty 2 spoke like a hero of the underworld. Robbing the rich to help the poor is normal, but robbing the poor is just wrong. Look at him. He pulled Lao over to show the 5 men. This brother is also a poor man. Look how tattered his clothes are. This little bit of grain was meant for him to seek an apprenticeship. How could you have the heart to steal his future? If you really want to rob someone, go to the capital and rob the emperor. Then I'd call you 5 heroes and respect you. The 5 men kept their heads down. After a few seconds, one of them snapped and retorted, "If you're so capable, why don't you go rob the emperor? You only know how to tell us to do it." This question left Potty 2 stunned. Well, he had originally planned to follow Big Brother Wang Air to conquer the world and eventually rob the emperor. But for some reason, once he reached Gao Village, he just started working as a laborer. Wait, why? How could a famous hero like Potty 2 be working here as a laborer? His ornamental sword fell to the ground with a clang. Potty 2 clutched his head and crouched down. Mental pollution plus 999. He was unable to think for the time being. The day laborers saw that their leader had collapsed and looked like he couldn't be relied upon anymore. They decided to discuss what to do themselves. Lao, they hit you. You tell us what to do. Lao stammered. I'm not qualified to decide. Just say it. Should we beat them or let them go? Lao looked up. The Heavenly Lord should be watching from above, right? We should ask for the Heavenly Lord's opinion. The group of laborers looked expectantly at the sky, but Li Daoxian had no intention of giving instructions. If he had to manage every little mess like this, he'd be annoyed to death once his territory expanded. The little people needed to use their own brains. When the laborers realized no command was coming from the sky, they really did have to think for themselves. Their gears started turning. Click, click, click. A light bulb suddenly went off over Lao's head. I've got it. Labor reform. Aren't the people in the labor reform village criminals? They are using their labor to pay for their sins. These 5 should be taken back and thrown into the labor reform village. The other laborers were delighted. That makes sense. That's exactly what should happen. And so, the group escorted the 5 thieves back. As they passed Potty 2, who was still crouching on the ground looking lost, Lao reached out to pull him up. Lord Rabbit, let's go back. Potty 2 gave a vague mumble, picked up his ancestral ornamental sword with a hollow expression, and followed the laborers back to Gao Village. Seeing that they had made the right decision, Li Daoxian felt quite pleased. That's the way. I've given you enough demonstrations. You need to learn to think for yourselves. From now on, using this model to handle criminals will slowly form a new kind of rule of law, distinct from the Great Ming Code. A sense of the rule of law was indispensable. There was a saying, when you walk down a modern street and the people around you don't suddenly hack at you with knives, it's not because they are all saints. It's because they are all constrained by the law. The laborers brought the 5 thieves to the village and presented them at the fortress gate. After reporting the situation to San Air, the steward shared the same view. Good. Throw the 5 of them into the labor reform village. The laborers escorted the thieves to the entrance of the labor reform village, kicked them inside, and then left them be. The 5 thieves stood at the entrance, completely bewildered. They had thought their lives were over, but for some reason, they were just dumped here and ignored. What's going on? The 5 didn't know what to do, nor did they know if they should try to escape. While they were dazed, a convict waved them over. You 5 are here for labor reform? I saw the laborers kick you in. Come here. I'm a nice guy. I'll teach you the rules of this place. Chapter 150. The Development of Gao Village. After Xing Honglang and her group left Gao Village, they headed east past Heian County. They secretly crossed the Yellow River at a private ferry and entered Shanxi Province. Continuing their rapid journey east, it didn't take long for them to reach Pingyang Prefecture. Pingyang Prefecture was modern-day Linfen County. It governed 6 sub-prefectures and 28 counties. It connected to Shandong in the east, the Yellow River in the west, reached Bianluo in the south, and was blocked by Jinyang in the north. It was a land of many battles. Pingyang Prefecture was prosperous with many merchants. Although it couldn't compare to Xi'an Prefecture, it was still an excellent place to sell goods. When Xing Hongling arrived, she naturally intended to make a big score. She immediately began selling the high-quality goods she had acquired from Gao Village. In no time, the goods were sold out, and her pockets were filled with gold, silver, and copper coins. It was time to head back to Gao Village for more stock. Xing Honglang led her 30 to 40 subordinates out of Pingyang Prefecture, intending to return to Gao Village. They crossed the Yellow River back into Shaanxi and passed through Heian County. As they walked through a small village, several commoners suddenly came running down the mountain path in a state of panic. Some were shouting as they fled, "Run! The bandits are coming! So many bandits! Run!" The residents of the small village immediately hid in their houses and bolted their doors. The village became silent in an instant. Only Xing Honglang and her 30 to 40 salt smugglers remained. Xing Honglang muttered, "Well, this is great. We're sticking out like a sore thumb." Before she could even finish her self-deprecating remark, hundreds of rebel soldiers charged out from ahead. They were dressed in a chaotic mess, clearly a group that had been hastily assembled. At their head was a large man with a face full of scars and a ferocious expression. The big man immediately spotted the conspicuous group of Xing Honglang. A woman on horseback followed by 30 or 40 men who didn't look poorly dressed. They clearly looked like people with money. The big man grinned widely. "Brothers, get them. This haul is going to be huge." Xing Honglang cursed. "Damn your mother. You dare try to rob my men." "Boss, the gender's wrong." Xing Honglang glared at him. The salt smugglers drew their sabers in unison. Xing Honglang also drew her own blade and laughed. "I've traveled the world for years, and this is the first time I've met someone who tries to rob me without saying a word. There aren't many true heroes left in the Greenwood anymore, just a bunch of lawless bandits. Brothers, get them." The salt smugglers let out a roar and charged with their blades swinging. The two sides clashed in a chaotic melee. The combat strength of salt smugglers was not something a group of hastily gathered rebel soldiers could match. Although they were outnumbered, Xing Honglang's group held the upper hand. It didn't take long before the rebels were beaten into a sorry state and fled in disgrace. "TCH, a bunch of trash." Xing Honglang made a gesture of contempt toward the retreating backs of the rebel army. Suddenly, she noticed her right sleeve was completely red. Blood was dripping down steadily. "Huh? I'm hurt. When did that happen?" "Mid-January, the first year of Chongzhen." The population of Gao Village had expanded significantly. More and more refugees were coming to Gao Village to find a meal. The magistrate of Chengqing County, Liang Shixian, was certainly aware of this, but he didn't interfere. When Li Daoxian had promised him grain for disaster relief, Sen Er and Magistrate Liang's advisor had held a detailed discussion regarding the relief efforts. When they talked about setting up porridge stations in various locations, they had agreed to place one at Gao Village. Liang Shixian was desperate to save the people, so he naturally wouldn't stop such a benevolent act. Thus, when a large number of refugees spread the word in the county seat that the Li family in Gao Village was serving more porridge than the county, and that people could actually eat their fill, Liang Shixian wasn't angry. Instead, he was quite relieved. For the past few months, Liang Shixian had been exhausted trying to deal with these refugees. Now that they were voluntarily running to Gao Village to eat, it saved him a lot of effort. Why wouldn't he be happy? Under these circumstances, it would be strange if the population of Gao Village didn't increase. The laborer village, in particular, saw its numbers explode. Li Daoxian kept placing small plastic houses. Eventually, the area by the bamboo grove in the southwest couldn't hold any more. Li Daoxian had to place a row of houses along the official road to the southwest. In the blink of an eye, even the southwest side was full. Unknowingly, a cluster of satellite villages had formed around Gao Fortress. The original Gao village of only 42 people had now transformed into a large town with a population of over 1,000. Li Daoxuan's field of vision had expanded significantly without him realizing it. Zhong Village, which had actually rebelled, now appeared on the outer shell of the box. Additionally, several other names he wasn't familiar with, like Zhong Village and Li Village, also showed up. With more people came the need for more jobs, which was a troublesome issue. Li Daoxian didn't have that many positions to offer them. After thinking it over, there was only one solution: road construction. All the excess labor would go to build roads. With Gao Village as the center, cement roads began to spread toward all the surrounding villages. The original Zheng Village went without saying, but the cement road leading to Wang Village was almost ready for traffic. Zheng Village, Zhang Village, Li Village, and others. The cement roads to each village began to radiate outward simultaneously. Within a 10-mile radius of Gao village, construction sites were bustling everywhere. At this point, Li Daoxian finally understood why the road under his own apartment was always under construction. The workers needed jobs. The amount of cement needed now was quite large. Li Daoxian found it inconvenient to keep borrowing from construction sites, so he paid out of his own pocket to buy a large bag of cement to bring home. As for sand, he didn't need to worry about it. The little people could dig river sand themselves. Anything the little people could do on their own, he let them do. This was also a way to solve the employment problem. As the occupied area grew, there were more places Li Daoxian couldn't see. His perspective was permanently locked over Gao Fortress, and he only occasionally toured other places or switched to other village farmlands to bring rain. Aside from those times, he preferred to stay locked on Gao Village. When things happened in places he wasn't watching, he couldn't attend to them. Sometimes he couldn't help but sigh. Even a god cannot look after all living beings, let alone a mere mortal like himself. In this situation, the importance of the militia became even higher. The militia organized by Cheng Su now exceeded 100 men. These 60 new recruits all came from the labor village. Once young men had stayed in Gao village long enough for their character to be trusted, Cheng Su would scout them and bring them into the militia. Once they entered the militia, they no longer needed to work as laborers. Not only did they eat well, but they also received a generous salary. However, the daily training was grueling. Most people couldn't endure that kind of hardship. After training, they had to go to the saintess to listen to her teach them about morality and principles. They had to recite it 100 times. You are the children of the common people. You must not take even a needle or a thread from the people. Chapter 151, Gao Chu's Love Story, Part 3. Li Daoxuan's dinner today was a pot of spicy chicken giblets. It cost him $68. Since he had made some money through micro-carving and posting videos, the quality of his takeout had taken a leap. He had upgraded from various set meals to substantial main dishes. While eating his giblets, he watched Cheng Su train the militia. It was quite entertaining. 100 little people were arranged in a large square formation, spaced 2 meters apart. Cheng Su shouted, "Strike!" The 100 little people punched forward simultaneously, letting out a loud shout. "Kick!" Cheng Su barked. The little people stepped forward together, their legs kicking high. Cheng Su was quite satisfied. This training is going well. Heh, they're much more spirited than those 100 cowardly soldiers I used to lead. Back then, whenever he called for training, those soldiers would slack off, complaining they hadn't received their pay, had no food, and had no strength to train. In the Gao village militia, everyone ate well and was paid highly. As soon as an order was given, they were full of energy and didn't slack off one bit during training. With a group of subordinates like this, if he ever ran into sticky mud or left hanger again, he wouldn't even need to consider his grandmother's safety. He'd just punch right through them. Just as he was thinking this, a group of people escorted Potty 2 to him. As soon as Potty 2 saw Cheng Su, he flinched like a mouse seeing a cat. But he quickly regained his spirit and shouted, "Instructor Cheng, I'm here to join the gang." Cheng Su said crossly, "Join the gang? You used the wrong word again. You can get lost now." Potty 2 panicked and quickly corrected himself. I was wrong. Instructor Cheng, give me a chance. I'm sincerely looking to join the militia." Cheng Su rolled his eyes. "Are you here to play with that heavenly rabbit 8-part sword again?" "No," Potty 2 said decisively. "You said it wrong. It's the heavenly rabbit overlord sword." The veins on Cheng Su's forehead began to throb. Cheng Su's good mood had just been trampled on by Potty 2, who then ground his heel into it. Cheng Su clenched his fists. "If you don't get lost right now, I'll beat you so hard you won't be able to get out of bed for 3 days. Potty 2 was startled. Wait. I'm very sincere this time. Look at these laborers behind me. They are the most honest and reliable workers in the laborer village. They're here to vouch for me." The group behind him spoke up in unison. "Instructor Cheng, although Lord Rabbit is a bit, well, he really is a good person." Cheng Su glanced at the laborers, then turned back to Potty 2's day. Their eyes met in midair. Potty 2 suddenly threw himself to the ground with a thud. "Master, please take me in. I truly want to learn martial arts and make a name for myself." Cheng Su let out a long sigh. "Fine. Get up. Go to the back of the line and train with the others." Potty 2 looked up, overjoyed. "Thank you, Master. I've joined the gang. I finally joined the gang. I'm in." Cheng Su roared. "I'm the instructor. Don't call me Master. And don't say join the gang. Where did you learn that underworld slang?" Li Daoxian was secretly amused. "This is fun. This rabbit's potential for trouble might even exceed Gao Chu and Zheng Daniu. Those two are dumb but obedient. This rabbit is a super troublemaker. I think Chung Su's forehead veins are going to be popping frequently. Just then, a group of people appeared on the cement road to the northeast. At the lead was a tall horse, followed by 30 or 40 men carrying shoulder poles. Xing Hongling was back. The villagers of Gao village immediately began to cheer. The heroine is here. Quick, quick, bring out the extra valuables from home. Gao Chu's spirit surged. Miss Xing is here. Chung Su was about to scold Gao Chu for losing focus when he suddenly remembered that the Heavenly Lord also seemed to enjoy gossip. Last time, when Gao Chu and Xing Honglang fought, the Heavenly Lord had personally intervened with a divine decree. Well, the Heavenly Lord is the greatest. Training is just a small matter. Chung Su shouted, dismissed. Free time for half an hour, then resume training. As soon as dismissed was called, Gao Chu bolted toward Xing Honglang. Potty 2 blinked. Hey, I just got here. I haven't even started learning boxing yet. Why is it over? Teach me 2 moves before dismissing. Just 2. No one paid him any attention. He looked quite pitiful. Li Daoxian silently praised Chung Su. That was a good call. Gao Chu's love story, part 3, can finally be updated. Gao Chu ran to Xing Honglang in a few quick strides, his mouth splitting into a wide grin. Miss Xing, you're back. I missed you so much. Xing Honglang's head started to ache the moment she saw him. A real, throbbing ache. She rolled her eyes. I'm in a bad mood. I don't have time for you. Go play somewhere else. Gao Chu replied. That doesn't matter. It's enough that I have time for you. The onlookers were stunned. Even Li Daoxian couldn't help but gasp. Is he a genius at romance? Did we just mistake him for a simpleton? If I had been as brave as him, would the girl I had a crush on in high school have lost touch after graduation? We've barely spoken since. My youth is feeling a dull ache. Gao Chu continued. Miss Xing, I have another big piece of chocolate. I want to challenge you again. Same as last time. If you win, I'll pay you. If I win, I'll give you this chocolate as a gift. Xing Honglang rolled her eyes. With your skills? I lost last time, but I've been practicing my boxing every day lately. I've become stronger. Steward Sanair said this is called today is not like yesterday. The onlookers thought, even though we're illiterate, that doesn't sound like the right phrase. Xing Honglang snapped. It's no longer the same as before. What on earth are you saying? Gao Chu grinned. That's not important. Let's duel again. The villagers began to cheer and egg them on. Duel, duel, duel. For these villagers with simple lives, a bit of entertainment was hard to come by. Naturally, they all turned into spectators, eager for the show to begin. Xing Honglang's brow twitched almost imperceptibly. One of her subordinates stepped forward and whispered, Boss, you can't fight. Your hand. Xing Honglang snorted and pushed him aside. She turned to face Gao Chu. Fine, let's do it. I'll beat you into submission today, so you stop haunting me like a ghost. Gao Chu grinned. I'm definitely giving you this chocolate today. Xing Honglang also smirked. I'm definitely paying you today. The crowd roared and cleared a large space. The leadership of Gao Village, Grandpa Gao, Sin Air, Chung Su, Tan Li Wen, Mr. Wang, Lady Bai, and Young Master Bai, all sat in the front row. The sit in a row and eat fruit while watching the show mode was activated. It was even more lively than New Year's Eve. Seeing how excited everyone was, Li Daoxian thought to himself, everyone loves gossip this much? Damn, I overlooked something, the entertainment industry. Gao Village had no entertainment industry yet. People were only this obsessed with gossip because they had nothing to do in their spare time. In a town without entertainment, happiness levels would drop, productivity would fall, and riots might even break out, causing everything to grind to a halt. Chapter 152. You're injured. Li Daoxuan's thoughts drifted toward the entertainment industry, while the martial arts competition for a spouse, no, scratch the spouse part, was about to begin in the box. Xing Honglang's right hand hung down inconspicuously, slightly behind her back. She only held her left hand out in front of her. Gao Chu had learned the basic stances of Red Fist by now. Seeing Xing Honglang's posture, he couldn't recognize it. He was puzzled. Is there an opening stance like this in Red Fist? Instructor Chung didn't teach me this. Maybe her Jin-style Red Fist is very different from the Guanzhong Red Fist I learned? Guanzhong Red Fist doesn't have this move. Here I come. Xing Hongling knew Gao Chu wouldn't strike first, so she took the initiative. She took a large step forward, her left fist swinging in a direct strike toward Gao Chu's face. She had already planned her strategy, preparing several variations. She only waited for the simpleton to try and block her fist, then she'd unleash a combo to take him down quickly. However, Gao Chu really was no longer the same as before. When Xing Honglong's punch came, he didn't just block it like a brute. Instead, he spun his body, not only dodging the punch, but also countering with a strike of his own. Xing Honglang was startled. Red fist. This simpleton's movements aren't standard yet, but it's definitely red fist. She blocked with her left hand, thud thud, stopping 2 of Gao Chu's punches. The opponent's strength was immense. She felt her arm go numb from the impact. Panic set in. This is bad. I can't beat him with just my left hand. The worst thing in a fight is to overthink. If she hadn't, she might have blocked a few more moves, but her reaction slowed as her mind raced. Gao Chu swung a heavy punch toward Xing Honglang's shoulder. In her haste, Xing Honglang raised her left forearm to block. Bam! The punch slammed into her forearm, causing a sharp pain. Xing Honglang stumbled back several steps. Her foot caught on something, and she actually fell backward. Gao Chu lunged forward with a shout, pinning her to the ground. Once pinned, she couldn't flip him off. Even though she was a robust and strong woman, she was still a step below Gao Chu's ox-like strength. She struggled a few times, but couldn't get up. She accidentally bumped her right arm, and the pain was so sharp she nearly cried out. She could only let out a sigh. I lose. Whoa, Gao Chu won. The villagers were overjoyed. He won. Gao Chu beat his wife. The villagers cheered in unison. But one of the salt smugglers on Xing Honglang's side shouted, "This doesn't count. This doesn't count at all." "Boss, shut up." Xing Honglang interrupted her subordinate. "Don't say another word. A loss is a loss. I've traveled the world for years, and I never make excuses for myself." Gao Chu was as happy as a 200-pound child. Haha, I won. I can give you the chocolate now. You can't pay me this time. Huh. Xing Honglang silently clenched her left fist, and the salt smuggler lowered his head in frustration. Li Daoxian sensed something was wrong. The atmosphere wasn't right. This wasn't the joyful reaction from the last time they fought. The salt smugglers all had strange expressions. This duel definitely had a problem. Just as he was about to intervene and ask why, Cheng Su suddenly stood up. He shouted, "This duel doesn't count." Boom. Everyone turned to look at Cheng Su. Xing Honglang also snapped her head toward him. Gao Chu blinked. "Instructor Cheng, why doesn't it count?" Cheng Su walked into the center of the space and said to Xing Honglang, "Your right arm is injured." The crowd suddenly realized. They remembered now, from start to finish, Xing Honglang's right hand had been behind her back. She had faced the enemy with only her left. Gao Chu's face turned pale. "What? Your arm is hurt." Xing Honglang replied, "Whether I'm hurt or not is my business. It has nothing to do with the duel. A loss is a loss." Gao Chu stammered. You were hurt, and I still fought you. Oh, I have no face left." Gao Chu suddenly pushed through the crowd and ran away. In the blink of an eye, he was gone. Now, the leadership of Gao village couldn't sit still. They all jumped up. Gao Ye was the first to arrive. As a woman, it was more convenient for her to check on another woman's injuries. She quickly took Xing Honglang's hand. "Sister Xing, what kind of injury do you have?" "I have many divine medicines that can treat bruises and blade wounds." Seeing that the secret was out, Xing Honglang didn't hide it anymore. She whispered, "It's a blade wound on my upper arm. It's not convenient to show it here." In this era, a woman couldn't just expose her entire arm for others to see. The upper arm was practically a forbidden zone. Hearing this, Gao Ye whispered, "Come to my room in a moment. I'll apply some medicine for you. With the divine medicine, the wound will heal very quickly." Xing Honglang nodded. Cheng Su asked, "Miss Xing, with your skills, how did you get hurt? What happened on the road?" Xing Honglang sighed. "While passing through Heian County, we ran into a group of bandits. There were 200 or 300 of them. I only had 38 men. We were outnumbered. Although we won, everyone got a bit banged up." Heian County. Everyone was startled. Heian County was very close. Gao Village was located on the edge of Chongqing County's jurisdiction, very near Heian. And Zheng Village was even closer, practically sitting right on the border between Chongqing and Heian. One step east, and you were in Heian. One step west, and you were in Chongqing. Hearing that there were bandits in Heian, everyone's expression turned grim. The villagers from Zheng Village were especially worried. Zheng Daniu was the first to shout, "This is bad. If Heian is crawling with bandits, our home is in danger. The autumn wheat is growing so well. It's almost time to harvest. Li Daoxuan's brow furrowed slightly as well. Zheng Village was a full 6 miles of mountain road away from Gao Village. Although he could click the quick switch button to jump his view over there, he spent most of his time watching Gao Village. He couldn't keep switching back and forth constantly. He didn't know if the bandits would come, when they would come, or how many there would be. If he looked away for even a moment, the beautifully growing wheat in Zheng Village could be trampled or burned by bandits. It wasn't just about the loss of grain. The people had worked so hard to grow that wheat during a famine. If it were destroyed, it would be too heartbreaking. The villagers would be devastated, and Li Daoxian couldn't accept that either. Fine. It's time to use modern methods to solve this problem. Li Daoxian went out and hailed a taxi, heading straight for the largest pet and flower market near his home. They sold all sorts of plants, cats, dogs, fish, and the various equipment that went with them. Chapter 153, The Bottomless Fish Tank. Li Daoxian walked around the market and quickly found a shop selling fish tanks. The fish tanks of all sizes were beautifully made. Li Daoxian reached out and touched one. It was quite nice, thick glass, several millimeters deep, sturdy and stable. To allow buyers to comfortably view the fish, the glass, though thick, was crystal clear. It looked almost as if it didn't exist. If this were used for a mall door, you'd have to put a caution glass sticker on it, or people would definitely walk right into it. Seeing Li Daoxian studying the glass so seriously, the shop owner realized this wasn't just a casual browser. He clearly had the intent to buy. The owner hurried over with a smile. Looking for a tank, handsome? You've come to the right place. My tanks are the highest quality in this market. Li Daoxian smiled. Indeed. I'm quite satisfied. The owner was delighted. Which one do you want? I want a fish tank without a bottom, Li Daoxian said. Uffed. The owner nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. What did you say? A tank with no bottom? Isn't that just 4 pieces of glass in a square? How do you hold water? How do you keep fish? Are you messing with me? No bottom. No, I don't have that. I can't do that deal. Li Daoxian said. I'm serious. I want 20 of them. Make them for me urgently, and I'll pay an extra 10%. The owner's professional smile snapped back instantly. That's easy. I'll just melt the silicone and pop the bottoms off. I'll modify them for you right now. I'll make sure every single one has no bottom. Haha. Fish tanks don't really need bottoms anyway. You're clearly an expert at fish keeping. Only a pro like you can truly raise fish well. The owner set to work, melting the silicone and removing the bottoms. In his heart, he was probably screaming, what an idiot. But on the surface, he remained as calm as still water. It didn't take long for 20 bottomless fish tanks of various sizes to be ready. The large ones were dozens of centimeters long, the small ones 10 centimeters. Some were round, some were square. Li Daoxian added a delivery fee, and the owner personally drove his van to help him move all 20 tanks up to his apartment. As he left, the owner shook Li Daoxuan's hand and whispered in his ear, Handsome, in a few days when all your fish are dead and you need to buy new fish and tanks, please come back to me. Then he bolted. Li Daoxian returned to his box. He first glanced at Gao Village. At this time, Xing Hongling had followed Gao Ye to the watchtower. The 2 girls had closed the doors and windows, and Gao Ye was applying the divine medicine to Xing Hongling's wound. Gao Chu had disappeared somewhere to wallow in self-pity. The other villagers were trading goods with the salt smugglers. Li Daoxian clicked on Zheng Village outside the box. The view snapped over to the skies above Zheng Village. He measured the layout of the fields and mentally divided them into several sections. Then, he chose a bottomless fish tank of just the right size and gently lowered it over one of the sections. He pressed down slightly, letting the glass sink a bit into the earth. This would prevent bandits from tunneling in. He selected another section and lowered another tank. In a few moments, 6 or 7 tanks were in place. All the fields of Zheng Village, large and small, were now covered by massive, bottomless fish tanks. Perfect. Li Daoxian clapped his hands. All done. Now I don't have to worry about bandits from Heian County wandering over and ruining the crops. He clicked on Gao Village again, and the view snapped back. As soon as he returned, he saw a good show. Gao Ye was dressed in her formal robes, standing solemnly before the militia. The 100 or so men of the militia stood respectfully, their feet together and back straight, listening with serious expressions. Well, there was one exception. Potty Tuesday. He was muttering something under his breath. What is this? I finally got in after so many trials, and they won't teach me boxing. Instead, they drag me here for a lecture. It makes no sense. Gao Ye glanced at him. Potty 2, you're new, aren't you? Yes. Potty 2 snapped to attention, though he did drop the Lord from his usual Lord Rabbit in the Sainus's presence. I only joined yesterday. Gaoye smiled. I don't blame you for not knowing the rules since you're new. But if you continue to be this lazy and distracted, even if I let it slide, the Heavenly Lord will personally deal with you. This gave Potty 2 a massive fright. What? Not listening to a lecture will bring down the Heavenly Lord's personal wrath? Is it that serious? I saw the Heavenly Lord being very kind to everyone. When Gao-san was skipped class, the Heavenly Lord didn't punish him. Why is he so focused on me? Chapter 155. The Heavenly Lord is angry. Gao-ye's expression was stern. Gao-san was skipping class is just a child being ignorant. After the Heavenly Lord laughs it off, he lets Gao-san's mother give him a serving of bamboo shoots fried with meat. In the Heavenly Lord's words, that's called giving him a complete childhood. But our militia is no place for children's games. No playful attitudes are allowed here. Especially my lectures. They are even more important than Instructor Cheng's boxing. If you don't listen and you violate even one rule, you will be dealt with by military law. There will be no leniency. Potty 2 was startled, but deep down, he still didn't quite believe it. A few rays of sunlight escaped the morning sky as the sun stretched its limbs. With the sun up, the solar bus could start. The two newly appointed bus drivers took their positions. About 20 villagers from Zheng village took turns boarding the vehicle, heading back to their village. Taking the bus home to farm every morning had become an indispensable part of life for the Zheng village residents. But today, their hearts were heavy. The news Xinghong Lang brought was not good. Once Heong County descended into chaos, bandits could raid Zheng village at any time. Their crops would be. With great difficulty, the Heavenly Lord had invited the Dragon King to bring life back to Zheng village. Everyone had been carefully tending the wheat fields since the autumn sowing. With the divine fertilizer bestowed by the Heavenly Lord, the wheat was growing beautifully this year. By harvest time, they were likely to see an unprecedented bounty. Why did Heong have to fall into disaster now? The two new drivers were extremely cautious, driving very slowly. It took half an hour to cover the 6 miles of cement road. The villagers jumped off the vehicle impatiently. Zheng Daniu's father was the first to run to the edge of his field. Just as he was about to step in, a thunderous clap echoed from the sky, as if someone had clapped their hands in the heavens. The villagers were startled and quickly looked up. They saw the clouds part, revealing a piece of paper with 2 large words written on it. Be careful. The 20-odd villagers were illiterate and didn't know what the paper said, but they knew that if the Heavenly Lord gave a sign, there must be a reason. The Heavenly Lord has issued a divine decree, but we don't know what it says. Zheng Daniu's father shouted. Everyone, keep your eyes peeled. Be careful. Maybe the bandits from Heong are coming. His words frightened everyone. Their movements became cautious, and their eyes scanned the surroundings much more sharply than before. Funnily enough, once they started looking closely, they immediately noticed something was off. Why did their fields look a bit distorted? Yes, the edges of the field embankments seemed to be broken or shifted. Although the villagers weren't educated, they knew the basic common sense that water refracts light. They knew the what, even if they didn't know the why. Zheng Daniu's father shouted, Whoa, did you guys see that? There's a transparent wall blocking the front of the field. Everyone noticed it then. A glass wall is easy to miss if you're careless, but if you pay even a little attention, it's visible. If they were city dwellers, they would recognize it as glass or crystal. But the villagers of Zheng village didn't recognize this material. They looked at each other, completely baffled. What is this transparent wall? Why is it blocking our fields? Look around. See if there's an opening to get in. The villagers circled the glass walls. After a full lap, they found no way inside. Now they were even more confused. What on earth is going on? I've got it. Haha, I've got it. Zheng Daniu's father suddenly burst into wild laughter. This is a divine treasure placed by the Heavenly Lord. He used a treasure to surround our fields to block the bandits from Heong, so they can't ruin our wheat. Hearing this, the villagers finally understood. The divine decree the Heavenly Lord just issued must have been to tell them he was deploying a treasure. Although they couldn't read, they could see the decree had 2 characters. Wasn't that exactly divine treasure? With the golden thigh providing an external cheat, the villagers' minds instantly opened up. This treasure is transparent. It blocks the bandits, but doesn't block the sunlight. It's truly incredible. A treasure is a treasure. This transparent wall is so thick. Even if the bandits bring sledgehammers, they won't be able to break it. right? Let them watch our wheat grow beautifully while they can't eat a single grain. It'll drive them crazy. Ha ha ha, wait. We can't get in ourselves either. I was planning to do some weeding today. The group froze. Li Daoxian intentionally waited. He let them discuss until they had figured out most of what they needed to know before he took action. He reached into the box and gently lifted one of the bottomless fish tanks, removing it from the box. The villagers only heard a rumbling sound as the transparent wall suddenly rose toward the sky, flying into the clouds and vanishing. Zheng Daniu's father cheered. I can get into my field. Haha, I understand now. I understand. The Heavenly Lord removes the treasure when he brings us here, and then he covers it back up when we're done and ready to leave. One by one, Li Daoxian removed the fish tanks. The Zheng village residents rushed into their fields, finishing their planned work at top speed. Then they stepped outside the field boundaries and bowed respectfully toward the sky. As they expected, once they were done, the transparent treasure covers descended from the sky again. Clink, clink, clink. The covers landed, shielding all the fields of Zheng village once more. The villagers cheered. The Heavenly Lord protects us. This time, the villagers were more at ease about their fields than ever before. Their steps were light as they walked away. They happily boarded the solar bus and returned to Gao Fortress. Li Daoxian couldn't help but smile. He tapped on the words Gao Village, and the view snapped back. As soon as he returned, he saw a scene unfolding. Gao Ye was dressed in her formal attire, standing with a serious expression before the militia. The 100+ men of the militia stood perfectly straight, their feet together, listening with utmost seriousness. Except for one. Potty 2 was whispering to himself. What is this? I went through so much to join, and they won't teach me boxing. Instead, they drag me here for a lecture. It makes no sense. Gao Ye glanced at him. Potty 2, you're new, aren't you? Yes. Potty 2 snapped to attention. He was used to calling himself Lord Rabbit. But in front of the Saintess, he didn't dare be disrespectful and dropped the Lord. Gao Ye smiled. I don't blame you for not knowing the rules since you're new. But if you continue to be this lazy and distracted, even if I let it slide, the Heavenly Lord will personally deal with you. This gave Potty 2 a massive fright. What? Not listening to a lecture will bring down the Heavenly Lord's personal wrath. Is it that serious? I saw the Heavenly Lord being very kind to everyone. When Gao San was skipped class, the Heavenly Lord didn't punish him. Why is he so focused on me? Chapter 155. The Heavenly Lord is angry. Gao Ye's expression remained stern. Gao San was skipping class is just a child being ignorant. After the Heavenly Lord laughs it off, he lets Gao San's mother give him a serving of bamboo shoots fried with meat. In the Heavenly Lord's words, that's called giving him a complete childhood. But our militia is no place for children's games. No playful attitudes are allowed here. Especially my lectures. They are even more important than Instructor Cheng's training. If you don't listen and you violate even one rule, you will be dealt with by military law. There will be no leniency. Potty 2 was startled, but deep down, he still didn't quite believe it. How could a small mistake possibly draw the personal wrath of the Heavenly Lord? That seemed a bit too exaggerated. The Heavenly Lord was an immortal from the heavens above. With so many vast affairs to manage, why would he bother keeping an eye on a tiny rabbit like him? The Saintess had to be trying to scare him. Li Daoxian saw the look on his face and knew immediately that this fellow wasn't taking it seriously. That wouldn't do. Those who held power in their hands had to possess a better character. Otherwise, the youth who slayed the dragon would simply become the dragon himself. He lifted the lid of the box, reaching his hand down toward Party Rabbit's back. Gao Ye saw the Heavenly Lord's massive hand already hovering behind Party Rabbit. She knew the rascal was about to get a beating. She couldn't help but smile. Party Rabbit, you've already made the Heavenly Lord angry. Prepare for your punishment. Party Rabbit saw her smile. Just a moment ago, she had been lecturing him with a stern face, and now she was suddenly grinning. He thought she was joking. He didn't take it to heart at all. Right at that moment, a massive force suddenly pushed against his back. He had no strength to resist it. Driven by that great force, he lunged forward. With a loud thud, he fell flat on his face, eating dirt. This wasn't the first time he had been struck by the Heavenly Lord. In all of Gao family village, he was the only one who had enjoyed this particular method of discipline. One could say it was a unique form of divine favor. Terrified, Party Rabbit lay flat on the ground, not daring to move. Heavenly Lord, spare me, he wailed. I was wrong. I was wrong. Gao Ye laughed. Do you know what you did wrong? Party Rabbit knows. I'll listen to the saintess's lessons. I'll listen properly. All right, get up. Gao Ye pulled back her smile, returning to her serious expression. Everyone, repeat after me. All actions must follow commands. The militia shouted in unison. All actions must follow commands. Gao family village does not take so much as a needle or a thread from the people. The militia repeated the words, their voices shaking the entire village. Party Rabbit also cast aside his lazy attitude, shouting along with the others. Though he had set his heart on joining the group to become a Greenwood hero, he had come from a background of poor commoners. Hearing these slogans one by one, he suddenly felt a spark. These requirements actually made a lot of sense. They were all about looking after the common people. If he followed these rules properly, wouldn't he become a true hero? With that thought, he began to shout with renewed vigor. Li Daoxian nodded secretly. Good, that was the way. For a good army, discipline was the soul. As for combat effectiveness, he could use his cheats to help them supplement that. But discipline was something that even cheats couldn't fix. It could only rely on the little people themselves. With a creak, the door of the plastic mansion opened. Xing Hongling walked out, stretching her limbs. She looked down at her arm and felt that it was recovering well. Before coming to Gao family village, she had used her own Greenwood folk remedies. The results had been poor, and after several days, there had been no improvement. The wound had even begun to fester. After the pus was scraped away yesterday and the divine medicine from Gao Ye was applied, her arm felt much more comfortable. Her spirits were greatly lifted. Standing on the northern slope, she looked down at Gao family village. She immediately saw the militia standing straight, listening to the saintess's lecture. From time to time, they shouted in unison about not damaging crops and not harassing women. Hearing these slogans, Xing Honglang found it quite interesting. This Gao family village militia was fascinating. In the early morning, instead of practicing fist techniques, they were practicing these strange slogans. But listening closely, there was logic to them. If the Gao family village militia could truly live up to these words, they would be far stronger than the undisciplined Greenwood outlaws of today. The world was declining, and there were few true heroes left in the martial world, only a bunch of petty thieves. At the same time, the world-renowned hero Wang Er of Baishui was leading 6,000 rebel soldiers north from Yijuan County. They crossed into the territory of Luochuan County. The Luochuan inspector was planning to head out to meet them when he heard news that Buzhani of Luochuan had returned from Huanglong Mountain. He was entering Luochuan County from the west. The soldiers under the Luochuan inspector weren't much more numerous than those of the Chongqing inspector. He had only about 100 ragtag soldiers. Hearing the news that 2 rebel armies totaling over 10,000 men had entered his borders, the man was stunned. Who should he fight first? After thinking it over, he decided he had to strike Wang Er first. As long as he took down Wang Er and toppled the banner of the world's #1 rebel, the other outlaws would naturally lose heart. On the other side, Hong Qingqiu, the Shaanxi grain intendant, withdrew his troops from the Huanglong Mountain Pass. He was, after all, a man with a career and a family. His official job was as a grain intendant, not a mountain guard. He couldn't stay stationed at the Huanglong Mountain Pass day and night just to prevent the rebel army from roaming out. As soon as Hong Qingqiu's army retreated, the main road from Huanglong Mountain to Yichuan County was wide open once again. How could Zhuguazi of Yichuan miss such an opportunity? He immediately led his rebel forces back toward Yichuan County. Fighting across the 4 directions in one's own home territory was like a fish in water. All of Shaanxi was in a state of chaos. How could Xing Hongling know that the Greenwood heroes had all turned into madmen? Inside Gao family village, one could only feel a sense of peace. She strolled down from the northern slope. Halfway down, she ran into Cheng Su. Cheng Su cupped his fists toward her. Miss Xing, seeing that he seemed to be coming for her, Xing Honglang asked curiously. Oh, does instructor he have business with me? Cheng Su smiled. Yes, I wanted to borrow a couple of hands from Miss Xing. Borrow people? Xing Honglang raised an eyebrow. You have a militia under you and nearly 1,000 villagers you can deploy at any time. As long as the saintess says the word, would you ever lack people? Cheng Su had many people, but not a single one was truly useful for this task. Xing Honglang, what kind of people do you need? Scouts, Cheng Su replied. As soon as those words reached her ears, Xing Honglang understood. So it was scouts. Since ancient times, scouting had always been handled by elite soldiers. Not only did they need strong individual combat capabilities, but they also required flexible minds, accurate judgment, skill with bows and horses, and rich experience. These were not talents that a common village militia could produce. Chung Su said with a bit of embarrassment, I don't have a single person under me capable of being a scout. The rebel army from Heian County could come at any time. I don't want to wait until the enemies are right under my nose to find out they've arrived. So you've set your sights on my people, Xing Hongling noted. Chung Su said, Miss Xing's associates have all traveled the martial world for a long time. In terms of vision, knowledge, and quick thinking, they are far superior to the group I have. Since you'll be recovering from your injuries in Gao family village for a few days anyway, lend me 2 of your old hands for a bit. It'll be safer for you too, won't it? Xing Hongling nodded. There was truth in that. Since she was recovering here, sending out scouts would also help her own safety. She turned and ordered, Call old Zhu and old Zhang over. Chung Su chuckled. Let your associates take 2 of my soldiers along to teach them the ways of scouting. Xing Hongling didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You're even trying to steal my skills now. Chapter 156. His name still lingers in the martial world. In Yongning Manor, northwest of Heian County, Sui Fengxiong stood before a large crowd of villagers, a fierce smile on his face. He was a bandit leader. One could tell just by looking at him. He was tall and burly, covered in thick muscle. In these times, to be able to grow such a physique meant he was very good at the art of plundering. My name is Sui Fengxiong, and I'm a good man. He raised the large blade in his hand toward the group of trembling villagers. He chuckled. I'm a poor commoner just like you, so I won't kill you. I'll give you a chance to live. Hearing this, the villagers looked up in shock. They had thought they were dead for sure. This Sui Fengxiong was actually giving them a chance to live. Sui Fengxiong chuckled. Join me, and we'll plunder to our heart's content together. However, when I'm hungry, I'll ask you for grain. The villagers remained silent. Don't glare at me like that. I'm doing this for your own good. Next time you capture a village, you say the same thing to the newcomers. Ask them for grain to feed yourselves. That way, won't everyone be able to survive? The villagers understood now. To put it bluntly, it was a multi-layered system of providing upward. The earlier you joined, the more people there were to provide for you. The later you joined, the more people you had to provide for. Thinking about it carefully, it was obviously better to join quickly. The villagers immediately joined up, shouting, The Great King is wise. Don't call me Great King, Sui Fengxiong chuckled. Call me Captain Xiong. I have a boss above me named Fan Shanhua. When you see him, call him Great King Fan. Got it. The crowd thought to themselves, so you have to provide for someone above you too. They understood. They understood everything. With a wave of his hand, Sui Fengxiong took over Yongning Manor. Over 100 villagers became his new subordinates. The number of his troops swelled to over 2,200. He was feeling quite pleased with himself. Just as he was enjoying the moment, he saw a bandit troop coming down from the eastern hillside. It was his boss, Fan Shanhua. Coming along with him was another captain under the boss's command, named Chan. Sui Fengxiong hurried to meet them. Big brother. Third brother. I've just taken in over 100 more men at Yongning Manor. How was your harvest? When he asked this, a flash of annoyance crossed Chan's face. I have over 1,000 men now too. Sui Fengxiong was surprised. Over 1,000? Then why is third brother unhappy? Chan said, I got slashed. He showed a wounded arm. A few days ago, when I only had 300 men, I saw a group of travelers in a small village. The leader was a woman, very burly. She looked like she had quite a bit of money. Naturally, I went up to rob them. I didn't expect that woman to actually have some skill. With only 30 or 40 men, she defeated my 300. She even hacked me twice. Fortunately, I managed to give her a slash back, so it wasn't a total loss. These past few days, I've been desperately recruiting men just to get my revenge. Sui Fengxiong was startled. A burly woman? Could it be the famous salt smuggler from Shaanxi, Xing Hongling? That's right, it must be her. The boss, Fan Shanhua, spoke up. Xing Hongling injured third brother and killed dozens of our brothers. Then she fled west into Chongqing County. Damn it, Sui Fengxiong raged. She killed our people and ran? Unacceptable. Fan Shanhua said. I heard that the Heian inspector has already led troops toward us. The local gentry and wealthy families have also organized militias to join forces with the inspector. Their momentum is not small. We can't stay in Heian County anymore. We might as well take this chance to enter Chongqing County. On one hand, we can dodge the Heian inspector's pursuit, and on the other, we can track down that Xing Honglang and avenge third brother. Sui Fengxiong hesitated. The Chongqing inspector. Chung Su. I heard he's a tough character. There were rumors in the martial world that he was a coward, But it turns out that was just fake news he spread. The real Qing Su is practically a god of war. He first defeated Wang Er of Baishui, then killed Jing Yinfu and the Chongguang Taoists. After that, he defeated Buzhani of Luochuan and Zhuo Guozi of Yichuan. He's killed so many Greenwood heroes that none of them dare to set foot in Chengqing County. If we go to Chengsheng to cause trouble and run into that god of war Qing Su, wouldn't we? Fan Shanhua burst into laughter. No matter. That Qing Su has already been killed by the Jinyui. Ha ha. The Imperial court is truly damn interesting. Chengqing finally produced an inspector who could fight, and the Jinyui helped us kill him. Ha ha. The old emperor is on our side. Big brother, where did this news come from? I heard it from a foreigner. This matter definitely can't be false. Then what are we waiting for? To Chengsheng. Let's go, let's go. Ha ha. Wang Er of Baishui, Buzhani of Luochuan, and Zhuo Guozi of Yichuan are nothing special. To take Chengsheng, you have to see the skills of us, the Fan Shanhua of Heian. In the first year of Chongzhen, the god of war of Chengsheng, Qing Su, had already left this world, but his name still echoed through the martial world. Li Daoxian was currently considering the entertainment industry. The last time Xing Honglang and Gao Chu sparred, the lively crowd of onlookers proved one thing. With a population of over 1,000, if Gao family village didn't develop an entertainment industry, it would start to affect productivity. He had to find some fun for these villagers who were full and had nothing to do. But entertainment wasn't an easy thing to handle. Where should he start? Storytelling? Most of them were illiterate. Using the few scholars in the village as storytellers wasn't very realistic either. Li Daoxian held his head, thinking hard. Just then, people arrived from the southwest of Gao family village, the direction leading to the county town. The leader was riding a tall horse and wearing official robes. It was Magistrate Liang Shixian. Beside him was a military officer in armor, looking like the newly appointed inspector who had replaced Qing Su. Behind them followed the secretary, the deputy inspector, bailiffs, and soldiers, a grand procession. Li Daoxian couldn't help but let out a yo. This was interesting. There was more fun to watch. When the people of Gao family village saw the government officials arriving, the place immediately became lively. The ordinary commoners went into spectator mode. Xing Honglang led her salt smugglers back into the plastic mansion, not coming out. Qing Su also adjusted his mask, quickly retreating into the main fortress to hide. San Er straightened his clothes, putting on the air of a powerful family manager, and came out from the valley to greet them. Ah, it's been a while. Your Excellency's complexion is as good as ever. Truly a cause for celebration. Liang Shixian dismounted and cupped his fists. Manager San. The new inspector beside him also dismounted, casting a strange glance at Gao family fortress. Liang Shixian introduced him. This is the new Chengqing inspector, named Feng Wushang. And this is the third manager of the Li family. After the introductions were made and the proper etiquette was observed, San Er finally asked, I wonder what brings Lord Liang and General Feng here today? Liang Shixian gave a long sigh. This official has come to borrow weapons again. San Er knew exactly what was going on. The news of the bandit trouble in Heian County had reached the magistrate's ears. Chapter 157. This militia is useless. Liang Shixian felt like he was losing all his dignity. Every time there was bandit trouble, he came to the Li family to borrow weapons. If word got out, it would be too embarrassing. Where would he put his face as a magistrate? But the rebels could arrive at any moment. What use was dignity then? It had to be thrown away. He had to throw it on the ground and stomp on it twice. If necessary, he could even pick it up and lick it after stomping on it. San Er smiled. Since it is Lord Liang's request, our Li family will naturally not be stingy. Those 500 bows from last time, we shall lend them to Lord Liang once more. Liang Shixian was overjoyed. The Li family is truly a benevolent household. While the two were making small talk, the new inspector, Feng Wushang, was looking around, his eyes constantly scanning the area. The massive family fortress before him interested him quite a bit. The 30-foot-high walls and the corner towers on all four sides. Just like when Mr. Bai first saw the Hakka-walled houses, he was deeply shocked. Feng Wushang had originally intended to live off the wealthy household in Gao family village while waiting for the rebel army. But this household was so large that he actually didn't dare to exploit them. He was afraid of offending someone and having their powerful backers report him, leading to him losing his head. That wouldn't be worth it. Feng Wushang spoke up. Manager San, have you heard about the bandit trouble in Heian County? I have, San Er replied. Heian County is too close to us. It truly makes one feel uneasy. We are already organizing a militia to prepare for a battle against the rebels. Fang Wushang had actually already seen the Gao family village militia. Over 100 young men were sitting in a distant clearing, listening to a young girl speak. The girl was dressed formally, and her expression was serious. When she spoke, all the militia members listened intently, not daring to show the slightest disrespect. One look, and he knew this woman was someone of importance. Fang Wushang sneered in his heart. A militia led by a woman? Instead of proper training, they had a woman lecturing them. Could soldiers raised like this be useful? It was all nonsense. At that moment, Gao Ye finished her political education class and walked away, heading back toward the main fortress. As soon as she left, the militia relaxed. Party Rabbit jumped up with a schwa and laughed. Haha, now can you teach me fist techniques? Quick, quick, teach me how to box. Huh, where did instructor he go? He was just here. He looked left and right, but couldn't see the instructor. With no one to manage him and the saintess gone, Party Rabbit instantly reverted to his troublemaker self. He whipped out his practice sword from his waist and laughed. Everyone look at me. I'll show you my secret ultimate move, Heavenly Rabbit Breaking Sword. Everyone laughed together. Just forget it. I've practiced hard. Party Rabbit shouted. They saw him leap up, making exaggerated, wide movements. He swung his sword, roaring at the top of his lungs, Heavenly Rabbit Breaking Sword. In the distance, Fang Wushang saw this strike. It was a mess of a swing, completely lacking in momentum and full of openings. He couldn't help but shake his head. Indeed, soldiers led by a woman. This militia was utterly useless. Meanwhile, Liang Shixian was still chatting with San Air. Manager San, I brought Inspector Fang here today specifically to introduce you. Inspector Fang will lead troops to prevent the rebels from entering Chongqing. The rebels are numerous, and Inspector Fang doesn't have many capable soldiers. When the time comes, I'm afraid we'll need your militia to lend him a hand. San Air hesitated, not knowing how to refuse. But Fang Wushang cut in first. No need. Lord Liang, Fang Wushang said. I've already seen what their militia looks like. Having a militia like this move with me would only be a hindrance, dragging me down. It seems we've come for nothing. San Air, Fang Wushang said. I'll go suppress the bandits myself. With that, he didn't waste any more words and turned to leave. San Air and Liang Shixian were a bit embarrassed. Manager San, please don't take offense. Military men are just a bit crude like that, lacking in manners. San Air was secretly delighted. No offense taken, none at all. It's actually great that you don't want our help. Half of their soldiers were now armored, and the other half, though unarmored, had armor plates sewn into key positions of their cotton coats. Such equipment wasn't convenient for the officials to see. If they had to act together, it would have been a real headache. He turned his head and looked at the militia from afar. He saw Party Rabbit still playing the fool, waving his practice sword like an idiot. He felt a surge of joy. Excellent. This fool has done a great service. I'll have to give him a bonus later. Party Rabbit had no idea he had just performed a great feat. He was still swinging his sword left and right. Suddenly, he saw a man in military armor walking quickly toward him. Party Rabbit. That man was, of course, Fang Wushang. He suddenly took a large stride and lunged in front of Party Rabbit. The movement was terrifyingly fast. Party Rabbit let out a cry of alarm. Instinctively, he swung his sword at Fang Wushang. Fang Wushang stepped to the side and tripped him. With a thud, Party Rabbit fell flat on his face. Humph, trash, Fang Wushang muttered, then strode away. Party Rabbit scrambled up from the ground, looking aggrieved. Damn it, I knew none of these officials were any good. I didn't even provoke him. Why did he suddenly come over and hit me? The people nearby all spread their hands and shrugged. Zhengjia said, don't talk about him. Actually, I really want to beat you up too. Another person nearby raised their hand. I want to hit him too. Me too, actually. In the blink of an eye, in the militia of over 100 people, everyone except Gao Chu had their hands raised. Party Rabbit was startled. Seeing that Gao Chu hadn't raised his hand, he felt like he had found a lifesaver. He quickly ducked behind Gao Chu's back and cried out, Brother Chu, you're the only one who's good to me. Only you won't hit me. Gao Chu sighed. Sigh? I actually hit Miss Xing while she was injured. I'm really not a man. The crowd stared. Party Rabbit shouted, Brother Chu, didn't you hear what just happened? What happened? They all said they want to beat me. Is that so? That's great. I've wanted to beat you for a long time too. Since everyone feels the same way, let's get to it. What? The group instantly tackled Party Rabbit to the ground. They grabbed his hands and feet, lifting him up by his limbs. They aimed his crotch at a nearby tree and began to rub him against it. Back and forth, like a devil's step. No. I'll lose my lineage. Stop it. The women in the village saw this scene and couldn't help but turn their heads away. They cursed under their breath. Men are truly useless, always doing such stupid things. Chapter 158. The Haeong rebels are coming. The new inspector, Fong Wushang, led the 100-plus soldiers Chung Su had left for him. He began patrolling the villages along the border of Chongqing and Haeong counties. The land connecting the two counties was very long. Fong Wushang didn't know where the rebel army would strike from. He could only send out scouts to investigate everywhere while bribing mountain hunters for news. At the same time, he sent people to all the villages along the line to gather information. Baisi Village, Zhengjia Gully, Banga Village, Beipo Village, Chuango Village, Lijiahe Village. Fong Wushang's presence was felt everywhere. This new inspector was quite diligent. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him a model worker. But he was an official dropped in from elsewhere. Being a newcomer, he wasn't very familiar with either Chongqing or Haeong. He truly couldn't guess where the rebels would come from. He had no choice but to ask Liang Shixian for advice. Lord Liang, you arrived a few months before me. Can you tell me where the rebels are most likely to enter Chongqing County? Liang Shixian was also a newcomer, but since he was asked, he had to answer. The highly educated Liang Shixian immediately activated his strategic analysis mode in his mind. The topographical maps of Chongqing and Haeong counties, the possible marching routes of the rebels, and the distribution of villages along the way all swirled in his mind like a revolving lantern. Finally, with a ding, he locked onto a location on the map, Chuango Village. Chuango Village was located right in the middle of Chongqing and Haeong. It was the shortest straight line between the 2 points. This village was definitely a place the rebels would pass through. And so, Fong Wushang stationed himself in Chuango Village. He lived off the wealthy families of the village and brought along several militia units organized by the local gentry. He was fully focused on waiting to repel the rebel army. The mountain range running north to south through Zheng family village was like the 38th parallel line drawn with stationery on a middle school desk. It divided Chongqing and Haeong counties into two halves. A boy's hand would never dare to cross that line, but a girl's hand could reach over whenever she wanted. Zheng family village was right on this line. 2 salt smugglers, Old Zhu and Old Zhang, were leading 2 rookies from the Gao family village militia. They were sitting on the hillside next to the border line, looking out at the lifeless forest on the eastern slope. After 3 years of drought, the trees weren't all dead yet, but they had no spirit left. The spring breeze blew across the hilltop, carrying a bit of a chill. The 2 salt smugglers were wearing thin clothes and couldn't help but shiver. But the 2 Gao family village militia rookies didn't seem to care at all. Do you guys usually eat well? You're not even afraid of the cold. Old Zhu couldn't help but ask. Yeah, thanks to the Heavenly Lord's protection, we eat all right. The militia rookie smiled. Since joining the militia, we eat even better. The Heavenly Lord says that with high-intensity training every day, we must eat well every day, otherwise our nutrition won't keep up. What does nutrition mean? Old Zhu asked. I don't know. The militia rookie laughed. Who cares if we don't understand? As long as there's good food, why worry about it? Old Zhu laughed. That's true. As long as there's good food, who cares about the rest? The militia rookie pulled out 2 sticks of dried beef jerky from his robe and stuffed them into the hands of the 2 salt smugglers. Chew on these for fun. The Heavenly Lord bestowed them. The 2 smugglers were overjoyed and quickly took them. Dried beef jerky, this was some damn good stuff. 1 bite, and they felt like they were in heaven. Right at that moment, Old Zhu's eyes suddenly changed. He stuffed the half-eaten beef jerky back into his robe and whispered, They're here. The rebels are here. The 2 militia rookies quickly looked in the direction he was pointing. At the bottom of the hill, the vanguard of a troop appeared. They were in a single-file line, dressed in rags and tatters. Their weapons were a mismatched collection of everything. Even pot lids and spatulas were among them. The 2 militia rookies were startled. Damn, they really are here. Why do these rebels have to come here? Wouldn't it be better to go where that Inspector Fong is guarding? Old Zhu gave a huff. No wonder they're coming here. I see a familiar face. The 2 rookies asked, A familiar face? Old Zhu whispered, The guy who wounded our boss. His name is Chun. Not long ago, we ran into him in a small village near Haeong County and had a fight. With only 30 or 40 men, we knocked over 300 of his subordinates. The boss even managed to slash Chun once. But that guy is a tough one. He wounded the boss's arm too. The two rookies were shocked. Then what should we do now? We're on high ground, and they're below. Should we grab some rocks and hurl them down? Old Zhu laughed and scolded. Don't talk nonsense. We're scouts. We're only responsible for reconnaissance. Whether to fight or how to fight, that's not for scouts to decide. What we need to do is leave 3 people to keep an eye on them and send 1 person back to report. The 2 militia rookies had just learned a lesson. One of them raised his hand. I'll go back and report. If you go, you won't learn anything, Old Zhu said, waving him off. Old Zhang, you go back and report. I'll stay here with the 2 rookies. Old Zhang grinned. All right, I'll head back first. He took off with his large feet, pattering away toward Gao family village. Old Zhu continued to lead the 2 rookies, keeping their eyes on the rebels slowly crawling up the eastern slope. His gaze was locked onto the man leading the group. Chun. That guy still had cloth wrapped around his arm. It seemed his wound hadn't healed yet. Li Daoxian was currently holding a bowl of braised beef noodles, slurping them down while thinking about the entertainment issue. After some deep thought, he already had a rough plan. Picture books. People who grew up in the 70s and 80s had all seen something called Manhwa when they were kids. These picture books were only palm-sized and had almost no text. The plot was described entirely through pictures. They could make someone who barely knew any words read with great interest. Not only could they provide entertainment, but they also served an educational purpose. He quickly took out his phone and called his father. Dad, I want to ask you for something. What is it? Those picture books. I saw them at home when I was a kid. You have the full set of the Yang family generals, right? Are they still in your collection? I want to take a look. They're still well preserved. They're your father's treasures. That's great. I'm going to pack them up and take them. Hey, I can give them to you, but you have to be careful when flipping through them. If you ruin a single page, I'll break your legs. Understood. I promise I won't ruin them. He hung up the phone and was about to head out to take a taxi to his father's place when he suddenly saw a little person running in from the concrete road in the upper right corner of his vision. That was the direction leading to Zhang family village. Looking closely, it was one of the salt smugglers under Xing Honglang, the one sent out as a scout. Li Daoxian couldn't remember his name. There were over 1,000 little people in the village now. He only remembered the few who were prominent. Most of the others he couldn't recall clearly. Li Daoxian's heart stirred slightly. It seemed the Heong rebels had arrived. Chapter 159. The rebel army is massive. The Heong rebels are coming. Old Zhang ran all the way into the village, shouting as he went. His shouting immediately terrified the ordinary villagers, especially the short-term laborers who had only recently arrived at Gao family village. These people hadn't experienced the battle of the Supreme Underworld King or the night raid on Gao family fortress. They didn't know that when Gao family village fought, the protective Heavenly Lord would intervene. They were instantly thrown into a panic. Many of them immediately hid back in their plastic houses, shivering inside. Cheng Su was also startled. In fact, he hadn't seen the Heavenly Lord intervene either. Although the Heavenly Lord seemed to have saved him when he was about to be killed by the Jinyui, at that time, mud and stones were flying everywhere, and he was laughing like a madman. He hadn't quite figured out how he had been rescued. But regardless, he had to step up. Cheng Su leaped to the front, stopping Old Zhang. The rebels are coming? How far away? Roughly how many? The rebels are crawling up the eastern slope. They're about 4 or 5 miles of mountain road away from Zhang family village. The numbers aren't clear yet. I came ahead to report so the village can prepare. Cheng Su did a quick mental calculation. 4 or 5 miles of uphill climbing. It would take them a while to reach Zhang family village. To get from there to Gao family village, there were another 6 miles of concrete road. The enemy was still far off. They had at least an hour and a half to prepare. He immediately waved his hand. Militia, get dressed and gather at the village entrance. Wait for my next command. The 100+ members of the militia immediately ran home to arm themselves. The first 46 to join the group already had cotton armor. They donned their armor, took a hand crossbow and a quiver of bolts, and grabbed a long spear with a wooden shaft and an iron head. In no time, they were fully armed. Those who joined later didn't have full armor. They only had a few armor plates sewn into key positions of their cotton coats to save their lives. But they all had hand crossbows, bolts, and iron-tipped spears. While they were arming themselves, Cheng Su shouted loudly, "Public solar chariots! Come quickly and take me to Zhang family village." 2 new drivers ran over in a flurry, preparing to start the solar chariots. Just as Chung Su was about to board, he saw Xing Honglang running down from the hillside. Behind her followed her 30 or 40 salt smuggler subordinates. Instructor He, wait. I'm coming with you to see the rebels. This is Gao family fortress business, Chung Su said. Xing Honglang chuckled. My man said he saw Er Chan. She lifted her injured arm slightly. The wound on this arm is thanks to Er Chan. I have a score to settle. At that, Chung Su said no more. He leaped onto the solar chariot and beckoned to Xing Honglang. Xing Honglang glanced at the strange large vehicle and said to her subordinates, Everyone, get on. Follow me. The salt smugglers responded in unison. As you command, boss. With that, she also leaped onto the public solar chariot. The large group of salt smugglers crowded onto the vehicle behind her. What kind of strange carriage is this? It can hold so many. Incredible. We're all on. This thing can actually hold us all. Whoa, it's moving. Really, this thing is carrying so many people, and it can still move. The salt smugglers were amazed, feeling like country bumpkins entering a grand manor. The solar chariot started up and drove onto the concrete road. Soon, they arrived near Zheng family village. Xing Honglang and Chung Su jumped off and said to the drivers, You too. Head back quickly. The Gao family village militia should be dressed by now. Bring them here too. After speaking, the two of them ran toward the top of the eastern slope. On the hilltop, Old Zhu and the two militia rookies were still monitoring the eastern slope. As soon as the two leaders arrived, they whispered, What's the situation? Old Zhu pointed down. Boss, look. The two looked down the eastern slope. What they saw shocked them. On the eastern slope, a massive crowd of rebels was arranged in a long, single-file line on the narrow mountain path, crawling upward. Chung Su and Xing Honglang spoke almost at the same time. 8,000 people. They looked at each other, both seeing the worry in the other's eyes. Too many. Chung Su couldn't help but mutter. How are there so many? A few months ago, when Wang Heir of Baishui rebelled, there were only a few hundred. When the Supreme Underworld King came to cause trouble, there were only 1,000. It's only been half a year, and now the rebels are moving in groups of thousands. It's absurd. Xing Honglang also frowned. A few days ago when I ran into Er Chun, he only had 300 men. My brothers and I scattered them in one charge. How did he get so many in the blink of an eye? It seems Fan Shangyue and Sui Fengxiong have merged with him. Li Daoxian, hearing their discussion, let out a soft sigh. This is just the beginning. As the situation continued to spiral out of control, tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands, would emerge. In the end, Li Ziqing would even command 1 million soldiers. Right now, it was still the early stages of the peasant uprisings. With only a few thousand people, they shouldn't panic yet. They would have plenty of time to be even more panicked later. Xing Honglang whispered, Instructor He, what do you think? Chung Su glanced down and saw grandmothers leaning on canes slowly crawling up the mountain among the rebel ranks. Since I can even see grandmothers, what else is there to think? He felt a wave of panic in his heart and couldn't help but curse under his breath. Damn it, the militia hasn't even finished training. There are only 100 or so of them. Even with your 30 or 40 men, it won't help. We have to retreat. Xing Honglang also felt they should retreat. Just as the two were about to turn back, the roar of the public solar chariots sounded. 2 solar chariots arrived at Zheng family village one after the other. The first vehicle was driven by Gao Chu and Zheng Daniu, carrying half of the militia. The second vehicle was driven by 2 new drivers, carrying the other half. The entire militia had arrived. As soon as they arrived, they looked around and found Instructor He crouching at the top of the eastern slope. They quickly ran over. When Gao Chu saw Xing Honglang, he immediately lowered his head. He said pitifully. Xing Honglang, cut the crap. I don't have time to listen. Daniel, however, stood next to Chung Su. He poked half his face out from the hillside to look down. After taking a glance, he chuckled twice. Isn't this a great opportunity to smash them with rocks? Even though I'm dumb, I know we have the geographical advantage. Chung Su rolled his eyes at him. The rebel army is too large. We can't fight them head-on. We shouldn't provoke them. Let's make a smooth retreat. There's still time to head back to Gaojia village and organize all the villagers to evacuate to the county town. If we start throwing rocks, it'll only slow down our retreat. While we're throwing, the enemy will reach the top of the hill, and we won't have time to run away with the villagers. Zheng Daniu said, We can't run. If we run, the wheat fields in the village will be ruined. We have to stop them. Chung Su, didn't you hear what I said? The rebel army is too large. We can't fight them head-on. Zhengjia, we have the Heavenly Venerable's protection. How could we not fight them head-on? Chung Su, the Heavenly Venerable even manages battles? Zhengjia, yeah. The Heavenly Venerable gave us catapults and big cannons. Hearing this, Chung Su's eyes lit up. He looked down at the hillside again. That great-grandmother who was climbing the mountain instantly disappeared, turning into light. Do you believe in light? Majestic background music started playing. Chung, the god of war. Chung Su was resurrected with full health and status. He waved his hand. Everyone, prepare big rocks. Wait for my command. And smash them to pieces. Chapter 160, Chopstick Rolling Logs. Li Daoxuan's field of vision was actually enough to see all the rebel forces. Zhengjia village was the first village where he unlocked his vision. It was only 5 or 6 li away from Gaojia village in a straight line. After that, his vision continuously expanded, already encompassing more than 10 li around. He had unlocked quite a few villages. So, to the east of Zhengjia village, the vast mountains and forests of Heian County were all within his line of sight. The sight of 8,000 rebels climbing the mountain together was actually quite comical. It looked like a massive swarm of little ants, climbing a miniature rockery in a bonsai pot. Looking closely, although the rebel army had 8,000 people, less than half were able-bodied men capable of fighting. That meant only the 3,000 or 4,000 at the very front had some combat power. The back half was entirely made up of the old, weak, women, and children. This was probably a major characteristic of the peasant wars at the end of the Ming dynasty. Although the rebel army was large, it couldn't entirely be called an army. Wherever they went, they would coerce all the commoners there to march along with them. Among these coerced commoners, the old, weak, women, and children made up a very large proportion. When it came to fighting, they were of no use. They also needed to consume a massive amount of food, becoming a burden to the rebel army. This resulted in the rebel army sounding very badass, casually numbering in the tens or hundreds of thousands. But their combat power was low. Even if they desperately pillaged and plundered, they still couldn't get enough to eat or wear. To maintain this massive army, they could only constantly roam, constantly plunder. They didn't produce, only blindly destroyed. Chung Su, bathed in light, confidently said to his subordinates, "Everyone, don't be afraid. Although the rebel army is large, most of them are just a disorganized mob. We only need to defeat the rebels at the front, and the ones in the back will collapse on their own. Everyone, go find big rocks, and move them all to the edge of the cliff." Xing Hongling rolled her eyes beside him. She thought to herself, "I thought that's not what you said just now. You were clearly planning to retreat. Why are you suddenly so fired up? Just what exactly gave you this confidence? It seems like this dumb-looking brute said something about the Heavenly Venerable helping, and this instructor, he instantly got pumped up like he was on steroids. How bizarre. The over 100 people of the militia scattered, going to find handy big rocks. Xing Hongling already had thoughts of retreating in her heart, but seeing that the militia was preparing to fight, if she retreated now, it would seem a bit cowardly and lacking in martial world loyalty. She glanced at her subordinates, those 30 or 40 illegal salt smugglers. It seemed they had the same idea. They all looked like they wanted to retreat, but were unwilling to lose face and loyalty. Move rocks. Xing Hongling finally decided to stay with her 100-plus people. They immediately scattered, searching everywhere for big rocks. Xing Hongling quickly found a rock the size of a human head. She planned to move it to the edge of the cliff, but just as she was about to grab it, she realized she still couldn't exert force with her right upper arm. If she used force, the wound would tear open again. She frowned slightly. Right at this moment, a man even more robust than her came over from the side. He easily picked up that rock and helped her carry it to the edge of the cliff. Gao Chu had arrived. Xing Hongling glanced at him. I never need anyone's help when I do things." Gao Chu was still feeling guilty about what happened last time. He didn't reply, just turned around and went to move the next rock. Soon, everyone had gathered a pile of rocks, but there clearly weren't enough handy ones. Rocks weren't something you could just have whenever you wanted. Rocks that were too small were useless. They had to at least be able to smash someone to death, but they also couldn't be so big that they couldn't be lifted. This limited the volume of the rocks. If there was plenty of time, slowly preparing them wouldn't be hard, but in a short amount of time, trying to find many rocks of the right size was quite difficult. Chung Su glanced at everyone. The rocks moved to the edge of the cliff numbered less than 300. If over 100 people shouted in unison and smashed them down, They'd be all thrown in 2 rounds. This wouldn't have much of an effect at all. Xing Honglang. It's too late to chop down trees to make rolling logs now. Cheng Su frowned. What should we do? Li Daoxian saw their distress. He chuckled, reached out, and took a large box of disposable chopsticks that he had accumulated from ordering takeout for a long time, and brought it over. Such a big box of chopsticks. He casually pinched one out from inside. Then he snapped it with his hands. Crack, snip. He broke off a small section a few millimeters long. He snapped it again, crack. Another small section came off. For the parts he couldn't snap, he even used big scissors to cut them. In no time, he had snapped a whole handful of short wooden sticks. The shorter ones were only 3 to 4 millimeters long. He snapped them very casually, without deliberately trying to make them neat. He reached out and put this large pile of short wooden sticks into the box. Cheng Su and Xing Honglang were just agonizing over it. Suddenly, they saw the clouds in the sky part. A massive pile of wooden pillars, supported by an invisible force, slowly descended from the sky and piled up right in front of them. Xing Honglang was instantly startled. Her 30 or 40 illegal salt smuggler subordinates were even more frightened, backing up repeatedly. But the militia of Zhengjia village wouldn't be scared. First, they all bowed deeply to the sky together. Then, they lowered their voices and started laughing. The Heavenly Venerable really is protecting us. We were just worrying about not finding enough rolling logs and falling rocks. And now we suddenly have so many rolling logs. The size of these wooden stakes is just right. So handy. Cheng Su's spirits were also lifted. Whatever they lacked, the Heavenly Venerable would arrange for it. How could they lose this battle? He casually picked up an arm-length wooden stake, placed it at the edge of the cliff, and smiled smugly. If we push this one down the mountain, rolling all the way, how many stupid rebels will it smash over? Just as he was thinking this, there was a loud boom next to him. Gao Chu and Zheng Dinyao carried over a massive wooden pillar as tall as a person. They placed it at the edge of the cliff. Then, the 2 simpletons grinned together. If we push this one down the mountain, I guarantee it'll smash them until they're crying for their mommies and daddies. Cheng Su. The new waves of the Yangtze River push the old waves, and the old waves die on the beach. Cheng Su thought to himself, I'd better just focus on commanding from now on. Competing in strength with these 2 simpletons is completely humiliating myself. Only then did Xing Honglang's brain recover. She pointed in astonishment at the large pile of wooden stakes that had suddenly appeared in front of them. How did these things fly down from the sky? Cheng Su turned his head. Bestowed by the Heavenly Venerable. Xing Honglang looked up at the sky. The Heavenly Venerable is a god. Xing Honglang had been to Zhengjia village several times. She often heard the words Heavenly Venerable, but she always thought the Heavenly Venerable was some kind of evil cult leader. And Gao Ye was this cult leader's woman. A holy maiden? Usually, they were just used by evil cult leaders to pose in 118 different ways. Only now did she realize that things didn't seem to be what she thought. The Heavenly Venerable really was a Heavenly Venerable. The Holy Maiden really was a Holy Maiden. Xing Honglang didn't know how to face this situation for a moment. She froze. Her group of illegal salt smuggler subordinates, however, didn't think as much as she did. Since they had already seen a god manifest, then they should just worship. With a clatter, they all collapsed to the ground. Cheng Su chuckled. Don't just lie there, get up and work. Move all the wood bestowed by the Heavenly Venerable to the edge of the cliff. The rebels are getting closer. Chapter 161. Not in accordance with military strategy, but the words "the rebels are getting closer" pulled the illegal salt smugglers back from their astonishment. That's right. Now wasn't the time to lie on the ground and worship. Hurrying up and getting down to business was what mattered. The group of people quickly scrambled up. Everyone picked rolling logs that suited their strength. Some carried them on their shoulders, some hugged them, some rolled them on the ground, getting them to the edge of the cliff. Looking at the practically inexhaustible supply of rolling logs, everyone's spirits were greatly lifted. Cheng Su said, "Everyone, hold steady. Don't rush to throw the rolling logs and falling rocks just yet. Right now, the rebel army has only come halfway up. Wait until their back half also comes up the slope before smashing them." Xing Honglang suddenly interrupted him. "Instructor, we'd better smash them earlier. Half of them coming up is already enough." Cheng Su was very surprised. "This idea of yours doesn't accord with military strategy." Xing Honglang sighed. "It doesn't accord with military strategy, but it accords with humanity. The back half of the rebel army. They are all Chung Su suddenly realized. Right. Only the front half of the rebel army were capable soldiers. The back half was entirely made up of the old, weak, women, and children. He was a military officer. His mind only considered how to fight, how to inflict the maximum damage on the enemy army. He hadn't thought about this kind of thing. Being reminded by Xing Honglang, his mind then pictured these rolling logs and falling rocks, crushing over the bodies of the old, weak, women, and children. It left a bad taste in his mouth. Xing Honglang. We heroes of the Greenwood point our blades at the strong, never at the weak. Chung Su let out a heh. He thought to himself, I'm from the military. What I learned is that the merciful cannot command an army. But thinking about that scene again, it really did leave a bad taste in his mouth. He turned his head and glanced down the mountain. Among the old, weak, women, and children in the back half of the rebel army, there must be many people like his great-grandmother, right? Old and emaciated, with a pair of cloudy eyes. But every time she looked at him, they revealed an unconcealable deep love. Chung Su waved his hand and ordered, smash them. No need for the back half of the rebel army to come up the mountain. Good. We can finally smash them. Huh. Party 2 jumped out with a swish. With one kick, he sent the wooden pillar he had prepared for a long time tumbling down. This section of wooden pillar of his wasn't small. It was fully half a person tall, and it was the thickest section from the middle of the chopstick. It was a circle thicker than his waist. He couldn't carry it at all. He had relied entirely on rolling it to push it to the edge of the cliff. He had been waiting for Chung Su's order for a long time. At this time on the hillside, Chun was leading a large group of subordinates, laboriously climbing upwards. As he climbed, he was still asking his subordinates, once we cross this slope, is it Chongqing County? A subordinate nodded. Yes. Once we cross it, it's Zhengjia village in Chongqing County. Then passing through Gaojia village and Wangjia village. Going all the way, we can reach the Chongqing County town. Chun cursed. Very good. That son of a bitch Xing Honglang slashed me and then ran off to Chongqing County. Now I've come to Chongqing. I'll catch her alive and let her know how fierce I am. The subordinate quickly flattered. Third boss. Your fierceness. I'm afraid that woman won't be able to handle it. Ha! The group of vile rebels all burst into loud laughter. They had just laughed twice, when they suddenly felt something was wrong. A rumbling sound echoed on the hillside. Looking up, a massive log, half a person tall and as thick as a person, was rolling down from the mountain. The momentum of its tumbling could simply be called terrifying. Chun, holy shit. As he cursed out loud, he had already flipped over, diving into the bushes beside the mountain path. His reaction was fast, but his subordinates' reactions were slow. They couldn't dodge in time at all. They foolishly watched as that massive log smashed down on their heads. With a bang, a subordinate was sent spinning and flying out. The blood spraying out, traced a series of spiral lines in midair. The massive log smashed one person over, but its immense momentum didn't stop. It continued to roll downwards. The rebel forces on the hillside couldn't dodge in time, and were violently plowed through by that massive log. They fell over in all directions. A miserable sight. Holy shit, what's going on? Who threw the log? Here comes another one. Here comes another one. The group of rebels shrieked loudly. They saw a large number of heads pop up on the hillside. Some raised rocks and smashed them down. Some kicked down a massive log. The rumbling sounds were endless. A massive amount of rolling logs and falling rocks, like a landslide, surged down. The rebel army was instantly scared silly. The smart ones quickly looked for big rocks nearby and shrank behind them. The slightly smart ones covered their heads with their hands and lay flat on the ground. And the stupid ones ran around the hillside like headless flies. The rolling logs and falling rocks arrived, flattening this chaotic group of bandits. They smashed everywhere. The sounds of crying for mommies and daddies. It's the militia. I don't know where this militia is from. Motherfucker. Cries and curses intertwined. Chun hid behind a rock, shivering. Sui Fengxiong and Fan Shanyue also found 2 rock crevices to hide in. They didn't dare to move, only pricking up their ears to listen to the commotion outside. The rumbling sounds lasted for quite a while. Before stopping, the 3 bandit leaders poked their heads out from behind the rocks. Looking out, it was a complete mess. Bodies were scattered everywhere on the hillside. He was stunned for a full 13 seconds. In the blink of an eye, Fan Shanyue finally reacted. He roared, retreat. Retreat to the bottom of the hillside. Quickly retreat. Actually, he didn't need to give the order. The rebel soldiers were also planning to retreat. Even if he yelled to charge up, these rebel soldiers would still retreat. The large group of rebel soldiers scrambled and crawled, even using pot lids to slide on the grass, retreating towards the bottom of the hillside. Going down the mountain too fast wasn't a good thing. Many people tripped on the mountain path and tumbled down. Although they weren't smashed to death by the rolling logs, they fell to their deaths. In less than a moment, the Haeong rebels had all retreated to the foot of the mountain. The militia and illegal salt smugglers on the hillside cheered in unison. We beat them back. Xing Honglang also breathed a sigh of relief. We held them off. Our 100-plus people actually managed to hold off an 8,000-strong rebel army. Heh. She turned her head and glanced again at the large pile of wooden pillars stacked behind her. She thought to herself, if the Heavenly Venerable hadn't bestowed so many rolling logs, even with the geographical advantage, we wouldn't have been able to hold them off. This is truly all thanks to the Heavenly Venerable's blessing. Thinking of this, she looked up at the sky again. 60 or 70 zhang up in the air, there was a cluster of low clouds floating there. Needless to say, the Heavenly Venerable must be watching from within those clouds, right? If this was her first time coming to Gaojia village, and she heard there was a god here, she would definitely be startled, and then she would respect the spirits and gods but keep her distance, never daring to come again. But now, she actually didn't have the slightest thought of keeping her distance. Instead, feeling that a god was helping her, it felt really good. Cheng Su chuckled a few times. He thought to himself, when I get back, I'm going to write a memorial to the throne, saying that I led over 100 local braves, repelled a 20,000-strong rebel army, and protected Chengsheng, etc. Wait, I'm no longer an Imperial official. What the hell kind of memorial am I going to write? Cheng Su flopped onto the ground with a thud. Without an official position, I still feel a bit sad in my heart. Party 2 walked over from the side. Instructor, we clearly won. Why aren't you happy at all? Cheng Su snapped out of his internal monologue. He sat on the ground, looked up at the sky, and sighed softly. It seems I am no longer myself. Li Daoxian smiled faintly. What's wrong with being in New Yu? Chapter 162, Flying Up to See the Terrain. The rebel army hadn't left. Cheng Su pointed at the rebel army at the bottom of the hillside. Look, those vile rebels are reorganizing their routed troops at the foot of the mountain. Everyone lay on their stomachs at the edge of the cliff and looked down. It really was Fan Shanhua, Sui Fengxiu, and Er Chun, these 3 big bosses, leading 60 or 70 minor bosses, currently gathering the scattered routed troops back together. They gathered them in one place, and then looked up at the top of the cliff. Looking from afar, they seemed to be discussing something. Cheng Su's expression sank. Fortunately, he was masked, so no one could see it. Beside him, Xing Honglang said in a low voice, "The situation is not good. They haven't given up yet." Cheng Su nodded. They saw our attire, and know we aren't government troops. So even though they suffered a loss, they still aren't afraid of us. When the rebel army encountered government troops, they were like birds startled by the mere twang of a bowstring, fleeing at the slightest contact. But the rebel army was never afraid of militias. This logic was just like those triad members. When they ran into the police, they ran away incredibly fast. But when they ran into another group of triad members, they would pull out their watermelon knives and fight to the death. Even if they died, they had to bite a piece of meat off you. The martial world style was maxed out. This was the difference in treatment between the orthodox and the unorthodox. Party 2 started yelling. These scumbags still dare to come? Then let's smash them to pieces. It's not that easy. Cheng Su glared at him. The rebels have suffered the loss of rolling logs and falling rocks once. They won't foolishly climb up right in front of us again. They will definitely think of another way. What way will they think of? I'm guessing they will attract our attention from the front, and additionally send several hundred people to detour up the mountain through the small paths in the ravines. I need to understand the surrounding terrain. Cheng Su grabbed Zheng Denyo. Denyo, this Zhengjia village is your hometown, right? Zheng Denyo nodded. Yeah. Cheng Su was overjoyed. Come, take a branch, and draw the surrounding terrain on the ground for me to see. Zheng Denyo, the terrain is mountains. Lots of trees, lots of mountains. Cheng Su, I'm asking you to draw out where the mountains are, and where the ravines are within a radius of several li. Zheng Denyo opened his big mouth wide. Who would remember that? Everyone. Motherfucker. Cheng Su kicked Zheng Denyo in the waist. He originally wanted to kick him head over heels, but he didn't expect Zheng Denyo to not budge an inch. Instead, Chung Su himself was bounced back. He landed on his, but with a thud. He felt incredibly wronged. So frustrating. How can I have subordinates like Gao Chu, Zheng Dinyo, and Party 2? What sins did I commit in my past life? Just as he was thinking this, he suddenly felt something was wrong. Something touched him on the back. The force was great, but it withdrew as soon as it touched him. It was obvious that the force was being held back. Chung Su suddenly turned his head. He didn't see anything. He immediately understood. The Heavenly Venerable. He reached out his hands forward, probing with a touch, and felt a sensation like skin. The Heavenly Venerable's invisible giant hand was right in front of him. Chung Su instantly got excited. I understand the Heavenly Venerable's intention. He suddenly jumped forward and felt like he hugged something. It seemed like the Heavenly Venerable's finger. He quickly scrambled upwards. In no time, he climbed to the tip of Li Daoxuan's finger. Daoxian was actually quite surprised to see him so smart. This Chung Su was quite capable. When it came to grasping the intentions of his superiors, his hand gently lifted, carrying Chung Su up into midair. Among the militia, only a few people had seen Li Da jumping off the city wall and flying in the sky after being caught by the Heavenly Venerable. No one else had seen this sight. Now seeing Chung Su flying up, everyone was inexplicably astonished. Xing Honglang and her group of illegal salt smugglers were even more dumbfounded watching this. They saw Chung Su flying higher and higher. Higher and higher. He flew to an altitude of several dozen zhang and hovered there. Chung Su felt a bit panicked in his heart. He could clearly hear the sound of himself swallowing saliva. Looking down at the people on the ground, they looked like people in Lilliput. This is probably how the Heavenly Venerable feels when looking at us, right? What am I thinking? The Heavenly Venerable letting me fly into midair is for me to look at the terrain. It's not. To let me experience what it feels like to be a god. I am merely a mortal. Don't be too arrogant. Chung Su quickly reined in his thoughts and began to gaze as far as he could at the surrounding terrain. Looking down from a commanding height, the field of vision was truly expansive. Even standing on the top of a mountain, the line of sight might be blocked by the trees on the mountain. But hovering at an altitude of several dozen zhang to look at the terrain, it was simply taking everything in at a glance. It felt incredibly good. Ordinary people would only feel good looking at it. But for someone who led troops, the things they could see were far too many. Chung Su memorized all the surrounding terrain by heart. Only then did he look up at the sky and say, "Thank you, Heavenly Venerable." This lowly one has already finished looking at the terrain. Li Daoxuan's hand slowly lowered. The people on the ground saw Chung Su descending again. He landed gently, silently. He leaped down from the invisible giant hand, landing firmly on his feet. He looked smug. Ha ha. This general, this instructor has seen all the surrounding terrain clearly. Hee hee hee. There's no need to guess the rebels' movements at all. Miss Xing, I have to trouble you with something. Xing Honglang, please speak. Chung Su said, take your people, bypass that small hill in front, and walk forward for another half a li. There is a ravine there covered by trees. Difficult to detect. I guess the rebels will come from that path. Go ambush them there. When the rebels climb up along the ravine, serve them with rolling logs and falling rocks. Xing Honglang smiled. All right. Leave it to me. She was just about to order her subordinates to move the rolling logs and falling rocks, when she saw the rolling logs piled on the ground suddenly fly up. A whole pile flew towards the direction she was preparing to go. Xing Honglang immediately understood. The Heavenly Venerable knew that they, with their mortal bodies, were few in number and weak in strength. Moving these rolling logs would be very strenuous, so he helped them move the things over. The illegal salt smugglers' spirits were greatly lifted. The Heavenly Venerable protects us. These guys learned to shout, the Heavenly Venerable protects us. This Gaojia village exclusive catchphrase, so quickly. Their learning ability was truly super strong. Now we don't even need to look for the place. Just follow the rolling logs. See where they land. And we'll know where instructor he wants us to go. Xing Honglang waved her hand and said, let's go. The illegal salt smugglers immediately ran following the direction the rolling logs flew, bypassing a small hill and walking forward for another li. There really was a deep ravine here, covered by a dense forest. It had been a drought for several years, but the forest here was still verdant. It seemed the underground water resources here were quite abundant. Xing Honglang led a large group of illegal salt smugglers and guarded the top of one side of the ravine. Beside them were piled massive amounts of rolling logs. She thought to herself, come on, it's best if that guy Chun can come, so I can avenge this injured arm. Chapter 163, Son of a Bitch. The rebel army at the bottom of the mountain indeed refused to retreat. Chengsu watched them coldly. Li Daoxian was also watching them coldly. At the very front of the rebel army, a group of cursors lined up. At least 500 people, cursing in unison at the top of the mountain. Is that the Zhengjia village militia up there? Fuck your mothers. Zhengjia village produced a good fellow like Zheng Yanfu, who killed officials and rebelled, but you don't learn from him. Instead, you help the government and bully us fellow villagers who rose up in rebellion. You are all the government's running dogs and lackeys. You don't deserve to be human. A bunch of dog shit. You, Zheng Denyo angrily tore open his throat and roared down the mountain. Zheng Yanfu is a militia brother covered his mouth and dragged him back. He said in a low voice, Brother Wang Er wholeheartedly wants to preserve Zheng Yanfu's reputation. Let's respect Brother Wang Er. Don't speak about Zheng Yanfu's matter. Zheng Denyo, I don't care. I'm going to speak about Zheng Yanfu's matter. Motherfucker, to think I even considered him a friend when we were kids. He actually night-raided Gaojia village, wanting to kill us all. After saying that, he pushed away the militia member's hand, lay on his stomach at the edge of the cliff, and cursed loudly. Zheng Yanfu is a son of a bitch. If you learn from him, then I'll fuck your mothers. Gao Chu was his good friend. Of course he had to chime in. He also lay on his stomach at the edge of the cliff, and cursed along with Zheng Denyo. I'll fuck your mothers. The militia members all followed suit. Everyone cursed angrily. Chengsu was also furious. Fuck. All of you shut up. By cursing like this, you're exposing our numbers. They couldn't figure out how many of us there are from the bottom of the mountain. Everyone. Li Daoxian also couldn't help but laugh dumbly. Right? Even he hadn't thought of this. Or rather, he hadn't thought in that direction at all. It was probably because Chengsu often led over 100 soldiers around suppressing bandits. So he was particularly experienced in this aspect. This militia really didn't have much discipline yet. They were still a long way from becoming like a regular army. It was enough for Chengsu to teach them slowly. Just as Li Daoxian was thinking this, he saw the rebel army at the bottom of the mountain, starting to secretly pull little tricks. The cursors in the front row were still wildly spraying at the top of the mountain. But in the back row, a large group of rebels quietly slipped out of the formation from behind. Led by the second boss Sui Fengxiong and the third boss Er Chun, they quietly retreated backwards. They retreated into the woods. Using the cover of the woods, they detoured behind a cliff. Then, keeping their bodies low, they advanced into the ravine. Li Daoxian didn't have the ability to tell how many people there were at a glance. He simply had the camera take a picture, and then handed it to the computer to scan and identify. Soon, the computer reported the number, 400 people. The rebel army didn't dare to send out too many people, because if too many people left the main force, they would definitely be seen through by the militia on the top of the mountain. By only splitting off 400 people, they could make the militia on the top of the mountain think their numbers hadn't decreased, and that they were all still piled up at the front playing the cursing game. Sui Fengxiong and Er Chun were both fierce bandits among fierce bandits. Tall and sturdy, the kind who were incredibly good at fighting. The 400 people under them were also all able-bodied young men. There wasn't a single old, weak, woman, or child. The one leading the way at the very front was an herb gatherer coerced from a village not far to the east. He was incredibly familiar with the terrain in the nearby mountains. He led these 400 fierce bandits sneaking into the ravine, quietly detouring and heading up the mountain. Li Daoxian saw that the direction these 400 people were walking was exactly the direction Chengsu had told Xing Honglang to go ambush. He couldn't help but secretly praise in his heart. Chengsu still had some skill. After looking at the terrain, he immediately predicted the rebel army's movements. Why was a military officer with this kind of skill only a mere 9th-rank patrol inspector? Shouldn't he be given more room to develop? Why did they instead send the embroidered uniform guard to kill him? Sai, the Ming Dynasty. The Ming Dynasty. Meanwhile, the newly appointed patrol inspector of Chuango village, Feng Wushang, was standing on a high place, gazing in the direction of Heong County. County Magistrate Liang Shixian said the rebel army would definitely pass through Chuango village. But he waited and waited here, and they still hadn't arrived after a long time. Where exactly did these rebels run off to? A deputy patrol inspector suddenly came sprinting over, shouting loudly, General Fong, things are bad. The Heong Fan Shanyuet didn't head towards our side. Instead, they headed in the direction of Gaojia village. Fang Wushang was instantly extremely anxious. Fuck. That trash Liang Shixian. I thought he was so amazing. Vowing solemnly that the rebels would come to Chuango village. Turns out it was all bullshit. Set out immediately for Gaojia village. Deputy Patrol Inspector. It's over 10 li of mountain roads. We won't make it in time. Fang Wushang said angrily. Even if we can't make it, we have to hurry. 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 Xing Honglang and her group waited quietly for a while. There was movement in the ravine. Sui Fengxiong and Er Chun hunched over, leading 400 fierce bandits, quietly sneaking over along the bottom of the ravine. As they walked, the two were still awkwardly chatting in hushed voices. Motherfucker, Er Chun said. I saw Xing Honglang just now. That group of people throwing rocks on the hillside are her subordinates. Sui Fengxiong. Really? Er Chun said. I was walking at the very front at the time, very close to the top of the slope. When I looked up, I happened to see that bitch looking at me from the top of the mountain. Sui Fengxiong cursed in a low voice. That bastard woman actually ran off to join forces with the militia to deal with us. This is simply outrageous. A traitor to the Greenwood. Er Chun, wait until we sneak to the top of the mountain and attack from behind, making them unable to throw rolling logs and falling rocks anymore. The main force led by Big Brother will immediately climb up from the front, attacking from both sides. We'll capture that woman alive. I'll make her regret being born into this world. Good, Sui Fengxiong said. Second Brother will help you capture that woman alive. Just as the two said this, they heard a rough woman's voice ring out above their heads. Er Chun, I see you. Sui Fengxiong and Er Chun were both startled in their hearts. They quickly looked up and saw Xing Honglang's head poking out from the top of the cliff on one side of the ravine. In the next instant, an illegal salt smuggler also poked his head out. He threw a rolling log right down at them. Holy shit. Sui Fengxiong and Er Chun were badly startled. The two quickly dodged to the sides. Rumbling sounds rang out. Rolling logs and falling rocks fell from the top of the ravine, wildly smashing at the 400 fierce bandits in the ravine. Although the fierce bandits were fierce, they were still human. They simply couldn't withstand this kind of frenzied rolling log and falling rock offensive. In the blink of an eye, cries for mommies and daddies rose from all sides in the valley. The 400 fierce bandits were smashed until they scurried away like rats holding their heads. Completely routed, many rebels felt cowardly in their hearts and retreated the way they came. Er Chun, however, truly lived up to having the word stupid in his name. Xing Honglang's appearance had infuriated him to the point of losing his mind. Under these circumstances, he actually didn't retreat, yelling and shrieking weirdly. He instead charged forward. It was unknown if this guy had the mandate of heaven protecting his body, but the rolling logs and falling rocks stubbornly failed to hit him, allowing him to charge wildly all the way. He actually charged out of the ravine. Along a slope, he charged towards Xing Honglang as if flying. Two illegal salt smugglers immediately wanted to go up and intercept him. Xing Honglang, however, waved her large hand and said loudly, "Everyone get out of the way. I'm going to take revenge personally." Chapter 164. The time it takes to bicker 50 sentences. A subordinate became anxious. "Boss, your arm is still injured." Xing Honglang laughed loudly. "Is Er Chun's arm not injured?" "Everyone. This Xing Honglang. No one come over and hinder my revenge." After saying that, she drew her waist saber with her uninjured left hand. Er Chun also roared and drew his waist saber with his left hand. It turned out that the last time the two exchanged a few moves in the chaotic battle, they had both slashed each other's right arm. Now they could both only use their left hands to wield their sabers. Er Chun roared, "Xing Honglang, today either you die or I perish." Xing Honglang also roared, "You vile bandit without the slightest bit of martial world rules. The reputation of the heroes of the Greenwood has been ruined by you stupid fools." Er Chun took a big step forward and swung his waist saber. Xing Honglang swung her waist saber to meet it. In the blink of an eye, the two fought with real fire. Their waist sabers flew up and down, slashing until sparks flew. The illegal salt smugglers on the side wanted to help, but didn't dare to disobey Xing Honglang's order. They had no choice but to turn their heads back, continue picking up rolling logs and falling rocks, and wildly smash them at the rebel army in the ravine. The sounds of killing on this side immediately reached Cheng Su's side. Gao Chu was a bit panicked. He turned his head and glanced in the direction where Xing Honglang was. Then he turned his head back. He really wanted to open his mouth and say, I'm going to help her. But recently, he had been learning discipline and rules from Gao Ye every day. He was no longer the silly big brother who acted willfully. His mind was full of obey commands. This sentence forcefully managed to keep his mouth shut. Cheng Su sensed Gao Chu's anxiety. He raised his eyebrows slightly and glanced at Fan Shangyue at the bottom of the mountain. Sure enough, Fan Shangyue started to take action. A large group of rebel soldiers began to scatter and climb the mountain. Cheng Su lowered his voice and said, Gao Chu, I'll give you the time it takes an incense stick to burn. Run over and help Xing Honglang. Once you're done helping, come back immediately. You are not allowed to delay there. Can you do it? Gao Chu, how long is the time it takes an incense stick to burn? Everyone. Cheng Su. The time it takes for you and Zheng Dinyo to bicker 50 sentences. Go quickly. This time Gao Chu understood. Bickering 50 sentences. That was simple. I'll just pretend to bicker with Dinyo, and I'll be able to keep track of the time. He suddenly opened his mouth and said, Dinyo, you're so dumb. You don't even know this. The people next to him were all collectively stunned. Gao Chu then imitated Zheng Dinyo's tone and said, You're the dumb one. I'm very smart. Everyone. So this was the time it took to bicker one sentence. At the same time Gao Chu finished saying these two sentences, he had already taken big strides and run several zhang away. Everyone. Gao Chu. Dinyo, you got it wrong. This side is the right one to break through. After finishing one sentence, he darted out another 2 or 3 zhang. Mine is clearly right. Yours is the wrong one. After saying this sentence, Gao Chu had already disappeared behind the small hill in front. Everyone collectively gasped. This guy? Cheng Su said loudly. Stop looking at that idiot. Pay attention. Fan Shangyue is coming up the mountain. Everyone prepare rolling logs and falling rocks. Militia? Understood. Everyone turned their heads back together. They saw Fan Shanyue's people scatter and begin climbing towards the hillside. The people at the very front were all fierce bandits who didn't care about their lives. As they climbed up, they constantly dodged behind big rocks to hide. Seeing no one throwing rocks from the top of the mountain, they continued to run quickly up the mountain for a distance. Then they hid behind big rocks again. Cheng Su laughed loudly. Who cares if they hide or not? We have plenty of rolling logs. Smash them. Party 2 was the first to act again. A massive log was pushed down the mountain by him, rumbling all the way down. Xing, Honglang, and Air Chun had exchanged over a dozen moves in the blink of an eye. Real combat wasn't like martial arts novels where they casually exchanged 100 or 200 moves. That was awkward nonsense. In a life-and-death struggle, the victor was often decided in 2 or 3 moves. But both of them were using their left hands. Their movements weren't as agile as usual. The fight actually seemed a bit dragged out. As Air Chun attacked with his saber, he howled wildly. Xing Honglang, however, appeared quite calm, not shouting or making noise, calmly attacking with her saber. After over a dozen moves, Xing Honglang finally caught a flaw in Air Chun's defense. The saber light in her left hand flashed. With a pft, she sliced into the side of Air Chun's abdomen. Air Chun howled in pain and fell backward. Xing Honglang was overjoyed. She took a step forward and swung her saber to chop at his neck, just as she was about to take Air Chun's life with one strike. A furious roar suddenly rang out from the side. A sturdy man built like a bear charged straight over. 2 illegal salt smugglers stepped forward to block him. Unexpectedly, they were sent flying away by that man with 2 bang-bang sounds. In the next instant, that man had already arrived in front of Xing Honglang. He swung a staff and brought it down right on her head. Sui Fengxiong. Xing Honglang was greatly shocked. She quickly pulled back her saber to block and parry. She managed to parry it, but her left hand using the saber lacked strength. Sui Fengxiong, however, was swinging the staff with both hands. The strength simply couldn't be compared. Xing Honglang felt her wrist go numb, and the waist saber in her hand flew out. Sui Fengxiong let out a furious roar. He swung the long staff in his hands and swept it horizontally right at Xing Honglang's waist. Xing Honglang cried out internally that things were bad. It was too late to dodge this staff strike. Just looking at the power of this staff strike, she was probably going to suffer some injuries. Li Daoxian also reached out his hand, preparing to help. Right at this moment, a furious roar rang out from behind. Dinyo, you idiot. You knocked over the water bucket again. Xing Honglang. Sui Fengxiong. What was the meaning of these baffling lines? Before the two could react, a tall and sturdy man, whose physique was not inferior to Sui Fengxiong's, arrived. With a whoosh, he charged into the circle of battle. With a bang, He crashed into Sui Fengxiong's body. The two sturdy men collided, letting out a loud, muffled sound. Sui Fengxiong staggered back, 5 steps before standing firm. Looking closely, standing in front of him was a man wearing iron armor, even more robust than a bear. Sui Fengxiong, who goes there? Gao Chu. I'm not an idiot. You're clearly the one who knocked over the water bucket. Sui Fengxiong. Xing Honglang. Sui Fengxiong. Are you fucking sick in the head? Gao Chu Daniel. Hold that side steadier. Sui Fengxiong. Gao Chu took a big step forward. With a whoosh, he threw a punch right at Sui Fengxiong. This punch had immense power. Before the fist even arrived, the momentum was already enough to make an ordinary person tremble. The key was that when this guy threw the punch, he also muttered a sentence. Chu, there's an earthworm between your toes. What Sui Fengxiong saw in his eyes was a ferocious fist, but what he heard in his ears was completely mismatched, baffling dialogue. For a moment, he felt a sense of tearing, making him unable to think normally. Mental pollution plus 999. His brain stopped turning for half a second. He couldn't even respond normally to Gao Chu's fist. Gao Chu, with a bang, landed a punch right in the middle of Sui Fengxiong's face. One punch smashed Sui Fengxiong's face open, fracturing his neck bone. In the instant he fell, he also heard the other party use a very weird tone to add a sentence. Daniel, I've already lifted it. Put some effort into your side too. Sui Fengxiong's vision went black, and he went to report to King Yama. Xing Hongling also chopped off Chun's head with one strike. She turned her head, wanting to say a word of thanks to Gao Chu. Gao Chu beat her to it, looking deeply into her eyes. With a face full of concern, he said to her, Daniel, you're really too smart. Xing Honglong's rage meter instantly maxed out. What the hell are you talking about, you bastard? Chapter 165. The government troops are here. Gao Chu didn't answer Xing Honglong's question, because he didn't dare to interrupt his own bickering rhythm. Once interrupted, he wouldn't be able to count how many sentences he had bickered. He had no choice but to turn his head and rush to the mouth of the ravine. That was the only slope that could possibly allow them to charge up. Just now, Chun and Sui Fengxiong had successively charged up this slope. This made the fierce bandits behind them also see hope. Braving the rolling logs on both sides, they desperately charged towards this slope. But they heard a furious roar. Chu, slow down your speed. The fierce bandits looked up. Standing on the slope was a man even more ferocious than a bear. He was wearing Liangdang armor, standing at the top of the slope with his arms spread wide. That massive aura pressed down on people until they couldn't breathe. A fierce bandit charged up. Clang. He slashed his saber onto Gao Chu's Liangdang armor. Gao Chu returned a punch, sending that fierce bandit flying backward. He crashed onto the slope and tumbled down. The fierce bandits could tell at a glance. This guy's martial arts were mediocre, but his brute strength was astonishing. Attack his lower body. The Liangdang armor can't protect the lower body. A fierce bandit charged up the slope and slashed his saber at Gao Chu's calf. Gao Chu couldn't quite handle it. Seeing that he was about to be hit, a figure flashed by his side. It was exactly Xing Honglang. She swung her saber with her left hand. With a clang, she parried the fierce bandit's sleeve saber. Gao Chu kicked that fierce bandit in the abdomen, sending him spinning and flying out. Xing Honglang cursed loudly. Are you an idiot? You have a spear but don't use it. What are you doing fighting with your fists here? Gao Chu only then suddenly remembered that he had a long spear. He had forgotten it was on his back. He quickly reached back and took off the long spear on his back. He swept the spear horizontally at the fierce bandits charging over in front. Daniel, catch. I'm going to throw the wine jar over. This guy didn't have any spear techniques to speak of either. He had just followed Ching Su and learned a few simple movements like sweeping and thrusting for a few days. But his immense strength couldn't be withstood. The power of this sweep scared the fierce bandits into retreating repeatedly. Retreating on the slope, one misstep and they would fall over, and then roll downwards, knocking the fierce bandits behind them to the ground as well. The people behind continued to charge up. Gao Chu swung the iron spear in his hands left and right. The terrifying power of his horizontal sweeps, wielding the long spear, meant no one could stand within a radius of several meters. If others couldn't charge up this slope, then they became targets for the illegal salt smugglers on the ravine cliffs. Rolling logs from both sides smashed down, and cries of misery filled the ravine. Their morale collapsed. It was unknown who shouted retreat first. The remaining fierce bandits turned around and ran. Seeing this, the illegal salt smugglers. Couldn't help but cheer. We won again. Xing Honglang also grinned. She glanced at the retreating rebel army, and then glanced at Chun's corpse. Very good. I've taken my revenge. This battle wasn't fought in vain. Gao Chu let out a ha-ha laugh. Chu, your brain is as dumb as a pig. Xing Honglang. Gao Chu, the 50 sentences of bickering are done. I have to go back. After saying that, he turned around and ran. His belly was huge, but when he ran, he brought the wind with him. With a swish, he disappeared. The veins on Xing Honglang's fists popped out. Next time I see this guy, I'm going to beat him up without saying a word. On Cheng Su's side, they were currently rolling logs down the hillside. To play, Fan Shanhue still had some brains. This time, he didn't let the main force go up the mountain. Instead, he only had a few hundred fierce bandits. Run a few steps, and then hide behind rocks. Like playing hide-and-seek, they slowly advanced towards the mountain. This method of advancing was very slow, and very few people participated in the attack. But it didn't matter. There weren't many people on the top of the mountain. He had already heard it during that cursing match just now. As long as 200 or 300 people charged up and engaged in close combat with the people on the top of the mountain, they wouldn't be able to throw down massive logs anymore. The rebel army's main force could then rapidly climb the mountain. When the time came, he would be the winner. Besides, there was also Sui Fengxiong and Chun's ravine flanking force. As long as they successfully flanked, it would also create the same effect. There was no need to panic at all. Take it slow. What did his 8,000-strong army have to say? Cheng Su watched the rebel army, inching towards the mountain bit by bit. He laughed secretly in his heart. Just these 200 or 300 people, cowardly hiding behind rocks. And you still want to get to the top of the mountain? Wait until you enter the range of the hand crossbows. My people will immediately give you a volley of hand crossbow fire. He was just conceptualizing a perfect tactic when Gao Chu ran back with big strides. Instructor I'm back. The 50 sentences of bickering time is up. Cheng Su. Oh, return to the ranks. Gao Chu. On my way running back, I saw government troops coming on the mountain path to the south from afar. Cheng Su let out a huh and immediately reacted. The newly appointed patrol inspector Fong Wushang had arrived. Is this newly appointed patrol inspector a diligent person? It seems he just received the news that the rebel army entered Chengqing County from this direction and hurriedly ran over. This person is quite bold, fiercer than me. He glanced at the armor on the militia members. He thought to herself, my people wearing armor is a capital crime of treason. I absolutely cannot let Fong Wushang see it. I might as well let Fong Wushang fight this battle. Instructor Cheng waved his hand and said loudly, everyone stop. Retreat immediately. Everyone was slightly stunned. Party 2. This rabbit was just having fun fighting. If we retreat now. Cheng Su kicked Party 2 head over heels. After I speak, you are only allowed to say understood. No other nonsense is allowed. The rest of the people quickly responded, understood. Party 2 was used as teaching material again. He lay on the ground pitifully, not daring to get up. Retreat, retreat, retreat. Right. Tell Xing Honglang's unit to retreat with us. Soon, Cheng Su's unit and Xing Honglang's unit merged together. Xing Honglang had clearly also seen the government troops coming. She didn't feel surprised at all about retreating. She just chuckled twice. Let's not retreat too far. Fall back and watch the show. If the government troops can't hold them off, we'll still have to come out and hold them off. Cheng Su nodded. He pointed at the small hillside to the west of Zhengjia village. Retreat behind the slope. Hide and watch the show. Everyone quickly retreated to the west slope. Here, jagged rocks stood in great numbers, and dead trees lay across each other. Hiding among them made it quite difficult to be discovered. With their retreat, the Heong rebels who were climbing the hillside instantly became energized. There were no more rolling logs and falling rocks smashing down from the mountain. They've run out of rolling logs. Charge! 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 Charge quickly! The Heong rebels spread their big feet and desperately charged up the slope. At the same time, the newly appointed patrol inspector Fong Wushang was also roaring. Charge! 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 Did you hear the sounds of killing ahead? The militia has already started fighting with the rebel army. We must arrive as quickly as possible. Behind him, over 100 government troops also spread their feet and ran fiercely towards this side. At this time, the first batch of fierce bandits reached the top of the slope. Without the threat of rolling logs and falling rocks, that group of fierce bandits at the very front quickly climbed to the top of the slope. They immediately saw Zhengjia village, and that field of gratifyingly growing wheat. Huh? There's actually a wheat field here. A wheat field. The fierce bandits took big strides and charged towards the wheat field. Chapter 166. The ferocious Fong Wushang, the one running the fastest. Seeing that he was about to dive into the field, suddenly heard a duong sound. He felt his head crash into something very hard. It wasn't much different from the feeling of crashing into a wall. This was too sudden. That fierce bandit hadn't held back his momentum at all. How could his head withstand such a crash? Instantly, his head was broken and bleeding. He fell backward facing the sky. Duong, duong, duong. Another 3 fierce bandits, who couldn't stop their feet, crashed into the invisible wall. The 3 people fell down. Stop quickly. Don't charge at the wheat field. The other fierce bandits finally noticed something was wrong. A massive transparent wall blocked them from the wheat field. What's going on? What the hell is this? The rebel soldiers were momentarily dumbfounded. A wheat field they could see but couldn't touch. Right at this moment, a furious roar rang out from the mountain path to the south. Rebels! How dare you invade my Chung Chung? Amidst the clippity-clop of horse hooves, Patrol Inspector Fong Wushang arrived. This person had an impatient personality. After seeing the rebels, he couldn't wait for his subordinates to slowly walk on foot. He slapped his horse's butt and charged over first. A horse ran much faster than a person, leaving his subordinates far behind. He charged onto the battlefield all by himself from far away. A genuine commander without an army. One person facing 200 fierce bandits. This person actually wasn't afraid. With a loud shout, holding the reins in his left hand, and grabbing a long spear in his right hand, he charged straight at the fierce bandits. Cheng Su gasped. There is actually such a brave patrol inspector in the world? Beside him, Xing Honglang rolled her eyes. Did you think everyone was like the previous patrol inspector? Cheng Su, that kind of soft persimmon? That kind of military officer who flees at the sight of rebels is the anomaly. Cheng Su. I think Cheng Su is quite a good person. That's called advancing and retreating with measure, knowing oneself and knowing the enemy. He successively defeated Wang Er, Bujiani, Zhuguazi. In Chengcheng. Who else is more formidable than him? Xing Honglang. You're bragging, right? Before I knew about the heavenly venerable, I thought Cheng Su did it. Thinking about it now, those 3 were definitely defeated by the heavenly venerable casting spells. That guy Cheng Su is definitely just like the rumors in the martial world say. Just a soft persimmon. Cheng Su, forget it. Let's quickly change the subject. Cheng Su reached out and pointed forward. Look at that guy Fong Wushang. They saw Fong Wushang spurring his horse and holding his spear horizontally, charging at the fierce bandits. The fierce bandits were like triad members, who had seen the police. They actually didn't dare to engage in combat, and turned around to run towards the edge of the hillside. This action actually saved Fong Wushang. Otherwise, he and his horse would have crashed into the fish tank. Who knows? He might have gone straight to report to King Yama. Fong Wushang didn't enter Zhengjia village. He reined in his horse and charged towards the hillside to the east of the village. He swung the long spear in his hand. With a pft, he stabbed a fierce bandit through the heart. By the time he pulled his long spear back, his warhorse had already run forward another zhang. He caught up to another fierce bandit. He raised his hand and brought the spear down. Uft, another one stabbed through the heart. Xing Honglang couldn't help but feel shocked in her heart. He's just a mere patrol inspector. Yet he's actually this formidable. This guy is more ferocious than any hero of the Greenwood I've ever seen. Cheng Su snorted and said, just ordinary. Give me a horse and a spear, and I wouldn't be weaker than him. Humph, a nobody who climbed up on his own without status or background. Who doesn't have some real skills? Xing Honglang asked in surprise. You know about this too? Cheng Su knew he had misspoken, and quickly shut his mouth. Actually, most military officers in the Ming dynasty inherited their positions. From the rank of centurion upwards, it was a hereditary system. You didn't need to be very formidable. Having a good father was enough to get the position. These military officers who inherited their positions often cherished their lives, and wouldn't personally go into battle to kill the enemy. Their martial arts were naturally mediocre. But those military officers who climbed up on their own, on the contrary, might have gotten their official positions by going into battle and hacking people, taking heads. They were skilled in archery and horsemanship, and highly proficient in martial arts. Simply put, if you let Yuan Chonghuan and Cheng Su fight one-on-one, Yuan would 9 times out of 10 not be able to beat Cheng. If you let the two command large army groups in battle, Chung would 9 times out of 10 not be able to beat you on. At this time, Fang Wushang had already begun a massacre. 1 man, 1 horse, 1 spear, circling around the rebel soldiers. Those 200 fierce bandits actually had no one who could withstand a single thrust of his spear. In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 were stabbed down. If the fierce bandits had long spears, they could still barely deal with cavalry, but they were the climbing vanguard. For the sake of traveling light, they all only had a saber in their hands. Wanting to use a saber to deal with a spear-wielding cavalry general, that was truly wishful thinking. They couldn't even form a formation. They were made dizzy by Fang Wushang riding his horse back and forth. Soon, Fang Wushang's subordinates also arrived. The deputy patrol inspector led 100 common soldiers and charged over. Those 200 fierce bandits turned their heads and saw the government troops had arrived. Just now, a single military general had slaughtered them until they were in a sorry state. Now that a large group of government troops had arrived, how could they possibly handle it? Morale shattered in an instant. With a casual charge from the government troops, the 200 hardened bandits were decimated, some dead, some wounded. The rest were so terrified they tumbled back down the slope they had just spent so much effort climbing. Fang Wushang rushed to the edge of the ridge and looked down. A massive swarm of the Haiyang bandits' main force was currently scaling the mountain. He let out a sharp, mocking laugh. "Boys, quick! Find some rolling logs and stones. We're going to crush them into mincemeat." The deputy inspector pointed to a large pile of logs nearby. "General Fang, over here. There are plenty of wooden blocks. Someone already prepared them for us." Fang Wushang turned his head, blinking in surprise. However, he understood the situation almost immediately. The Gao village militia must have been here to hold off the enemy. They had prepared the logs and stones to crush the bandits, but the militia's courage was likely too small. The moment they saw the bandits nearing the top, they must have fled in terror, leaving this mess for the professionals. His subordinates realized it too. So that's how it is. Up above, Li Daoxian couldn't help but give him a little round of applause. "Nice deduction, young hero. You're so smart. Sherlock Holmes would probably kneel before you." Fang Wushang grew jubilant. "Heaven is truly on my side. I'll graciously accept these logs and stones the militia left behind. Boys, throw them down." The soldiers immediately hoisted the logs and stones, raining them down the slope in a chaotic barrage. This was a stroke of terrible luck for Fan Shanhua. He was just about to reach the summit when the militia at the top suddenly turned into disciplined government troops. As the logs came crashing down again, his main force couldn't just duck and weave behind rocks. There was nowhere to hide. As the logs rolled through, the mountain path became a scene of total carnage. Men and horses were flipped over, and the screams were pitiful. Fan Shanhua looked up, catching sight of Fang Wushang standing at the edge of the slope, looking down with disdain. Their eyes met in midair. Fang Wushang roared at the top of his lungs. "You stupid thief! Remember your grandfather's name. I am the inspector of Chengsheng, Fang Wushang. As long as I am in Chengqing County, don't you dare dream of setting a single foot on our land." Fan Shanhua spat back. "Damn you! You're not Qingsu. Why should I be afraid of a ghost like you?" "Oh!" Fang Wushang was instantly enraged. "You're comparing me to Qingsu? That soft persimmon who faked his military merits? That idiot lied about Wang Er's death, exaggerated the size of the rebel army, and deceived his superiors. His reports were nothing but a pile of lies, not a single word of truth in them. All his achievements were blown out of thin air. A piece of trash like that deserves to have his name mentioned in the same breath as mine." Fang Wushang let out a furious howl, gripped his long spear, and prepared to charge down the slope. The deputy inspector beside him desperately grabbed him around the waist, shouting, "General, calm down. General, please, don't lower yourself to the level of a common thief." Chapter 167. You Cannot Pursue. Fang Wushang was beyond livid. He truly wanted to charge down and trade blows with Fan Shanhua. But at that moment, Fan Shanhua was already having second thoughts. If it were just a village militia on the mountain, he would have dared to charge. But against regular government troops, he lost his nerve. While he was hesitating, someone rushed up from behind to report, "Great Chief, disaster. The second and third chiefs were ambushed by Xing Honglang. They're dead. They're all dead." Fan Shanhua was struck with shock. Tears began to stream down his face. "Second brother. Third brother." He let out a cry of agony toward the heavens. Then, he lowered his head and barked the order to retreat. The bandit army began to pull back again, sliding down the slope in a disorganized mess. Seeing them retreat, Fang Wushang was overjoyed. Pursue them. The deputy inspector held on to him, screaming, "You can't pursue. You absolutely cannot pursue." Fang Wushang snapped. "You wouldn't let me charge down before, fine. But now the thieves are retreating and you're still stopping me? What is the meaning of this?" "General, if you go down this slope, you'll be in Heian County territory." Fang Wushang froze mid-motion. He was the inspector of Chongqing, not Heian. If he led troops into Heian County's jurisdiction, it would be an overstepping of authority. If he had someone in the Imperial court to speak for him, it would be called valiant pursuit of the enemy and crossing the border unknowingly, a great merit deserving of a reward. But if someone in the court wanted to ruin him, it would be abandoning his post and leading troops across borders with ill intent. It could be framed as a suspicion of rebellion, a capital crime that would cost him his head. Fang Wushang didn't fear bandits, but he feared the pins of civil officials, which were sharper than any blade. His body went stiff, and he let out a long, heavy sigh. "Fine. We won't pursue." The deputy inspector breathed a sigh of relief. This new boss was a total hothead. Stopping him was no easy task. By comparison, the previous boss, Cheng Su, was much more clever. There was never a need to advise him. All these excuses for avoiding trouble were things Cheng Su had taught him. The deputy inspector actually found himself missing his former superior. "General Cheng, I wonder how you're doing up there in heaven." "Achoo, somewhere else." Cheng Su let out a massive sneeze. "Clean up the battlefield." Fang Wushang barked the order and sat down to the side, washing his hands of the details. He watched the bandit army slowly disappear at the foot of the mountain, a bitter taste in his mouth. As a soldier, seeing the enemy within reach but being unable to strike because of a county border was incredibly frustrating. The soldiers, meanwhile, began their busy work. They cut off the bandits' ears to take back as proof of their merit, then buried the bodies in shallow, haphazard graves. While they were working fervently, a soldier came back to report. "General, we found a large number of bandit corpses in the nearby gully." "In the gully?" Fang Wushang stood up and quickly led his men over. At a glance, he saw the bodies of Sui Fengxiong and Er Chun lying at the entrance of the ravine. Looking further in, nearly 100 bandits lay scattered about. TCH. This must have been the work of the Gao village militia. It seems so. The deputy inspector stepped forward and whispered, "The Gao village militia is no simple group." Back then, Wang Er tried to raid Gao village at night. The result was Wang Er being heavily wounded, while Zheng Yinfu and Zhong Guangdao lost their lives. It's just that only we know the truth. To the outside world, it was all credited to General Chang. Fang Wushang's eyebrows twitched. "So that's how it is. It seems I underestimated the Gao village militia last time." Just as they were speaking, voices echoed from the western slope of Zheng village. A large group of people emerged. The Gao village militia had arrived. Cheng Su, Xing Honglang, and the salt smugglers had all withdrawn. The militia members had taken off their armor and handed it to the smugglers to carry back to Gao village. Many were wearing only their base layers as Paddy Rabbit led the group toward Fang Wushang. Paddy Rabbit was actually quite surprised when he received the order to lead the team temporarily. He thought that based on seniority, Gao Chu or Zheng Daniu should have been the leaders. But on second thought, those two blockheads wouldn't know how to act. It made sense for him to step up. "Aha, this rabbit lord is a smart one. I must carry out the heavy responsibility master gave me." Paddy Rabbit walked up to Fang Wushang with a swagger, offering a mockingly respectful bow. "General Fang, you drove the bandits back. You're truly amazing. We're so grateful to you." Fang Wushang looked at him. Wasn't this the same idiot he had tricked earlier? This fool was the leader of the militia? Was this a joke? Humph. Fang Wushang snorted coldly. "Your militia didn't do too badly either. You prepared those logs and stones, didn't you? And the bandits crushed in the gully. That was your doing as well." Paddy Rabbit laughed toward the sky. "Haha, that's right. It was all thanks to this rabbit lord. Haha, I drove back the hordes of thieves. I am already invincible under heaven." Fang Wushang narrowed his eyes. "Then why weren't you guarding the ridge when I arrived?" Paddy Rabbit replied. "I was retreating to gain an advantage. It was a tactical move to find a better opportunity." Fang Wushang snapped. "Why don't you just admit you ran away?" "Run away? How could I run away?" Paddy Rabbit suddenly drew his hidden sleeve blade. "I led my team to ambush them outside the village. I was just waiting for the thieves to come up so I could unleash my ultimate technique." the heavenly rabbit severing strike, and wipe them all out. Fine, fine. You can get lost now. Fang Wushang shook his head. He had thought the Gao village militia might have some real skill, but it seemed he had overthought it. This guy was just full of hot air, no different from Chung Su. He couldn't be bothered with Patty Rabbit anymore, and sat back down on the slope to watch the retreating bandits. Patty Rabbit grinned. Mission accomplished. Instructor he had told him to come out, walk around, and talk a bunch of nonsense so the government troops wouldn't get suspicious. Now that the job was done, he could just pat his butt and leave. Well, we're heading out then. Patty Rabbit still had to go back and practice his kung fu. He was very busy. He gave a wink to the people behind him, and the group quickly started to slip away. They had only taken a few steps when the deputy inspector shouted, "Stop! Where do you think you're going? Lend a hand and help bury these bodies." Patty Rabbit replied, "This rabbit lord only handles the killing, not the burying." The deputy inspector didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It was rare to see such a quirky fellow. Most commoners would be terrified into a heap when they saw an official, but this guy calling himself Rabbit Lord didn't seem intimidated at all. "Stop talking nonsense and help. If we don't bury these bodies and a plague breaks out, your Gao village will be the first to suffer." That sentence gave Patty Rabbit a genuine fright. "Fine, fine. If I handle the killing, I guess I'll handle the burying too. Otherwise, if a rabbit plague starts, even this Rabbit Lord won't be able to handle it." And so, the soldiers and villagers worked together to dig pits and bury the dead. The area became a hive of activity. Watching from above, Li Daoxian knew he didn't need to keep staring. He had intervened very little in this battle, just providing some logs and helping Chung Su see the terrain from the air. He hadn't provided any of his more insane toys or weapons, yet the little people had still fought brilliantly. It seemed his direction was correct. Letting them become self-reliant and grow stronger on their own was exactly what he, as their caretaker, should be doing. "All right, time to go out and get that set of picture books from my old man. Oh right, before I go, I should grab that fish tank. It might come in handy later." Chapter 168. How can you call this bad? As the sky grew dark, Li Daoxian returned from his parents' house. He had intended to just grab the picture books and run, but his parents had heard he was coming and prepared a feast. It was about 32 times better than his usual takeout, almost on the level of a New Year's Eve dinner. He had a great time eating downstairs, but it made him run a bit late. By the time he got back to his apartment with a large bag of the Generals of the Yang family picture books, the sun was already dipping behind the western mountains. He quickly took out the books, carefully opened the pages, and placed them in the scanner to digitize them. Then, he used the printer to shrink the images, printing them onto tiny pages. Of course, what he considered a tiny page was still massive to the little people. They couldn't read them directly. He would have to use the little people's own printing technology to reproduce them. While the scanner and printer whirred away, Li Daoxian switched his vision to observe the little people. The mess at Zheng village had been cleaned up. The Heong bandits wouldn't dare return anytime soon. Fang Wushang had withdrawn his troops to write a report of victory, though he likely wouldn't write nonsense like Chung Su did. The militia had returned to the village, everyone looking jubilant. Xing Honglang was in high spirits as well. As a Greenwood hero, she lived for vengeance and justice. Killing Air Chun today to avenge her past was a major cause for celebration. She had her men bring out a jar of wuliangye, originally intended as trade goods, and shared it among the dozens of salt smugglers. The result? They all passed out. Not a single one was left standing. Modern liquor was far too strong for them. It worked better than a knockout drug. Gao Chua happened to visit at that time. He wanted to have a word with Xing Honglang, but he found the plastic mansion filled with people sprawled out drunk. He had no choice but to carry the smugglers one by one to their beds, even thoughtfully tucking them in. The early spring air was still chilly, and it was easy to get sick. The only one he didn't dare move was Xing Honglang. She was a girl, after all, and he didn't want to be improper. He left her alone in the middle of the living room. On the other side, Chung Su had returned from his victory, but he didn't look very happy. He sat alone on a high watchtower, his mask removed, sipping from a small jar of wine. He probably still felt some lingering attachment to his identity as a formal 9th-rank military officer of the Imperial court. Watching the various lives of the little people, Li Daoxian couldn't help but feel amused. The printer behind him stopped. The first volume of the Generals of the Yang family was finished. Li Daoxian turned his gaze to the watchtower. Gao Ye was still weaving under the lamp. The cotton threads interlaced on her loom, turning into cloth that slid out. Yeah, Li Daoxian called out softly. Gao Ye gasped, quickly stopped her weaving, and jumped up. Heavenly Lord. Li Daoxian smiled. Go find Zhengjia. I have something to discuss with him. Gao Ye moved immediately, pitter-pattering down the watchtower. She went to the 9 halls and 18 wells, council hall, specifically to the main courtyard where Zhengjia lived. She knocked on the door and called him out to the courtyard. Together, they waited to hear the Heavenly Lord's instructions. Only then did Li Daoxian pick up a printed page and lower it. Zhengjia looked closely. A thick piece of paper, larger than a person, descended from the sky. It was covered in strange illustrations, seemingly depicting a military general, though he didn't know who it was. Li Daoxian didn't explain. He lowered the second page, the third, and the fourth. After seeing several pages, Zhengjia finally understood. It was the story of the Yang family generals, told entirely through pictures. Li Daoxian said, "Tomorrow at dawn, find the woodblock carvers. Have them carve blocks to print this." Zhengjia was slightly stunned, not quite understanding the Heavenly Lord's intent. But after a moment's thought, he realized. The Heavenly Lord wanted to use these purely pictorial books to tell stories to those who couldn't read. Yes, Li Daoxian added. Many people are too old to start learning from Mr. Wang now, but they still need knowledge and education. These picture books can teach through entertainment, transmitting necessary values to them. The Heavenly Lord is merciful, Zhengjia said, to even care for the affairs of these common folk. It's not just about caring for them. Li Daoxian didn't want to explain the deeper reason. The common people of that era lacked concepts like national identity or patriotism. Many didn't even know what it meant to love their country. This wasn't unique to the Ming dynasty. Even in modern times, Mr. Lu Xun had written medicine to criticize the numbness of the people. And why were the people numb? Simply put, they lacked patriotic education. When the Qing cavalry eventually swept across the land, how many people would be willing to shed their blood for the nation? If the majority of the populace remained numb and indifferent, how could the Qing have sat so securely upon the throne of the Han people? These picture books of the Yang family generals could be considered excellent material for patriotic education. They would show everyone the stories of the loyal Yang family, who sacrificed everything to protect their country. Zhengjia bowed deeply toward the sky. I shall follow the Heavenly Lord's decree. Gao Ye watched as the Heavenly Lord's presence faded from the sky, presumably returning to the celestial realm. She let out a giggle. A book made of pictures, how interesting. I was quite absorbed just now. Zhengjia thought to himself, has the saintess never heard the stories of the Yang family generals before? Then again, Gao village was remote. Few outsiders ever came, and the villagers were mostly narrow-minded, having only heard fragments of stories from the village elders. A complete, illustrated volume like this was something almost no one had seen. This book would surely be popular. However, once it was printed, it couldn't just be handed out for free. Zhengjia had a sudden inspiration. The Heavenly Lord has provided so much food that many villagers have become lazy and stopped working. It would be better to sell these books at a set price once they are printed. We can use them to collect some of the excess money from the villagers and use it to pay the woodblock carvers. That way, the carvers will work harder and the villagers will have more motivation to work once their money is spent. Gao Ye gasped. Wow, Manager San, you're so bad. How can you call this bad? Zhengjia replied. Distributing supplies for free was never a normal long-term measure. The Heavenly Lord has been giving out grain for free because of the great drought. The villagers couldn't produce their own. If we get used to enjoying things for free, we'll start thinking it's bad when something actually costs money. That's not right. Gao Ye thought about it carefully. You're right. Zhengjia continued. If the villagers were starving, I would never think of such a scheme. But the villagers living in the fortress now have become a bit lazy. When the Heavenly Lord gave them grain, he gave too much at once. Many families still have massive stores of rice, enough to last for years. Why would they have any interest in working? Sooner or later, they'll be looked down upon by the outsiders in the labor village. Manager San, what you say makes a lot of sense. Chapter 169. The Heavenly Lord wants a gunpowder master. Xing Honglang woke up early. Sleeping on a hard, cold plastic floor wasn't exactly comfortable. It would have been a miracle if she hadn't woken up early. She sat up and found a blanket draped over her. It felt a bit strange. Which of my subordinates covered me up, but didn't bother to carry me to a bed? Is their brain made of dung? They have no idea how to take care of people. She rubbed her pounding, hung over head, and stood up, grumbling. Old Zhu, old Zhang. Whoever the hell is awake, get me a cup of water. No one answered. All the salt smugglers were still snoring away in their beds. Xing Hongling walked around and saw her men sleeping like pigs. She had no choice but to do it herself, pouring a cup of water with one hand. Then, she wobbled out of the large plastic mansion. Outside, the day was already bright. The villagers of Gao village were starting their diligent work as usual, some repairing roads, some sawing wood. The 100 or so members of the militia were practicing their formations near the bamboo fortress. She walked through a cluster of plastic buildings, noticing that the inn, the tavern, the market, and even the brothel were all empty. She couldn't help but complain. This is a nice place with plenty of people, but not a single person is doing business. It's ridiculous. Does Miss Xing feel something is off as well? Zhengjia emerged from a plastic building that looked like a bookstore, smiling at her. Miss Xing is someone who has seen the world, especially traveling far and wide for trade. You must know the ways of commerce inside and out. Xing Honglang nodded. MHM. Zhengjia asked humbly. In Miss Xing's opinion, does our Gao village already have the conditions to set up a market? Isn't that obvious? Xing Honglang replied. The population of Gao village has definitely exceeded 1,000. Looking around, there are colorful houses everywhere around the fortress. You can't even call this a village anymore. It should be called a town. Have you ever seen a town where no one does business? Zhengjia tilted his head slightly and smiled. Indeed, a town without business does feel a bit strange. That's why I'm considering this matter. How to revitalize the commerce of Gao village. Xing Hongling let out a chuckle. I actually know why it's like this. I would be honored to hear it. In this village, when you pay the workers, you give them everything, Xing Hongling explained. You give them grain, salt, oil, and sugar. Since they have everything, why would they bother with business? They just eat their share, and that's it. They can even sell their excess to me. That makes sense. Zhengjia was momentarily stumped. That was back when Gao village had a small population. Because there was no commerce, the Heavenly Lord provided supplies to everyone so they could be self-sufficient. It seems I need to change the method. Woodworkers will only get grain, not salt. Blacksmiths will only get salt, not grain. I'll just increase the quantities accordingly. Xing Honglang grinned. You scholars sure have fast brains. Zhengjia thanked her and returned to the main fortress to draft a detailed wage adjustment plan. Revitalizing commerce was a necessity. Xing Honglang continued her stroll, emerging from the commercial street to stand before the hillside. She saw Gao Ye running up from below. She was dressed in dignified clothing, but her run was cheerful. When she reached Xing Honglang, she looked up and smiled. Sister Xing, the Heavenly Lord has something he wishes to discuss with you. Xing Honglang looked up and offered a bow to the sky. After seeing the massive logs and Chung Su's flight yesterday, she had a clear understanding of the Heavenly Lord's power. What decree does the Heavenly Lord have for me? Gao Ye whispered. The Heavenly Lord wants a gunpowder master to come to Gao village. Oh, Xing Honglang's brow furrowed slightly. That won't be easy to manage. The Imperial court keeps a very tight watch on gunpowder masters. Gao Ye smiled. The Heavenly Lord said that if it were easy, he wouldn't have to trouble Miss Xing. He can see that Miss Xing is a capable person who specializes in difficult business. Xing Hongling chuckled. Being praised by a god from the heavens was quite a boost to her ego. Gao Ye continued. The Heavenly Lord said that since things have flared up in Heian County, you won't be able to pass through there to return to Shaanxi for business anytime soon. Your next plan should be to go to Xi'an Prefecture. Xing Hongling nodded. I do have such a plan. Once the wound on my arm is healed, I'll make a trip to Xi'an. When you go to Xi'an, you might want to wander around the official workshops and feel out the gunpowder masters, Gao Ye said. If, Xing Hongling understood immediately. If one is willing to escape, I will protect him and help him flee the government's grasp to bring him to Gao village. This might not be an easy task, Gao Ye added. The Heavenly Lord said if it can be done, do it. If not, there is no need to force it. You must ensure your own safety first. If there is even a hint of danger, abandon the idea. Xing Hongling laughed loudly. I've been following my father since I was born. And I've been doing this kind of business ever since. Danger is my middle name. Gao Ye understood and quickly went to help. The two of them rolled up a large sheet of paper. From his vantage point in the sky, Li Daoxian found the scene quite amusing. Actually, Li Daoxian didn't mind if the cement formula got out. In fact, he thought it might be better if it did. But on second thought, the late Ming was plagued by natural disasters, and the people were destitute. When Liang Shixian wanted to build cement roads before, Shire had talked him out of it because the common people truly couldn't handle any more forced labor. Keeping cement a secret for now was probably the right move, lest some high-ranking official decide to build roads on a whim and work countless laborers to death. The large paper was rolled up into a long cylinder. Gao Ye wanted to carry it back to the masons, but she couldn't lift it at all. Xing Honglang lent a hand, and the two girls shouldered the massive roll together, one at the front and one at the back, like they were carrying a heavy log. With a rhythmic heave-ho, they carried the roll into the artisan courtyard and tossed it in front of the masons, dusting off their hands. While they were busy with that, the newly completed cement road was officially opened for traffic. A solar bus, carrying villagers from Wang Village, set off toward their home. In truth, the villagers had already returned many times before the road was finished, having already tilled the fields and prepared for the spring planting. But with the road open, everyone crowded onto the vehicle, filling it to capacity just to enjoy the ritual of taking the bus to the fields. This is great. I feel like I've reached the peak of my life. In the side hall of the city god temple in Chongqing County, Third Madam sat with a solemn and dignified air, her eyes focused and her mind calm, looking every bit like a high-ranking cultivator. Before her, a large group of impoverished commoners in tattered clothes lay prostrate on the floor. More and more people were being saved by the divine medicine of the Taoist Heavenly Lord. Every person saved meant an entire family became faithful followers of the Heavenly Lord. This caused the commoners in Chongqing County to accept this new deity at an incredible speed. Outside the side hall, a middle-aged Taoist priest stood with a strange expression, squinting at the scene inside, remaining silent. The priest waited outside for a long time, until all the faithful had finished their prayers and respectfully withdrawn. Only Third Madam and her maid remained in the hall. The middle-aged Taoist finally pushed the door open and entered. He raised his hand in a greeting. I am Ma Tianzhong, a disciple under the lineage of perfected Master Wang of the Chuanjin Longmen sect. His introduction actually gave Third Madam a start. The Chuanjin Longmen sect was a legendary name in the Taoist world, and perfected Master Wang referred to Wang Chongyue, who was already over 100 years old and was the ancestral figure who revitalized the Longmen sect. To a practitioner like Third Madam, his name was like a clap of thunder. Third Madam didn't dare be disrespectful and quickly returned the greeting. I wonder what advice you have for me, brother? Ma Tianzhong had a peculiar look on his face. I have been traveling the world, preaching and lecturing. While passing through Chongqing County, I heard of a lay practitioner here speaking of a deity called Daoxian Tianzuan, claiming him to be a true god of our Taoism. I found myself quite puzzled. Oh, Third Madam prompted. Ma Tianzhong continued in a strange tone. I have never heard of the title Daoxian Tianzuan before. I thought perhaps my own studies were lacking, so I specifically consulted many ancient texts, yet I still found no record of him. Regarding this matter, I asked for your guidance. So that was it. Third Madam smiled. To be honest, before I saw the Heavenly Lord manifest with my own eyes, I had never heard of his great name either. However, the moment I saw him, the question wasn't whether he existed, but whether the ancient texts had simply failed to record him. Ma Tianzhong narrowed his eyes. He thought to himself, manifestation? A god truly manifested? He was over 40 years old and had spent every day seeking the Tao, yet he had never seen a god manifest. He believed in the existence of gods, but having lived 4 decades without seeing a single miracle, he couldn't help but wonder, am I being fooled? In the dead of night, Ma Tianzhong would often find himself plagued by such thoughts. Then he would slap himself hard to clear his mind and steady his Taoist heart. As long as he traveled the world and sought the immortals, he believed he would one day encounter a god. Third Madam said, go 30 miles northeast of the city to a place called Gao Village. See it for yourself, brother. Note, during the late Ming, the Chuanjin Longmen sect was indeed revitalized. Several Taoists from that era left behind many stories, including Wang Chongyue, who lived from 1522 to 1680, an incredible lifespan. His age alone was enough to draw in countless followers. Chapter 171, They Must Be Lying to Me. Ma Tianzhong set out, heading toward Gao Village. He was a wandering priest by nature, and traveling 30 miles was nothing to him. He could leave at a moment's notice. He wanted to see with his own eyes if there truly was a deity called Daoxian Tianzuan, who manifested. There probably isn't, he thought. The stories my master told me about Yuanshi, Tianzuan, and Taishang Laojun. I grew up listening to them until my ears grew calluses, but I never saw them manifest. This, Tianzuan, who isn't even in the records, is even less likely to appear. Yes, it must be a lie. They're definitely lying to me. As he walked, the sky grew dark. He had been so lost in thought when he left the city that he hadn't noticed the time. He had only walked a few miles before it became too dark to travel. He wanted to find a house to stay in, but the villages he passed were all deserted and desolate. It turned out that the people from the villages near the city had all fled to the county seat for relief grain. No one was left in their own homes. Ma Tianzheng became even more skeptical. The villages around the county seat are already this abandoned. A village 30 miles away must be even more desolate. When I get there, forget people. I probably won't even find a ghost. Going to such a remote place. Can I really see a god manifest? It's a lie. They're definitely lying to me. Ma Tianzheng found a withered tree, lay down beneath it, ate half a dry biscuit, and slept in his clothes. He wasn't worried about wild animals dragging him away in the night. After 3 years of drought, even the wild animals were gone. Early the next morning, before the sun was even up, Ma Tianzheng rose and continued northeast. As he walked, the sun began to climb. The winter sun was quite piercing. Suddenly, he noticed a strange gray road ahead. It ran parallel to the official road, leading off into the distance. Ma Tianzheng hurried forward and stepped onto the gray road. It felt hard underfoot, like it was made of massive, smooth-cut stones. This gave him a huge shock. What kind of person could have the power to cut massive stones so smoothly and use them for a road? Is this the so-called divine craftsmanship? A strange image immediately appeared in Ma Tianzheng's mind. Yuanshi Tianzuan himself holding a giant axe, slicing a mountain-sized rock into thin slabs and laying them on the ground. After finishing, he even stomped on them to make sure they were level, dusted off his hands, shouldered his axe, and walked away coolly. How could I imagine the great Lord Yuanshi Tianzuan like that? So disrespectful. Ma Tianzheng clutched his head in agony. I am just too inadequate. My mind is always wandering, and my Taoist heart is not firm. That's why the gods never manifest before me. Just as he was thinking this, a strange sound came from ahead, as if some massive object was moving along the strange road. Ma Tianzheng looked up. On the gray road ahead, a massive, bizarre vehicle was approaching. It was about 30 feet long and strangely shaped. There were no oxen or horses pulling it. He had no idea how it moved. The vehicle was packed with farmers. Some of their hoes were even sticking out of the windows. A few old farmers on the bus were singing a folk song, planting the fields, drinking thin soup, hitting the tiles, living in a grass hut, weaving the cloth, having no clothes. Then the whole bus erupted in laughter. Wait, that's not right. That was before the Heavenly Lord came. Since he arrived, we have good food, houses, and nice clothes. Ma Tianzheng's jaw nearly hit the ground. He quickly extended a hand and waved frantically at the large vehicle. Stop! Stop! The 2 novice drivers were startled. Someone's in the middle of the road. The driver in charge of power quickly pulled the sunshade curtain. The driver in charge of steering slammed on the brakes. Even so, the vehicle skidded forward quite a bit before coming to a halt, stopping just in front of Ma Tianzheng. The 2 novice drivers were sweating. One leaned out the window and barked. What's wrong with you, priest? Didn't you see such a big vehicle coming? Why didn't you move aside? We almost couldn't stop. Ma Tianzheng was actually terrified by the vehicle rushing at him. He stood frozen. I thought you could stop easily. Can a vehicle this big just stop on a dime? The drivers yelled. Even a small carriage can't stop the moment you pull the reins. Don't you usually dodge carriages on the road? Ma Tianzheng would indeed dodge carriages, ox carts, or donkey carts because he knew animals were hard to control. Not dodging usually meant getting stepped on. But this vehicle had no animals, so he didn't understand it. Being a generally non-confrontational person with a good temper, he raised his hand in apology. It was my fault. Seeing him apologize first, the 2 novice drivers felt a bit awkward. After all, he was a man of the cloth, and people in those days didn't like to offend priests. They quickly apologized back. It's our fault for not seeing you sooner. Sorry, Taoist. Ma Tianzheng didn't mind. He changed the subject. Good people, what exactly is this vehicle? There are no oxen, horses, or donkeys, yet it moves so fast. At his question, the villagers on the bus laughed. This is the chariot of the solar official. The Heavenly Lord lent it to us. What? Ma Tianzheng suspected his ears were failing him. The chariot of the solar official? Yeah, a driver said. We didn't know what a solar official was either until Master Bai told us. He said there's a giant rooster god in heaven named the solar official, and every morning he crows to wake up the sun. Ma Tianjing asked, what does that have to do with your vehicle? The driver explained, this vehicle belongs to the solar official. When the sun comes out, it can move. When the sun goes down, it stops. This gave Ma Tianjing a massive shock. Truly, everyone on the bus laughed. If you don't believe it, come up and see for yourself. Ma Tianjing certainly wanted to see. Not just see, but scrutinize it. He leaped onto the bus and squeezed in with the villagers. They're lying. They must be lying to me. The driver in charge of the sunshade pointed to the roof. Look closely. There's a curtain over the top of our bus. It's there to block the sun. As long as I pull the curtain back and let the sun hit the bus, it'll start moving immediately. Ma Tianjing stuck his head out the window and twisted his neck to look up. His neck hurt, but that wasn't the point. His eyes were wide as saucers as he watched the sunshade. He saw the driver gently pull the curtain back just a little bit. The vehicle moved. It moved slowly. Ma Tianjing. Chapter 172. Let's have some fun. The vehicle moved. It really moved. Ma Tianjing watched with his own eyes as the curtain opened further and the vehicle moved faster and faster. Does it really run faster the more the sun shines on it? They're lying. They must be lying to me. Ma Tianjing suddenly roared. Close it. It was a classic case of backseat driving. But the novice driver had been shouted at so many times by Zhengjia during training that he had developed a reflex. Hearing the command, close it, he didn't even check who said it and reflexively yanked the curtain shut. The vehicle's power immediately began to fade. It coasted on inertia for a bit before coming to a stop. The steering driver looked back. Hey, what are you doing? The sunshade driver said sheepishly. The priest suddenly yelled, close it. And I thought it was Dainyu, so I just did it. Everyone on the bus glared at Ma Tianjing. But Ma Tianjing still had his head out the window, neck twisted, staring at the sunshade on the roof with a look of utter shock and disbelief. It really stops when the curtain is closed. It's really like that. Outsiders really have no worldliness, the villagers muttered, shaking their heads. It used to be that outsiders looked down on them for being unworldly. Now, they look down on outsiders. The driver opened the curtain again, and the vehicle started up once more, heading down the cement road. Before long, they reached Wang Village. The villagers jumped off to start their work. The two drivers waved to them. We'll be back to pick you up in 2 hours. The villagers waved back. 2 hours is plenty. The vehicle turned around on a large circular cement platform. Ma Tianjing sat there dazed, not getting off. The two drivers asked, Taoist, aren't you getting off? Ma Tianjing pointed at the lush land outside, the wild grass sprouting everywhere, the trees with fresh green buds. He asked in shock, what is wrong with this village? Why is it so green? The two drivers chuckled. That's because the Heavenly Lord invited the Dragon King to bring rain to the village. The Dragon King? Ma Tianjing was stunned. He hadn't even processed the solar official yet, and now there was a Dragon King. They're lying. They must be lying to me. The two drivers said mysteriously. The saintess told us that the Dragon King wasn't actually very willing to come here and reign. But the Heavenly Lord grabbed the Dragon King by the neck and dragged him here. The Dragon King didn't dare resist. In the Heavenly Lord's hand, he was just like a little snake, forced to obey. Ah, it's a pity we can't see it. Only the saintess can see the Heavenly Lord manifest. They're lying. They must be lying to me. Hey, Taoist, if you're not getting off, we're heading back to Gao Village. Can I continue to ride your vehicle to Gao Village? Of course. The two novice drivers laughed. Sit tight. And don't stick your head out the window anymore. We have to drive carefully so the trees don't knock your head off. Ma Tianjing pulled his head back. He didn't twist it anymore. It really was getting sore. As the vehicle turned and headed toward Gao Village, Ma Tianjing's mind was adrift. He couldn't focus at all. His head was filled with chaotic thoughts. He had studied the Tao for 40 years and never seen a miracle. When he was young, his heart was firm, but as he grew older, he had stopped believing that gods truly existed. But today, that long-lost Taoist heart began to stir again. The vehicle soon arrived outside Gao Village. The steering driver laughed. Look, the Dragon King. You're in luck, Taoist. The Heavenly Lord has dragged the Dragon King here to reign again. That sentence jolted Ma Tianjing out of his daze. He stuck his head out the window and looked at the sky ahead. A low cloud was hovering over the fields of Gao Village. A massive dragon head emerged from the mist, its bloody maw open, spraying a steady stream of rain onto the ground below. There really is a Dragon King. Ma Tianjing roared. There really is a Dragon King. I saw it. I saw it with my own eyes. 40 years. A full 40 years. He began to howl and sob. My heart was wavering. I almost stopped believing that gods existed. In the middle of the night, I often doubted everything I had learned. I almost became a commoner who abandoned the path. Finally, I have seen the divine face. Up above, Li Daoxian was currently slurping down a bowl of Sichuan mutton noodles, enjoying himself. When he brought the rain, his vision was naturally fixed here, because he couldn't rain where he wasn't looking. He had just slurped a long noodle into his mouth when he saw the solar bus return. Then, a priest in Taoist robes, clutching a fly whisk, leaped off the bus. He was wailing at the top of his lungs as he ran toward the rainy area. Huh, Li Daoxian thought. Another wild little person? And a priest at that. In the Ming Dynasty, many scholars liked to wear Taoist robes, so seeing someone in one didn't necessarily mean they were a priest. But this man's style was different from a scholar's. He wore Taoist robes, but also traditional cloud-patterned shoes and a Taoist topknot. He held a fly whisk, and there was a tattered Bagua diagram on his back. Oh, and he was carrying a 3-foot green steel sword. This was definitely a wandering priest, the kind whose footprints covered the whole country. Usually, when a wild little person appeared, Li Daoxian wouldn't interact with them immediately. He would observe their character and traits before deciding whether to manifest. But since this was a priest, the situation was different. What happens when a professional charlatan meets a real god? Li Daoxian's playful side was instantly triggered. I've got to have some fun with him. Seeing the priest about to run directly under the Dragon King, Li Daoxian suddenly switched off the medical nebulizer and pulled the dragon head out of the box. Ma Tianjing was running when the rain suddenly stopped. The dragon head vanished into the clouds in a flash. Ma Tianjing froze. Why did the Dragon King leave the moment I arrived? Li Daoxian grabbed a Neza action figure from his toy shelf and swept it into the box, stopping it just inside the entrance. Then, he made it zip across the sky. Ma Tianjing gasped. Neza, the third prince. He flies so fast. The Neza figure flew in a circle and disappeared as Li Daoxian pulled it out. Ma Tianjing stood dazed for 5 seconds before a sudden realization hit him. The Dragon King saw Neza coming and was afraid of a beating, so he ran away. Chapter 173, Gods and Demons at War. Ma Tianjing's brain hadn't even finished processing that when Li Daoxian picked up another figure, a Sun Wukong from a Chinese Odyssey. He swept it into the box, zipping it past Ma Tianjing. Then, Li Daoxian picked up a plastic dinosaur and zipped it past. Then, he picked up an alien Baltan from Ultraman. He zipped that past too. By now, Ma Tianjing felt like his entire world was falling apart. What is happening in the heavens? What is going on? All sorts of gods and strange demons are flying around. Ma Tianjing was suddenly struck with terror. When gods fight, mortals suffer. If they keep fighting, they might descend to the ground. This village and everything around it will surely be devastated. Ma Tianjing tore at his throat, screaming, "Everyone run! The gods and demons are fighting in the sky. Run for your lives." The villagers of Gao village were all busy with their own work. They were far too occupied to keep staring at the sky like Ma Tianjing. When the various strange things had flown by, they had all been looking down at their tasks. Li Daoxian had moved them so quickly that the villagers hadn't seen a thing. Hearing Ma Tianjing's screams, everyone turned their heads, gave him a weird look, and then turned back. It's nothing. The Heavenly Lord is up there. At an altitude of 60 or 70 feet, that signature sea cloud representing the Heavenly Lord was floating peacefully. There were no gods or demons fighting. He was just talking nonsense. Why is no one afraid? Ma Tianjing cried. Aren't you afraid of death? Still, no one paid him any mind. Li Daoxian was having a blast, laughing at how panicked Ma Tianjing looked. While the villagers were looking down, he picked up a tiny, 1-centimeter-tall statue of himself that his sculptors had made. He zipped it through the box, making it fly toward a remote little valley outside the village. The statue was beautifully carved, 32% handsome, 3,200% majestic, dressed in Taoist robes with an immortal air. It flew through the sky in a flash, though it was a bit small. From 60 feet up, Ma Tianjing couldn't see it clearly. Ma Tianjing was shocked. An immortal just flew by. He took off running in the direction the immortal had flown. He soon left the village and arrived in a desolate valley. Suddenly, he heard the sound of wind and thunder from the sky, as if something was descending. Then, with a loud boom, a giant lobster man, Baltan, landed right in front of him. It opened its two massive claws, looking absolutely terrifying. Ma Tianzheng was scared out of his wits. He tried to run, but the giant lobster man flew toward him with incredible speed. His legs couldn't possibly outrun it. The terrifying head swayed, closing in on him. Its mouth opened and closed, its giant claws snapped, and its two eyes flashed with a red light. Ma Tianzheng was scared out of his soul. Suddenly remembering he was a priest, he drew the 3-foot green steel sword from his back. Having been a priest for 40 years, he didn't even have to think. He performed the demon-slaying arts by reflex. He set his sword fingers and roared, "Lord Lao the Most High, grant me strength." Strike! The lobster man's giant claw slammed into his sword. A massive force surged through him, and Ma Tianjing's long sword was knocked flying from his hand. His Taoist arts were completely useless. "I'm finished." Ma Tianzheng let out a pitiful cry, certain he was about to die. Li Daoxian saw that he was pale with terror and felt the game had gone far enough. That moment when the lobster man's claw hit the little person's sword was very risky. He had almost crushed him. He wouldn't necessarily be able to be that precise a second time. It was time to stop. He picked up a glass cup and lowered it over Ma Tianzheng. Ma Tianzheng thought he was about to be pinched to death by the lobster man, but he suddenly felt something descending all around him. There was a boom, but he couldn't see anything. He looked closely and realized he was surrounded by a circle of transparent walls. What is this? Am I protected inside something? The lobster man circled the transparent wall twice, seemingly unable to find a way in. It even slammed its giant head against the transparent wall twice, making the whole structure ring with a piercing sound. Ma Tianzheng covered his ears, struggling to endure. Fortunately, the lobster man couldn't break the transparent wall. It eventually looked up, took flight, and vanished into the clouds in an instant. Ma Tianzheng finally breathed a sigh of relief. He understood that the invisible wall was a divine treasure lowered by a god in the heavens. A divine treasure, lowered to save me. Which god saved me? I saw the Dragon King, Neza the Third Prince, the victorious fighting Buddha son Wukong, and another unknown immortal. Was it one of them? He reached out to touch one side, then the other. It was all cold, hard, transparent wall. He couldn't break through. He wanted to get out, but he couldn't. This is bad. I'm trapped inside this strange treasure. And this is a remote little valley. No one even knows I'm trapped. No one can come to save me. Just then, he saw a young girl flying toward him. She was truly flying, suspended in midair, gliding smoothly. Judging by the direction she came from, it was that village. She flew to the outside of the invisible transparent wall and slowly descended. She even gave a little hop just before hitting the ground, as if jumping off something invisible. She landed steadily and stood outside the invisible wall, facing Ma Tianzheng. The girl wasn't dressed flamboyantly, but she was clean and tidy, giving off a very dignified aura. Then, she reached out and gently tapped the transparent wall, as if knocking on a door. The glass wall rose upward, flying into the clouds and vanishing. Then, the girl spoke. "The Taoist Heavenly Lord saved your life. You, a priest, are just standing there dazed? Why haven't you given thanks to the Heavenly Lord?" Ma Tianjing's mind raced. Recalling what the two drivers had said, the identity of the woman before him became clear. Saintess. Gao Yem maintained a dignified expression. MHM. Usually, if Ma Tianzheng met someone calling themselves a saintess, he would dismiss them as a fraud from the White Lotus sect. But after that series of events, he was in a state of total shock. He bowed deeply to Gao Ye. "Saintess, please guide this humble priest. What exactly happened just now? My Taoist heart is in utter chaos." Gao Ye had received the Heavenly Lord's command to act dignified for a while, so she was trying very hard, keeping her expression neutral. What happened just now? If a commoner didn't understand, that would be one thing. But you are a priest, yet you don't understand? What kind of Tao have you been practicing? Chapter 174. This person is very useful. Ma Tianzheng was startled. He quickly replayed the events in his mind. Then, everything clicked into place. A demon descended to the world to cause havoc. The heavenly generals were ordered to capture it. A giant shrimp demon landed here and almost took my life. Fortunately, you intervened to save me. Gao Ye replied. How could I possibly save you? The one who truly saved you was the Taoist Heavenly Lord. Ma Tianjing's heart skipped a beat. His mind was already mush, and now it was even mushier, being led by the nose. He immediately turned toward the sky and cried out, I thank the heavenly venerable Dao Xian for saving my life. Gao Ye, ask him who he is. Where does he come from? And what is his purpose here? Ma Tianjing quickly raised his hands in a respectful greeting. This humble Taoist is Ma Tianzhong, a disciple under the seat of perfected man Wang Changyue of the Chuanjin Longmen sect. I have traveled the world, wandering far and wide, solely in search of the immortals and the true Tao. Oh, a wandering Taoist then? Gao Ye, tell him he must have traveled many roads and seen many things. I would not dare claim such, Ma Tianjing replied. I have traveled the world for over 20 years, from the north to the south. I have seen a fair share, but I would never dare to be so arrogant as to boast of it. That is good. Gao Ye smiled. The heavenly venerable says that a person like you is useful. Ma Tianzhong looked left and right, his eyes darting. The heavenly venerable spoke? Where is he? I did not hear anything. The heavenly venerable. Gao Ye said softly. Only I can see him. Ma Tianjing's eyes filled with doubt. Inside his mind, a voice began to scream. She's lying to me. She must be lying. How many fellow Taoists have used this exact same rhetoric before? Just as the thought crossed his mind, boom. An invisible wall slammed down once more, trapping him within its confines. Li Daoxian had seen the slight shift in the man's eyes. Without a second's hesitation, he had slammed the glass cup back down over him. He wasn't about to give the man time to overthink. Ma Tianjing was terrified. I only doubted for a second. I just let the thought drift through my mind, and I'm trapped again. What on earth is this thing covering me? Gao Ye reached out and gently tapped on the glass wall, as if knocking on a door. With a sudden whoosh, the 4 glass walls rose back up, flying into the sky. Ma Tianjing was shaking, completely unnerved. Saintus, just now what was? The heavenly venerable says there is something very wrong with you, Taoist. Li Daoxian knew this was a classic, vague authority tactic. It worked in almost any situation. By saying, you have a problem, you force the person to reflect and find their own faults. Sure enough, Ma Tianjing immediately began to project his guilt. I have a problem. I truly do have a problem. For years now, I haven't been a devout Taoist. My heart is in chaos. I once doubted whether there were even immortals in this world. My Tao heart was on the verge of shattering. He saw right through me. Heavenly venerable. Ma Tianjing cried out in a panic. I am but a mediocre Taoist. I haven't even finished reading the sacred scriptures. I had never heard the title of Heavenly Venerable Dao Xian before, which is why I was so disrespectful to you multiple times. But now I know. Please, give me a chance to make amends. Gao Ye nodded. The Heavenly Venerable says that since your attitude in admitting your faults is sincere, he will not hold it against you. Ma Tianjing let out a heavy sigh of relief. I have practiced the Tao since childhood. For 20 years, I studied under perfected man Wang at the Chuanjin Longmen sect. Then I spent another 20 years wandering the world, seeking immortals and the Tao. However, my karmic luck was shallow. In over 40 years, I never once met a true immortal. A few days ago, I heard of the Heavenly Venerable's deeds and sought guidance from a layman at the City God Temple in Chengqing County. That is how I found my way to Gao Village. I never imagined that I would actually witness the Heavenly Venerable's manifestation with my own eyes. This is truly my greatest blessing. With a thud, he fell to his knees and performed a grand prostration. Disciple Ma Tianjing pays his respects to the Heavenly Venerable Dao Xian. Ma Tianjing was ecstatic, his entire body trembling with excitement. He had been ready to abandon his Tao heart, but now it had become firmer than ever before. He had finally found a true immortal, something even his master, perfected man Wang, had never achieved. From this day forward, he would never have to doubt the existence of gods again. More importantly, he would no longer feel guilty when preaching the scriptures to others. He would no longer feel like he was teaching things he didn't believe in himself. His inner guilt vanished. His very soul felt cleansed. You came here just to find a true immortal? Gao Ye asked. Yes, Ma Tianjing replied. I have traveled the world just to see a true immortal once. Well, you have seen him now, Gao Ye said. What do you plan to do next? Ma Tianjing froze for a moment. Right, what do I do next? Gao Ye smiled. It seems you haven't figured that out yet. Then, think about it at your own pace. The Heavenly Venerable commands. Come find me again once you have a clear answer. With that, Gao Ye turned around. The Heavenly Venerable's palm was already resting on the ground, waiting for her. She climbed onto it and sat down, a happy and proud smile radiating from her face. Li Daoxuan's hand moved smoothly, carrying her across the valley, through the sky, and back toward the Gao village fortress. Ma Tianzheng looked up, watching the saintess fly away. His heart was a whirlwind of emotions. It took a long time for him to snap out of it. He picked up his Qing Feng sword, slid it back into the scabbard on his back, and glanced at the ground around him. There were the massive footprints left by the lobster demon, and the giant, circular indentation left by the heavenly venerable's transparent treasure. He knew that everything he had just seen was no hallucination. It really happened. Suddenly, his spirits soared. I found a true immortal. What is there to fear now? Ha ha. From now on, I can preach the scriptures and spread the Tao with my head held high. I'm not a liar. Ha ha ha. He began to run toward Gao village, dancing and waving his arms in joy. Meanwhile, Gao Ye was sitting on Li Daoxuan's palm, slowly flying toward the village. Li Daoxian didn't dare move his hand too fast. Moving his hand just 10 centimeters inside the box translated to 20 meters of movement within the world. If he moved even slightly too quickly, the speed would be more than Gao Ye could handle. So, he took it slow, carrying her in a smooth, steady glide. Gao Ye looked up, asking curiously, "Heavenly Venerable, why did we tease that Taoist priest? He didn't seem like a bad person." Because he didn't even know if he was a bad person himself. Huh? Why is that? Li Daoxian didn't explain further, only offering a small smile. A wandering Taoist who had traveled the entire world was, of course, extremely useful. Li Daoxian had an idea that felt too unreliable to give to just anyone. But a man like Ma Tianzheng, who had spent decades traversing the land, might just be able to pull it off. He would observe him for a few more days. Once the man had fully integrated into the village, he would give him a glorious and difficult mission. Li Daoxian opened his phone and looked at a name he had already prepared in his notes. Song Yingxing, the greatest scientist of the late Ming dynasty. The place where he lived was too far away. To recruit him, normal methods wouldn't work. A wandering Taoist was the perfect choice. Chapter 175. This is clearly a picture book. In the 3rd month of spring, all things were waking up. It was the perfect season for sowing. Aside from the fact that the heavens refused to grant rain, everything was perfect. Fortunately, while the heavens were stingy, the heavenly venerable was generous. Gao Ye secretly told the villagers that the heavenly venerable had once again grabbed the dragon king by the neck and dragged him over to make it rain. The villagers of Wang village began sowing sorghum. It was only then that Li Daoxian finally understood how the farmers in this area lived during normal years. Usually, they would sow sorghum in March and harvest it in the autumn. Then, in September, they would plant summer-autumn wheat to be harvested the following May or June. If the wheat harvest was late, the sorghum sowing would be pushed back to June. The farmers had their own rhythm, constantly adjusting their timing to plant the most appropriate crops for the season. It was the kind of thing that was simple if you knew it, but complex if you didn't. For a village kid, it was as natural as breathing. For a city kid like Li Daoxian, he could stare at it all day and still not quite grasp the nuances. If he didn't understand, he just enjoyed the sight. He shared in the simple joy of the little people. Xing Honglong's injuries had also healed. Just as Li Daoxian had predicted, with the bandit trouble in Heian County, she couldn't head east back to Shaanxi for business. Instead, she had to head west toward Xi'an Prefecture. Gao Chu saw her off at the village entrance, but didn't dare say much. He was still drowning in guilt for having hit her while she was injured. He hadn't quite moved past it yet. This meant the gossip Heavenly Venerable hadn't had much luck with his favorite soap opera lately, which was quite disappointing. But whatever. Xing Hongling would likely use Gao Village as her base of operations for the long term. She would go out for a circuit and then come back. There was still plenty of time for that romance to develop. Lately, Gao Village had a very conspicuous new resident. Ma Tianzheng, the Taoist priest, spent every day wandering around the village. He didn't look for work. He just collected his relief rations and spent his time observing everything. He focused especially on the divine objects. For instance, the solar chariot. The Taoist studied it every day. Given his knowledge base, no matter how much he looked at it, he was convinced it was the chariot of the Star Lord of the Solar Palace. There was no doubt about it. He also studied the giant, millstone-sized grains of white rice. His conclusion was, unsurprisingly, that it was a mystical grain from the celestial realm. After finishing his research on the divine objects, he suddenly decided to start a business. Li Daoxian watched as the priest stopped an old villager. It was Gao Laba, one of the original 42. His specialty was making clay pots, and he worked part-time as a sentry on the walls, often patrolling with a bow. He was the one who had greeted Party 2 when he first arrived, and he'd done the same for Xing Hongling. He was a genuine social butterfly. Today wasn't his shift, so he was relaxing at home when Ma Tianjing cornered him. Ma Tianjing preferred talking to social butterflies rather than the quiet types. Benefactor, Ma Tianjing said, "How did you use the celestial rice before? With such giant grains, you surely couldn't boil the whole thing at once." Gao Laba grinned. "We used chisels to chip pieces off, of course. Then we'd throw the chunks into the water to make porridge." Ma Tianjing looked pained. What a waste of a divine gift. How could you consume such a sacred object so crudely? Gao Laba was curious. "Then how do you think we should do it? When I traveled through the south, I was fortunate enough to learn a method for processing rice. Southerners soak, steam, and press the rice to create a food called rice noodles. This method is perfect for these giant celestial grains. I shall teach you this method." Gao Laba became interested and started tinkering along with Ma Tianjing. Li Daoxian was amused. "Making rice noodles? Fun. I've only ever ordered them for delivery. I have no idea how they're actually made. This is a good chance to see." However, the first step, washing and soaking the rice, took a long time. Li Daoxian didn't want to watch a still image, so he turned his attention elsewhere and eventually forgot about it. A few days later, the first shop on Gao Village's commercial street opened. It was a bookstore. Sen Er had stepped up to be the temporary manager and had hired 2 assistants to help. The place was decorated with red banners, ready for a grand opening. When the bookstore opened, the villagers were amused. What kind of place was this? A gathering spot for the illiterate. Even though the village had grown to over 1,000 people, fewer than 100 could read. What was the point of opening a bookstore here? The villagers didn't understand, but that didn't stop them from crowding around to watch the spectacle. On opening day, the street was packed. The original 42 villagers were almost all there. Immigrants from Wang Village, Zheng Village, and Zhong Village had arrived in force, and even a large group of laborers from the temporary worker village had gathered. Everyone was whispering, "This bookstore won't last a few days before it goes bankrupt, right? Only a few scholars and a dozen kids can read. But the kids get their books from the Heavenly Venerable anyway. They don't need to buy them." What is Manager San Er thinking? Amidst the chatter, Teacher Wang stepped forward. Usually, the frail Teacher Wang kept a low profile, rarely leaving his study. Aside from teaching the children, he spent all his time reading. People often forgot he was there. To everyone's surprise, Teacher Wang abandoned his usual reserve. He stood at the front of the crowd, waved his hand at the gossiping people, and shouted, "Everyone, be quiet." The people still respected scholars. At his shout, they immediately stopped talking and looked at him with strange expressions. "You can't read, so you've come to mock the bookstore?" Teacher Wang huffed. "Without books, there is no heritage of culture. This world would fall into ruin. Manager San Er's creation of this bookstore is an act of preserving the teachings of the sages. I shall support it with all my strength. Once the doors open, I will be the first to enter and buy a book. I will do my small part to ensure it does not close." Hearing him speak with such passion, the crowd felt a surge of respect. No one dared to badmouth the bookstore anymore. The doors swung open, and San Er walked out with a beaming smile. "The auspicious hour has arrived. I declare the Gao Village bookstore officially open, and I would like to solemnly introduce the very first book printed by our shop." The crowd cheered. Teacher Wang was incredibly excited. "What masterpiece is it? I'll take a set." San Er held up a book with both hands. It had a blue cover with an illustration of a general on horseback wielding a spear. Next to the image was a vertical line of text, the title. The commoners couldn't read, so they stared at the title in confusion. Teacher Wang recognized it instantly. The Yang family generals of the Loyal Blood and Azure Sky. A fine book indeed. Just as he finished speaking, San Er turned to the first page for everyone to see. There was no text, not a single word. There was only a drawing. He turned to the next page. Another drawing. The page after that, still just a drawing. Teacher Wang. The villagers, whoa, I get it. The Yang family is killing the Liao soldiers. What a great book. A great book. Teacher Wang's face twitched. This isn't a book. This is clearly a picture book. This picture book is telling a story. Yeah, every page follows the last. I can understand it at a glance. A craftsman who had seen plays in the county town pointed at the page. There are 3 characters next to him. I bet that says Yang Lulang, doesn't it? San Er smiled. Indeed it does. That is Yang Lulang. The craftsman was overjoyed. Haha, I never thought the day would come where I'd recognize words. Just by looking at the picture, I knew those three characters were Yang Luolang. I've heard this play before. These are drawings of Yang Luolang's story. The villagers were delighted. This book is rare. This is interesting. Clink clink. A handful of copper coins was tossed onto the counter. Everyone turned to look. The one who had thrown the money was actually the old village chief of Gao Village. The old man had made a fortune selling chocolates and was a textbook example of an illiterate man who had never touched a book in his life. Now he was acting like a big spender. I want a copy. Haha. I'm buying one to take home and look at slowly. With the village chief leading the way, a group of the original Gao Village elders all reached for their wallets. Those small, pamphlet-like picture books were flying off the shelves. Dozens were sold in the blink of an eye. Teacher Wang was stunned. You guys won't buy proper books, but you're fighting over these low-grade picture books? San walked over and patted him on the shoulder. Teacher Wang, won't you take a copy? Teacher Wang shook his head like a rattle. No, I only like exquisite art books. I don't want these crudely printed black and white drawings. San laughed. Teacher Wang, haven't you noticed? Those exquisite art books have no plot. But this set of little man books in my hand has a story. Oh, it tells a continuous story. For the common people, San explained, the quality of the art isn't as important as how exciting the story is. Teacher Wang suddenly had an epiphany. Wait. This might actually be a way for people who have never studied to learn something. Seeing that he understood, San didn't say more. He walked past him and shouted to the crowd. Everyone, don't worry. This is only the first volume. We'll be printing the second and third volumes in a few days. Once the whole set is printed, it will be the complete story of the Yang family generals. Those with patience can wait for the whole set, and those who are eager can follow the updates as they come. To each their own, the village chief urged. Hurry up with the next one. Gao Sanwa grabbed his mother's arm and shook it hard. Mother, I want a set. I want the whole thing. Gao Sanyang laughed. I'll buy it. Your mother helped the village sew several sets of cotton armor. We aren't short on money. We'll buy whatever you want. Gao Sanwa was thrilled. Mother, you're the best. Young Master Bai saw Gao Sanwa get his way and quickly turned to Madame Bai. Mother, I want that too. Slap. Madame Bai gave Young Master Bai a sharp smack on the back of the head. How many times have you read the text version of the Yang family generals? Why do you need this trashy picture book? Young Master Bai rubbed his face. But Gao Sanwa has one. Madame Bai squinted at him. Gao Sanwa also gets beaten with bamboo strips regularly. Do you want some of that too? Young Master Bai pointed at his reddened cheek. I just used this slap to cancel out his bamboo beatings. But I have nothing to balance out that Yang family picture book. Madame Bai thought about it, and suddenly broke into a cold sweat. Oh no. I used to secretly mock Gao Sanyang for her crude parenting, always hitting her kid. I didn't realize I was doing the exact same thing. Fine, I'll make it up to you. I'll buy it. Mother will buy it for you. Young Master Bai cheered. Whoa, Mother is the best. Just then, someone slunk through the crowd and approached San. He lowered his voice. Manager San, do you print that kind of book? San was surprised and turned to look. It was Party 2. Since joining the militia, his income had increased. He was now wearing clean cotton clothes. His ancestral hidden sleeve arrows were polished bright, and he'd even paid a prisoner to make him a scabbard during their break time. He looked quite respectable now, but his tone was all wrong. This secretive whispering felt suspicious. San immediately understood. He lowered his voice as well. What kind of book? Party 2 whispered. You know, that kind. San started smirking, his voice taking on that tone only men understand. Oh, I get it. The spring stuff, right? Party 2 sputtered. What nonsense are you talking about? Do I look like that kind of shameless person? I don't want your filthy pictures. San's face turned red. Oh, it's not that? Then speak up. What exactly do you want? Party 2 whispered. Do you have sword manuals? Secret techniques? San snapped. Are those two things so shameful? Why did you have to be so quiet and mysterious about it? You made me misunderstand you. Party 2 replied. Well, I know secret manuals aren't sold publicly. If they were, they wouldn't be called secret. They have to be sold quietly, so I asked quietly. There was no point in arguing logic with this ridiculous rabbit. San shook his head. No, we don't. How could we possibly have that? Party 2 let out a long sigh. Sigh, you don't have it? Your bookstore doesn't even have that? It's going to go bankrupt sooner or later. Get out. San barked. Get out right now. Hey, why get angry? Even if the deal fails, the friendship remains. What friendship is there with a guy like you? Senair fumed. One more word, and I'll call instructor. He'd turn you into a braised rabbit head. Party 2 jumped in fright. In Gao village, he only feared two people, the saintess and instructor he. He immediately took off, vanishing into the distance in the blink of an eye. Senair shook his head, caught between laughter and tears. What goes on in that guy's head all day? Chapter 177. The Immortal Practices Boxing. Watching Party 2's little performance reminded Li Daoxian of something. He had already downloaded those dozens of gigabytes of military combat videos he'd requested from the historical military forums. However, he hadn't found the right opportunity to give them to the little people yet. Lately, Cheng Su had been busy teaching the militia spear formations, crossbow usage, and basic military knowledge like setting up camp and marching. When they had free time, he would teach them the Guanzhong Red Fist. The schedule was quite full, and the militia soldiers were exhausted every day. Seeing this, Li Daoxian had temporarily held off on the military combat techniques. He wanted to wait until they had a solid foundation. But seeing Party 2's thirst for knowledge touched him. Maybe I'm the only one who thinks they're tired. Maybe they're actually desperate to learn more. I might as well provide it and let them decide whether to train or not. If they're tired, they can skip it. If they aren't, they can train. Let them decide their own lives. But how should he give it to them? The most direct way would be to give it to Cheng Su and let him master it before teaching the others. But that felt a bit boring. Was there a more fun way? A more interesting way to reveal it? In an instant, the nanny Heavenly Venerable transformed into the prankster Heavenly Venerable. All right, let's have some fun. In Jin Yang's novels, wasn't there a plot point like this? In the Wuliang Mountains, there was a Wuliang Jade Wall. At the start of the month, lucky people could see an immortal practicing swordplay on the cliffside. He would borrow that little story for his prank. That night, the moon was bright and the stars were sparse. Gao village had drifted into sleep. Only 2 sentries were circling the fortress walls. Party 2 dragged his exhausted body onto his bed. After a day of marching drills, red fist practice, and several ideology classes, his body and mind were spent. But he was in a great mood. He had always dreamed of being a mighty general, but he'd never had a way in. Now that he'd joined the militia and could learn boxing from instructor every day, he felt much closer to his dream. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but throw a punch at the ceiling. That red fist move of mine was pretty sharp, wasn't it? He was happy. It's just a shame I can't get a manual better than red fist. Red fist is good, but it's a very common style. Even if I master it, I might not stand out. If only I could get a rare, secret manual. Just then, Li Daoxian took a thin toothpick and gently tapped it against Party 2's window. Thump. The sound startled Party 2. He sat up with a start. Who is it? No one answered. Party 2 lunged to the window and pushed it open a crack to look outside. Outside was the quiet temporary worker village. Although he had joined the militia, his character evaluation wasn't over yet, so he hadn't earned the right to live inside the fortress. He was currently living in a small, individual plastic house in the worker village. He stared out the window for a long time. There was no one there. Maybe it was a wild bird or something hitting the glass. Whatever, back to sleep. He had just laid back down when thump. The window sounded again. Party 2 leaped up, grabbing his ancestral longsword from beside his pillow. He darted to the window and looked out again. Still no one. This is spooky. Li Daoxian picked up a pre-prepared black plastic little soldier figure. Using a fishing line, he lowered it into the box. He pulled the figure quickly across the roof opposite Party 2's house. Whoosh. It flickered past. This time, Party 2 saw it. He threw open the window and jumped out. He was about to shout an alarm when he realized the figure on the opposite roof had already vanished. He thought to himself, what if my eyes are playing tricks on me? If I scream and wake everyone up, and they find nothing, they'll just beat me up and mock me for being paranoid. I have to be sure. He quickly opened his door and slipped out, heading in the direction where the figure had disappeared. He searched for a while, but found nothing. Then, he saw a shadow flicker by the edge of the fields in the distance. Whoosh. It flew toward the distant valley. That's the valley where Taoist Ma said the immortals and demons fought. He hurried over, moving further and further from the village. Before long, he reached the valley. It was silent. Nothing was there. Party 2 rubbed his eyes. Was I really just seeing things? Just then, he suddenly noticed a blurry shadow on one of the valley walls. It was practicing boxing. The shadow was massive, as large as the entire cliffside. This definitely wasn't a human shadow. No human shadow could be that big. This had to be an immortal. Only an immortal could have such a magnificent and towering form. The immortal's punches and kicks were powerful and fierce, filled with an aura of infinite strength and killing intent. The movements were clean and efficient, without a single wasted motion. Every strike looked lethal. Party 2 was completely mesmerized. What kind of incredible immortal boxing is this? It's nothing like the Guanzhong Red Fist. I have to learn this. I have to follow along. He threw a couple of punches, trying to mimic the shadow, but then he suddenly snapped out of it. No, I can't learn this alone. Something this good, I should share it with my brothers in the militia. If I learn it by myself, I'd be betraying them. I'd have no loyalty at all. Party 2's heart was torn. I should go call them. But what if the immortal finishes the routine while I'm gone? What if it's gone when I get back? What a difficult choice. This is the hardest decision of my life. Rabbit, you have to make the right choice. Do you learn it alone? Or do you enjoy it with your brothers? Are you a man or not? Yeah. Party 2 threw himself onto the ground. 1 second later, he pushed off with both palms and leaped back up. His jumping power was incredible. He was a rabbit, after all. He roared at the cliff. Immortal, please wait for this rabbit. This rabbit will be right back. He took off at full speed, sprinting back toward the Gao village fortress. When he reached the walls, he began pounding on the gates. Let me in. Quick. I need to find instructor He, Gao Chu, Zheng Daniu, and all the militia brothers. Hurry. Let me in. It's almost time. Li Daoxian watched the performance with a smirk. Not bad. He actually thought of the others. Even if you hadn't called them, I would have found another prank to teach them. But since you did, I'll have to think a bit more highly of you from now on. Chapter 178, Ghostly Boxing. The entire militia arrived at the small valley. It was the middle of the night. Everyone had been woken up by Party 2 and was extremely annoyed. This was especially true for Chung Su. He had been a proper 9th-rank military officer of the Imperial court. Although he had been changing his ways lately, some of his old temper remained. Party 2, if there isn't an immortal practicing boxing here, I'm going to make sure you can't get out of bed for 3 days. Chung Su growled, his face dark with sleep deprivation. I swear, I saw it with my own eyes. Party 2 panted, pointing toward the cliff. Look, over there. The militia members turned their heads. On the moonlit cliffside, a giant shadow was indeed moving. It was a silhouette of a man, but its proportions were strange. It looked incredibly muscular and wore gear they didn't recognize. The shadow was performing a series of strikes, sharp elbows, knee thrusts, and rapid-fire punches that seemed to break the air itself. My God, Zheng Daniu whispered, his eyes wide. It really is an immortal. Li Daoxian, sitting in his room, was holding a small flashlight and a cutout he had made, projecting the military combat video from his phone onto the cliff, the side of the box. He had even added some sound effects by tapping on the plastic. Look at that footwork. He Jiao, instructor He, exclaimed, her professional instincts kicking in. It's so simple, yet so effective. There's no wasted energy. Every move is designed to kill or incapacitate in the shortest time possible. It's terrifying, another soldier muttered. It looks like a ghost practicing. It's so fast. Don't just stand there. Chung Su shouted, his annoyance replaced by intense focus. This is a divine opportunity. Everyone, follow the shadow. Memorize the movements. If we can master even a fraction of this ghostly boxing, our militia will be unstoppable. The valley, which had been silent moments ago, was now filled with the sounds of over 100 men grunting and shouting as they mimicked the giant shadow on the wall. They punched the air, practiced the knee strikes, and tried to replicate the fluid, lethal transitions. Li Daoxian watched them through the magnifying glass, a satisfied grin on his face. Ghostly boxing? Well, I guess modern CQC, close quarters combat, does look a bit ghostly to people from the Ming dynasty. He kept the projection going for nearly an hour, looping the basic strikes and combinations until he saw the little people starting to collapse from exhaustion. Only then did he slowly fade the light, making the immortal appear to vanish into the morning mist. It's gone. Party 2 slumped to the ground, drenched in sweat, but wearing a look of pure ecstasy. The immortal is gone. Chung Su stood still, his eyes closed, mentally replaying the moves. After a long silence, he turned to the militia. From today on, we add these moves to our daily training. We will call it the Heavenly Shadow Combat style. And Party 2. Party 2 looked up nervously. Yes, instructor? You did well. Chung Su said, patting him on the shoulder. You've done the village a great service. Party 2 beamed. He had never felt so proud in his life. High above, Li Daoxian stretched his arms and yawned. Prank successful, and the village just got a lot more dangerous for any bandits who decide to show up. He turned off his flashlight, climbed into his own bed, and drifted off to sleep, leaving the little people in the valley to wonder at the miracle they had just witnessed.